From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, here's Josh Young now with the infield in, tying run at third, go-ahead run at second. He swings, drives one into left, a base hit. Lowe scores, Adolis around third. Here's the throw, it's caught. Adolis scores, standing up, and the Rangers lead 6-5. Josh Young delivers a two-run single through the drawn-in infield.
Now that is the way to start the second half of the season and come out of the All-Star break. This is the way we're coming out of the weekend and starting up on Monday. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you on your home for Rangers baseball. 105.3 The Fan. Break out the broomsticks for the Guardians. Had not been done since 2011, the Rangers sweeping Cleveland.
Yeah, what a comeback yesterday. It was a really good series. The bats came alive on the first day. They went dead for about, 16 innings or so. And then they came alive at the end of yesterday. Really good win for them. And a good way to start the second half because Houston takes 2 of 3. They actually get to pick up a game on the Astros in this over the weekend.
Yeah, it would have been really nice if it was a 4-game lead this morning. 2 comebacks in the American League West yesterday. The Rangers were down 5-2, scoring 4 in the 8th. And then last night, the Sunday night baseball game was the Angels and the Armpit. And the Angels were up 7-5. 7-5 before the Astros score 4 late in that game. And Houston ends up coming back to win 9-8. So we're 1 inning away, 3 outs away, basically, from another game lead in the American League West. So you pull off the sweep, and right now you're just sitting here 3 games up still.
Yeah, it was 7-5 going in the 9th. It was 7-3 going in the 8th. They just blew it. Angels really blew it yesterday. And that stinks because, you got Tampa coming up. You got a tough schedule coming out of the break. The Rangers got a tough schedule.
Real tough.
And Cleveland was... they're a good team. They're good. They're not that good though. Like they're a 500 team, but they're leading the division. They were going in the series. But that's what happens. I mean, you get a tough schedule, and you got to beat the teams that you're better than, and they certainly did. They put it to them this weekend.
Because now you have this schedule coming up. You got Tampa for 3. You got the Dodgers for 3 in Arlington, at Houston, at San Diego, before the White Sox, the Marlins, and the Athletics. So 3 Tampa, 3 against the Angels, 3 against the Astros. So that's 9 straight games in a gauntlet. And then you're at San Diego, who has a ton of talent.
Yeah, they got a ton of talent. They just they haven't put it together this year. But that was that could have been a 4-game lead. I think it was Tucker made a great play in right at the end of the game to seal it. Anaheim was going to win that game. If that ball gets by him, he makes a diving catch at the end.
Well, the Astros will say, you can complain about luck, Ranger fans. You can do all this and that. Saturday night, the Astros had a game that they definitely should have won.
Yeah.
That was a crazy comeback for the Angels. First major league team to face a 6-run deficit or more in the 7th or later, erase that deficit, then fall again behind by 3 or more, and yet still win the game. The first team since the Phillies did it in 1930 against the Pirates. So
wow.
There was a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas over the weekend.
Yeah, there was. I mean, there was some, and look, it was a good weekend for the sport in general. I mean, Brewers sweep the Reds. The Reds have been in a mix of 27 straight scoreless innings. So the Brewers get that one. The Reds have been a red hot team. It was a lot of good stuff around the sport. Colorado with a nice little comeback yesterday in the 11th. But it was Rangers get their sweep and they stay on top and they get that 3-game lead, and we'll see what Tampa has.
Cold front this morning.
It's chilly yesterday. 86. I think I saw it was 86. It was like 3:00 in the afternoon. And, we were just like, we were watching the Rangers and we're trying to get the house together. We're like, all right, let's take a break. Turn the TV on. We have a TV outside, Sean.
Well.
Yeah. So we're like, all right, let's just hop in the pool for a second, cool out. We're sweating. Let's turn the game on out there. And the pool was cold.
Ooh.
It was like low 80s in the
circulation.
Pool. Yeah, because of the fact that it rained a little bit in the morning. We got a little bit of rain. I don't know if you noticed that. Little drops coming out of the sky. You don't see that in July. We were in there about 30 minutes, and it's all I needed. It's all I needed.
Got a brand new giveaway this week. Jake Paul versus Nate Diaz. And that'll be during the Expressway, hooking you up with the Big Fight 720. It'll start right here on your home for the Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Bobby Belt will be in about 25 minutes, but Pepe is on vacation, so we welcome in his replacement with his very first day. We going by Jeffrey or Jeff?
Jeff mostly.
Jeff.
Yeah. Jeff mostly.
What's your story? Where are you from?
25 words or less.
Grew up in New Hampshire, moved to Texas when I was 16, finished high school here.
Where? What high school?
Byron Nelson.
Well, why did we carpool? You still living out there?
No, I live in West Fort Worth now.
Well,
Okay.
Bit of a commute.
Bit of a commute.
Yeah, it is.
New Hampshire over to here, and then after high school?
Moved to Utah for college, graduated with a degree in communications, then emphasis in news media. Worked as the radio producer for the Utah Jazz. Moved back here in October.
Who was...
You sound like Shippy over
Yeah, who was the Jazz fan that was always on Twitter making... God, remember that guy?
I thought it was a woman.
No, it was a guy. He was a kid. And he hated James Harden. He smokes weed. There's a guy, I can't remember what the hell
Made
his
those
name was.
viral singing videos. How old are you?
27.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So he's this is a couple years ago. It was like pre-COVID. Trying to think of what the hell his name was.
And you feel prepared. Peyton did a good job training you last week. What are you nervous about? What time did you get in here this morning?
I got in at 3:30.
Thanks.
Maybe need to get in a little bit earlier. Just getting my horses running.
Yeah.
All right.
But
Coffee, Red Bull, what?
Monster.
Monster. Okay, sugar-free or extra sugar?
I don't actually know. I just got something and it has helped. So
Okay. All right. Well, welcome to the morning show. Any familiarity with the radio station, with any of the shows? Why are you even in this building? What made you sign up over here at the Fan?
I can't see myself doing anything else but sports.
Okay.
Sports radio.
So you're diehard all the Texas teams?
I've not spent enough time here to be fully enveloped in the Texas culture, but I'm hoping with my opportunity here at the station that I can get there.
We're so buttoned
I know.
up.
Let me ask you a question. I've always wondered this because I grew up kind of close. I never understood what goes on in New Hampshire.
The fall is beautiful. Changing of the leaves, pumpkin picking, apple picking.
So nothing.
Sailing?
They're landlocked, right? You're not connected to the water, are you?
No, we're
that little sliver. It's a little sliver.
Beach is like an hour away from where I was. Yeah, but it's a nice place to just relax. It's nothing too crazy, but
If you were going to live the rest of your life in one place, would it be New Hampshire or Utah?
in the United States.
No, the New Hampshire of United Kingdom of New Hampshire.
There we go.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
gonna say if I could live anywhere, I'd live in New Zealand.
No.
But
really?
In the
Those
United States,
two.
probably New Hampshire.
Okay. Probably
Probably,
New
yeah.
Hampshire.
Okay.
You married? Your girlfriend?
Married. It'll be 2 years on Thursday.
Well,
Kids?
No.
Oh.
Dog and snake.
snake. Hang on. So a boa?
Yeah, it's a red-tailed boa.
Size?
How'd you know it was a boa?
I mean that's really the only house pet snake. I mean, you can get other stuff, but like that's the main one. How big?
Maybe 2.5, 3 feet right now. She's still pretty little.
What's the name?
Her name is Andresa.
Andresa?
It's my-
Where did that come
It's
from?
my wife's snake, so she came up with it.
Your wife's? Does any interaction with the dog? Is the dog terrified? You make sure to keep it far, far away? What would the thing do to the dog if it got out? What type of dog?
It's what's called a mountain cur. It's a mutt. Cute little boy. He's 8.5, I think. But I'd be more worried about what the dog would do to the snake.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he did catch a glimpse of the snake grabbing the rat earlier this week, and he was like, not
Taking it back?
Not about it.
Sent a message. Sent a little message right there.
Yeah.
To the dog.
Wow.
Yeah. Did you see the pythons? We'll get into this. The python nest and all the eggs.
I did not.
And the one that was caught in Florida. It's terrifying.
I did not.
Absolutely terrifying. You keep that thing far, far away.
I've become quite the snake expert of late
Why?
because I had a fear of them, so I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna like learn about them. Like
Get over the fear?
now I can just spot them.
Okay, you could spot him, but if he brought that thing in here, would you touch it?
I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know. If I would play with it, but like I'm not scared of it. Like because I know.
I
It's
don't
not,
think you know if you're not scared of it until it's in the
well,
room.
like if I come up on one,
Yeah.
Like I've learned about them to know, like okay, that one's that's
So
that's a nope rope right there.
All right, so you're scared of the poison and what they have versus just like.
Oh, it's called Venom, Sean. Poison you eat, venom gets injected.
Oh God.
Yes. Yes, it was the.
It wasn't just the animal.
No, the animal's creepy enough. Really creepy. See, the animals, steaks. I don't know how people like sit there and love steaks and just have them as pets. I don't get that at all. But yeah, like the whole fear factor of like I'm gonna lose my finger. Yeah, now I'm kind of over that now.
All right, we got Mavs rumors to catch you up with. This could be our final training camp in Oxnard, California, if the locals get their way, and Steph Curry taking advantage of the heckler by winning a buzzer beater yesterday on the golf course. It's the Monday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we will recap.
got a chance. Oh, goes in! And Steph Curry is the winner.
All the buzzer beater commentary yesterday as Steph wins the celebrity golf tournament. I love checking in on this thing. I just like seeing different people out of their element. Everyone shooting baskets, and it's an awesome atmosphere that they have going on at the celebrity. And Steph wins with an eagle putt to walk it off for the W. God, what a freaking skilled, talented dude.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Like
he's
Romo
something
competed
special,
in
man.
this thing.
Yeah.
Like how much more golf is Tony Romo playing than Steph Curry? I don't know. I assume he's played a lot more. You have Joe Pavelski, who had a good showing as well. You know, Aaron Rodgers, everyone else out there, and Steph Curry, who's been participating in the match on TNT. He ends up, when he had a hole-in-one earlier in the tournament.
He did.
Ran the whole fairway, sprinted the whole fairway, and he loves golf.
Yeah, I assume NBA players have a lot of time to play golf. You know, especially obviously, you know, you have your summers off, like baseball players have their summers off. But you know, hockey has their summers off, obviously, too. But like, you know, if Steph wanted to, he could go play, especially in California where it's not like super hot, where he's not going to drain all of his energy. Like he couldn't go play golf at 7 a.m. You know, in Texas before a game in May or June. I mean, I guess he could, but like he can go play and get his rounds in and still go play that night and be fine with it. Like that's how temperate the climate is. He's fantastic though, man. Like, you know, we saw Aaron Jones, the NFL player, make it to the cornhole championships. And it's like, God, yeah, I hate when these guys are just good at everything.
Right.
You know, he's in the cornhole finals or whatever, a team mixed doubles, Sean. And then, you know, here's Steph just winning this thing. Not without controversy or controversy, as they say in England.
Not without controversy. Marty Fish, who's always at the top of this leaderboard, he led by 3 going to 18. Now, this is not the best audio, but this is on 18, up 3 in the driver's seat.
Yeah, so 3 points. Do they do Stableford in this? So if you see, like, Steph has the highest point total.
Who came up with that name, too?
That's a good question.
Stableford point score.
It may be the guy's last name. Okay, what this isn't, but you get 6 points for an eagle, 3 points for a birdie, 1 point for a par, 0 for a bogey, deduct 2 for a double bogey. So, like, Steph was down 3. He needed a birdie to tie, assuming Marty Fish didn't, you know, double bogey the hole.
And this isn't the best audio, but we got a Happy Gilmore heckler moment in the background of Marty Fish's backswing.
Somebody screamed right in his backswing on the way down. I mean, that was awful. Where'd it go? Well, it went straight right, low right, into the trees, the gallery, I think. But that was really, really bad.
Was it on purpose?
Yes.
Oh.
That was timed. That was on purpose.
Now, let's take a look and a listen one more time.
What was a bird? Shaquille O'Neal with his Atlanta Hawks?
Yeah, it was a bird screech. Yeah, apparently people in the gallery were pointing him out. Guys running away. That's terrible. Can't do that. Can't do that.
So any noise in the backswing, or it's more distracting when it's like a ha versus like a what could be an animal maybe.
So can't do anything about animals. Any noise in the back. So that like there where it's like a ha where it kind of jolts you. If it was so there's 2 things. Golfers will say they either want a lot of noise or no noise. So you get to the 16th or 17th hole in Phoenix with the Waste Management Open that it's so loud there, the ambient noise, there is no distraction because it's already just loud, and they're fine with that. Otherwise, they want it to be perfectly quiet. So there's no in between, either really, really loud or no noise at all. And this was no noise, and then all of a sudden you do that. I mean, even something as little as a camera will distract them. It's like, you know, like tennis, they get all quiet before the final serve or before the serve or whatever. You know, it sucks. It sucks for Marty there.
And Steph Curry capitalizes and ends up winning with the walk-off. He is the first active athlete to win this since 2000. Again,
wow.
Normally you're getting like your Smoltzes, your Do you know
who that
who
was?
it is.
I bet it. I was thinking it was that Titans kicker, that Del
Greco.
Del Greco, yeah, Del Greco or something like that. He always used to have a good run at that.
Meanwhile, yesterday morning, RJ's kids were even in on this. This was the sporting event that captivated everybody at Wimbledon.
Djokovic is deposed as a new king of centre court. Carlos Alcaraz of Spain.
7-6, 6-1, 3-6, 6-4.
He's beaten the best of all time. He's beaten a man who is virtually invincible on this court.
Djokovic is deposed.
He hadn't lost. Djokovic hadn't lost on center court since 2013. 2013 was the last time he had lost on center court at Wimbledon. He was like the 4-time defending champ. He's just he's unbeatable here. It's like Sampras at Wimbledon. You can't beat him there.
Yeah.
And Alcaraz, who's been the best, apparently, I don't know, best of the sport this year, last couple of years.
Yeah, I was like, if Joker's the 2 seed, who's the 1?
Yeah,
it was this dude.
It was this guy, yeah. He won the U.S. Open last year. But, yeah, he's supposed to be just this next phenom, and he's the next one that's going to challenge Joker and Federer and all that for all their records. But my 10-year-old's all in on this because you know why? Because my 10-year-old, all he does is moan. And he loves the fact that these guys were moaning between shots. And every time Joker would serve.
The shower times, the water bill?
No, that's the older one.
Oh.
The older one was in the shower the entire time. But, you know, the every time they would serve, my younger one's going,
Not the most attractive part of tennis. But this was a 5-setter, and it lasted 4 hours and 42 minutes. The third longest final in Wimbledon history. You know when you're getting random text messages from people who are not, you maybe have 2 friends, 3 friends that are really diehard into tennis. When you start getting text messages and it's trending, you know something special is going on.
Oh, this was fantastic. I was up, 8:30 in the morning, and I turned this thing on shortly thereafter. I saw a notification that Alcaraz had won or Joker had won the first set. I was like, it's on. I forgot it's on. Let's turn this thing on. They had one game that lasted 30 minutes. A single game.
Wow.
I think they had 35 double break points or whatever the hell that means. Break points, I don't know. But the amount of celebrities are at this thing.
We'll get into that later on.
Oh, like this is an event, man.
So there's a recap of your weekend sports-wise. Back to the Rangers breaking out the broomsticks on Cleveland at 6:20. But who are the Dallas Mavericks going after now? DeAndre Hopkins has a new home. Who knew that Andy Dalton was an NFL Hall of Famer? And is this our last Cowboys training camp in Oxnard because of some of the antics and unhappiness of the locals? We're going to training camp in just 1 week. Could be our last one. We'll talk about it next with 6 a.m. headlines with the Monday edition of Sean and RJ next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex, and a shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We got the entire squad here: Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Bell. We got Jeff in for Peyton. Peyton's still blasting the Texas Rangers, and Martin Perez, even on vacation, even while on vacation, sitting there drinking his scotch, sitting in the casinos. Where is he again?
Vancouver. British Columbia, Canada.
Okay. Still blasting the Texas Rangers as a diehard Tolo. So we got Jeffrey in for him. We still got Rai in the back live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Good morning, Bobby.
Good morning. I wondered why the show sounded so much better the first half hour, and then I remembered, oh, yeah, Peyton's not here.
Now, will he check in like Troy used to do on the substitutes to be like Troy really wanted to know if someone was messing things up. He wanted his value to increase more while he was gone in a way. Like, any problems? Any issues? You think Peyton will be like that?
Zero chance. Peyton was in the middle of trying to win this job, and he took off for a week and let Joey run it, as you'll recall. So I don't think he's checking it at all.
Yeah, I totally agree.
What did he do? Did he have a trip?
I don't know. He went somewhere, but he was like, yeah, I'm going to be out.
Domestic?
Didn't they go to England? Didn't everybody went to England?
Or yeah, he went to like Scotland or something. He went overseas.
Ireland?
Yeah.
I mean, can we hold that against them, you know?
Yeah, it's true. Family trip.
I mean, I hold a lot against Peyton that I probably shouldn't.
Yeah,
but
well, especially if it's already booked.
Yeah.
Did he give you, Jeff, any insight or like, hey, man, this will trigger this guy. Make sure this guy's moody. Make sure to have Bobby's water every 30 minutes refreshed with ice
Not
cubes.
how that went.
Did he give you any dirt on us behind the scenes, training you for this week?
Not really. He just said
like Sean's temperamental. He'll this, that. I know he said something.
He did say that, I'm sure. Come on.
He just said be excellent. You know, don't let mistakes last. If you make a mistake, move on.
What kind of Tony Robbins BS is this?
Don't take anything personally.
Don't take anything personally. Okay.
When you go home, move on to the next show.
I can't tell if he's trolling us or not.
The next show.
This sounds like every day is a struggle for Peyton. Like, hey, look, don't think about the show when you go home. Just worry about moving on and doing better.
No, Peyton's so basic. This was his advice. He Googled Jason Garrett quotes, and he just recited him here to Jeff.
He helped me a ton though. So, I want to defend.
Shut up.
That's enough. Yeah, they weren't defending him.
Peyton, my mentor. Yeah, way to go. All right, it looks like DeAndre Hopkins has a new team. The Titans signing DeAndre 2 years, $26 million. And John Robinson is trending. Was that the old GM? I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
That was the old GM, right? I was thinking of the Rams coach. Mm-hmm. And A.J. Brown is trending because people are like, oh, this is why the GM got fired. Mike Vrabel looked at him during that draft day deal and was like, what the hell are you doing? Only to go ahead and draft Treylon Burks, I believe it was. And now you sign DeAndre Hopkins. DeAndre is looking for that Odell-type deal. The Titans wide receiver group had a total of how many receiving games last year of 100 yards?
1.
2.
Ugh.
2 100-yard receiving games last year. Hopkins matched that total despite missing the first 6 games because of the PED suspension. Finished the year 64 catches for 717 and 3. And the Tennessee deal must have just been better than New England because his stats, now he's done this his whole career, played with bums, but these stats look like they're about to be over.
They kind of do, and I wonder what the New England deal was going to look like. Look, New England needed him. There's no doubt. I mean, in that division, they are clearly the least talented roster in that division.
Yeah.
I don't think it's – I mean, they may be one of the worst rosters in the league.
They need to help their quarterback. They have to decide on their quarterback. Give him the best chance to make a decision on it.
I mean, now is that doing that with an aging receiver who may or may not be washed? I don't know, but they didn't really help. But they get Devontae Parker. Yeah. They also got the Gesicki, too. So they did a little bit to help him out in the offseason. Gesicki's probably a pretty good player for a young quarterback to have.
They also have about 6 guys competing for their quarterback spot, which, what's the old saying? When you have more than one quarterback, you have no quarterbacks.
Are they really having someone compete with Tannehill?
Yes, Tannehill, Malik Willis, Will Levis, they're all competing for it together. Those are all high investments, all three of them.
Okay, yeah. I mean, on the surface, they shouldn't be better quarterbacks than Tannehill. It's like...
Well, no, he's on the same tier as Dak, so...
Well, according to some. So this is D-Hop getting his new deal. Anything surprising about it? The money, 2 for $26. What are the Titans doing?
Seems
Why
low.
aren't you just blowing it up?
Seems low for the name, but you got to look at what he's done, and like you said it right. He has played with bums. Although I don't think Kyler's a bum, but last year he was kind of bummy.
Who?
Kyler.
He's
I wasn't trying to include Kyler.
He's played.
I was talking about all the Houston quarterbacks.
Yeah. I mean, he's played more frequently than Odell Beckham Jr. has. Even if he is washed, he's actually shown something on the field. So I guess I'm surprised he's under Odell.
It's kind of insulting. Like that's how D-Hop was probably looking at this. Like Odell Beckham compared to me right now, based upon the playing status, the injury risk, the production, like all this hype and all this noise and all this star power versus what I actually do on the field, I would have waited as well and felt a little insulted if I was D-Hop.
They're the same age. He's actually played football in the last 2 years. He's been productive at times. He's not the same guy he was 5 years ago, but I am surprised, I guess, that in the end he gets less money than Odell did.
Like we may be looking at the Ravens and saying, you made a mistake. Like, why didn't you give DeAndre that deal instead of Odell Beckham?
Yeah, I mean that's going to be right up there with paying a running back $60 million or whatever they did to play quarterback for him. So,
all right. Why could this be our final training camp in Oxnard? We'll be setting up in Frisco here if some of these local residents have their way.
One word: Karens. So, for those of you who have never been to Oxnard, wherever. They practice at the Residence Inn. It's a hotel. There's a big field in the back, 2 football fields. The Raiders were there before, and the Cowboys took it over when the Raiders went up to Napa. Well, when they moved back to Oakland. So, the Cowboys have been in SoCal for years. They had a stretch in the 90s where they were in like Austin and, San Antonio, Wichita Falls, but they've mostly been in Southern Cal, Thousand Oaks, wherever. Well, when they first went back, it was just the hotel. All around it were fields. That's where the parking lots were. They eventually sold that, and developers made apartments and houses. Well, now, the people who live in these houses are upset because the Cowboys have erected a structure that is making it difficult for the residents to see. They built temporary structures inches away from their property with no prior notice, according to the Dallas Morning News. Residents taking action in response by hiring attorneys and filing complaints to the city. 9 residents from 5 homes. They accused the Cowboys of starting construction on a structure on the lot line with no setback, without building permits or special use permits. They refute this claim, the Cowboys did, saying the city had approved all plans but requested a white tent be added over the structure. That tent has not set well with residents either.
So I've texted this to Ryan, who runs our cameras, and I want you as a homeowner, property owner, I want you, when he puts it up here in a second, to judge how ticked off you would be. Has everyone seen this?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think that no matter how ticked off they are, the city of Oxnard is not going to mess with the Cowboys. That's what I think. And so I
don't know how high up this thing goes, but, this is like, centimeters away from my backyard and my porch. I don't know how much higher we're going with this, but I could be annoyed.
Yeah, it's going to
be
go
annoyed by this. I get mad when my HOA, sends me a letter about how many leaves need to be on the tree or what time to have the trash out and up or signs that you can and cannot have. And now someone is sitting here basically in my backyard building this structure, but you call them Karens.
They're Karens, man. I mean, look, they were here before you were. I'm sorry. Like if you build a house at a golf course and the golf course is already there and you build the house and somebody breaks your window, deal with it, man. I'm sorry. Don't move 240 yards down the right side of the fairway.
So the Cowboys were here before these houses?
Yes, they were there before every single house that was built there. So you lost that. The moment you decided to build that house in a place where you knew that every single July there's a team that comes there to practice football, you've lost. You don't have a pot to what in. No. Now this one guy that lives there, says his name is Warner Cutbill. I already hate him.
Cut Bill.
All right, your name's Warner. I already don't like you.
That sounds like a fake name he gave because he didn't want the Cowboys coming after him. I'm Warner Cut Bill. That doesn't even sound like a real name.
I know, it doesn't sound like it. He says he adjusts his work schedule to watch practices. This year, though, the structure has soured his view. He even said he recently bought a Ring camera over concerns that someone may climb the structure staircase and enter his yard. I was so excited. Now I wish it was gone at a certain point almost. I can't see myself being excited to go out there and watch it all. I wanted to get away. I want to get away at this point. He feels betrayed. He says he won't be flying the Cowboys flag he normally has in his second-story window during each trading game. Well, that'll show him.
Then there's a woman who said construction workers, they're staring into my house. To wake up on a Saturday with your pajamas on, there's a whole bunch of men looking in from the outside. That's very disrespectful, said Shalea Thompson. My daughter and I were in our PJs. We had to run upstairs because there were a whole bunch of men peering into our house. Maybe not on purpose, but still.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could close your blinds in the morning. That's one. But the other thing here is, Chop, does it change things for you at all? Because you're saying they're being whiny about the Cowboys were here before you. What if, as that one guy sounds like, he bought it because the Cowboys were there and he had the understanding that I was going to be able to see this, I was going to be able to have access to this, and now they're blocking it?
Well, I mean, different coaching regimes change things, man.
But forget that. He was there before Mike McCarthy was.
Yeah, that's true. Look, there has to be a compromise, I think. The Cowboys are going to continue to build structures to expand this thing. And look, the camp looks so different now than it did 20 years ago out there. So different. There are two fields. And like the photo they showed, it's going to block what? 15 yards of one field?
What would you do, Choppy, if they announced? What if these lawyers won and they announced they can't do it in Oxnard anymore? Would you be furious?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be upset. I mean, I enjoy going to California every year during the summer. There it is.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. That's starting to be put up. And people live right there.
Yeah.
People live right there. What do y'all think? Would you complain? Would you take issue as well?
The Cowboys will go back. They would just find another city in Cali to go to.
Well,
just like they used to.
They're not leaving that field.
No, they're not. They're not going anywhere. Now, if I was the mayor, I'd be like, all right. I mean,
Jerry will go over there, take a couple selfies. They'll tell the players go over there first.
All I think looking at that picture is I see the tennis courts and I can already feel the breeze and feel like we're out of 100-degree temperatures. Yeah. And that's all I think. I don't think these poor people. I see the tennis courts and I think, thank God we're going to be there for 10 days soon.
Now look, that's different. Those have never been there before. Ever those structures. That's
a walk area usually. That's like media stands there. Media might be annoyed by it. Like beat writers might get more annoyed by that than us. That's the little walk area to the side. Yeah. Of course, that became a new rule under McCarthy as well. You're not allowed to walk back behind here. This is blocked off. That all became new last year,
No videos for John Machota. The high today in Oxnard is
71.
74. 61 right now.
It's going to be, I'd say, every year. Going there and going to Gaylord, Michigan, it's like jumping into a pool.
I'm going to be so comfortable, so drunk. It's going to be so great.
You are going to be wasty-faced.
I don't think so.
Why don't you think? This feels like you're trying to pull me off sides now.
You're allowed to talk. I was talking about with Chiafalo yesterday. You're allowed to talk.
Really? Okay. All right.
Yes.
Great.
877 at your own party.
Challenge accepted.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. The Rangers come out of the break with the broomsticks. And who else are your Dallas Mavericks looking at? We'll update you on your squads in the Metroplex right after this.
Franklin are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact Franklin for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Chapman ready, and here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a sinker at 102. Aroldis Chapman picks up his first save as a Texas Ranger, preserving this 2-0 victory over Cleveland.
Fastest pitch thrown by a Ranger in the StatCast era since 2015. Aroldis Chapman comes in with the gas and executes the save as part of the Rangers sweep on your home of Rangers baseball. That was Hicksy with the call. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on 105.3 The Fan. Yesterday, of course, they scored 4 runs in the 8th to beat the Guardians 6-5. First time all year, according to Jared Sandler, the Rangers have won a game when trailing after 7 innings. They're now 1-27 when trailing after 7. Will Smith with the save. As Bassick said, they had to get 4 outs.
Yeah.
In order to preserve this with that call at first base.
Yeah, it's I thought he was out.
I thought he was out.
I could give him a benefit of the doubt, though.
I was going. The more and more replays they showed or a different angle, I was starting to go towards the middle with the benefit of the doubt.
My issue is,
was the glove fully closed? Was the ball secure in the mitt when he was running down to first base?
I wouldn't even look. I was thinking about his heel because we always focused on his foot being up.
Yep.
Right? The top of his foot not touching the bag, but that the bottom of his foot hit the ground in the bag first because the bottom of his foot was down before the ball was in the glove. There's no question about that. But the ball was in the glove before the top of his foot came down. But, so I was like, all right, is that where they're, because remember, it's inconclusive. You got to have inconclusive, all yada, yada, yada. So that was my thought. I didn't think it was as outrageous as Raymond thought it was.
Right.
I thought they got the first one right. The first one hurt the Rangers. I thought they got that one right. This one, I thought they got it wrong. I think he was out. But, again, call in the field was safe. So it's like, I guess because you can't see his heel, can I give him that? And I guess I can. Oh,
microphone. Sorry about that. I thought he was out. But the bigger thing for me over this weekend is the fact that your starting pitchers are not good enough right now. The fact that they get the sweep, I know that's great. And look, Heaney was solid, and you get Chapman finishing out the game. That's great. Perez still does not look good. Thank God for the bats doing what they did, waking up after they'd been asleep for, 15 innings or whatever?
15, 16
innings. Because, they scored 2 runs in the first 2 innings on Sunday, and then they don't really score anything again until the 8th inning yesterday. But, man, this is... You need some bullpen help. You need some starting pitching help. But this is good to go ahead and get the sweep. This is the first sweep they had since, I think it was Seattle at the beginning of June. And it's the first series they'd won outright since, I think it was the Chicago White Sox series in the middle of June. So good to finally bounce back after a month. It's the way you want to start against an okay Cleveland team. They're not, bottom feeders by any means. So it was a solid series to pull off, and hopefully keep it going against Tampa.
On Friday, Jonah homered and drove in 4. Seager and Garcia homered. They rallied. Nate Lowe homered as part of a 4-for-4 night. Jonah finished 3-for-5, fell a triple short of the cycle. Adolis came in, leading the American League in runs batted in. He drove in 3. He was 3-for-5 overall. Home run number 24. And the Rangers had 17 hits. That is their major league leading 50th game with double-digit knocks. 50 games with a double-digit amount of hits? That's crazy. They also lead the majors in games with double-digit runs. They've scored double-digit runs 20 times this year. That's crazy in the first half of a season. Then Saturday, Andrew Heaney, as you said, rebounded from the worst start of his season. Marcus, talk about slumping and struggling. Simeon had his first multi-hit game in 2 weeks, and they got the 2-0 victory. So on Saturday, they had 5 hits. 4th time this year, they won scoring 2 runs or more. And they had been 0-4-1 in their previous 5 series. So that's on the field. Off the field, Josh Spores goes on the DL with a bicep strain. And Bobby, we were texting with Sandler last night about Jack Leiter.
Yep, I'm officially panicking. And Jared was trying to to calm me down a little bit, going, look, come on, this is not the freak out that you feel like it needs to be. But Jack Leiter has been put on not the injured list. No, Jack Leiter has been put on the developmental list. Anybody know what that is?
No.
That's where you head down to Arizona?
Basically just means you suck so bad, we are going to take you off the team completely, and we're going to work on the very fundamentals that you need to fix. And that's exactly what he's doing. So he is no timetable for return. They announced this over the weekend that he was going to the developmental list and that he would be spending a confirmed amount of time working on just his mechanics, because his command has been absolutely awful at Frisco. He's still walking a ton of guys. He's still having issues, locating his secondary pitches. The fastball's good, but the fastball, kind of looks like a straight arrow at times, and guys are hitting it really hard. And so Jack Leiter, it just feels like really bad timing that this sounds like if it's right before the trade deadline and you're putting him on the developmental list, that sounds like there weren't a whole lot of people interested in trading for Leiter right now.
That might surprise me, just considering he was so highly touted. Like, there was nobody that thought that it was a bad pick.
Yeah.
Nobody in the sport. I mean, everybody in the sport had him pegged as like one of the 3 or 4 best players in that draft. It wasn't a reach. I'm surprised that everybody has lost faith around the sport.
Was texting us about this too over the weekend.
He was. Bassett thinks the sky's falling every day.
Yeah.
It's sunny out. He's like, man, you know what? Rapture's coming. All right, it's not supposed to be sunny today. Rapture's coming. That is what it is. But it's disheartening. But this is the problem. This is the sport. Go look back and forth throughout the history of this game. There are more misses in the MLB draft than anything else, and that's why even making it to the big league roster for a day, you consider that draft pick to be a hit. It's such a crapshoot. You just don't know.
So we got a sweep and a song to go on top of it, apparently, as a lot of Tolos were hitting me up yesterday saying, you got to go and get Jared Sandler, Rangers play-by-play, during this game.
Demi Lovato's biggest hits include Heart Attack, Sorry Not Sorry.
Okay.
Baby, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm not sorry. Something like that.
Okay. Well, there's Jared dropping that in there.
Yeah.
Add a little bit more flavor to 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, it's confident better.
Sorry Not Sorry is a great song, though. Confidence okay. Cool for the Summer is
Cool for the Summer's very good.
Is the jam. That's the one. Don't Tell Your Mother. That's my jam right there.
All right, some Mavs stuff to clean up. Did you see them going the wrong way in the Summer League game?
Did see that. Very good.
I think it was Marcus Bingham Jr. going the total opposite way.
Marcus never going to play here before anyway, so it doesn't matter.
They were recently linked. They keep getting linked to Bojan Bogdanovic, and Killian Hayes has been thrown into this as well from The Athletic. This is multiple times we've heard about Bogdanovic. Detroit reportedly set a high asking price of essentially 2 first-round picks when teams called last year. 2 first was the price. Hayes is expected to be a trade candidate because they got Jaden Ivey and Alec Burks and Cade Cunningham in the backcourt. In other news, they have expressed interest in guys like Kelly Oubre and Derek Jones Jr., according to Hoops Hype. And then, Bobby, you saw some Clint Capella stuff yesterday with Mavs Buzz. So Kelly Oubre, Bogdanovic, Clint Capella is now apparently where the focus is for the Mavericks.
They already have Kelly Oubre. We call him Tim Hardaway Jr.
Man, I'd rather have Kelly Oubre than Tim Hardaway Jr.
I mean, they're both. Yes, sure. Just give me. That's change for change's sake. They're both inefficient as hell. Their PER is terrible. Their win shares are terrible. Oubre is a bad shooter. He's a worse 3-point shooter than Hardaway. They're about the same in field goal percentage. I mean, you could say you want one more than the other. Fine. Like, maybe take Oubre just because he's a change. But to me, they are largely the same guy. They are an inefficient chucker.
I think Kelly Oubre is a much better defender than Tim Hardaway Jr. Kelly Oubre is
I don't care about defense.
I understand
care about
it's
the ball.
Okay. I understand it's a 3-point shooting league. He is more efficient inside of the arc than Tim Hardaway Jr. is. He's not a chucker.
Even more. I'm just saying
he's more.
Who cares about inside of the arc? What year are you in?
Look,
are we bringing back the mid-range jumper?
Well, I mean, DeMar DeRozan's trying like hell, but
he can try all he wants. What round of the playoffs they go to?
Look. My point is that Kelly Oubre can defend. Kelly Oubre can rebound. He can be more efficient inside of the arc. Like I said, is he at all world or anything like that? No, he is inefficient shooting the three. But overall, he's a better player than Tim Hardaway Jr. It's not a 1-for-1 swap. You're getting a better player if you get him.
The trash talk is there between the former Celtics teammates. Apparently, Grant Williams went to dinner with Jason Tatum last week, and Tatum told him, I'm going to bust your ass when we play. And Grant said, really? You can't go left. I'll be physical with you. You'll go cry to the referee. So there's the trash talk that's taking place between Grant Williams and Jason Tatum.
Man.
As they say, sat down for dinner.
Man, going there. You can't go left. Yikes.
Yeah.
Some teammate, old teammate on old teammate crime right there.
That's a teammate who knows, though. He knows exactly where to poke him a little bit and get a reaction out of him. And he also knows that he probably cries to the refs. That's all probably very serious. But look, that's the kind of edge that you want here. And I understand that this one's a little more playful or whatever, but that's the thing. You want somebody who's going to bring a little bit more nastiness and be a little bit of a trash talker. I think that those are benefits and somebody who's clearly not afraid to back down here.
The Suns announced Bradley Beal is going to be their point guard. So Bradley Beal going to be replacing Chris Paul, I guess, in terms of the responsibilities. They got Bol, who the Mavericks were tied to a little bit. They did this whole little pick swap thing as well. They have 11 players on minimum deals behind their big four. 11 guys on minimum deals.
Yeah.
The Raptors have been thrown into the Tyler Hero mix as we wait for the Dame trade to take place. The Hawks and the Pacers have been tied to Pascal Siakam since the NBA draft. So those are some of the rumors that are flying around the association.
Man, I think you could get Tyler Hero for basically just giving up an extra first round draft pick. Someone's going to mess up and not do that. I mean, the way the draft picks are today, especially if you're going to be outside the top 10, if you think you are, I mean, you're not going to find somebody better than Tyler Hero.
Damian Lillard is really, really good. I do wonder if this chatter about him being some sort of like magic cure-all that Miami's like, we'll give it all away for, we'll give away anything for. I do wonder if that's making him just a little overrated. Like, this is the guy and I understand he's done it alone in large part, other than when he's had CJ McCollum and some other guys. But this is a guy who's never won in his entire career in Portland. And so this idea that he's just going to be
the conference finals.
But I mean, in terms of being the cure-all like winner, how long has he been in the league now? This is year 12 coming up for him. His fifth year, sixth, something like that.
Second best player he's ever played with was CJ McCollum.
No, I know, but I'm just saying the idea that he's just going to come in and all of a sudden Miami, it's like, oh, this is worth sending 7 picks and completely depleting our depth.
Dame, Jimmy, and Bam.
Pretty stout, man.
Making Jimmy the 2.
It's easily the favorites in the East.
I don't think they're better than Milwaukee or Boston. Even with Dame.
I mean, but why? Like, they've got 3. They got a legit 1, legit 2, legit 3.
So does Boston.
They just beat Boston.
They just beat them without Dame.
And everybody talked about how that was like a collapse. And part of the way they did it was with their depth and their physicality. And if they're going to purge all that in the name of Dame, it's like, okay, is Dame, Jimmy, Bam better than Tatum, Brown, Porzingis? I don't know that.
Well, the Porzingis factor that plays in. That's new for them.
I don't think the Celtics will be as good. That's me personally.
Yeah, because they lost some of their toughness.
Ooh,
they did. They lost some of their
bet.
toughness.
You want to bet? You want to bet that too?
Yeah,
because they did that.
I'm losing track of our bets, but
because Hero didn't even play, right? Hero was out in the Boston series. Maybe played the beginning of it, but
yeah. But I mean, like again, part of the way they beat them was the depth and the physicality and stuff like that. And if you're going to purge your entire depth in the name of Damian Lillard, I don't know that that's actually going to end with you winning a title.
But they're only giving up picks, right?
No, they're going to give up picks, and they're probably there's talk that they'd have to give up Jovic, Duncan Robinson. They may have to give up Martin.
They lost
Hero.
Gabe Vincent to the Lakers.
Yeah, you're talking about.
They already lost Vincent.
You're
Duncan Robinson, though, he was a did not play coach's decision.
I'm just saying you're talking about getting rid of 4 or 5 players through free agency trade and then all of your draft picks for Dame. I don't know that that's going to add up to winning.
Is Tony Pollard going to give the Cowboys a huge break? Is he going to save the Cowboys from themselves? And who knew that this Horned Frog was a Pro Football Hall of Fame quarterback? That's next with Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan. But Headlines at 7 o'clock this morning, and then during the Expressway, Nate Diaz against Jake Paul. We're sending you to the fight right here in DFW.
I'll be there.
You are?
I'm going to come back because y'all are going to be grandpas. You're not going to party. And then I'll just be like, why am I hanging around Oxnard for no reason?
Well,
I'll just go back to see the fight.
While we're chilling with Jerry Jones and you're sitting in your hotel room.
Yeah.
So shut up.
I would not be in my hotel room. I'd be out somewhere.
By yourself?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you and Broadus. Dawson will even go.
Me and Hagee. It's me and Hagee.
What's that fist puppet place we went to last year? We're going to do the same thing again this year on that Friday or Saturday night in Oxnard.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was like the club we went to dinner, like a whole group came out.
I mean, we went out the Jay Glazer night.
Yeah, that was the Jay. It was the same night, I think.
Okay.
Where we started dinner in that back room area where you were, where we met Sarah and grilled her.
That may have been that night. I can't. We were out there 2 nights in a row in Ventura.
Either way, I'll tell you, somebody who was really thrilled was Hagee. When he heard I wasn't going, he gasped and he was like, "Can I not go with you?" Like he doesn't want to go.
You guys would be amazed listening. Like the amount of social issues that people in radio have.
I have said
for years, the largest collection of people with social disorders reside in sports media.
Right?
100%. Most of them are writers.
Like I have anxiety. I don't want to go out. I can't be around people. I don't want to be at this event.
Yep.
Meanwhile, you're sitting here supposed to showing off a personality to millions
and
millions of people.
And millions. They're mostly the writers, I think. They just hide behind their keyboard. No offense, just kidding. But like but I think typically in the radio world or TV, you should be a normal functioning human being. Now, Sean and I are, but
I am the king of going out and drinking with listeners and like getting parties together that aren't even like station events. So I'm gonna go hang out. I'm gonna go hang out with listeners this weekend. We're gonna go drink this weekend. I've already made plans for it.
Where?
It's in Yard House in Las Colinas, probably. So
all
right. Choppy, give us a Tony Pollard update. Today is franchise tag deadline day. Tony Pollard got tagged. We'll get to Saquon Barkley in just a second. What's the latest?
Yeah, so they had a prediction machine kind of thing going on Josh Jacobs, and they think that it comes and goes. He ups the ante, demands a trade. In terms of Saquon Barkley, he thinks the holdout talk is posturing. The Giants have momentum; they're going to give him the deal. When it comes to Pollard, man, I couldn't stand up for a minute when I read this. Read the whole thing to you. The Memphis product earned his first Pro Bowl nod, 1,300 yards from scrimmage, 12 touchdowns, 5.2 a carry, third in the NFL among running backs. Something to note, he's only one of these 4 players that have actually signed his franchise tag. The others haven't. There apparently is, quote, no urgency between Pollard and the Cowboys to strike a long-term deal, according to Joel Corey, the CBS salary cap expert. This upcoming season, he's going to be the number 1 back for the first time, setting the stage for him to have another career year. Suffered a nasty ankle injury. He's expected to be ready for the season. Oh, no urgency. Now this just makes me.
Why would he not have urgency?
Yeah, that I don't get.
Who reported this?
Joel Corey. He's not a lightweight, right? Joel Corey's a decent guy.
Got the agent perspective.
Okay. So and here's the thing: is it one where he just because Joel is good and Joel knows a lot of people in the NFL. Joel, I feel like sometimes if he's saying something like no urgency, it's more like him just interpreting what he's seen in terms of the way they've approached it. So that may not be in a report of, I know for a fact they don't have urgency. Now, look, I'll say this. I think there's next to no chance something gets done today. Today's the deadline. I think there's essentially no chance. Pollard, in all likelihood, is playing on. I think there's a better chance that Diggs, Dak, Lamb, whoever, Steele, all get extensions. All 4 of them get extensions done before training camp. Then that Pollard gets an extension. Because you think the Cowboys
actually learned a Zeke lesson? Is that why?
I just don't think that they want to lock in long term. I don't know that it's related to Zeke. I would love to say that it is, but
I hope you're right.
This is the same team that keeps talking about bringing Zeke back and like, well, don't close the door. Never say never. He can still get us those valuable, 18 inches on 3rd and 1. And so
absolutely can.
There's a little bit of that, but I don't know that's so much learning a lesson as much as it is they want to see him. Okay, you've been hurt. Let's see you go play on it. And he wants to get locked in. The idea that there'd be no urgency between both of them, though, is interesting. I'm sure Pollard wants to get paid. The PA is putting the pressure on every single running back to lock in and get paid right now.
Even take a lower deal?
No, I mean, that's what I mean. They're putting pressure on them to fight for long-term deals
yeah.
at higher salaries to bring the value of the market
Absolutely.
back up.
Yeah, no doubt. Look, I mean, you know, I would much prefer the Cowboys tag him like they did than give him a long-term deal or use a first on a running back.
Sure.
Like, if I were to order it, would be like, tag is my first preference. I don't want to use a first on a running back, and I don't want to use a long-term deal on a running back. Now, I would do a long-term deal if it's cheap. It's $3 to $5 million a year. Even that's still a little high, but you know, I get it. You got to pay these guys something. But yeah, this is much more preferable. The tag.
Yeah, because you can walk away from it in a year if you want.
Right. Absolutely. And you know, you see how Deuce Vaughn does. You know, see what Malik's got throughout the year as the number 2 or wherever they put him. So, I mean, this is okay. This made me very happy.
Pollard's not going to make too much noise. He doesn't really have too much of an argument to make too much noise, but Saquon, he's making a lot of noise in New York. He's got his deadline today.
Yes. In fact, Mike Florio had reported that it does not matter that Saquon Barkley has new representation. He switched his agents. He had been with Rock Nation for a long time. Kim Mile, his agent for the entirety of his career. And he had switched over to CAA. And they wanted that to be a reset. Like, look, hey, I've got new representation. I want to start things over on the negotiation process. We need a clean slate here because these guys haven't negotiated this deal before. And the Giants are going, no, we're not restarting. We're not starting over from square one. This is where things are. If you don't like it, then I guess we don't have anything to negotiate. So it sounds like good for the Giants, bad for the Cowboys, bad for Cowboys fans if you want the Giants to lock in with Saquon Barkley for an extended period of time, because Barkley is the one that seems to be talking a lot of trash of, I'll sit out. Yeah. I won't come in. But then again, Zeke also talked that same trash, sat out training camp, but he would have played week 1. If they would have not buckled.
He won the negotiation.
He did, but if they wouldn't have buckled the Cowboys, Zeke would have showed up and Zeke would have played on his deal. I know for a fact he was going to show up and play.
Oh,
he needs some money.
He did.
Exclusive. There's a lot of hype and excitement right now in Carolina. It sounds like Bryce Young is getting voted like class president. People are in love with this cat as his teammate. But Miles Sanders, the former Eagle and new Panther, is loving a different quarterback who we know pretty well here in Fort Worth.
You know, we got a lot of talent, a lot of young talent, got some vets on the team too, but you really create a championship team between OTAs and training camp. And we're about to get into training camp, and stuff's going to really matter. But I have a good feeling about these guys. These guys work, and that's the main thing I've noticed in OTAs. We got a very, very good young quarterback that's being mentored by a very, very, very good quarterback, future Hall of Famer, Andy Dalton, that I have a lot of respect for.
Sorry, what?
What's that? The future Hall of Famer Andy Dalton.
Is there a Ginger Hall of Fame I don't know of?
There's a reason. That was on WFNZ. There's a reason why we talk about
our boys T-Bone. Remember Tri-Tip?
Oh.
T-Bone and Mac and T-Bone. Hey, yo, T-Bone. That T-Bone. Wow, we shook him when we called him Tri-Tip. He had nothing. There was no response there was no comeback for that.
There's a reason why we dismiss the NFL Top 100 and different players list because of opinions like this from Miles Sanders.
Yeah, there's two things here. It's like either he's just really just being a good teammate, or we need to have a CTE conversation with Miles Sanders. Like he's sticking up for a team. I get it. You want them to stick up for teammates, but my gosh, man, just say Andy Dalton. Just say, I think he's a starter in this league. Okay, because you can make the case that Andy Dalton is one of the 32 best quarterbacks.
Right.
You can make I don't think he is, but you can make that case. You can't. Hall of Fame.
How many Pro Bowls for Andy Dalton? Keep in mind the Pro Bowl.
3.
Yep, 3.
All right, it's good. I'll tell you what. If you told me that I was going to draft a quarterback and he was going to make 3 Pro Bowls,
dude,
he was one of these sub-in guys. I think twice though, where like 3 quarterbacks had.
Yeah, but we're gonna forget those Cincy days.
He won 10 games a year for like 5 years. But he was fine.
Yeah, winless in the playoffs for his career. Winless about that.
Didn't they blow like a 30-point playoff? Didn't they blow a huge lead against the Colts? We'll go back and look at that.
Meanwhile, is this Netflix thing going to help Kirk Cousins' future? Is there what's the one word that people would use to describe Cousins with this Netflix? He was asked about Justin Jefferson's top 5 list. I've never seen anything like this where Justin Jefferson was asked to name the top 5 quarterbacks in the league. Cousins was not on there, and he said, I didn't even see it. This is the first time hearing about it. As a competitor, you want to be top 5, People have to be honest and share what they think. I'm not going to tell someone what they need to think. Hopefully next year I'll be on his list. We'll see what we can do this year. And then Bobby Wagner and others are loving this one line. This went viral. This one line that Kirk Cousins dropped on Netflix to talk about his critics.
I love this quote by Margaret Thatcher that says, if my critics saw me walking on water, they would say it's because I can't swim.
Man, I love this dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's a great line.
He's so awesome, man. Like
you see, people are.
Yeah.
It's borrowed, though.
It's borrowed. It's borrowed. There's no doubt.
Bobby Wagner said, "That's a bar." He wrote, "That's a bar." That's what the kids say these days, I guess.
What does that mean?
It's like a bar.
It's like a Xanax or
no.
That's a yep.
No, like a line in a song. That's a bar.
2 Xanax balls.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, it's better than I'm here. Like the trash talk everybody's freaking about.
I'm him.
I'm here. I'm here.
I'm right here.
Look,
I am right here.
You know what? There is a little bit of that though that's true about Kirk Cousins. That it does feel like Kirk Cousins is at a point of his career that it doesn't matter what he does. People are just gonna there was the mic'd up segment at the Von Miller pass rush camp where Cameron Jordan's giving tips and talking about, if you do this, blah 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 blah, and if they hold on to the ball too long, he goes, we call those Kirk Cousins. And he's like, we call that the Cousins. And that's the way guys talk about it. He is eternally disrespected. He's got a better career than Andy Dalton. Kirk Cousins is better than Dalton.
Oh, yes.
And yet, if you looked at it, I bet that people have historically talked more favorably about Dalton than Cousins.
I mean, look, I know that.
And you know what I say about Cousins?
Yeah, he's the white Dak.
Exactly, man. You and I, we're on the same page.
I don't even see race. You guys just go straight to that.
You just said ginger. You just put him in a ginger Hall of Fame.
Well, that's it. Andy Dalton. That's different. Gingers have no souls. So.
Kirk is somewhere.
Broadus is listening right now, shaking his head. He's texting me right now.
Kirk is somewhere between like the 12th and 16th quarterback in the league. That's fine. He's a good player.
At any given time, I think he's been somewhere between 8 and 12.
Sure.
Like that.
Yeah. Whatever. I mean,
I don't think I think he's better than just the middle of the pack.
He feels like a stat. He's a stat accumulator. That's what Cousins feels like. You look at the numbers and you're like, whoa, okay, wow, nice. But then you got your primetime stat, and he can't win this.
He doesn't win outside of noon. But that's I blame the Big Ten. Big Ten played all their games at noon. Like that's what they just do. They just play their games at noon. And that's where you got accustomed to. You got accustomed to waking up and going to the field and playing.
Washington, same thing.
Yep, Washington played all their games at noon. He likes to wake up, get to the field, and play. That's what he does. But man, like I don't think he's. I mean, I think his career is disrespected. I mean, look, Dak's career is disrespected to an extent. Look, my guy Carr. I think his career is disrespected. Goff's disrespected.
Garoppolo.
Does San Francisco win a Super Bowl if this entire time Shanahan has had Cousins?
That's who he wanted.
I think they would.
I think they do.
I think they would have. I think he's better than I think he's clearly better than Garoppolo. And he's been healthy.
Yeah.
All right, so there it is around the NFL on tag deadline day. The Rangers, did they get any help from the American League West? They start off the second half with the sweep. DeAndre Hopkins has his new team. Did you watch actually the tennis yesterday morning? And a brand new giveaway during the Expressway. Jake Paul, Nate Diaz, for you turning it on, leaving it on. We're going to hook you up, starting with headlines right after this. But are you ready to leave?
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
So here's Josh Young now with the infield in, tying run at third, go-ahead run at second. He swings, drives one into left, a base hit. Lowe scores, Adolis around third. Here's the throw, it's cut. Adolis scores standing up, and the Rangers lead 6-5. Josh Young delivers a two-run single through the drawn-in infield.
A weekend of comebacks in the American League West. Good morning, Metroplex. This is your radio sports page. These are your headlines to recap the weekend and get you ready. Everything you need to know to start off your Monday with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. We also have a brand new Tolo giveaway. I'm excited to hook up listeners with this during the Expressway. Jake Paul, Nate Diaz. That feels like it could be a brawl.
Yeah.
Taking place right here in the Metroplex.
It does. It does feel like it'd be a brawl, and Bobby says he'll be there, so we'll see. But look, Jake Paul is. You can say what you want, whether it's fake, it's all that. I mean, the dude draws eyeballs.
And Nate Diaz doesn't feel like he's going to go along with any fake scripted stuff. That's just my feeling on Nate. But we're going to hook you up with it during the Expressway today and every single day this week. The Rangers come back. Unfortunately, the Astros came back as well on Sunday Night Baseball, but the Rangers get the win 6-5, down 5-2 in the 8th inning. They score 4 runs, and the Angels could have helped us out a little bit more. Shohei hit number 34. They were up 7-5, and then the Astros score 4 runs late. They end up winning that game 9-8. So the lead in the American League West after the Rangers sweep Cleveland is 3.
Yep, and now look, you got you're gonna have McClanahan tonight, and he has been banged up.
Rays are also 3-7 in their last 10.
Yep. So and then obviously they had the break, but
the Orioles are on fire, winning 8 straight. It's a 1-game lead in the East.
Can you imagine being Tampa, getting up to that start, and here we are, not even halfway through the season, and that lead's gone.
Yeah.
It's they have
this is the hang on, hold on to your life series starting tonight on the Fan.
Yes, it is. I mean, look, the AL East, every team is separated by 9 games.
The AL East is stupid. The last place team is 6 games over 500.
Yeah.
The Yankees and Red Sox tied.
It's crazy. Like that's a beast of a division. And the Rays are going to, like every one of those teams, even the Red Sox and Yankees are 9 out, are theoretically in it. You could overcome 9 games in 80 days. So like it's a monster. The Rays have got to win, and they need McClanahan. They got him tonight. That should be a good pitching matchup. Dunning and McClanahan. Let's go.
I need a Yankees sweep of the Angels.
The Angels
coming up here because
that ain't gonna happen. They just lost 2 or 3 to Colorado.
Angels are 2-11 in their last 13. Just keep stacking up these losses. Make Shohei Ohtani available.
That's what they could trade him in New York.
Sell your broken Jack Leiter to him.
Yeah.
Perfect.
We don't want. I mean, you might be right, Chop, but we don't want Shohei being moved.
No, because they would move him potentially to a threat.
Buster only says the Yankees.
Yeah. Like, if the Yankees get him, I mean, okay, now they get Judge back, and that's a formidable lineup, even though they can't hit their way out of paper bag right now. Now, if you trade him here, then, I mean, great. All bets are off.
Mariners were in the same position with Cliff Lee, and they were basically the same baseball team, and they traded him within the division, so maybe the Angels will do the same.
I want to do a little market watch on some other pitchers. Bobby, maybe you can get your guys in Pittsburgh, but Lance...
and real quick, one more thing about the Angels. There was nobody there yesterday. Nobody.
Stephen A. Smith was
in
right.
that crowd, and that's usually a pretty good crowd. There was nobody there. So
right about what?
He said nobody in LA is going to damn Angels games. He said nobody cares about this team.
And historically, the Angels have been pretty decent. Like, it's a very underrated crowd. But the last couple of years, even with Shohei, they've been outside the top 10 of attendance. That's surprising. Maybe it's COVID. It's LA.
Lance Lynn, man. Lance Lynn on Saturday, 5 1/3, 6 hits, 4 earned. So his last 3 starts, he went 6 innings, 8 hits, 5 earned against the Angels.
Pass.
Then he was dynamite against Toronto. But now this was against Atlanta, in Atlanta. But the numbers for Lance Lynn do not look fantastic.
No. And look, Lance is a bigger dude. I wonder if the pitch clock is Alex Manoah to him a little bit this year.
Yep.
I'd be out. I'd be out on him. I'd give me youth, man.
My guy, old Maxie. Scherzer against
Leva?
Scherzer against the Dodgers, 7 innings, 1 hit, 0 earned, 6 strikeouts as the Mets won 2-1 in 10 yesterday. So there's old Scherzer trying to make himself more attractive.
So my guys for the Pirates, Mitch Keller has not pitched since the break, but his last 6 starts, he has 35 strikeouts in 37 innings, a 2.68 ERA in his last 6 starts. And then David Bednar, the reliever, he's coming out of the All-Star break, had 2 scoreless appearances. In fact, over his last 11 appearances, he has not given up a run. So David Bednar, very, very good on the season now. His ERA, I think, it's 1.22 for the yeyear now.
Wow.
Sandler texted me, Astros have Colorado and Oakland this week.
Oh, that should be 5 of 6 for them.
6-0.
Corey Majors was talking about this on Friday. He said by the time the Rangers and Astros meet, I mean, Houston could have leapfrogged us. It is great, and it makes you feel better about a reset needed during the All-Star break with what was happening against Boston, what was happening against the Nationals, that you come out and you sweep the Guardians. But this schedule is advantage Houston. There's zero doubt about it, and it would not be surprising if we're tied or even trailing in the West when these two meet for the Silver Boot. Jared also said random trade prediction, Ohtani, Tampa. And if he gets traded to an NL team, AL MVP Corey Seager. So that's the Sandman. Rangers play-by-play voice saying no information, no intel, just a little feeling.
Well, that's interesting. If he does get traded to an NL team, Seager might be in that. He might be in the driver's seat.
Imagine John Daniels screwing us again.
Oh, by trade for
Ohtani in Tampa.
Yeah. What is he? Just a special advisor? I don't know. He's not the GM, but
Spittle texting. Angels currently 11th in average attendance this year. Last year finished 13th in average attendance.
Yeah.
Come on, Stephen A.
So, well, look, I mean, for prior to COVID, they were about 8th, 7th, 8th. And since COVID, they've been outside the top 10. For whatever reason, maybe it's LA, who knows. But you would think that with Shohei and with Trout, when he plays, that they're a guaranteed top team. Now, in 2021, I get it. They had limited attendance out in LA, and maybe they had attendance restrictions last year too. I had to go back and check on that one, but yeah, last couple of years they've been outside the top 10, which is not great. It's still not. It's not terrible. It's an underrated fan base, but it's still not like the Dodgers.
DeAndre Hopkins ends up with the Tennessee Titans. It's about a 2-year, $26 million deal. The Dallas Mavericks throwing in with some boring names like Kelly Oubre. We're hearing Bogdanovich again over the weekend with some of the different rumors. Clint Capella out there as well. The Dame trade has still not happened. And the biggest basketball story has to do with Steph Curry on the golf course.
It's obvious he can really play.
Boy, this is right at it if it gets there. How about that?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Hole in one. Yesterday wins it with an eagle putt with the Celebrity Golf Championship.
And did you see his reaction to the eagle putt? When that ball was about 4 feet out, he knew it was going to go in. He dropped the club, lifted his hat, turned around, and started running, Al Bundy style.
Augusta would kick him out. They'd be like, that is not the way to handle yourself here on the golf
you're probably
course.
right.
Do you still dislike him, Choppy? Because to me, he's the definition of lovable. I love this guy so much.
I like him on the golf course. I hate him on the basketball court. I don't like when he does his mouth guard. Keep that dang thing in your mouth. No one wants to see your. I mean, first of all, I have a mouth guard that I sleep in. Those things stank. Stank, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that. Keep that thing in your mouth. I bet you the rest of the team. That's why nobody guards him. I don't want to smell his breath with that mouth guard. Mouth guards, man, they stink. Stink.
It's just a germaphobe thing.
Oh,
I would think you'd love him though. Like he brought the NBA into the modern era. He's the one chucking up all the threes. Like he's the pinnacle of efficiency. You should love him.
I honestly don't love the NBA
period.
No, no.
Well, yeah.
Just end the sentence.
I used to because I love basketball. I love college basketball, but I like ball movement. I don't like just ISO. So
That's what the Warriors were. They created ball movement.
The Spurs. I like the Spurs.
Oh my!
The Spurs were. They created ball movement.
Anyway.
I like lower scoring. I like mid-range jumpers. I don't like just chucking threes left and right.
You just told me you hated Kelly Oubre because of the mid-range
You just
jumpers.
yelled at him for talking about inside the 3-point line.
No, I understand. That's not how I want my team to build their team around.
Oh, okay.
I know it's the best way to win. I just don't like watching it.
Meanwhile, opposite of Steph is LeBron changing numbers again. I've said this from the beginning of time. Athletes should have to be locked into numbers. Unless there's some crazy extenuating circumstance. He's going, I've lost track. I had to go look it up. How many times he's gone from 6 to 23, 23 to 6. He wore 6 to honor Bill Russell, and now he's switching back to number 23 again for the Lakers. Lucky for you.
Yeah, lucky for you. I'm still playing. Actually, if he's doing it for jersey sales, whatever, short-sighted. Could you imagine Tom changing his number when he went to Tampa? He kept it. Kept 12.
Well, that's at least fine. But, changing it with the team that you're on now, I guess Laker fans are already going to have 23 jerseys anyway. But I always think this screws over fans.
Yeah, I agree.
I really do. So he's worn 23 in 14 of his 20 seasons. It'll be 15 out of 21 for this upcoming season. But, man, I like my athletes to,
keep the same number.
Keep the same number.
Yep.
That's what I refer to. Stockton was 12, and Malone was 32. Dirk is 41.
Yeah, he was.
Gary Payton was 20. I know. I don't. Maybe I'm weird. I know.
I used to be really good with it.
Numbers.
I lost a lot of memory. I used to be really good at remembering those things. But
Mattingly was 23.
Yep. I mean, look, I like the guys keeping the same number generally as well. You imagine Jackie Robinson changing from 42? No, that's what he is. He's 42.
Yeah.
Babe Ruth's 3. They're not changing. It's just I hate it. I'm with you.
All right. Yesterday, Wimbledon taking center stage at center court as I really wanted to call him Alcaraz. Alcatraz. But I think it's Alcaraz. Carlos.
It's Alcaraz.
Alcaraz?
Alcaraz, yeah.
Alcaraz takes out the Joker in a instant classic. They're calling it 5-set Wimbledon final.
Oh, it's tremendous. This was so much fun to watch. And Joker has dominated this event. He hadn't lost on that court, in center court, in almost 4,000 days. It was 2013.
This was for the career Grand Slam, too, for Joker. For the yearly Grand Slam, sorry.
Right, because he had won the first 2.
Calendar year.
Yeah, so all he had to do was he had to win the U.S. Open, right, in September or August.
Yeah.
So he was halfway home.
Yeah.
And this was the one, this is his event, man.
Yep.
4-time defending champ.
Australian Open's probably his, but this number 2.
Yeah, I mean, he had like I said, he hadn't lost here he had 45 straight wins on center court. Hadn't lost on that court since 2013. 4-time defending champ here in a row. They obviously didn't have it in 2020, but he wins 22, 21, 19, 18. The guy's phenomenal at this event. Maybe he's the best ever. Who knows, right? It's him. There's 3 guys, but this is the new kid, man, the new hot shot, the 20-year-old, and he had that what do they call it, a little drop shot?
Drop shot.
Where it's just just dink it over the net, which I hate. That's
power.
Give me power, baby. If you don't have power, I don't want you on my TV.
And mid-range jumpers.
Dunks.
You know what the most impressive thing, though, sports feet-wise, over the weekend, maybe besides Steph, This WNBA three-point shooting contest, and I'm not trolling. Did you see this
Sabrina
girl?
Ionescu?
Yes.
26 of 28 or something?
She missed her first, and she missed one more. She hit 20 straight threes.
She's amazing.
How'd you know her name?
College basketball. Through the college game. Yeah, she was, I think she was at Oregon.
Never before. This is the greatest three-point shooting contest performance.
Yeah.
Male or female.
She was, I mean, she's always been a great shooter. She's tremendous. I didn't watch it live.
Do you know when it was on?
Friday afternoon.
Friday afternoon.
That's what the
way to go, WNBA.
Okay, that's very MLB of them.
Reggie
right
was
there.
probably, doing an Aussie podcast on it.
See, but that's the point. Look, I mean, this was awesome, and when you watch, when you watch the highlights on Twitter or whatever else, it's incredible to watch. Just sort of like get the shot up and splash, splash, splash each time. But this is why, for as much as there seems to be a lot of pressure towards the consumer as, hey, you're the reason why the WNBA isn't popular. This is why the WNBA a lot of times doesn't get out of its own way. Why are you putting all-star skills events or whatever else that are meant to display the skills of your players, which people are critical of? Why are you not putting that on at night? Why is this Friday afternoon when people are at work?
She scored 37 points. Before this, the women's record was 30. The men's was 31. So that was impressive. That was awesome. Headlines to recap the weekend and get you ready for your Monday. Thanks for being a Tolo. We want to, the list just came out. We've changed the plans. We usually do best and worst of the weekend. We're going to hook you up. I'm not even looking at this.
Oh, baby. I got my list.
Everyone in the league has ranked their top 10 quarterbacks. Will Bobby Belt be pleased or disgusted? Where's Dak Prescott if he even made it to the top 10 list? It's fresh off the printer, and we'll bring it to you in the Expressway next.
Let's get you over.
Yeah. Ooh-wee. The quarterback list just came out. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the commercial-free Expressway. 40 minutes uninterrupted right here on your home of America's team as we are heading out to Cowboys training camp in just 1 week. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt, what are you feeling right now?
I mean, look, they're
because you've looked pretty nervous in the last 5 minutes of commercial time. Be honest.
I just don't want. I don't want to be furious. Is all. I don't want to start off my Monday in just a terrible mood.
Yeah.
But I'm ready for this list. We've changed every TV in the room here, all three of them, to MLB Network to make sure that Get Up doesn't spoil the list for us. Nobody texted in and spoil it for us. But my big thing is Dak needs to be on the list somewhere.
Okay.
I've got my. Do you want me to just run through my top where I think the top 10 is going to be?
Okay, but when you say
he needs to be between 6 and 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He'll be 9. I think he'll be 9.
You think he'll be 9?
9, God.
This
9
is
10, yeah.
Jeremy Fowler polling the league. 80 people, coaches, players, executives. Every week during the Expressway, we go through the different positions, and the QB list just came out. Roberto, give us your preliminary list before we unveil what they said.
1 to 10?
Yep.
Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Herbert, Rodgers, Hurts.
Wait a second.
This is not my list. This is not, no. This is not my list. This is not my. This is what I think they're going to tell us.
You're predicting it.
Yeah, this is what I think they're going to tell us.
You're way too low on Hurts.
No, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Herbert, Rodgers, Hurts, Lawrence, Dak, Lamar, Kirk.
Okay.
I think they will be Mahomes, Burrow, Hurts, Allen, Herbert, Rodgers, Lamar,
Hurts
Lawrence.
over Allen.
I think they'll have Hurts over Allen.
Okay, start it from your Hurts.
So Hurts, Allen, Herbert, Rodgers, Lamar, Lawrence, Dak, Goff. That's what I think they'll have their 10. But I think you're right. I think Kirk will be 10. I think you're right. I think they will have Kirk 10.
I have ignored and avoided the list until now. Here we go. The league has spoken. At number 1, of course, is Patrick Mahomes. Last year he was 2, which, Choppy, I know you annihilated all those voting.
Anybody see this was the same thing. Like people would for years try to find some way to make Mike Trout not number 1 in baseball.
Yep.
And they did that for years. And now maybe you could probably do that now. But
could definitely do it.
Yeah.
Now.
Well, he's first of all he's hurt. But he's always hurt. But you can't do that with Mahomes. Like there will come a day. There will come a day, but these people they love to outthink themselves. They do.
And 2 people voted him number 2 this year.
Those 2 people need to, first of all, they're probably in the AFC West, they're just bitter. But those people need to lose their jobs.
So last year 2, this year, everyone voted him number 1 except for 2.
Name names. Name names.
I wish I had them.
Jamar Chase.
At number 2 is Joe Burrow.
Ooh, 2 for 2, baby.
Someone voted Burrow 1. Lowest ranking 6.
All right, name that name.
Last year he was 5, and this year someone put him 6.
What's more egregious? Somebody putting him 6 or putting Mahomes 2?
That's a good question.
Burrow 6.
I agree. 6. Unflappable, very calm, poised. Whether you're pressuring him, whether he's ahead or behind, he stays level all the time from an AFC offensive coach. Said Burrow is 2, and it's not even close. Josh Allen. Tough as hell and extremely accurate. Elite as an intermediate to deep passer. An NFL scout. He takes the time to appreciate because the elite athlete isn't what you see first. But the more you watch him, the more you're like, damn, he's doing the right thing every play. It's a lot like Breeze and Brady when they start doing things so consistently every year and you're thinking, man, he really is that guy. At number 3, Josh Allen.
Boom.
Last year, ranked 3. Highest ranking this year, he got a first place vote. So everyone voted for Mahomes 1, except one person voted Burrow 1. One person voted Allen 1. Lowest ranking, 5. Someone put him 5.
All right.
NFL scout. His top 20 plays in a game are as good as Mahomes. But then Buffalo will go nearly a half and do next to nothing. That doesn't happen to KC. AFC exec. If you're starting a team, I consider taking him first. He can put a squad on his back.
You know, the fact that the top 3 quarterbacks in the league are in the AFC. This has been this way for, look, the top 2 quarterbacks in the league were in the AFC for about 20 years. Now it's the top 3 for an additional however many. And we don't even know where Rodgers is.
A scout said, I think Allen got worn down mentally and physically at the end of last year. He had a lot on his plate. They didn't seem as creative without Dayball. Some games it felt like they were throwing it 40 or so times. He was running it another 10. He just needed help. Who did you both say they'd have it for?
I said Herbert.
I had Hurts at 3, so I had Allen at 4.
Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, wow.
You can't.
I had him at 5. I just think it's funny.
Highest ranking 2, lowest ranking 8. Last year, he was 1. He was 1 on this list last year. Despite pedestrian, for him, numbers last season, still brings elite QB play to the Jets, according to an NFC North coach. I'm so glad to have him out of the division. He's still one of the quarterbacks that you hate to face. AFC scout. I think everyone is afraid to say he's declined a little. Bam! Put that in bold letters, because that is 1,000,000% true. Everyone is afraid, except for Bobby Belt, to say that he's declined. He's still a great thrower, sees it really well, but he's more like ranked 8th to 12 for me. And then finally, in AFC exec, if you watch this tape, he still makes beautiful throws, some. It's hard when you don't have comfort level with receivers. That's probably undervalued. People don't take it into account. It's not instant make orange juice. Is that a thing?
Instant orange juice?
Like the little frozen can one that you pop and mix with water, I guess?
You could see chemistry and timing was off early on. He might not have the same ability to run, but he'll have upgrades to the Jets offense and will take advantage. At number 5.
Herbert.
Justin Herbert.
Yes! Well, they are down on Jalen Hurts.
I had Herbert at 5, so I guess I finally got one right.
Lowest ranking was 9. Last year, he was 7. Highest ranking 2. Someone put him 2. NFC scout.
Let's see. You can't put him 2. You cannot put him that high.
I agree.
You just can't yet. Nobody can. There's no reason. I mean, nobody has been given more leeway without doing anything in this league than Justin Herbert.
And I want to see if he gets called out here. NFC scout. Herbert is at the hump where they need him to win now. He's got everything you need. Fantastic player. Now it's time to make that jump. The offense puts so much on him, and that's hard for him. High-ranking NFL official. Whatever the Chargers pay him, he will be worth it. He's deadly. He's a problem, said an AFC exec. He's done well with the tools that he has. So that's 1 through 5. These are 80 people surveyed every NFL offseason by Jeremy Fowler, ESPN. Today is the list everyone will be talking about the QBs. Mahomes 1, Burrow 2, Josh Allen 3, Aaron Rodgers 4, Herbert 5, Bobby, who's 6?
This will be Hurts.
It is Jalen Hurts. Well done. Highest ranking was 3. Lowest ranking was 10.
Damn right, whoever you are.
You can't get him that low unless you're going just off of 1 year and say you can't rank him higher because it's only been 1 year. I mean, last year you can't say he was not a top 4 quarterback last year.
Run a real play. Quit your quarterback sneak.
It's like the oldest. Literally, it's literally the oldest play in the sport.
Run a real play.
I'm just going to read the whole thing because this is our rival. Hurts' total package elevated him to top 6 status. He's known as a tireless worker and strong leader. He has grown as a passer every year. The QBR as a rookie was 33.8, then 54.6, then 66.4 over the following 2 years. His savvy as a runner helps him break off timely rushes based on his reads of the defense. His 18 rushing touchdowns represent the most by a quarterback in a single season in NFL history. NFL personnel director, quote, he's one of those guys who has progressively added to his game. Not really flappable, similar to Burrow in that sense. He remains calm. He can do all the things you need to from the pocket. I don't see why he can't be a precision passer. Look at all the games where he's had to dial it up from the pocket. He has that in his game. Look at end of games. His fourth quarter QBR is ranked first in the league by a wide margin. It's an 84. Goff was 2 in fourth quarter QBR. His 73 adjusted completion percentage ranks 2nd. Also led the NFL in completion percentage from inside the pocket. Threw for 10 touchdowns on passes of 25 yards or more. And then finally, NFL offensive veteran coach. What I like about him is he knows he's got great receivers. So when he has a one-on-one, he throws it. He doesn't hesitate. He might never be the kind of pinpoint accurate passer that Rodgers or Cousins is, but he's improving in that area.
Cousins pinpoint.
And he's made of all the right stuff. He's everything you want from a QB as far as how he carries himself. Jalen Hurts, number 6. Number 7?
Trevor Lawrence.
I had Lamar.
It is Lamar Jackson, RJ Choppy.
Erroneous! Erroneous on both counts.
All right, so that's the one that set you off versus Hurts over Dak.
I mean, Hurts over Dak is dumb, but I get like he was
better.
He was an MVP candidate last year, so he was better last year. He's also 2 years removed from being a. He's 2 years removed from being a scrub.
You're Bobby Recency. That's who you are. You're Bobby. What have you done lately?
All right. Well, then you can be
Bobby
the same one. You can
Bobby
be,
come lately.
Okay.
Bobby come lately. You're Bobby come lately.
All right. And you are RJ. Robert Griffin III is an elite quarterback. Carson Wentz is an elite quarterback. We've been through this before.
Hang on. When have I ever said
you
Carson?
didn't? I'm just saying when you talk about a standalone year. If you're just talking about standalone year, we can say that about Carson Wentz. We can say it about Robert Griffin. Like, you can go through the history. Like, I'm not going to take 1 year of Jalen Hurts. He will never be as good as. No, I'm not. I'm taking the fact. Look, when you put it in the context of he's damn near 40.
Yeah, I get
or what
that.
is he? Is he 40? He's 39, 40, something like that.
I get it.
When he's almost 40, 1 year starts to matter in terms of, is this the decline? I don't think we're ever seeing anything as close to that again from Hurts.
Ranking Lamar Jackson, though, is the most. He's one of the most interesting guys ever to rank in the National Football League. He could be off of 100 list. He could be number 1 on the list, as he was from the players. Like last year on this list, he was an honorable mention. His highest ranking on this list was 4. His lowest ranking was unranked.
Yeah, very difficult to do because he's
so
also hurt
polarizing.
now. He gets hurt a lot now, so it's like, yeah, I get it. It's I think Lamar's peak is really, really high. I mean, obviously it's very high. We've seen it, but there's the other side of that. I mean, he will get hurt, and they have not. I don't think they've done a great job of putting offensive weapons around him.
All right, here's what the league is saying. NFL scouting director. Prior to the knee, he was doing some big things from the pocket as a passer. Some of those early games, he was dialing it up. He had a QB rating of 98 or higher in 4 of his first 8 starts. He was solid on third down. He had a 70 QBR. That was 10th in the NFL. Quote, he's definitely evolving as a passer, taking it to the next level. He's a smart runner. Teams want to peg him in that role, but he never really gets his due. He knows how to elude and avoid big hits. Since coming into the league, he's been contacted 877 times. That's 27 more than the rest of the field combined. So that's talking about damages. Teams are eager to see the new OC, Todd Monken, trips, empty spread offense, pistol passing concepts, and the new targets in Odell, Zay Flowers, and Aguilar. Quote, he's had excuses before. He won't have them now, said an NFL personnel evaluator. Time to put it all together as a passer. Number 8.
Trevor Lawrence.
You are correct.
All right.
Highest ranking this year was 4. Lowest ranking, not ranked. Last year, not ranked. Okay. I'll just give you a couple quotes. NFL coordinator. He looked like the player that was promised in the draft. It wouldn't surprise me if he's top 5 next year. The only knock on him, he takes too many risks. Like, did you really need to try to squeeze that throw in there? But I'd rather that than someone who doesn't play with that confidence. Number 9.
Dak
Prescott.
You are correct.
All right.
Roberto, can you breathe? Highest ranking?
6.
7.
Fair.
No one put him higher than 7.
I don't think you can get him higher. Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Herbert. I don't think anybody could say that
you can remove Lamar.
Right, but you can't get him higher than... Okay,
you can't get him higher than probably... Depending on how high somebody thinks of Hurts, you can't, in any justifiable way, get him higher than 6 right now.
Okay.
But, I mean, if you talk about Hurts being a standalone year, if it's just 1 year, then you could talk your way into 5 given the time.
You could, but you can't get him higher. Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Herbert.
Those 4 you can't get
Those
him
4
past.
you can't, and probably not Rodgers just based on his career.
It just depends whether you think he's washed or not.
Right, whether you think he's washed
He
or
is.
not. And then...
He's not.
Look,
you're going to find out the hard way.
The Lawrence issue is tough because he was the chosen one, and he came on. It's like kind of like he figured something out last year. So it's like, okay, Did we just see something?
All right, let's get into the write-up. Highest ranking was 7, lowest ranking unranked. Last year he was 10. So he moves up from 10 to 9 from those in the know throughout the National Football League. One of the most polarizing figures on this list each year. Dak remains a fringe top 10 passer, consistently voted in, yet never considered in the upper echelon. He appeared on nearly 60% of the ballots, but not higher than 7th on any. Throwing 15 picks, tied for worst in the league, despite 5 games with a fractured thumb, was a cloud over him. Quote, NFL personnel evaluator. He just wasn't seeing the field well last year. Wasn't as decisive as in the past. I think that is fair. I always talk about his rhythm and his timing. When he's pop, pop, pop out, like he can catch fire. The turnovers have not hampered Dak's scoring prowess. His 82 QBR from the red zone ranks 3rd. He threw a touchdown on 6% of his passing attempts last year. That's the 4th highest in the league. He has serious chemistry with CeeDee Lamb. He's got a 93 QBR when targeting Lamb, a 57 when targeting other Cowboys. Without Kellen Moore for the first time since 2018, Dak will look to find synergy with Mike McCarthy, who plans to utilize the running game more. Quote, ASC executive, he's been a top 10 quarterback for a few years now. Part of his game that was so great was the ability to run the ball and throw more play action off of it. They didn't have that as much with weapons on the outside, but I'm not down on him. He's accurate. He can extend and make plays. He's elite in his decision-making. That is your write-up for Rain, Dakota, Prescott. There you go.
They're still wrong, though, because he should not be below Lamar Jackson.
Number 10.
Man, I've got
Kirk
a list
Cousins.
of about 6 guys that I think could. These are the only 6 I think that you could put there.
Oh, the only 6?
No, but hang on.
Way to narrow that down. Way to make it very exclusive.
No, but listen to this cat. Listen to this crop.
Okay.
Geno, Stafford. Don't discount some idiot putting Stafford there. Carr, Tua, Goff, and Kirk. Like that. I don't know that there's another one that you could even put there.
Tua, Kirk, Goff, like those are the ones that maybe somebody might try to slip Daniel Jones in here. You never know.
Give me your submission.
Kirk.
I think it should be Goff. I think it's going to be Stafford.
You're right, RJ Choppy.
What? Stafford?
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Highest ranking was...
They've already put 2 guys on the list who can't throw, so why not a 3rd?
He has no arm.
Exactly. That's my point.
Jake DeGrom could throw better than him right now.
Highest ranking was 5. Lowest ranking, not on the list.
Who's putting him at 5 right now?
Orlovsky.
Oh, gosh.
Guaranteed.
Way to ruin
That
my day.
is awful. That is awful.
Let me give you the expert opinions. Personnel man.
He was 26th, 24th in DVOA, and 22nd in QBR last year.
Arm looks good as it ever has. Man, one of my buddies.
That's so funny to give Choppy emphysema.
One of my buddies over the weekend's like, how much does RJ smoke? I was like, he doesn't smoke anymore. He goes, but that laugh.
I haven't smoked in 2 years.
That laugh.
I do feel better.
Good.
It's getting better.
Let's continue. Mobility, not quite what it once was for sure, but when he was healthy, he still played at a really high level, and his arm talent is as good as there is in the league.
Anymore.
All right. One other offensive line coach. He looked shot last year, but they had an abysmal offensive line. Hard for older guys to look good without protection. So I think with some of his bad throws, he was just chucking it up out of frustration. So, ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 quarterback list from those in the know. Quote, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Rodgers 4, Herbert 5, Hurts 6, Lamar 7, Trevor Lawrence 8, Dak 9, Matthew Stafford 10. Honorable mention. Neither of you guys brought this guy's name up.
Justin Fields.
Deshaun Watson.
Mm-hmm.
Cousins. Goff. Carr. Tua. Also receiving votes, Kyler, Daniel Jones, and Justin Fields. There it is.
There it is.
The list that all the shows have been waiting for this morning.
I'm surprised Geno didn't get a vote.
Nobody's buying it because it's just a year.
Yeah. But like,
that's why they have Hurts up there.
If Matt Stafford's getting 5th place votes, I'm surprised Geno didn't get something.
All right, y'all. Let us know what you did. 877. First off, let's hear from the Tolos. Is anyone upheaval? Anyone think it's crazy or fair, accurate? And that's
let's see. For the 251, how was Herbert before Dak? I mean, that's pretty.
Do you have eyes?
Deshaun's not a top 10. Deshaun Watson not a top 10 quarterback. Laughable. I can't wait for this season to start.
I lost Dak Wentz badly. My next one to possibly look really stupid on is Dak Deshaun. That's the next one up from. I got Rodgers with Bobby, but the Dak Deshaun thing has been lingering for a couple of years.
Honorable mention needs to be Cooper Rush for the official station of the Cowboys. I don't know what that has anything to do with
Cooper Trooper.
Dak
Hater, Cooper Trooper.
Yeah.
Probably my father-in-law.
Let's see. The Cousins hate is miraculous. 5th in TDs, 4th in rating, 5th in yards over the last 3 years. Let's see. That's it. There you go.
All right, let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. We got a brand new giveaway for the Tolos.
All right, it's giveaway time, and this is a big one. Key caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 and win a pair of tickets to see Combat Sports' most recognized badass, Nate Diaz, face off with global superstar Jake Paul. This fight for the ages will take place at American Airlines Center on Saturday, August 5th. Get tickets at Ticketmaster.com or by being the 10th caller right now at 877-881-1053. Again, that's caller 10 at 877-881-1053.
Ooh, I don't know if Peyton can read that good.
Well, he definitely can't.
I don't know if
Peyton said I'm not a reader last week. So.
I don't know if Peyton can read that good. There is Jeffrey filling in for the week here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Let's figure out who got in the most trouble this weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'll start off with this on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube.
Your little fist.
What? You lost your wedding ring. You got divorced.
I lost it.
You lost it.
You and I are on the same page today.
Yeah, we are.
I lost it.
Where did you lose it? Do you know?
Well, that's a great question, Choppy.
Yeah.
If I knew, I would know, and it would be on my hand. I went to a birthday party in Red Oak.
Oh.
Okay.
Had you been to Red Oak before?
I had not. Midlothian area.
Uh-huh.
I've been out to Midlothian a couple times.
Uh-huh.
Shout out Jacob, guy who cut my hair at the wedding. Chad, who brought in the barbacoa and the barbecue up in here a lot. But this was a birthday party in Red Oak, and I had a little excursion out of the party. My buddy Jimmy has a margarita machine company.
Well.
And he had to go make a pickup. And the party, everyone's just kind of getting acclimated with each other. He's like, you wanna go run down the street with me and pick up these machines at this event? I said, fine, sure. So we go in, and it's this baby shower. And I go, he's got me carrying these margarita machines, product placement, trying to make me a spokesman, and an endorser of the company. And I get back, we break out beer pong, we have a great time, it was a blast. We were both overserved, me and the wife, and we were paying the price for it yesterday.
How expensive was that Uber?
We got driven.
Oh, that's right.
You got a driver.
We got driven. Well, it was the guy who had the margarita machine, so he needed to put it in his truck. But then I woke up, and I wasn't blacked out or anything. I mean, I was feeling good. But I woke up yesterday to get ready to go to Bobby's kid's birthday party, and the ring is not where it always is. I never lose it. She misplaces hers sometimes here and there. I never do. And
you want to misplace yours, not hers.
Yeah.
Your price tag is on the man's ring is much more.
Yeah. So I was like, man, I play with it a lot. I screw around with it. I spin it in here.
Yeah.
I'm flipping it up and down. I was using it to open Modelo's and Coronas. Jimmy was showing me how to do it. What?
No, just you opening Modelo's with a wedding ring. That's funny to me.
Yeah.
The idea of popping it open with a wedding. Why not just use a regular bottle?
Well, if I had one.
Okay. Did you drop it in the beer?
The stunning lack of beer openers at the events I go to. I don't know whether, people have these things on the bottom of their shoes or their sandals.
That's disgusting.
Nasty.
That's disgusting.
Disgusting. I'm like, I guess I just need one on my keychain.
Have you ever done the teeth?
No.
Like some psychos do?
No. So I was like, did I lose it doing that? What's going on? I'm talking to myself out loud, right? In front of the wife. And I'm like, was it at this bachelorette thing that we went to? She goes, I thought you said it was a baby shower. And she goes, did you maybe take it off in the car before going in? And I was like, are you interrogating me? Are you giving me? I was like, they had given us this little gift bag when we walked in, and it was welcoming the child. I was like, here. You think it was a whatever it is. I don't know, bachelorette, baby shower. I went in, I grabbed a freaking margarita machine, and I walked out. But I had to get the picture yesterday that he took of me carrying the machine, and I held it right in her face. I said like this, "What's that?" I zoomed in right on the hand. There's a silver ring. Forensics. So the ring was on. I think my little man did something to it, and I think he went on my nightstand, messed with it, but I do not have the wedding ring at this point in time. So that's number one. And then number two for me on the weekend, number two, my pellet grill broke. I had to bake ribs.
Oh, no.
I felt so
what
dirty.
A savage.
It was awful. They turned out okay, but my pellet grill, people are telling me this is a plug-in. This is a cheat. But I was going, to have some drinks on Friday with some friends. So I'm like, I'm just going to leave this in. I'm going to come back. It's going to be perfect. I had, brined these things. I made a mop sauce for these things. I'm watching videos. This is my latest project to make these ribs. I was so excited for. But people are telling me the heat outside, it's so damn hot, it overloaded the system of the plug-in grill. No. And it thinks it's like 800 degrees instead of the max that it can go at 400. Mm-hmm. But my pellet grill is dead. It's not even turning on. It's over and done with. So that sucked. And then yesterday, we put on the roller skates to go to Bobby's daughter's birthday party. Happy birthday, Addison.
Did you skate?
In Louisville. I did not. I was first off, I can't skate that well. My wife can. But I could not do with any motion. It was a bad hangover day. No motion. I'm not wheeling around out there. Got to chase around the little one. He was a champ. I was very surprised because I've never seen any coordination out of him. I've never seen any youth sports ability. But he went around with Bobby. Bobby was guiding him around. He had his little 3-year-old skates on, and he did very, very well. So I was proud of him for that.
His balance was very impressive because, just even walking around in those, he had like the, you remember, Chop, the little skate shoes that go on over your shoes, and then you fix them to your shoe. He was wearing those, and those are not easy to walk in. And he did. He walked all the way, like kind of skated across the rink. Then he went to the little rink, went all the way around. I don't know what, he fell maybe once.
Did you try real skates at all on him?
No.
Too young?
I don't know that they had any small enough up there, but he managed to keep his balance the entire time. Yeah. I was a little disappointed because Addison, she wants to go there for her birthday, and I think she likes the idea of skating more than once she actually gets out there.
Sure.
And then she gets there and she's like, I think I skated more than any of the kids did.
Yeah. I didn't see them out there a lot.
Creepy.
Why?
I don't know. I'm just kidding.
There were adults out there. I was in line. I was not doing the roller skates. In lines. Thank you. But no, it was good. Other than the brief couple moments where I had to talk Kristen off of being a Karen, which she has it in her every now and then to go Karen.
I thought she was pretty calm yesterday.
She was, but she did make sure to, I was like, did you get any photos from the party? And she's like cycling through the photos, and every other one is like a picture of the joint on the table. And she goes, oh yeah, this was broken.
The joint?
She's like, I'm gonna report this to them that this was broken in the tables. They literally told me, just be careful with the tables. That's not acceptable.
I posted more photo of their kids' party than they did. I posted first of their kids' party. I don't think they took any pictures of the poor girl.
Didn't look it.
But it was loose table, so when you sat down, the whole thing would shake. So all their soda pitchers were like flooding on her.
So she lost her mind.
She was losing her mind.
Jeffrey, did you get the invite to this party? I lost mine.
I did not.
Somewhere.
Children. It's children.
I don't have kids. It's amazing. I don't have children. It's wild.
I didn't get the invite to Marty B's either to meet Randy Travis, did I?
Randy Travis.
So, all right. Well, you know what? You're getting invited to rollerblade, and you better bring your jorts next time. Chop.
Jorts?
Yeah, the jorts. I want the jorts, and I want the belly shirt.
I took the kids. I took the kids to Skate Town right before it closed down in Grapevine about 6 months, a year ago, whatever it was. I can get out there. I don't. It's not my favorite.
Yeah,
I go around a couple times. My feet hurt. Sit down. Get around a couple times.
This was a good place. I was feeling parent guilt though with the freaking Chia follows there, and they're just sitting there
kids
with their 3 kids. They're all quiet. They're all being saints, and we're the parents who give all the soda and candy to shut them up.
Mm-hmm.
Here, Dr. Pepper. Boom.
Yeah, they give them broccoli as a snack.
Yeah, and they're like, and I felt, I just felt so inferior. As a parent, because they're all pure and, having the kids at home in the bathtub and, making their own, slushies and all this stuff. And at the end, to get Ollie out, we gave him a ring pop.
Ooh.
You know, to shut him up. And he's skating around with his candy. And this, man, Eric's kids are good looking too. Gosh, they got better skin tone and color than my kid. I don't know how. But this cute, innocent sweetheart of a young girl walks up. She goes, Can I have one? And usually, you know, Amanda's the candy lady. You know, all the kids come up. We're the bad parents. Here, blah, blah, blah. Here's a sucker for you. Here's a dumbbell for you. And I look at Marion, Eric's wife, and I was like kind of ashamed to ask her because I know she's probably already judging us. I'm like, can we give her, you know, in front of the girl?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, here, take them.
Yeah,
all the kids have them.
You got to let kids be kids, man.
And she's like, nah, she doesn't need it. And I was like, I walked out. I was like, we must be crappy parents. And Chia follows. They're like, is that being manufactured somewhere? You know, how much, you know, triglyceride is in that?
Yeah.
You know, so
you're fine.
I felt a little bad.
You're fine. You got to give. I think you got to give him something.
As my wife says, his first teeth are going to fall out anyway. That's our strategy.
That's right. Roll
They're
through
gonna
them.
fall out.
Yeah.
Look, I want to give my kids some alcohol before they go to college. I don't want them to experience their first absolute blackout.
What'd you do, Chop?
I did not get my sprinkler heads fixed. I had Tolos helping me, texting me through it. I can't get them fixed, man. I'm actually had to call somebody, I think, to get these things out there. I'm out there watering my lawn, waving to the neighbors as they drive by. It's just so annoying. But I did get all the handles put on the bathroom cabinets.
Okay.
So
how many boxes remain unpacked?
We're getting close.
What percentage? What percentage are you done?
We're probably about 80% done.
Ooh.
Maybe 70. We're getting close. We got to hang some stuff.
Okay.
We're still getting a ton of storage things like together, but we're getting close. It's coming together. I would say, I would say we have it done by California, but we're probably not going to be able to.
Best and worst of the weekend. Anything else you get into?
No, I had the kids this weekend and a lot of helping out stuff.
Best and worst of the weekend every single Monday during the Expressway here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. What would you do if you saw the greatest of all time at the grocery store? Apparently, he shut things down, and Charles Barkley shutting people down as well. That's next on your Home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ. But first, look.
our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Maybe the interview of the year before Jerry Jones starts coming on in 2023. Barry Bonds on the KMC Masterpiece at 10:20 today. This is a guy who is so big and, quite frankly, such a jerk. He doesn't do a lot of interviews, and he's not doing a lot of local radio interviews, but Barry Bonds, there's got to be a Bassick tie-in that kind of attracted them to the midday show, and they're obviously crushing it in the ratings nonstop for a long, long time now. So Barry Lamar Bond, one of my top 3 favorite Sports Illustrated covers was "I'm Barry Bonds and you're not." That was the quote, and he was that good and he was that great. He could say that and get away with it.
How soon? Let's imagine we had gotten Bonds. How soon into the interview do you ask him about steroids, or do you not ask him about?
Well, that's why this is a terrifying interview, in my opinion. You don't know how he's going to be. Is he just on here like...
Because he's notoriously moody.
Yeah, is he on here like Deebo Samuel just to go ahead and push something? Is he going to play ball, no pun intended? And do you even... If you're going to ask about that, it's got to be the last question, in my opinion.
Because it might go sideways if you ask it first.
Yeah, unless you... I saw a recent interview he did. He's on some type of little media tour, and the person was just kissing his ass like, it's a disgrace. When you set up the question with a defense of him, it's a disgrace you're not in. The story of the game cannot be told without you. I'm just really bothered by it. And he was like nodding his head, right? It was on a Zoom call, so you could see Barry nodding his head. So it's like, all right, I'm good with this question. You'd have to do it like that. If it was me, I am the old grandpa who was fine with all the steroid users being kept out. So it would have to be someone on. If it was us, I'd be like, which one of you guys think Bond should be in? Choppy would go, I do. And I'll be like, you set it up with that, and then you ask him about it. And he'll probably say, you know what? He'll give an answer. You know what? I won my court case. I don't know why I can't win it in baseball. I'm not worried about that. Hopefully they change their mind. But you'd have to start off agreeing with his side.
You have to start off agreeing with it. You also, I think, have to
butter him up.
Bring it to other players. Like, I'm not going to ask you directly, but like, what percentage of guys do you think were actually on it back in your heyday? And then you go from there. Like, if he says like 75%, it's like, okay, so you're saying you fall to 25%?
Yeah. You set it up with, look, in such a egregious steroid era, how much does it bug you that your name has been sullied in all of this?
Yeah.
Because you were obviously clean. I mean, look, your head grew 3 sizes naturally.
And look, maybe they got the heads up from whoever, is coordinating this interview. No steroid stuff. Don't ask about that. Maybe. But we'll find out today. 10:20, Barry Bonds on with the KMC Masterpiece. Greatest hitter that you've had your eyes watch? You laid your eyes on? Greatest hitter?
It's tough to say no.
He's one for me.
It's tough to say no. Dude, he did everything that, he kept his hands very, very low. Like, he had such a quick, you couldn't get anything past him on the inside. He choked up on the bat. Nobody chokes up on the bat.
Had an awesome stance.
Stance was great. Cool. The way he was able to, after he swung, him and Griffey, the way they were able to pimp home runs, just like kind of staring at him and everything. He swung up his back foot. I loved it.
It was literally impossible to pitch to him in San Fran. You one mistake. And it literally one. And if you made the one, it was in the water.
Yeah, it was. And I've tried to show my kids are lefties. I try to show them both, like, dude, watch Barry, watch this. And it's just so hard to...
Yeah, I don't know if you want to show them him or Sheffield.
Well, the
hands are moving nonstop.
The hands are moving, that's okay. And it's okay to move the hands. And still, just like, Sheffield's too much. But like, just the quickness of the inside and the way that, he clears his hips and just swings. There's so much power there. Outfielder, like, he was okay at best. Early on his career was fine, but, as Jim Rome famously said, couldn't even throw out Sid Bream from deep short, which basically what it was. It's like, and Sid was hobbled. He was as a hitter, he's just so amazing. That 6-year stretch in San Fran, 5-year stretch, was was just amazing.
He almost went to the Yankees. Like he's talked about that when he went to the Giants, he almost went to the Yankees. And could you have imagined that swing with that short right field porch in New York? How many more home runs he probably hits?
You know, the Yankees were early 90s. They were not yet in their dynasty. Who knows how that team is with him?
All right, so that'll happen today at 10:20 on your home of Rangers baseball. We'll get back into the Rangers sweep at 8:20 this morning. Is it Publix, the grocery store?
Yeah, Publix, not Publix. Publix.
Florida-based.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of another legend, this was Messi landing in Miami and going to grocery shop Thursday night. This thing went viral. I haven't seen a breakdown of what was in his shopping cart, but he was stopping and taking pictures, and Amanda was like, why is this such a big deal? And I was like, you missed the World Cup Argentina parade. Do you remember that they had to helicopter the team? They had to fly in the helicopter to save the Argentinian team because the bus was being climbed on and overrun by fans. Like, Messi can't do this in Argentina. He can't do this really in any other country. I see Silk Milk here. Oh, no, that's an advertisement on the front of it. I'm trying to see what we got in here. Whether it's crackers, whether it's saran wrap.
Probably looks like the Chiafalo shopping cart.
Yeah.
Like he's eating clean, I would imagine.
I can't tell what's in there, but...
Ooh, are those? Okay, Bobby, hey!
What's in there?
Man, he and he's getting a lot of action.
He's got some Adderall in there?
No,
Cereal?
he's got a couple of boxes of cereal here.
There we go.
It looks like he's got some kind of
Atolo tweeted us a bowl of cereal yesterday randomly, too.
Are these
I love that that's the bat signal.
I get those at least once a week on Twitter now from people just randomly tweeting me their bowls of cereal. It's a movement.
He's got at least 3 or 4 boxes of cereal. He's got a Fruit Loop. He's got a Lucky Charm.
Kids.
He's got the yellow box. What's the orangey yellow, maybe Corn Pops. Then he's
Mini
got
Wheats.
Then he's got a red box too. Wow, that's a lot of cereal, Messi.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cereal. I can't tell what else is in there. He doesn't bring his own bag, so he's obviously not environmentally conscious. I support that. I'm not bringing my own bags into a store.
A lot of cardio for him. He needs the carbs.
Has
he needs the
anyone
fuel.
ever seen a celebrity just grocery shopping? We always talk to Jerry about this. Well, marketing experts have determined that Publix, this Florida-based grocery store, received over $3 million worth of free publicity after this.
Damn.
They got $3 million with people posting these videos and posting all these stories about Messi just venturing on out on his own.
This is I can't tell. I've seen Vernon Wells in a grocery store.
Well,
I can't tell you. I've seen others, but
saw Terry Bradshaw at Kroger like years ago.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just.
Did you say anything?
No.
There are some, like Messi is probably the most famous athlete in the world, but
I'll see a guy here and there at a mall,
yeah,
but not a grocery store. Let us know, 877-881-1053 on the chartrec.com text line.
But when, he's in the U.S., it's a different world here. Like, he's not.
While he's super famous, I'm sure, and people obviously recognized him, I bet it does feel a little bit like, oh, I can breathe more than I'm used to.
Yeah.
I can actually walk into a store.
He is he can't go anywhere in Argentina or probably Spain or wherever, right? Where he's played. But in Miami, where he's brand new, and half the people in Miami don't even know soccer exists.
That's the other thing. I'm like, it's soccer, dear. That's why he can do it.
It's also Miami. They're so in their own world over there.
It's like when I saw Romo at the Fan Sports Lounge, rest in peace.
Romo?
Yeah,
Oh.
He walked by, no one turned a head. And I was like, I'm geeking out, like, oh my God, it's Tony Romo, like, who's in here? But uptown.
He's uptown.
Just another person.
Closer you get to a city. You got to go to the suburbs. That's what the real fans are.
Closer you get to a club. You're going to see people who've seen him. So
Inter Miami is targeting a July 21st debut match for him. Some of the tickets are on the secondary markets for more than $10,000 a piece. That's where we are with it, with Messi debuting. And he's getting a little warning. By the way, I want to see if there's any name drops on Twitch, YouTube, or the text line. But Wayne Rooney, remember him?
Yep.
He's the DC United manager. He said, you're not going to find it easy here. All right? He did this interview. He said, it sounds mad, but players who come in find it's a tough league. The traveling, the different conditions in different cities, there's a lot of energy and intensity on the pitch. So he's saying it's not going to be smooth sailing for Messi coming on over to the MLS.
Boy, Jason Witten is in the community. That's what I'm learning here on the fan text. 214. I've seen Jason Witten inside the Chipotle at Roanoke. 325. Saw Jason Witten at Baby Gap in Southlake once. 817. Saw Jason Witten at Central Market in Southlake. Yeah, that's what it is. Buying them for Zeke. Randy Travis from the 817 at a hardware store.
Jerry
Darren
Jones
Woodson.
at Ohadas. Wow, okay.
Darren Woodson at a Mavs game.
Best margaritas, Ohadas, shout out.
Saw D-Law at Nick and Sam's this weekend, 214. Here we go, 214. Seen Sean Shree several times at Nick and Sam's. That's a big star. Travis Frederick at Target in Louisville. I do remember, this would not reach the level of an athlete. I do remember my brother, like a loser, trying to hit on Dana Larson at Target when he ran into her. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, she was pushing a baby, too. Like, she was very clearly like...
Oh, my God.
Sandler said Publix is the Jameis crab leg store.
Yep.
So that's the same one. That's the same one that was out there. So there's Messi.
My grandfather used to go to Publix without his shirt and shoes on all the time.
No, that was just he went into public without his shirt.
No, he would go into Publix.
Oh, okay.
No shoes on, no shirt, just walking in. It's Florida, man.
Which is better free advertising, do you think? Jameis stealing the crab legs or Messi?
Messi.
I feel like more people probably heard about the Jameis story at the time, though. So for
yeah,
brand
at the
recognition.
Time, yes. Yeah.
Right. But is it like, are you thinking, oh, Messi shops there, I should shop there? Or is it just like you're making fun of Jameis for the crab legs? Like, I didn't remember the store.
Like, how good are the crab legs if you're not willing to pay for them?
Yeah, how good are they? BK tweeted, Bonds was all right. Sean is an outfielder. He won 8 gold gloves. Hey, don't tweet me. That's all RJ was talking.
Paul Merrill won a gold glove playing 47 games at first.
I didn't say anything about Barry as an outfielder.
Yeah, don't look at a gold gloves are a terrible way to look at how good of a fielder you were. Plus, I mean, his gold gloves were won way early in his career, like, 90s and earlier, like, 98 and earlier, not after he got jacked and giant and he became like this slower dude. Like, he was a really good outfielder early on in his career.
What?
And then after about 5 years, it was
940.
8 years. Really.
Saw Lyle Collins at Golden Corral in Denton at the peak of him being fat and out of shape.
Man, I saw him at a Chinese restaurant not too long ago.
A buffet?
No, it was like I was walking in to get takeout. He was walking in to get takeout. He got out of his Sprinter van. Those big, giant Sprinter vans.
Oh, 979. RJ Choppy in the AT&T store in Southlake trying to get himself one of those stupid Android phones.
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah.
RJ switched up the keyboard, so he's firmly in with the Apple, with us iPhoners.
It's a fine phone. I like the phone. Now that I changed the keyboard, it's much, much easier.
Such a traitor.
I can actually type on this thing.
877-881-1053 to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Let's recap the Rangers weekend. And the newest star in the sport is taking over yet again. Plus, Charles Barkley puts Zion's waistline on blast. That's next. Monday edition of Sean and RJ continues on the Fan.
Let's get some hair put on top of your head. You've been losing.
Hi, Franklin Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
The 2-1, swing and a drive, deep into left. Quan goes back, it's over his head and off the track. He plays the carom nicely. Seager comes in to score. The throw into third. Lowe is safe there. Adolis goes to second. Rangers now trailing 5-4.
Listen to that crowd. Listen to that audio. Crisp on your home for Rangers baseball. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on 105.3 The Fan. Attendance over the weekend. I just wanted to look at this.
Okay.
You want to guess Friday, Saturday, or yesterday?
I will say they were at about 94%.
I don't know what that.
30,000, basically 30,000 each day.
I'll say 36.
34 on Friday, 38 on Saturday, and yesterday 34.
So just about average 36.
Yeah, good stuff.
There it is. Rangers fans watching the sweep coming out of the break and taking out the Guardians. And are we seeing Aroldis Chapman as the team's new closer going 102.5 on the radar gun? Fastest pitch thrown by a Ranger in the StatCast era. Will Smith was getting booed early yesterday. He went 3-0, and the boos came raining down. Chapman wasn't going to be available,
Right.
but Will got out of it. But Aroldis Chapman is now here to help.
Yeah, look, I mean, if he's going to mow him down like he did on Saturday, 12 pitches, 10 strikes, 2 Ks, a hit, man, that's super efficient. That's quick. And, I mean, look, I don't care, what you are. These are major league hitters. You're gonna get a dominant performance like Chapman like that. That was pretty good. I would love to see that. He's done the job before in the playoffs in a big spot. He's done it well. So he's gotten blown up, too, at times in the postseason. There's no doubt about that. Even when they won the title for the Cubs, he still got blown up in that one game. But, man, I would I'd be much more comfortable with the guy who's done it before.
Give us some of your pitching homework that you did in terms of what this bullpen is and still needs.
So, like Spores, obviously.
Spores is on the DL.
He's on the DL or the IL now with a bicep strain. And, on a team that wants to contend for a title, I don't think he could be like your third best reliever.
Mike was talking about, or Jared, one of them needing to have 4 guys.
Yeah, they do. You really do. I mean,
4 relievers.
In today's baseball, the way they do it in the playoffs, because look, you got a much shorter leash on these guys, these starters. So managers, now maybe Bochy's different because he's cut from a different cloth. But if you watch, if you go through the playoffs and you watch like the Astros, now when they had Cole and Verlander was a little bit different, but man, sometimes these managers can't wait to get in their bullpen in a playoff game. They can't wait. They're like sitting there. By the time the 4th inning rolls around, they start like fiddling with they start twitching their fingers. I got to get this bullpen. So you need like 4 or 5 guys. This offense is very, very good. And even though in the last 17 games, 18 games, they scored 3 runs or fewer in 9 of them. And they were on their way yesterday. They were on their way until the 8th inning. But their pen is 24th. They have the 24th ranked ERA in baseball going into yesterday from the bullpen. ERA from the starters is number 2. It's tremendous. You can be a top half bullpen with a number 2 starter ERA. You're legit. But I went back 15 years. Only one team ranked lower than them in the sport in team bullpen ERA that went on to win the title.
Ooh. And
that was the Nats in 2019. Now, the Nats ERA in their bullpen was 5.89. The Rangers is 4.44. Okay? What do the Nats have? Scherzer, Strasburg. I mean, those guys went like 8 innings every game.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't need to, they weren't sitting there, with their manager dying to get in the bullpen.
You're not counting on 134 pitches from Martin Perez over 9 innings?
I'm not counting on that. They basically pitched the entire thing. It was very 0-1 Diamondbacks, Schilling and Randy Johnson. Nobody else that won the title really came close to having his pen as bad as them. Houston in 2017 had an ERA close. But does this team have trash cans? I'm not sure. They don't use trash cans. I think they need 2 more pen pieces. Like Spores is good, but like let's be honest. Like if Josh Spores is on the, if he's your 3rd best reliever, I think that your bullpen's lacking. I mean, you want him to be your 4th or 5th best reliever. Ideally, perfect world.
Which if you add 2 relievers and then you've got Chapman, Smith, 2 relievers, and then Spores, you're okay.
Chapman, Smith, 2 relievers. Yeah. Oh yeah. If he's your 5th,
yeah,
for sure. Oh, no doubt. Yeah, because because don't forget, one of Perez or Haney's going to be in the bullpen as well.
Which right now it should be probably Perez.
Yes, I mean, ideally both.
Perez should be off the playoff roster.
It feels like Martin Perez has turned into Terrence Williams. That's the feeling I'm getting from the fan base and those covering them right now. There's a disgust.
Yeah.
There's a turn that's happened with Martin. Not just Peyton Russell putting him on blast on social media, but it feels like we're turning on Martin now.
We are. Look, he had a lot of quality starts in a row, or going 5 or 6 innings in a row. But I mean, look, he's exactly what a 5th starter is, or a 4th starter. Like he's going to get you a quality start. He'll get you 6 innings, 3 runs, a lot of games. Maybe not yesterday, but that's what you're asking for, right? I mean, you tell me my starting pitcher, who's at the back end of my rotation, is going to get me 6 innings, 3 runs. I will take that any day of the week.
We knew not to fall for last year.
Right.
That's your fault if you really, really fell for it. By month, the April ERA was a 2.41. In May, it's a 7. In June, a 4. And so far, 12.79 for July.
Yeah, this is why you should have traded him last year. And I know you weren't going to get like some huge return, and that was the argument everybody kept giving was like, well, what are you going to get in return? And you plan on trying to be a little competitive next year. You need to have him here. No, you didn't, because he was going to revert back to being Martin Perez was the issue the entire time. Trade him, get whatever you can. Rangers decided not to do that. Rangers decided to give him an $18 million qualifying offer. And so that's what he's making this year, is basically $18 million a year to be like Jack Leiter and needing to be on the developmental list at this point.
So the Rays starting today, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch, and Sandler saying already sold out this coming weekend.
Oh, better be. That's a great series.
Who is it?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Tampa. No. So this weekend sold out.
No, he's talking about for this weekend.
Oh, is that Houston?
No.
Is it? I see it now. That's the Dodgers.
The Dodgers.
Yeah, that's to be special.
Seager's former team. Jared's also disagreeing with me that they were booing the pitcher. He thinks they're booing the ump. I disagree.
Okay, did you? I'm looking.
They were booing the ump after that
Yeah.
first base call wasn't overturned to out, but you're just taking the lead. We all have bullpen trepidation and nerves anyway, and then you go 3-0 right off the jump. I mean, the crowd can't see where balls and strikes are. So
Right.
They wanted Chapman, baby.
We'll agree to disagree.
Tickets as low as $9 tonight for this game. Tickets as low as 31 for the Dodgers series.
So 3-game lead because the freaking Astros came back and beat the Angels last night, just like the Rangers came back. 4 runs being scored, and the American League West is off and running to start the second half. Charles Barkley on ESPN was asked about Zion, a guy that Charles compared to a lot. Power, undersized, body, weight. Barkley on Zion.
He needs to get in shape, plain and simple. This is professional basketball, Kevin. We're not babysitters. To make the kind of money these guys are making today, I don't think it's a lot to tell guys to get in shape. Hey, I don't know Zion. Seems like a good kid, but it sounds to me like he don't have great people around him. Because your friends, I was blessed to have Moses, but your family and friends should say, yo, man, you're going to screw up your future. And it's not fair to the Pelicans. It's not fair to the NBA. But the bottom line, he just got to get in shape, plain and simple. And listen, I hire a chef. The kind of money he's making, hire you a personal chef.
And that was Zion saying, no, man, it's hard. It's hard to eat right when you're this rich and young. And there's Charles going at him. Barkley, going to be called a hypocrite by some because he was eating whole pizzas, while in his younger days in Philly.
He was, but that doesn't make him wrong.
True.
Right? You can know that you did something wrong in your youth and try to help other people not make the same mistakes you did.
Yep.
And I don't think that's hypocritical.
My number one parenting motto will be,
do as I say.
Not as I did.
As I did.
Well, I mean, look, here's the other thing. Where did
How are you finishing all my sentences today? What's going on?
12 years, man.
Man.
Where did he spend his career? He wasn't in one of the greatest food cities in the world, New Orleans. He was in Philadelphia with their awful cheesesteaks. I can get a better one in Las Colinas.
They got good pizza, though.
Than I can out there in Philly. And then he went to Phoenix. And I know from us being in Super Bowl and driving around Phoenix, there ain't S to eat out there either. And so, yeah, sure, it was easier for him to not be as tempted as Zion.
He also didn't miss games till year 3, Charles. Rookie season, all 82. Then he played 80, then 68, then 80, 79, 79. So he did not miss games. Speaking of big boned, Glenn Big Baby Davis is talking smack about Victor Wembanyama.
You know what? The length I probably would have struggled with, but the body, oh yeah, tomato chest. They soft. You know, that boy looked like a little baby Bambi out there the other night. You know what I'm saying? A little baby giraffe walking around. You know, I don't think he can handle all this pain, you know? So I definitely would have used my body against that boy.
That's what you got to do.
Why is this guy talking? Why are you speaking 8 points a game for your career? And you want to talk about his body? You were overweight. You were out of shape. You're sitting there talking about Wembanyama. What do you call him, a tomato chest?
A tomato chest.
Never heard that one before.
I haven't either. That Does mean he's saying he's got like little tomato boobs?
But you said you said what?
A little, like, looks like he has tomatoes in his chest, little boobs. Is that what he's saying?
I know you say boobs funny.
I've never heard of tomato boobs.
Tomato boobs.
But you called him a baby giraffe the other day, right? You said you thought he looked like that.
He did. He looked pretty like it was. He's awkward, man. There's no doubt. On every single play of that summer league game, the second one he played, I was like, all right, this guy's gonna snap an ankle. His legs are skinnier than Ashley Lalee.
Oh my gosh, what a callback there!
I mean, Ashley Lalee's ankles were as thin as this mic stand here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know how Wemby doesn't snap an ankle.
And they're talking about like load managing him already?
Yes. This is from Rick Bucher.
Oh, God, never mind.
Are we out on him? What's going on?
Personally. I remember we used to rotate. He would have us on with him all the time.
Yeah.
And then we asked him to come on.
Never.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Crickets.
Must be too much hair gel clogging up his cell line.
No, it's the what does he have? The soul patch still. He still got that thing. Yeah. He says this from an NBA scout. He needs developmental work and translation for the NBA. I would expect both load management and competition management. Spoon feed him a cautious diet of challenges early in his career. They'll be paying him $350 million max in a contract in a few years. If anyone in the NBA takes issue with that, they will tell them to blank off. Look, I mean, guys need to play though, don't they? Like,
not for Pop. Pop will play him probably 29 minutes a night and have him play 52 games or whatever it is, because that's what he does.
Yeah, but like he didn't do that with Duncan.
I mean, the last like 5 years of his career, he did.
No, I know, but not in the early.
It was a different era, though.
Yeah, it was a different era.
Were they more win now with that team?
I mean, they won the title second year, right?
Oh, there you go. They had Robinson.
It was a lockout shortened season. We don't really count that.
You hate the Spurs more than the Astros?
No, I hate the Astros more. I hate the. I'm not a huge fan of the Pop mystique.
So you think Phil Jackson's you taking him over Pop?
Yes.
Why? What's the difference?
I think that Phil Jackson showed that he could make stars work together when others couldn't. There were other people who tried. He routinely came in and fixed every chemistry issue that others couldn't.
There's no doubt he was a great manager of people.
He was the Zen master.
Yes, no doubt about it.
Who are the most intriguing NFL players for the 2023 season? That's next in Below the Belt, right here on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell.
Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Stephen Jones. More like Stephen James Choppy. You know what I mean?
Oh, really?
No, I don't.
In regards to Tony Pollard. More on that in just a second. Before we do that, Dan Graziano, the favorite reporter of one Sean Sharif over at ESPN, has a list of the 10 most intriguing NFL players for 2023. Who will define the next year in the National Football League? Let's go over some of these names, see if you think these are big headline-making names. Number 1, Kyler Murray, quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals. It says there's so many different ways this year could go for Murray. He could come back hot from his season-ending torn ACL, play his tail off, and prove the Cardinals' new coaching staff and front office that he's the guy they want to build around. He could struggle to come back, play poorly, and prompt the new Cards leadership to look elsewhere for its franchise quarterback next offseason. He could play well enough to convince the team to trade for him, and he could miss the year entirely. Boy, that would be something if he just missed the entire year. But as we enter the season and we look at Kyler Murray, where do you sit currently on Kyler Murray, and where do you think we'll be looking? What do you think we'll be saying about Kyler Murray come February?
I think that Kyler Murray is being totally forgotten and disrespected. I just can't get the video game talent out of my mind. And I was wrong about him. Well, right now, I guess I'm looking right. I thought he would get hurt, which, Choppy had the studies to prove he wouldn't. The physicality
I love my studies.
would not come into play. I mean, get banged up from running around. I think Kyler Murray, a year from now, we're saying, how's he looking for the Vikings?
Oh, I like it.
I saw some bloggers. I saw some people in Arizona or Minnesota, one of them speculating he replaces Cousins. But I think Kyler Murray will get more respect from people this year carrying a bad Arizona team. If he comes back healthy, and depending on when he comes back,
what's that status?
I'm buying some Kyler stock.
He will not be ready for week 1. I mean, Graziano just said in there, he said we could be talking about he bounced back from his injury, or we could be talking about he didn't even play this year.
I'm buying Kyler and another quarterback stock. We'll see if he's on this list.
I will buy your Kyler stock. I like Kyler. I think he's a good player. Yeah, there's some maturity issues that may need to happen, but I just think, part of that may have been, Kirk was just Cliff was just a nightmare. I like Kyler. I think Kyler's a decent player. I'm a little bit disappointed. I forgot to put his name in when I named those other quarterbacks that could be 10. I totally forgot about Kyler and Deshaun. I think Kyler's a good player. I think he deserves to have that. Look, he was 10-0 the year before. He was fantastic. He was the early season MVP.
Yep.
That's why we don't go off for 1 year, guys. Let's say Kyler Murray was available for trade. You're the Raiders, right? Some team that needs a quarterback for the future, whatever else. You call them. What are you willing to give up if you're the Raiders right now for Kyler Murray? 2 firsts? And pay that deal?
A lot.
$46 million a year?
I'll start with a first and a second.
Yeah, I'll do first 1 or 2.
Okay. Is he a McDaniels guy, or are you just throwing out a team who needs one?
I was trying to think of a team that doesn't have a young quarterback or doesn't have one in place.
I honestly, I can't think of a worse pairing than Josh McDaniels and Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
With the way that
McDaniels will get fired soon. Don't worry.
But I know, but with the way that apparently McDaniels, how many guaranteed contracts is Mark Davis going to pay out of coaches? I guess he's not paying Gruden's right now, but you think Kyler Murray's going to play with Josh McDaniels? Doing that film study with him.
And is there that much of a difference between Kyler and Carr?
Oh, I think so.
In what way?
Because Kyler just threatens defenses in a way that Carr cannot.
Okay, so you're Kyler over Carr.
Yeah.
It's any quarterback that can run, doesn't matter who they are, Lamar, Hurts, Kyler, they can run a lot. They put pressure on defenses that just a drop back passer just can't do.
Next name here, Stephon Diggs, wide receiver, Buffalo Bills. I don't know how much this would have been an intriguing name up until everything that happened with Sean McDermott and everything that's gone sideways there.
He would not have been on that list. Damian Woody, by the way, I think this is D. Shout out Tolo D. Damian Woody just gave his top 5 NFL wide receivers, and he went, what?
He sucks, so this is going to suck.
Just him or Brewski?
Brewski.
I'll go Damian Woody. I can't stand Teddy.
I don't like Brewski either, but
Justin Jefferson 1, Devontae 2, Tyreek 3, Jamar 4, Stephon Diggs 5.
okay, I don't hate the list.
Nothing crazy.
All right, good. All right, you get a pass, Damian Woody. That's all right.
No, but CeeDee Lamb.
There's an expiration date on Stephon Diggs' relationship with the Bills, and it's coming quick. I think that whole thing, the fact.
Now, look, I got on him for blowing up Minnesota. He ended up right. Right now, my initial gut feeling is, fine, go somewhere else. You think you're not targeted enough, go eat somewhere else outside of Josh Allen and watch what life is like for you. But he was right, leaving the Vikings.
Well, and it may be petty what he's complaining about, but also this has been completely mismanaged by Sean McDermott. So I don't totally blame him, even though he's got kind of a ridiculous, claim here. Number 3, Jonathan Taylor. Running back, Indianapolis Colts. I don't know that I can think of a less intriguing team than the Colts, a less intriguing NFL city than Indianapolis, and a less intriguing position than running back. And in terms of the good running backs, I don't know that.
Why is Jonathan Taylor on this list?
It says, I wrestled with which running back to put here to represent the sorry state of the position's current market. So Jonathan Taylor more represents, as described by Dan Graziano, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Pollard, Dalvin Cook, everybody just represents the position where it's at, where they're struggling to get paid versus their ability. And so he's got Jonathan Taylor up here. Says it looks very unlikely that there will be a mid-July flurry of Barkley, Jacobs, Pollard deals that reset the running back market. Maybe Taylor can be the guy who does it next year, but man, a lot of stuff would have to change around the league between now and then. Number 4 on this list,
Man, Jonathan Taylor was a 15-second crowning of him, too.
Yeah.
We all anointed him. He's different. He's the best running back. And now it's kind of like, okay, who are the top 2 running backs in the NFL?
It's weird how so many examples exist of one year where we kind of overreact and then we come back down to earth.
I know, kind of like Dak's second year.
Yeah, a little bit. Screw you, Chop. Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets. This is obviously the most intriguing player of the 2023 season, and that's what Dan Graziano says here. This is not a ranked list. These are just 10 players, but he says this is the most intriguing player of 2023. You could make an argument the Jets are the most intriguing team of 2023. That's why they're on Hard Knocks despite all their crying. I mean, is there any resistance that anyone would say other than Aaron Rodgers is a more intriguing player this year?
No.
I think he's easily the most intriguing.
Next up, another Aaron. Choppy's going to love this. Aaron Donald. One of the 10 most intriguing players in the NFL season, Chop, is a 32-year-old defensive tackle on a bad football team.
It's amazing. He's the best defensive tackle ever. He's made the playoffs, 3 times?
But to me, this is about trading him. The only reason he belongs on this list is if they stink and it's time to trade. Otherwise, no one gives a crap about the Rams right now.
You and Dan Graziano, this is why you love him, Chop. You guys see things, or Sean, you guys see things the same way. Sorry, I forget it's not the RJ and Choppy show. Says, if healthy, Aaron Donald could become the biggest trade deadline pickup in league history.
Oh, wow.
If the Rams decide to see what they can get for him, and if he's willing to leave, yes, lots of ifs on this one, but keep an eye on it, because trades obviously happen all the time, but in terms of a trade deadline pickup, the only other one that ranks as high, according to Graziano, would have been Von Miller.
You're so disrespectful.
Me?
Yeah.
Why?
You're just disrespectful towards Aaron.
I think he's a great player. He's a tremendous player.
He won them the Super Bowl along with
did?
Cup. With Stafford, Cup, and Donald. He won on the Super Bowl.
He was a big part of it. I mean, honestly, he was the best player on their defense. Him or Cup was the best player on the team that year.
Well,
that's the funny thing. For all the talk
in the
of
game.
F them picks, look what we did. Your 2 best players on your football team were homegrown people. But whatever, okay. Next player.
Yeah, there's no doubt. He's a great player, but again, this is where the value comes in.
But I think you might be. You gotta put him in his own pass rushing category of D tackles too.
He is tremendous.
Like we were talking about Quinnen Williams. If you're gonna get me 12 sacks from the inside, I mean, Eli Manning would tell you that's more worrisome than from the outside. Is he 12 sacks a year, Donald? So he's not just your regular D tackle.
I mean, he had 20 a couple years ago.
Which I know what you're talking about, but he sacks the quarterback too.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's a difference between Donald and everybody else.
Like, would you rather pay Aaron Donald or Bruce Smith?
Bruce Smith.
Why?
I think the edge rusher I think it's just a more important spot.
I mean,
but then again,
like Sean just said, Brady and others have said, though, the pressure up the middle can most get to them. They used to want to keep Aaron Rodgers contained and get him up the middle. That was the way Rod Marinelli always said to attack him.
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is Don over Bruce. Maybe not over like Lawrence Taylor.
Right. No, but Lawrence Taylor's the greatest defensive player in history, probably. Number 6, Tua Tagovailoa.
Yes.
And this one, let's see, he's got 2 years left on his rookie deal. What would you put the percentage odds today on Tua playing on any year of a second contract? I mean, I think it's likely he does, but it's not out of the question that he doesn't play on a second contract. He could retire.
He retires.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he said it was even in his head this offseason is notable.
Good question.
70%?
Is there any chance that another team, let's say he gets 2 concussions this season, and he wants to keep playing. Is there a chance that teams unofficially blackball him? They say we can't do it?
I'm sure there's some teams I'm sure there's some teams that'd be terrified of the liability. Forget the liability, though, just the optics of we can't have disaster happening on our field.
Could be a league ban. I mean, an unofficial league mandated thing too.
Wait, over or under 90%, he plays on a second contract.
How many years is left on this one?
2. So he's got 2 more seasons to potentially get concussions or whatever else.
Over. He'll play.
He'll play. He'll get more concussions, but he'll play. But again, he's learning how to fall. Jiu-jitsu.
I think the NFL's terrified of him getting even 1 concussion this season.
Yeah, send him to Buffalo. They can deal with it.
Jared Goff, quarterback, Detroit Lions. The Lions are among the most interesting teams of 2023, favored to win their division for the first time in 30 years. One of the reasons they finished last season so strong was the play of Goff. So is it real? Is it real?
No. Me and Choppy disagree. This is our Jared Goff quarterback battle.
He's had a lot of good seasons, though.
Well, the Rams season, I'd argue, I mean, that was maybe the most fun offensive football that I can recall in the last 10 years. The Rams, when I think it was KNC who asked Jerry, and he's like, yeah, we're just like the Rams offense. You know, it was kind of like that. Yeah. It was that Rams-Chiefs game. Mm-hmm. I remember that Rams primetime game.
Or whatever it is.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Next name here, Deshaun Watson, quarterback, Cleveland Browns. It says, I don't see how anybody could predict with any confidence how Watson's 2023 season is going to go. And that's exactly how I feel about it. I would not be surprised if we're talking about him outside the top 20 next year. I wouldn't be surprised if we're talking about him inside the top 10. I just have no idea what Watson's going to do.
Why?
Because even though he's good, the fact that he looked as bad as he did with an entire 8 weeks to prepare in the system and step out and play football, it was concerning.
Yeah, I want to see his, because in Houston, he's only played 5 seasons. Well, 4 and change. 3-4, then 11-5, 10-5, 4-12. I was thinking Deshaun Watson's been in the league for longer than that.
Yeah, he was not there that long. He
missed an entire season, and then he missed half a season, so that kind of extends a little bit. What is this, 5th or 6th? And then last 2 names really quickly here. Russell Wilson, obvious reasons everybody knows. They want to see if it's real or not. I think we kind of got our answer last year. And then I don't know that this is that interesting to me. Devontae Adams. I think Devontae Adams was interesting last year, not so much this year. Today is the franchise tag deadline to get an extension done. It does not look like the Cowboys are going to get anything done with Tony Pollard. I guess never say never. Deadlines make deals, all those idioms, but does not look like it'll happen. So maybe Stephen Jones taking the RJ Choppy approach and deciding not to pay the running back.
Let's market watch for the Rangers. The Rangers swept, but I want to pay attention to the different trade targets and see how they started the second half of their season. And apparently, this guy is not done trying to convince Kyrie Irving to leave the Metroplex. Final hour, Monday edition, next.
Let's get your carpet clean. Clean way.
Secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Chapman ready, and here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a sinker at 102. Aroldis Chapman picks up his first save as a Texas Ranger, preserving this 2-0 victory over Cleveland.
Choppy trying to block Bobby's creepy, ugly face on the fan cam Twitch and YouTube.
Look at the size of that hand. Look at the size of that hand just blocking Bobby's huge head.
All right,
look at that.
Let me see how much. All right, capture that, and let me see how much my hand would block it.
All right.
I'm gonna walk over to you.
All right.
I'll hold up the hand that lost my wedding ring.
Look at that. All right, here comes Sean walking over. You gotta just put the hand up. No, a little bit more. There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
That's a good hand. Yeah. That blocks it.
Now let's compare hands, Sean. Right now. Hold on, let me look.
Oh my God.
No.
And here comes Roberto.
This is radio.
Listen, Sean lost a handoff.
Yeah, look at that. Wow. You got to show it for the fan cam. Oh, you see Bobby's fingers sticking out.
Yeah.
You see it. Look at that. Get out of here.
I'll never forget when Luka was like 8. He came in, just measured hands with Sean.
Yeah, I barely got him.
Barely got him.
Barely.
Now, man, his hands are, I think, bigger than mine now. Luka's hands are huge.
I barely got him.
Barely.
Final hour is fist pump time here on your home of the Rangers. Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And Aroldis Chapman gets his first save as a Ranger, and they sweep Cleveland. We got to market watch this thing, though. I'm paying attention to Lance Lynn. I'm paying attention to Scherzer. Lance Lynn, not great in his weekend start. Max Scherzer was fantastic yesterday. What's going on with the Pirates targets? What about other bullpen relief? See, this is the joy and fun of being involved in a race. It gives you a reason to pay attention to the rest of the league. You know what I mean? When you have a high draft pick, you pay even more attention to college sports. And when you're in the Rangers situation, and we know that Chris Young is going to make a move. At least one. He's going to make a move. So it gives you more reason to play fantasy baseball or check out the rest of what's going on. Bobby's going to give you the Market Watch update, but did you see? Oh, we have a new number 1 prospect in the Ranger system, and then Ellie De La Cruz, 98 miles per hour from short, the fastest tracked infield assist in the StatCast era. So he launched one from shortstop, Ellie De La Cruz. And then the thing that you don't want from the Rangers is what the Colorado Rockies did with their fans asking the owner to go ahead and shop. Go get Shohei.
This is the Rockies owner / CEO, Dick Monfort.
Hey, now.
Yeah, who sent back an email to a fan. Now, look, credit him for checking his email and sending it back, responded. So this one guy, sends this email. Good morning, Mr. Monfort. I wanted to reach out and talk to you about, this one guy I know in baseball. Happens to have a name, Shohei Ohtani. He's going to be on the trademark. I think he'd be a tremendous fit in purple pinstripes. Rumor has it his team is listed in on offers, and if you can make it happen, it would turn around this franchise. You see the image I created for this player wearing Rockies purple. This was done on a clear, look at the picture.
What is that called, Bobby?
What is that? What kind of is that? Just
like MS Paint or something?
Yeah. This guy definitely has. He's still using an old school computer. Be amazing, worth whatever it needs. Please make it happen, Dick. To which the owner responded, "He is a free agent at the end of the year, but would be fun for a couple months." Sent from my iPad, Dick Monfort. I credit him for writing back, but this is the worst thing an owner could say. You're telling your fan base you will never try to spend big on a player. Ever.
Or is he being realistic? Like, we can't re-sign him. He won't re-sign here.
He won't resign here. But you try. Oh, man, it would be great. We would love to try to get Shohei. We'll try to get him in the offseason. Our plan is not to give up major prospects for 2 months when we're out of it. We're not going to win the division, but we'll try in the offseason.
What do you want? You want the Mark Cuban answer? That's what you want? Oh my gosh, we're going to be super competitive. All our guys are great. Or do you want the real? You want him to dish out the real for you?
The real that we'll never sign anybody big? I mean, I don't want that.
Or just the reality that Shohei specifically is not going to sign here.
Shohei is look, guys, Shohei's not coming to Colorado. He wants to go to the West Coast or whatever, fine, you could say that.
What if Shohei's like, I'm a really big skier? You know,
maybe he is.
I'm interested.
Maybe he likes to go skiing.
He can go to Jared Sandler's vacation home in Aspen, where Jared apparently weekends.
Yeah, like Colorado's not a podunk town.
I mean, it's a state, but yeah.
I mean, Colorado, Denver, you know what I mean?
I know
it's not podunk. You know, it's like I could. Why would people not want to go there? I mean, Colorado's a great place.
Let's market watch this thing, Bobby.
All right, so there's a couple different things that we can look at here. The first one, Bleacher Report has 10 MLB trade candidates for the 2023 season. Guys who are buy low. Chop, you a buy low type of guy?
Yes, I am.
All right.
High low.
Buy low, sell high.
All right, so there's a number of different, hitters and stuff like that who are going to be available. There's a few pitchers, though, who right now you could get some buy low status on. The first one, need a reliever, right, Chop? Need a right-handed reliever specifically?
Maybe two.
Can I interest you in Scott Barlow from the Kansas City Royals?
Sure.
Barlow on the year, 32 games, 33 innings pitched. He's got 44 strikeouts in 33 innings, a 4.09 ERA. His peripheral statistics look better than his counting numbers. But there are some small red flags. His elevated walk rate, his average fastball velocity is down 2 miles per hour from its 95.4 mile per hour peak in 2021. But you could be buying low here on a reliever and elevating yourself. Now, here's the only thing I think is that when you made the move for Chapman, if you wanted Barlow, you probably just go ahead and trade for Barlow and Chapman,
right,
if that's the case. So I'm guessing they don't have a lot of interest, but I wouldn't be out on Scott Barlow.
I won't be out on him either. Look, here's the thing with the relievers. You get a reliever this year, they may be dog crap next year. You just don't know. So you don't necessarily know that you want a reliever on a long-term deal. Relievers are guys you could just keep giving one-year deals to after a while.
Well, here's somebody whose contract runs out in 2023. A former Rookie of the Year, an All-Star, Michael Fulmer with the Chicago Cubs. Could the Cubs be looking to purge here? He has 41 innings pitched this year, 42 strikeouts, 19 walks, a 4.61 ERA. After he missed all of 2019 recovering from Tommy John surgery, the Tigers converted Fulmer into a reliever back in 2021. He was mostly successful in this new role that year and in 2022, but his tenure with the Cubs has been rocky thus far. Change of scenery can always be good for these relievers, though. That can be one of the things that wakes them up a little bit, and I know this is a reliever that RJ Choppy would be all over. Joe Kelly.
Oh, I'm all over Joe Kelly, man. You give me some Joe Kelly in here, I am all about that. I want to make a trade for Dylan Cease and Joe Kelly.
Well, good thing you mentioned Dylan Cease here. Since June, 8 starts for Dylan Cease. 45 innings pitched, 61 strikeouts during that time. His ERA is 3.20, but his FIP is 2.86. Hitters are hitting 234 against him. The OPS is 676. So Cease has started to turn it around a little bit. He's got some control past this year. He's 27, I believe. That's somebody that if you can get a Cease-Kelly combination, let's say
Joe
you go.
Kelly had a 6.08 last year and a 4.82 this year.
Yeah, it's not the greatest.
No.
But I if I remember right, I went back and looked. He had a lot of those runs that were allowed in like 3 or 4 appearances.
Okay.
You know, like if you're able to see that, like if you're a reliever, one bad inning will screw up your ERA.
What if you go like just full blockbuster though and say, give us Cease, give us Kelly, give us Lynn. We're just kind of a buy low starter. We want a high upside guy, and we want to gamble on this reliever here.
I'm out on Lynn.
You're out on Lynn, even if you're adding him in addition to Cease.
I have no interest in him. Like I'd rather just say.
Why?
I would take him and just DFA him. Right. I mean, I don't. It's just. I mean, look, he's not a good pitcher anymore.
Let's go with the Mets then, right? Max Scherzer, we're talking about buying low on him.
Yeah.
Fantastic performance yesterday. 7 innings pitched, 1 hit allowed, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts. His ERA is under 4. His FIP is still 4.41 though. A little concerning there. But you don't just want to add a starter. You want to combo this up. You probably want to add a reliever or 2. Let's look at 2 relievers that the New York Mets have that you could possibly package in here. And these were guys that John Morosi had mentioned to us as, hey, these guys very well could get dealt. Adam Ottavino, he is just in July, he's had 4 2/3 innings pitched, 3 strikeouts, just 1 earned run allowed. On the year, he has a 3.86 ERA. The peripherals aren't as great, 4.84 ERA there. He's been walking a lot of guys, not getting as many strikeouts. Allowed some home runs earlier in the year. Now he's kind of averaged out a little bit. And you've got David Robertson, the former Yankees closer, dominant closer. He's almost 40 now. He may actually be 40. But in his last 13 appearances, stretching over a month, he's gone 14 innings pitched, just 3 earned runs allowed, a 1.93 ERA. But again, the peripherals, not as great. 4.28 fielding independent percentage. His ERA for the year is under 2, but for the season, it's 3.53. So you would expect a little bit of a regression. But again, you could get Ottavino, you could get Robertson, you could get Scherzer. Big trio of pitchers there to bolster you. What are you willing to give up there?
That's a high. You're gonna have to give up a lot.
Even with the contract situation on Scherzer, you think?
You need to make them pay. So you could do one of two things. Either you give up less and, you make them pay, or you give up more and they pay it all.
How long is Verlander?
It's a 2-year deal. It was really a 1-year, though, with an option, I think.
Yeah.
So, like, look, I don't think the Mets are going to sell. They're not in the market to do that. Like, New York City, pressure and waiting. I mean, why are we having all these talks about Scherzer but not Verlander? If they're going to trade one, then you should trade both.
You would think so.
You know
but again,
I mean?
it's like
it's like Trout and Ohtani. If you're going to trade one, you trade both.
Correct. I think you're absolutely right.
Now one person's bringing up. If you're going to blow it up, blow it up.
Blow it up. Yeah. The issue is, New York doesn't usually blow things up. Either New York team. It's just the nature of the city. Like they don't blow up their teams. Like they don't ever rebuild. They just kind of go.
Yep.
And that's a problem. That is a problem. It's poor team building, but the fan base is so rabid, and the media is such cantankerous whats that they don't allow their teams to actually do an actual long-term plan. They're just very, very impatient.
Yep.
But, I mean, look, you could go get Scherzer and Verlander or whoever, and, it just you figure out what route you want to go. Do you want to pick up more of the money? You tell the Mets, look, we'll pick up all the money. We're going to give you nothing in return. Or, if you want the Mets to pick up money, you're going to have to send them more prospects.
Verlander's got a 3.72 ERA for the month. He's a 2.50. And his last start, 5 innings pitched, 3 earned, and a loss against the Dodgers.
I think whatever you're doing here, you need to, if you're going to go acquire a starter from somebody, you need to have them throw in a reliever. If you're going to go make a trade for a reliever like they did for Aroldis Chapman, they need to try and get teams that have multiple ones. So if you're going to the Mets, you need to try and find Ottavino and Robertson. If you're calling up the Tigers, you need to ask about Alex Lang and Jason Foley. Like, you've got to find teams that are out of it and are willing to purge a couple of relievers in the process, whether it's when you're getting a starter, you're getting a reliever thrown in there, or you're going after a reliever, you need to get 2. But either way, we've talked about this. They need 4 relievers right now. Will Smith's been good. Aroldis Chapman, my goodness, he's in the month of July, since he got here, actually, I think if you go back over his last 9 innings pitched going back to Kansas City, he's allowed 2 hits. He hasn't walked anybody. Walks have been his huge issue for forever. We're talking about going 27, 30 batters roughly now without giving up a walk. That's unheard of for Chapman. So Chapman seems to be, peaking at exactly the right time as they head into this stretch run. But they need to go find an Ottavino, a Robertson, a Lang, Foley. Like, find some of these relievers. David Bednar in Pittsburgh has been absolutely dominant. There's control there. He's young. The last 12 innings that he's had, 15 strikeouts, no earned runs allowed. He's been absolutely fantastic.
He's really good. My concern there is, are they now this year they're underachieved a little bit. They're 10.5 out.
Who?
Pittsburgh. Like, do they expect themselves to be better next year, or are they sitting here looking at, like, man, Cincinnati's going to be red hot eventually? Or they have been red hot. Maybe Cincinnati's a team that's going to be on the come, or is Pittsburgh like, hey, we could be them next year?
Yeah, I mean, they could look at it that way, but I mean,
like, if you're Pittsburgh, why are you giving up on guys with control?
But first thing you would do is you'd get rid of relievers. Like, that's the least predictable.
And
if you can get some,
yeah.
Now Keller's got 1.5 years of control left, but if you get the sense, hey, he doesn't really want to be here, let's capitalize on that now. You can do that. Going back to Chapman really quickly, this was a nutty note I just found. Over his last 9 innings pitched, do you know what his FIP is?
No.
Negative 0.05.
And
he has a negative FIP. Basically, it means that it's all the peripheral statistics say he absolutely should not have allowed a single run. Typically, a FIP is going to be, if you've got one that's under 3, you're really, really good. He has one that's negative.
All right, there it is, a big fat baseball breakfast sandwich with Bobby Belt. A lot of B's in there on your home of the Rangers final hour here with Sean, RJ, and Roberto Barry Bonds, home of the KMC Masterpiece at 10, 6:20 this morning. But in case you miss it during the Expressway, the NFL quarterback list is out. The entire league has listed the top 10 quarterbacks, and a former NFL GM expects Dak Prescott to bounce back. Is it really bounce back from what? That's next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
Nation. It's also brought to you by Franklin Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-33.
There goes the perfect game.
Yeah, it's close.
Now, was that me or was that Jeff filling in for Peyton? That pause threw me off right there.
So here's how I look at it. I would say for right now, because Jeff is behind the board, I would say, Jeff, that's your fault. When Peyton comes back next week, I would say, Peyton, Jeff was a perfect game. In fact, the only thing that went wrong was Sean screwed up one time. So it depends on who I'm talking to.
That's right.
You've done good today, Jeff. You have.
Thanks,
You've done great.
Very good. Very good. Except for that read.
Snake on it. Very strong.
Now, yeah, you're supposed to read it. You're supposed to do the Frankel reads, by the way, as Frankel and Frankel.
Yeah,
just so you know.
Let's hear you say it just so we know for the next time.
Franklin Frank.
There we go.
Well done. Well done. Oh, Peyton.
You're in trouble, Peyton.
You are in trouble, Pay. 940 will Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. In case you missed it during the Expressway, the list. Let's change these off baseball for a second so we can catch them focusing on Dak Prescott if we get a chance. The list that all the TV shows were waiting for, and us. ESPN executives, coaches, and scouts ranked the quarterbacks, and it came out from Jeremy Fowler on ESPN. Just a recap. Number 1, Pat Mahomes. Number 2, Joe Burrow. Number 3, Josh Allen. Number 4, Aaron Rodgers. Number 5, Justin Herbert. Number 6, Jalen Hurts. Number 7, Lamar, much to Bobby's chagrin. Number 8, Trevor Lawrence. Dak came in at 9. The highest anyone of 80 people, the highest anyone voted Dak was 7. The lowest ranking, he was left off the list. Last year, he was number 10. And again, this year, he is number 9. The quotes from the league, quote-unquote, experts. He just wasn't seeing the field well last year, was not as decisive as in the past. AFC exec. He's been a top 10 QB for a few years now. Part of his game that was so great was the ability to run the ball and throw more play action off that. They didn't have that as much with the weapons on the outside, but I'm not down on him. He's accurate. He can extend and make plays. He is elite in his decision making. And then Matt Stafford came in at number 10. Former NFL general manager Mike Tannenbaum said he thinks that Dak Prescott is going to have a bounce back.
How confident are you in Dak having a bounce-back season?
Very confident. I got to work with Brian Schottenheimer, the current offensive coordinator of Dallas, back in the Jets. I'm not sure if you guys realize, but we were also on Hard Knocks back in 2010. Anyway, they will be a lot more conservative and risk-adverse, and they have a championship defense, guys. And this stat is remarkable. Dak threw 17 interceptions. That led the league. Their opponents started at the 40-yard line, meaning that they only had to go 40 yards to score a touchdown after those interceptions. If they just cut that in half and rely on this championship defense, they will be really, really hard to beat. So I think what we saw last year was aberrational. And let's give Mike McCarthy some credit. He saw the direction they were going. He moved on from Brian Schottenheimer, and I think they're going to be much more difficult to beat this year.
Wow. There was a lot in that soundbite.
Okay, I heard the words conservative.
I heard aberrational. I've never heard that word.
Conservative is not good in football.
And risk averse.
That is not good in football. I'm sorry, but R2P2 is not going to be in here and be the savior for this football team. Or he's not.
But by the way, I don't think Sean was here when we got that nickname.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
R2P2 is the nickname the fan text gave to Brian Schottenheimer.
Run, pass, punt. R2P2.
That's the offense. It's going to be 3 and outs.
That's the offense. All right, that's Brian Schottenheimer. R2P2.
I tried to tell you last week. You thought McCarthy was just blowing hot air. That they're going to tone it back.
If they let Brian Schottenheimer in charge, then they're going to tone it back. You wait. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
You want to emulate the 2010 Jets?
Or Seahawks.
Or I would rather miss the playoffs than go to the NFC Championship game with a ground and pound 2010 Jets type offense.
Oh man,
I'd rather miss the playoffs. Sports is
first off. I've heard another person say this. In my opinion, the Cowboys defense is not as good.
No, it's not.
Is the Cowboys defense going to be great? Because that Jets defense, I remember being great.
It was an elite defense.
Are the Cowboys good enough that they can ball control and win this. Their defense is not as good as San Francisco's, in my opinion. Now, maybe Stephon Gilmore comes in here and totally changes this. And maybe Mozzie Smith is a rookie defensive player of the year. But I don't think of the Cowboys defense as great, but I've heard a couple people say it.
So last year, analytics, Cowboys are the second best defense in the league behind San Fran. Last year. That's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
That's pretty darn good. Overall, defense was very, very good. It was 13% better than league average. San Fran was 14%. You do that again, you got yourself a good team. And they got a good team. They're going to win 11, 12 games this year, I think. I think they're a really good, solid team. Man, stop with this Brian Schottenheimer stuff.
The 2 years the Jets went to the AFC title, they were 09. They were the number 1 scoring defense. The next year, they were the number 6 scoring defense. Cowboys the last 2 years have been 7 and 5. So I mean, they're right around the 2010 Jets. They're not the 2009 where the Jets were the number 1 scoring and yards defense. But I mean, they're good.
Here's my problem with what Mike Tannenbaum just said. Man, that was a good sound bite. He called last year aberrational. If last year was a fluke for Dak's picks, which I have said and I believe it was, you don't make crazy changes and react to that. You don't change from a number 1 scoring offense to go more ball control if you believe it was a fluke, right? You don't overreact. I agree. If Steph Curry has
a bad shooting
year,
year,
horrible shooting year, then you don't go get a post player.
No, but you don't. But Steph and Dak are different, obviously, because Steph's an all-time great and Dak's not. But yeah, I mean, look, if Tom Brady had a high interception year, they weren't going to change the offense for him,
right?
They just weren't going to do that. Now, if Matt Stafford does, do they? Maybe, and then that's more Dak's category. Look, I think Dak's a really good player. I don't think there's anything wrong with him. Is he elite? No, but he didn't have to be elite. It's a good team. They're going to make the playoffs. You get hot, and all of a sudden you run into one. That's unless you have Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow or Josh Allen. This is kind of the philosophy that you have to take. Let's build a good team around them. Let's get to the playoffs every year. Throw a bunch of darts, and maybe we get hot one year and we run into one. It's a frustrating way to win and to try to do it. But if you don't have Patrick Mahomes, this is kind of what you have to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I think you're underselling Dak once again. A little bit.
Really good. I don't think he's underselling. Look, they're going to be in the playoffs every year, man. That's what you do. Phillip Rivers said the same thing. Get in the playoffs every year. Throw darts at it. Matt Ryan, get in the playoffs every year. Throw darts at it. We almost ran into one. Okay.
Here's what I don't like. I don't like the entire evolution that started with Kitna that they underwent with Dak, where it's be aggressive, trust your arm, trust what you see, rip it, do that. That's become the entire mindset they instill in him. And if they are going to tell him to do the exact reverse now, which is, hey, you always take a profit. If there's a 4-yard little hitch that you can throw, we're going to take those 4 yards. You don't need to always just throw it downfield. If they're going to completely change his view, that's going to be tough because they've created this muscle memory of sorts for him to, for his approach. And if they're going to completely reverse that now, I don't like that idea. And there's going to be serious growing pains there.
Dallas Goedert. By the way, I agree with the approach and philosophy to dial it back and become more conservative with Dak. I agree with that. But if you think it's a fluke, then should that really be the approach? I agree with it, but that was Mike Tannenbaum. What a very good clip. Dallas.
Y'all are both out of the league. So.
Well, you're losing the argument so far. Dallas Goedert says we should be thanking the Sod Father. Because if it wasn't for the Sod Father, one of the greatest nicknames ever, the Eagles would have a ring.
Do you want to talk about the Super Bowl now?
Yeah, we're good. I think I'm almost over it, I'm moved on.
Almost over it? Doesn't sound like you're over it. How slippery was that turf? How much are we blaming the Sod Father?
Man, the Sod Father did not do good, but he knew what he was doing. All I can say is it was a great game till the end. If the field was better, if we were playing on turf, I take us 10 out of 10, but I have to say that.
Yeah. No, the turf sucked. It did.
There's a lot of people slipping, you can't make that up, but we played on the same one. I hope we get back and can play on good turf next year.
Yeah.
I'm only playing that because it's the Eagles. I'm so tired of hearing about this freaking turf.
Dude.
I'm so tired of hearing about this field. I really am.
They are completely whiny. And I also like where he says, what is that insinuation there? He knew what he was doing. What did he know that he was doing? Robbing y'all?
Yeah.
Shut up.
I'm done with the NFL. Screwed this up too because they're throwing the players under the bus here. You know, they told the players, they blamed the players' cleats, not the sod father. Oh, so
it's such a good nickname.
It is, but you're a $1 billion organization using a 90-year-old on your turf. All right, I'm sorry, I hate to be an ageist here, but how about somebody who's heard of Scots? Okay, all right, before let's use somebody who's I don't know, give me a 40-year-old. I'll take a 50-year-old. Anybody. Just get a 90-something-year-old out there think that he knows what's going on anymore. We got to do grass.
May as well have the president do it.
Whatever. Yeah. We want to run people out of work at 60 years old in this country unless they want to run for politics or sod. Okay? Unless they want to work for the Super Bowl or the White House, then you got to be at least 85. If you want to work in either one, I just don't get it.
You know, they said that the claim was that this only proved the NFL script. Because this last year, the idea of the sod father struggling and causing issues with the field, this is the exact plot of an episode of King of the Hill, where they've got the groundskeeper that's been there for forever, and he's in his 90s now, and Smitty, and they realize he is ruining the field for our guys. We've got to take him out. It's his fault. So, I mean, the NFL scriptwriters got very lazy last year.
Man, it's come on, guys, you gonna this? Let's update this a little bit. Or how about you just play on turf? I don't care. Whatever.
So Dak ends up number 9 on the league list of execs, coaches, scouts, ranking the top 10 quarterbacks for the upcoming NFL season. And we will be in Oxnard, California in a week.
Yeah, buddy.
So excited.
Week for tomorrow.
How hard are we going to go Tuesday night when we land?
I don't.
What do we do Tuesday? We usually go to Topper's Pizza. That's usually where we end up.
Oh, I've got a great story about Topper's Pizza.
Tell it.
Because I don't know if you'll want me telling it on the air. It's
What's
graphic.
That have to do with?
Well, I mean, Toppers is a fitting name. If you know what I mean.
I was thinking the same
thing. Did you
see
the MMA girl who flashed everyone?
Yes.
Oh,
I did see that.
I did not.
Oh,
was it at a Topper's Pizza?
It was not at a Topper's
Pizza. In the octagon.
Oh.
I think she won, and she just yanked everything up.
I mean, she's got an OnlyFans. So nudity for her. Well, nope. And they were nice. They're fantastic.
The tomatoes.
They were not tomatoes. I showed Sarah, and she was like, "Whoa!"
She's like giving a Sam's Club sample, trying to get you to buy the rest of it.
Is that way? Hang on. You go to Sam's Club, you see girls like that?
No, I'm saying it's the sample for her OnlyFans.
Hand it out. Let's crosstalk. Shut up. Next, go to commercial. Let's
get you over to #1 Air, the Super Summer Savings.
Hit down the line. This one headed into the corner. Kwan leaps at the wall, and he can't make the play. This one just gets out above Kwan's glove. Home run for Marcus Semien. His 12th of the year. It ties the score at 1.
It is now time for Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. We got everybody in-house. Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. Good morning. What's coming up along with the mic squeak?
Oh, yeah. I don't know, man.
What's wrong?
Just really excited for today's show. Back in action as we get ready for...
oh, man. Sound nervous.
We got 11 o'clock Wanker of the weekend, which we can say on radio. And also Barry Bonds at 10:20. So we're looking forward to that. It's exciting.
What's wrong?
Just a little nervous.
We're not getting Barry Bonds.
You don't think?
What? I think we're getting pranked.
What?
Yep. Yeah, I'll lay it out there. I didn't prepare for this interview because I don't think he's coming on our show.
You don't need to prepare for this interview.
I think somebody's. I will be.
The interview.
I will be shocked if Barry Bonds.
What's your percentage? Like 5%?
10% that we're getting Barry Bonds at 10:20.
Why?
Well, I'll leave it to Kevin. Kevin's done a lot of research. Kevin, lay it out there on why we're just not sure if we're getting Barry Bonds.
I'm a little concerned about the lead up to this because Corey said something, so I started researching. I can't find jack S about this communications person on the internet. Can't find anything about his company. He has a phone number attached to his email, so I decided to call that phone number. Phone just rings and rings and rings and rings. There's no voicemail. There's no nothing. It feels like if you ran a communications company, you'd at least want to have a voicemail.
It's fair.
So a little nervous today, Sean.
I think I'm higher than 10%.
So you're not worried about Barry.
So absolutely not.
You're worried about it happening because I would get that feeling with Carlisle. I would be. I'm like, I know I'm going to get my head snapped off. I know Carlisle. He's just waiting. He's waiting to jump and waiting for my stutters.
I think our interview style is definitely, casual enough, really relaxed.
You think you better?
I think, having Mike obviously is another thing, played professional baseball, that moment to relive and everything. I'm not nervous about the interview at all. These are those things, where you're like, it seems too good to be true.
Yeah.
And so you just you right up to the last second, I'm going to be doing everything I can to make sure we know who this is. So I'm excited. I'm really excited about it, though.
Are you going to ask him about steroids?
Could come up.
I
thought you were mad at Bobby there for a second.
Man.
I'm like, what's going on?
Corey seems stunned that you even brought that up. What?
I don't know, man.
No, like that. Like, is he upset that the steroid era tarnished his good name? Like that he was so innocent in all of it? Is what I mean.
One of the greatest. I was out, and I'm really sad that I missed it. Mike and Kevin had Rafael Palmeiro during, I believe it was during COVID. And we were doing Rangers Throwback, which we're preparing to get our guest for this week. And Kevin, was it you that asked him if he was hurt by not being in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
And I thought he gave a tremendous answer. And I think that question's fair.
That's a good way to ask.
I really do think that's a fair question. So, as Kevin said, if he's real, then I think one of us has to ask that question.
If Barry's real,
yeah, if Barry is real. So that's the hope.
I mean, there's so much HGH that how much is he real?
What I don't know yet about this is who's possibly pranking us.
Just Sean and RJ.
I think it could be.
They're so upset about the day we didn't show
and
up for
then
Crosstalk.
what do they get out of it if at 10:20 we tease Barry Bonds and Barry Bonds doesn't come on?
I don't know what they get other than it's them.
Barry Bonds is a very tough voice to do.
Yes.
Right? Like it's not your Donald Trump or your Joe Biden.
Fox. Oh my God! Why those two?
Hey, hold it, Kevin. Pennsylvania. Barry Bonds is a teenager right there.
Kevin, do Kermit the Frog. Do Kermit real quick.
This is Kermit the Frog.
See, that sounded easy. Yeah,
Is that
Mike's
Patrick
right.
Mahomes or Garrett Cole that you just did right there?
Oh, Garrett Cole too. Wow. Yeah.
Got big Kermit vibes.
Al Michaels.
So it's gonna
Alsomnia?
be interesting. If we get them, great. It'll be awesome.
No,
tune
not
in
great.
at
You
10.
guys are ill-prepared if you get them, apparently.
Tune in at 10:20.
I'm prepared.
We prepared so much. We're like, is this happening or is this not happening?
Yeah.
So
what else is coming up?
I don't even remember at this point. I'm just.
Oh no!
I mean, I'm excited.
When are you doing the quarterback list? Did you see him out?
Noon. I didn't look at the ranking yet, but noon.
Hold on, you're leading that segment. You don't know the rankings yet?
Want to be surprised?
You're going to be surprised with us?
Ooh, maybe I can guess.
Mike, how was the energy in Arlington over the weekend?
It was good. I talked about this going into this series. I will say who's ever running the board. I don't know if that's Chuck Morgan who runs the board. I mean, he gets people to. He has the clap, make
Wait
noise.
a second. Don't hang on.
Oh
You can't say it
RJ.
like that.
Jeez.
You can't say it. I mean,
Settle down, Fonz. It's going to be okay.
You are really putting Chuck in a tough spot there, man.
But as soon as on the board, they can't keep doing that. They can't keep making the board light up because I don't know the rules, but I'm assuming as the pitcher is coming set or as he's getting close to starting his motion, you have to make the board clean, as in you can't have flashing lights that could mess up the hitter. That's not fair. And then everybody goes quiet. I'm like, no, keep making noise. It doesn't mean because the board said to stop clapping. They didn't say, now stop clapping. Wimbledon is about to make a serve here. It's like, no, you're supposed to keep making noise.
Yeah.
You're supposed to keep clapping. What the Rangers did yesterday, the crowd was going nuts in the bottom of the 8th inning. But then as soon as action would stop or whatever, they would stop. And I would just say at other places, Boston, Philadelphia, New York's, Dodgers,
Chicago.
St. Louis, right? There's a lot of places that if we want to be considered this tough place to play at, this baseball town, you have to keep making noise. Now, this is tough. There's 33,000 people there yesterday. I don't know if there's 33,000 people that were at the game yesterday listening to us, but if you get, I don't know how many people, let's just say 3,000 people, 10% of the audience who was there yesterday that are listening to us right now, and they keep standing up. They're standing up in between the bottom of the 8th and the top of the 9th as Stranglehold comes on. That is a great song at a ballpark. Obviously, G-Bag has used it for a dozen years now, but that is a great song in between the 8th and 9th inning as Will Smith enters the game. I just want more from the Ranger fans. They are doing a great job when action happens, when Josh Young gets the base hit, when Adolis Garcia hits the double. Like, there's a lot of yelling and screaming and standing up and cheering when something positive happens. But it needs to have more of a, we are standing up for 3rd and 5 right now for the Dallas Cowboys. And I know they have to give all of these things on the board now. It's in a weird way for the last 25 to 30 years.
Tell people to cheer.
Fans can't cheer on their own. They don't know when to cheer. So they have to be told when to make noise, told when to cheer. And the last pitch, stand up, get on your feet. Everybody does that, but they have to tell people to do it on the board. And I just want this Ranger fan base who's engaged. They're showing up to the games. They are cheering their butts off when something positive happens. I just want them to really rock the house throughout the game. You shouldn't, I feel like, and I guess I'm wrong on this, you should know in the 7th inning with 2 outs and 2 strikes, you should stand up then and cheer then. This is a big time to get the 3rd out of the inning to move on to the 8th and then carry that energy into the top of the 8th inning.
You should be on your feet
or
with
the
2
bottom of the
strikes
8th inning.
in the 1st inning.
Yeah.
On your feet.
Nobody ever picked up Zonk's drumstick and followed in his footsteps. We needed a Zonk to just bang on the drum again, like he used to.
Well, the Cleveland guy, they stopped the Cleveland guy, didn't they?
He died.
Oh, that'll
wow.
do it.
Good job, Chop.
Stop him. just like your mom.
Oh!
Or start creating your own
But
things. You know,
It's just like my mom.
Get a Rangers
But
mob
it
to
is
create
kind
their
of
own
like that
things.
at a Cowboys game too, right? A lot of Cowboy players have said when we play in our division, I know Washington's not the same anymore, but New York and Philadelphia, it's a harsher environment.
Yes.
Just they're more rabid. Like we're very laid back.
I was told to sit down
Which
all
is
the
probably
time.
good because if you do give up 3 innings in the 7th inning and you were up 3-2 and now it is 4-3 or 5-3 the other team, you're not going to get booed. If you're in Philadelphia, New York, Boston,
played in New York.
you will get booed coming off the field. Even if you're a reliever with a 1 ERA in 60 innings pitched.
They're like, this time you
This
were
time
bad,
you
though.
weren't good, so we will boo you. So you have the benefit of that. You're not going to get booed as a Ranger.
There's 162 NFL games in New York. Every game takes on that
Right.
kind of like, if we lose, the world's falling. Like the Yankees are like, what'd you say? They're like 6 games over
So-
500. Like that's not bad. Like it's like the sky's falling.
I was standing up. Leslie was standing up. My son, who I brought with me, was standing up. Now we're not blocking anybody's view on the set, but there was one guy in left field that was standing up. He was really into the game, and I'm like, follow his lead. Come on, guys, follow his lead. And he would sit down to be respectful to all the other people who refused to stand up during big key moments. Now they'd all stand up. The ball's hit. Everybody rises up. Everybody starts screaming for the guy to score. But I'm like, no, rise up before. Make this a big moment before it becomes the big moment.
Mike, you were sitting next to me while we were watching Chris Young in spring training. He was watching the game and everything, and we were just kind of observing the way he approaches it. Yeah. He's played around, all around the league.
Right.
Do you think that he wants a fan base to be a certain type of way? Do you think he wants them to be more educated? Do you think he has something that he has in mind here?
I think I'm sure he would like it to be more like St. Louis Cardinals, less like Boston Red Sox. Red Sox fans are really into the game, but look, they're going to take it over the top. They're going to boo the living crap out of you if you make an error at third base. Like if you are if Devers makes an error, they're booing Devers.
Right.
Devers comes up to the plate his next at bat. He's getting booed for making an error 2 innings ago. He doesn't want that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the thing that comes with the other with New York, Boston, Philly fans. But I think he would love to have more of a Dodger, St. Louis Cardinal type of vibe here.
Okay, so we got to go to the Dodgers game, and when we go out to Oxnard, we got to go to a Dodgers game and see what their crowd's like. I've never been to a Dodgers
fantastic.
game.
Now, like their crowd is not remotely close to the East Coast crowds.
Right.
But it's a very good crowd. They know when to get up. They know they don't need to be.
They're chanting "Let's go Dodgers" a lot, even when it's not even like told to do "Let's go Dodgers."
They smacked a beach ball up into my seats when I was at the Dodgers game last year, and I just didn't bounce it back. I let the thing fall down because I don't care for the beach ball in the stands.
You got booed.
And so somebody behind me goes like, "Hey, you idiot! Why didn't you smack the beach ball back here? What kind of Dodgers fan are you?" And I was wearing my Rangers hat. I took it off and I didn't even turn around. I just turned my hat around. And the guy back there goes, "Oh boy, this guy sucks."
But it is a lot of people out there. Like they are packing the house. I know that there's it's 38,000, I believe, as a sellout. So only 5,000 short of a sellout yesterday.
Yeah. Rangers Rays continue tonight, fresh off the sweep. We're back tomorrow morning with another giveaway during the Expressway. Jake Paul, Nate Diaz.
That's a heck of a giveaway.
Isn't it? Are you interested in the fight?
Yeah, we'd had
Are we gonna be
discussions about, we come back the day before. I think G-Bag comes back the day of the fight. We'd had discussions about everyone trying to go out there together.
I think Derek said he would help us rappel down into the arena. If,
what is he, Sting?
Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
Why not?
We're back tomorrow
Bad
morning.
history of that.
It's the KMC Masterpiece next on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers swept their
gosh, it was so
opening
good.
series for the second half of the season. I know that the opponents get tougher, and this is a really tough stretch of the season, but I found it to be particularly encouraging, especially yesterday's game when the Guardians put a couple more runs on the board to make it go from 3-2 to 5-2. I thought the Rangers were cooked for that game.
I thought, what a great series to come back against the best bullpen in all of Major League Baseball.
Twice.
Now, they might not be anymore because the Rangers put a 10-piece on them on Friday, and then yesterday was able to score 4 there late in the game. So that might change their ERA numbers, their batting average against numbers. You never had to see Emmanuel Clase because sitting there, I'm thinking in the 6th inning, okay, at that point, it's somewhat a 1-run game. I know that it becomes a 2-run game in the 8th inning there. But I'm thinking to myself, we better do this in the 7th or 8th inning because I know Emmanuel Clase isn't perfect. But I'm thinking to myself, he's going to come in with that 101-mile-an-hour cutter, and I don't think we're going to score multiple runs off of him, and most likely you're not going to score any runs off of him. So the Rangers never had to see Emmanuel Clase pitch in this series.
The other thing, too, Mike, that you pointed out in the pregame on Saturday, I believe, is how awesome was it that the Rangers were able to get to that bullpen on Friday and Will Smith didn't have to go out there.
Right.
And then you were able to use him. You were able to use him twice on Saturday and Sunday, but you didn't have to. They didn't see him until the second game.
I believe he was warming up to go into the game. And then when the Rangers put another 4 on the board,
he almost caught one of the home runs. Yeah.
They sat him down and then said, all right, Jose Leclerc, you have it. And that's huge, not only because he wasn't at 100% yesterday. This is the deal. When you throw an inning in 2/3 and then you have to throw the next day, I don't care how many pitches you threw. You had to warm up in the pen, which is going 100%. Then you had to go into the game and throw some pitches at 100%. Then you sat down, which Will Smith doesn't do a lot of that in his career. He's done some. Then you have to go up and you have to get at 100% again. And then the next day you took the ball in the 9th inning. He was able to, get a save yesterday, put a 0 on the board without even being at 100%. And that was huge. And honestly, it was just one of those things where everybody picked up each other. And even for Aroldis Chapman, when he pitched on Friday and then pitched on Saturday, his first fastball on Saturday, 94 miles an hour. Now I was like, oh, this is back to back, and I don't know. And then the next pitch was like 97, 98, and then the next pitch was pretty much 100 miles an hour. Like, okay, we're okay. For some reason, the first pitch was 94. Maybe he got around the ball a little bit, but I'm pretty sure it was a fastball. And so it was just interesting to me going, okay, let's see Aroldis throw back to back, and it was great. Let's see here in this situation, Will Smith, who I know that they didn't want to use yesterday, but it was great that Will before the game told Boch, hey, I can go. What I got, I'm going to give you 100% of what I have today. And I remember Manny Acta saying that, give me 100% of what you have today. Because you're not going to be at 100% in 162 games. It's impossible. If your hamstring's bugging you, let me know. If you say, hey, I can play through it, I'm going to say, all right. But if you hit a ground ball to shortstop, jog to first base. Do not run hard. If they bobble it and they throw you out, I understand why you jog. Now, people like us might say, hey, what the hell? You got to run hard every time you hit a ground ball. But there are times where we don't know behind the scenes that a hamstring is bugging somebody. A guy's calf is a little bit tight. And so you're like, hey, I want to play today. I can play today. I can give you I'm going to give you 100% of what I have today. And then the manager just makes sure, hey, I'm going to play you. I believe in you. But if you don't have to run hard, don't run hard.
We talked about it on the other side, or I guess last week before the second half started, is take a look at these first 4 series. Will the Rangers show you, hey, we need bullpen? Will they show you, hey, be ready to go all in and do whatever you got to do to make a big move? This is the easiest opponent of the 4.
Yeah.
But that's a heck of a start. Like, you couldn't have started any better.
Last year, Cleveland got to 92 wins and they were 500 at the All-Star break. They're 2 games over 500 and played 20 games over 500. So they've been in this situation. So I understand what you're talking about, Cleveland. And they are the worst out of the 4 opponents you're playing, and that you're done with one. You have Tampa, then the Dodgers, then Houston left. And then you go San Diego, who on paper, I don't know why they're so bad, but they're not a good team this year. So it was a great job of getting a sweep and very tough. And I'll say this. I didn't know this coming into the series. I didn't know much about Gavin Williams. I didn't know much about Bybee, their pitcher, yesterday. Did you see the text I sent everybody?
Yes. That makes me sad because of the draft class they were in versus where Leiter is sitting right now. I definitely did.
So Williams was the 23rd overall pick in the 2021 draft, I believe out of East Carolina. And then the guy who pitched yesterday, who I'll tell you what, I might like, just seeing them both pitch this series, I might like Bybee a little bit more for the future, but it's one start, right? He was a 5th-round pick out of Cal State Fullerton in 2021. So they took, I don't know who their 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-round picks are, but they took 2 college pitchers in the first 5 rounds. And Cleveland, 2 years after that draft, I mean, pretty much approximately 2 years after that draft, they now have 2 guys that look like future frontline rotation pitchers. They still have a lot to prove, but those 2 guys, Williams and Bybee, who pitched for them on Saturday and Sunday, were very impressive.
Never mind. You know what? I don't want to talk about Jack Leiter. I have questions about that comparison, but I don't want to get into that because the Rangers swept.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah.
I want to.
It's awesome.
I want to stay focused.
It's awesome that they looked like that confident team we saw early in the season for a majority, except for June. They looked like that confident team again.
I can't say this on Bally's during the postgame show, but I did say it after New York said, nope, call stands. Runner is safe on the double play to end the game. And I thought, I believe it was Quan who hit that ball. It might have been Rosario. Does New York think Mark Cuban owns the Rangers too? Because I'm like, dude, like, I don't think Ray Davis is saying anything about the umpires. I was just confused because I'm up there in left field and they're showing the replay on the big screen, multiple different views, and you can see Cleveland's dugout. I'm looking at them, and you can see, I know Mike Sarball, their third base coach. He was one of my A-ball and AAA coaches, and I can see him going, we're screwed. Like, he's kind of looking in the dugout, almost like taking a step or two towards the dugout, like, crap, this game's over. And Adolis and Leote are watching above my head. They're watching the left field screen, and they're kind of like, all right, we won this game. They start getting closer, like, we're going to do our little outfield celebration and go shake hands. And then 1 minute later, they come like, play stands. Let's keep playing baseball. Jose Ramirez, your all-star, gets to hit in this situation.
I was a little also confused on, it was the slide in home. Was it Jankowski that slid home and had to like tag his hand?
Right. He never got to home plate because it was blocked.
Okay. But it was blocked, right? And so
after he caught, like, I believe that's the right way to call it. He wasn't touching, his pinky toe wasn't touching home plate as he was receiving the ball. And that's what they called Jonah Heim. Like, hey, you know, when the ball was about 150 feet away from home plate and Elvis Andrus was about 80 feet away from third base. His pinky toe was touching the left-handed batter's box of that tip of the plate, and that is considering blocking. So I guess as long as you're not touching home plate as the ball's coming in, and you receive the ball, you can drop your leg and block all of home plate.
Okay. All right.
Which to me would be, you're not giving him a lane to slide. There was no lane for Jankowski to slide, but they're saying, nope. After he caught the ball, you can 100% block home plate.
That was fine, Corey.
Mike, the other question I had about this weekend of Rangers baseball, Dave Valley, I heard multiple times say, hey, Dave Raymond, I'm buying you barbecue. I'm making sure the barbecue is being brought out here.
Yeah.
And then I look up and I see Hurtado is bringing barbecue, and Mike Bassick slipped into the booth. Or the center field booth.
Yeah, like, what a nice coincidence.
Now, was that like, were you sitting there going, man, he keeps talking about this barbecue, I need to get down there? Or was that all part of Mike Bassick's master plan?
I knew that I was doing the 6th inning broadcast on Bally's. And then they let me know in the 5th inning, hey, barbecue is going to be served in the 6th inning. And it was great because Dave Valley has not had Hurtado's barbecue yet, right? And so
you like seeing people experience
I loved it
because it is awesome.
We've had the tacos out at Globe Life. We've had the nachos. We've had the beef rib. We've had all those things. So I was so excited for those guys to try it. Now, I don't think you're not an elote fan at all, Kevin.
It's not for me,
right?
but I know it's super popular.
Yeah, it has more than one ingredient in it, so I get it. But
what's that little red stuff in there?
It is so good, and they put brisket on top of it too to top it off. So I loved how much Dave Valley was enjoying getting some barbecue there in the 6th inning, and then that inning. Bradford had a really quick inning, so it was just like we didn't even talk about the game. Like it took about 2 minutes, and we were going on to the bottom of the 6th inning.
Now, side thing that's happening and transpiring in the football world today is franchise tag day. I believe at 3:00 Central is the deadline to get a long-term deal done with franchise players, with everyone focusing on Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs. My question for y'all was, and Jane Slater.
Yeah, I just saw her post about this.
But my question is, before we get into that, is does anybody want to see a long-term deal done with Tony Pollard? Because
what's long-term?
3 to 4 years. 4 years.
4 years?
Yeah.
Not really.
4 years, $56
That's a lot.
million.
I don't like inking somebody to a deal after a long-term deal after they just got injured.
Sure. Especially a running back
or quarterback. Those things.
We did that. We already did that, Corey. And we gave him more money for getting hurt.
So do you give credit to Steven then for saying not right now? So
you know what? No, because now I panicked. I was okay when Jane said can confirm multiple reports. Tony Pollard, he's going to play in the franchise tag. I don't think that was ever in question. Interestingly enough, when I asked how far apart both sides were, a source quote tells me there was an extensive discussion about a long-term deal. And I was thinking that was good. But then I just thought about it because of what you said. Dak Prescott gets hurt, long-term deal. Michael Gallup gets hurt, long-term deal. We love signing players off of injury to long-term deals. Now I'm worried.
I think they're going to stick with the 1 year thing. They'll rock that. Tony Pollard's going to go out there, prove it, and then say, all right, now I have more. I think his agent, if his agent's smart, obviously they ran into a wall with the Cowboys, right? They probably ran into a certain wall and said, all right, well, we're going to give ourselves a better market. You're going to finally be the lead back. You're going to get your opportunity. We're going to try and give ourselves a better market. Now, the market has changed, Kevin. It's gone down from what, 10.9 million to 10.1 for the franchise tag.
Yep.
So the market has changed for running backs. But I do think that this is a good for everybody involved. You're going to get the best of Tony Pollard because he's playing on contract season, which, Kevin, that is one of my top 3 motivators for all athletes in all sports. And then you're going to get the better running back out of the group here. So that's what we're working with this year. I'm excited for it because it's a good opportunity. Now, if he gets to this is the Josh Hamilton thing. Josh Hamilton got his stats in the first half of the season and did not need to do anything else in order to get his contract with the Angels or whoever.
Should put a ring on it. He said it.
So that's where I'm a little nervous is will he get to a certain point and go, okay, now it's time for us to talk? And then the Cowboys are like, we aren't talking till later.
Now, are you more nervous about that or our next segment?
Dude, don't do this right now. This is my nightmare.
You set us up.
Don't do this right now. When's the time to do this?
This is my nightmare, okay? And I didn't text that KG and I were texting back and forth this morning. And my nightmare, Kevin, was Kay Adams not showing up to our desk.
Right.
I know when Dan Orlovsky didn't show up with Sean and RJ, they were furious, right?
Yeah.
It's like embarrassing for one, because you're like, hey, everybody, we're gonna have a party, and then nobody shows up to the party. And I don't want that to happen. But you can't, if you get an email and it's like, hey, your co-host is Mike Bassick, who threw the pitch to Barry Bonds that set the home run king record. You don't say no to that, ever. So I said yes, and we followed it as far as we can go, Kevin. I'm very nervous. I am jittery over here. I've never been like this.
You said on it's letsplayballtoday.com.
That's what it is.
Still ain't up.
So, yes.
It's supposed to be up at 10 a.m.
That's now.
I'm going to hit reload. Is it 10 a.m. Hawaii time?
And I'm looking to see because there's a couple other outlets like podcasts that he's on first.
Okay.
And I haven't seen them say anything yet. So I'm a little nervous.
All right. 877-881-1053.
It could be amazing.
Also want to hear from the Twolos and the YouTubers, real or fraud? Because we allegedly have Barry Bonds coming up next. Do you think it's going to be real, or do you think it's a big, giant hoax, perhaps from inside this station?
I'm praying that it's real.
What?
That's important.
You think? Hold on. You think Reggie set this up?
No. That's because that takes additional
A lot of
outside
effort.
work
That's
time.
a lot of
He's
Creating
so
a fake
out.
email.
I didn't know if
doing
this was
that.
Sean and RJ because of us saying we weren't coming in for that 30-minute show or whatever.
Yeah.
But they're still talking to Spittle right now.
Or who knows? We'll find out next. Barry Bonds or bust right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Bassett's 3-2 again. This is swinging a hot fly ball right center field. Back it goes. Racing back. Logan jumping up, and that ball is gone. Number 756.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, man, oh man, I would be excited, but I don't know about any of this. We did get a call from the rep for Barry Bonds right when we came back from commercial break, which is super, super convenient. I love it when a good plan comes together. Corey, you do not look excited about this at all.
You know how whenever I asked Jerry if he was embarrassed, Lucius likes to point out that my voice cracked in that moment. That's kind of how I feel at the right now, because I knew I was going to ask that question when I asked it, right?
Yeah.
I knew that it was going to be kind of a very interesting question that I was about to ask, and so I was a little nervous when I asked it, and here I am kind of in that same, my hands are chilly. Mike, I don't know if we need to turn the heat up in here or something, but I'm excited, man. And Mike, this is big for you too, because you two are in the Hall of Fame together because of him and you in that moment.
Yeah, mostly because of him.
Okay.
I don't think Barry needed me to hit 756 home runs. Or I guess 762, I think, was the final number.
So, and I mean, you remember that pretty well. Like, that's got to be one of those. I don't know if it's one of those things that like lives with you, or if it's one of those things that you think about all the time. I don't know if it's one of those moments where
every day
where you like go to bed at night and you just relive it. Or
I wake up every morning and the first thing on my mind is Barry Bonds.
Did you when it happened? Did you relive it in your mind?
Well, I just remember when he hit the ball. I knew it. He knew it. I'm pretty sure if you know baseball, when he hit the ball, you knew it. And I was like, oh, crap.
That's actually my biggest question is, when do you know? Like, when do you know that something like that is going down? So I'm really, really excited, really looking forward to this. I'm anticipating this at the moment. So let's go ahead and let's bring him on right now. It is Barry Bonds. Barry, how you doing today, sir? Barry, how's it going, man?
Thank you for having me.
Oh, man, it's fantastic to talk to you. How are you doing? Mike Bassick is my co-host. Now, I'm not sure if you know this, Barry, but Mike Bassick is the man that threw the pitch that helped you break the home run record. You have any words for Mike Bassick today?
No.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, no, it didn't.
You didn't hear him?
All right.
What are you in this for? Why are you with me? Why?
All right.
Well, it was a good shot. We're having some audio or nonsense connectivity
He asked why.
issues.
I wonder if he was like, why is he sitting here with me? And I was like, I mean, it's on the sheet that he was like, we had a sheet that said he was supposed to be there. So, all right. Well, there we go. That's all I got out of that. Yeah.
We sniffed it out up and down.
I don't get.
You got nothing,
help me
Sean.
out here. Help me out here. So what's the kind of play? What were you hoping for?
Well, it was just
basically this.
It was just to set up a fake Barry Bonds interview.
Okay.
And freaking, I hate you, Kevin.
Sorry, buddy.
We got to give you credit, man.
I've never in my history of radio heard someone call the PR guy, right? So Bobby set up like one of these fake accounts. You know, you can.
Of course, Bobby did. He did this. It was. Imagine just something as small as the voicemail. That was it.
That's all I needed.
If there was a
somebody
voice,
going,
something as small. Look, Kevin, you're as Sean said, your wife could never cheat on you. You would figure this out in seconds.
See,
I hate you.
You know, Mike was watching you guys. Y'all have a meeting. Y'all usually are there for like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Mike's like, they got out really early. What's going on over there?
I just watching
we had a
going.
good book
They
last
usually
week, so.
do a meeting till about 10:30 is about when they leave their meeting, and then 10:15 you guys turn the lights off, and I see you guys still hanging around.
Well, we thought being on a Monday is the best day for it because we have the meeting. Like this thing was so layered. I really believe 99.9% of anyone would have fallen for it, except for freaking Kevin, except for Hagelin. I've never called a PR guy in my life back.
Fantastic.
Bobby
guys.
set up a fake email. He's all good with that technology. All the emails went to Bobby.
Who's that picture of?
That's an AI generated person. If you look closely,
Bobby is so sinister.
He doesn't have any shoulders.
He is so sinister.
It's just a head.
There's no shoulders. It's just floating head. It's AI generated. And Reggie almost screwed it up just now. He vetted me for about a minute, and I was like, "Crap, he's not going to put me on the air."
Damn right.
Those are Barry drops, though.
Right? We're so hyped up, and then freaking Spittle and Bobby last week. They're like, "Do you think they're going to be furious or ticked?" So it ruined me the past 2 or 3 days. Yesterday, I'm talking to Chiafalo. We're judging who's going to go crazy. So the good news, I almost texted you, and I was like, even though you pranked us, I almost texted. I had the most secure feeling about Kevin. I was like, Kevin will be fine. He'll appreciate the brilliance of it. He figured it out.
Yeah.
Corey, I didn't know because I knew he was excited, and Mike was either going to be truly disappointed.
You're the wild card.
We didn't know what was going to happen.
He just doesn't.
Damn you, Kevin.
He just doesn't do interviews.
No.
But he's been doing that.
And he just did that podcast.
Jerry Hairston Jr., right? And
a major leaguer. Yeah. And he was on with Harvey Levin with TMZ.
So that's why we told you no promotion of it on social in case his people, anyone got wind of it on Twitter until the day of, could only do it. It was layered. You
didn't fire up the website live at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, that's the thing that
we've been hitting letsplayBallToday.com that's live at 10 a.m. There's not a real website.
Have you ever researched or gone to the extents that you did to look up an interview like this?
I think you only do something like that for a guy like Barry Bonds who doesn't do interviews.
If you said we're getting Joe Biden today, I'd be like, I don't think so.
folks, you do have it.
Why are we doing so many Joe Biden impersonations?
I mean, there's no way he'd understand our questions.
Back then, the squirrels had acorns and they ate. And they
we
put
did
them in their mouth and their butt. And it was amazing.
If you go to Barry Bonds' Instagram, the most recent post when we first sent you guys the email was Pick Me Bev, some partnership he had done with them. And so they were like, all right, that way if they go look at the social media, they'll see he actually does partner with this company. Then he was doing interviews recently. I knew Hagee was off on it. The very first day y'all mentioned it, Hagee came into Crosstalk and he goes, yeah, but apparently we're not allowed to mention this on social, which is kind of weird. Yeah. I was like, oh, crap. He's already figuring out this isn't actually real.
Well, and that was, I think it was that morning. It was that morning I was sitting there and I was like, Kevin, I got some concerns. And he was like, what's wrong? And I was like, here's my information. Here's everything I have. And I was like, I haven't found anything on this dude. I Googled his name. I can't find anything. And Kevin was like, hold on. He goes, hey, I found a LinkedIn account for this guy. And we're like, okay. Yeah. And he turned around. I was like, that doesn't look like the guy. Good.
And the picture. And the number goes to Bobby.
No, so that it does call forward to me, that number. That's a number from my other job that I call forwarded. But I never saw your call come in. That's one thing. I don't know what I would have done if you would have called. I probably would have used the awful New York accent I just used with Reggie. I had no comical idea what I was doing.
How did your New York accent go?
Yeah, I was like, hey, this is Anthony Cordy here. And he's like, he did what I told you he'd do. I was like, he's going to want to talk to Barry before we put him on the air. And he was like, Barry? And I was like, crap. So I just had to start hitting drops that made no sense to the questions he was asking. So
there you go, Kevin.
He goes, why are you here? Why are you, I don't know why you're here. With
Actually,
me right now.
by the way, that was not, we did so much Googling. Like the thanks for having me. There was no interview of Barry saying that. That was Tristan Thompson. Some people on Twitter had observed that Tristan
kind of high-low mixed in.
Tristan Thompson. People had observed Tristan Thompson sounded like Barry Bonds, so it was Tristan Thompson pitched up a little bit. There was the comedian Joe Coy pitched down a little bit, and then there were some actual Barry drops in there. But we had like 6 drops to play with Barry.
I want to know now, because you said this was layered. I want you now to tell us how you hoped it would have went and kind of the stages we would have gone through for the segment.
You would have had him on. You would have asked a couple questions, did this, got all excited, never had any inkling. Then we come in like
the idea was Sean wanted you guys to give short answers so that he's being a jerk and you guys buy it, and then Sean was going to storm in and be like, hey, these guys aren't going to say it, but you're a jackass, okay? That's what I'm going to tell you.
Interview
and then blow up
you
your
guys
spot.
Get even more mad at me for like interrupting, having him hang up, like me cussing Barry Bonds out because I'm like, why are you being such a jackass? And then we let you know that it was us, and just to see the shock and amazement.
What would have been the drop? because you guys know the drops that you guys had on Bonds.
Yeah.
Would have been the drop if one of our questions would have been that Bochy, obviously the manager of the Rangers now. You had
because we didn't have real questions ready to go.
So you know how some major interviews, like they'll be like sometimes behind the scenes, right? It's like you can ask what you want, but we want you to ask these 3.
Yeah.
So that's what we were gonna do. We were gonna do the 3 that we could find the corresponding audio to.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we couldn't find enough like Barry audio.
Right, because he doesn't do anything.
Well, no, the stuff we found, it's like him doing Zoom interviews or he's on a baseball field. So you hear the crack of the bat in the background. It's like, crap, this isn't usable. That's why I had to do some Tristan Thompson and some Joe Coy. Because I was like editing audio yesterday, and my wife's like, he sounds kind of like Joe Coy. And I was like, he does. I'm going to go find clips of him and mess with the pitch on those. And so that's what we did.
Are you proud right now?
You should be proud. You did great.
Are you disappointed? You know, I
mean, like,
I thought you'd be impressed
He's more
with the
proud.
effort.
He's more proud that we
found it
sniffed
out.
it out.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate
That's the part that he's
the
excited
layers. A couple of things is the communications guy having a local phone number. I thought was weird. I do think it would have been hilarious if it was Conti Communications, and then I would have been like, that is well done. But yeah,
we started a LinkedIn. Here's the problem: is that by the time you guys looked at it after a day of the LinkedIn being up, which had all this stuff about he was an assistant with the Giants and a PR intern, and so you could have looked at it and said, oh, he met Barry there. The LinkedIn got taken down for suspicious activity. So by the time y'all Googled it, you were seeing a different. You were seeing a different Anthony Cordy because I was using that picture. So.
Okay.
Well, and these guys did ask me today, or at least Corey did. He said, "Do you have like a Bonds number?" And I do. I have it from 2007, but it's not his personal number. It's through his secretary, and then he would call you back on a like secure blocked line, pretty much. Like when it would come up, it would not give the number.
The
that
only
it's
victory
calling
is
from.
Odyssey's app tweeted or texted and tweeted Barry Bonds on now.
Yeah, we're getting
at least someone on corporate.
I told Josh
fell for
Clark
it.
this morning. I did text him. And you want to hear the back and forth with Josh Clark this morning? All right.
Corey texted. So at first we didn't know if Corey was onto it because he immediately texted me and Chiafalo. I don't know who else, but kind of like we're working on Barry. Like I think it was kind of like a back off thing. Like we're locking this in. So I was like, Corey doesn't text me this about any interview. Like, is he on to this or is he like that excited? And then I'm going back and forth. We've been recording you guys like talking about it, you know, in the commercial breaks and all that to kind of build up for the big audio segment tomorrow that you've now effing destroyed.
Thanks a lot. You ruined 2 segments tomorrow.
Don't worry, I got plenty of content if you need some help. We got it. Don't worry about it.
And we were like, Mike is either going to flip or be, and then people were worried that you would view it as way over the top compared to what you did. Like we went way overboard. I'm like, it's a fake interview. It's that harmless, but I think Choppy still thinks that we should do something. I think this is a truce now.
This is truce.
You found it out. I hate you for it.
So
but
you were hoping, I mean,
sorry.
At the end, like about right now, where we'd had to let him go because he only had 10 minutes, and then he had to get on to his other interviews that he never does.
The other thing, I gave it away. Like when we were promoting it last week, I was like 10:20 KNC, and Bobby's like, I didn't write Corey back a time. So how do you know 10:20? But you didn't hear. I was like,
he spoiled it.
Corey's usually up in 6 a.m. hour listing, and Bobby's like, I didn't give Corey the time yet, and you just said 10:20, so I messed up there.
So you were at the end, like we would have thought it was a real interview. Like right now, we would have still believed it was a real interview. So then
we were just going to come in like 3 minutes in, because we didn't have enough audio.
Yeah.
You know, we couldn't match up enough audio
It's
answers
tough
to your
because I was
questions.
telling him, I was like, man, I've seen Barry with Alex Rodriguez doing like a webcast on like working down to the ball and how stupid working up to the ball is. And I'm like, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Like he's talked about that with A-Rod. He obviously went on with Jerry Hairston Jr. and talked a little bit about a few things. But I mean, in the last decade, he's barely done anything. There's a few
That's why I was
interviews.
excited to talk to him. I really was.
Corey, did you buy, it sounded like you had some relief. Did you buy it when you heard the thank you for having me? Did you for half a second think, oh, we did get Barry Bonds?
We didn't hear it.
It didn't hit.
You didn't? Dang it.
Reggie didn't have it up yet.
Oh, no.
All we heard was whoever it was go, I don't know why you have me on. Or why are you with me? And we were like,
Because the first clip was the most believable. He goes, thanks for having me. And then we
And it sounds like Barry.
I can't stand Kevin's face right now. I really can't.
That's how my face always looks.
Smug.
Oh, no.
It's the face of somebody who just
a pride / disappointment.
Yeah.
I mean, I am disappointed. I was really excited to talk to him. I
No,
thought that was
disappointment in our effort level, in our diabolicness.
Yeah.
You know, I thought it was good.
I layered.
well, I'll tell you this.
probably
You
the
sucked
best.
the total air out of us.
No,
in
yeah,
Crosstalk,
okay.
And then going in that room, like I was pissed. Spittle's like, don't be mad. It's fine. It's still great for the listener. And I was like, no, like we wanted them to suffer.
Today was like our day.
I'm still gonna get you. I'm gonna get you still.
of our show is like we are freaking having Barry Bonds. Nobody else in the country is having him on live.
We wanted to just
us.
like crush you. Your soul.
Hey, this was the best you could do. Good job.
All right, this isn't over, Sean.
I'm kidding.
Oh man, I think the prank war is still on in Oxnard now. I think that's what just has been.
We have to yell. I'll see you in Oxnard.
We'll see you in Oxnard, sirs.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, probably baseball nuggets.
No, it's definitely baseball. We're going to do baseball nuggets.
Mike is in front of me right now, so I have high faith in this next segment.
Is this the AL Championship Series preview starting tonight? Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
So here's Josh Young now with the infield in, tying run at third, go-ahead run at second. He swings, drives one into left, a base hit. Lowe scores, Adolis around third. Here's the throw, it's cut. Adolis scores standing up, and the Rangers lead 6-5.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan as the Rangers complete the series sweep of the Guardians. And right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Banter.
All right, so I find this amazing from such a good team this year. The Rangers have won so many games in so many different ways. They are now 1-27. If they are trailing after 7 innings, that was their first win of the year. And that just seems impossible when you're that good of a team, when you have that good of an offense, that you have not been able to come back from 1 or 2 runs all year after 7 innings.
You're right about that. And a couple things about that stat is I had seen, I think there was like maybe 3 other teams that were in that same boat, but that number is really low. Only 27 times that you've been trailing after 7 innings. Like,
right.
I realize the outcome is like, but you don't win.
And most teams are going to lose. You're not going to have a good record in that situation, but probably, I'm going to just assume this. I bet the Tampa Bay Rays have won 4-6 games, something like that, in that situation. You know, unfortunately, the Astros seem to be pretty good in that situation, as yesterday they were losing in the 9th inning, and they came back and won the game. Now, the day before, they were winning and lost late in the game, and Kyle Tucker was huge yesterday for the Houston Astros, as at least the Angels beat them one time, and in a game that you didn't think they were going to win. Then when you thought the Astros were going to win, when the Angels were going to win, they didn't win. So you did pick up a game in this 3-game series in the sweep. You did pick up a game on the Houston Astros. And at this point, I know scoreboard watching might be a little bit early, but still, I'm definitely watching, because leading up to this Astros series after this homestand, I would love to still have a 3-game lead.
And I 100% hear you on all of that. But at the same time, I guess my question for you was going to be, how big was it to see the Rangers come out in a series and show that they could shift gears? Because they went into the break just struggling. It was bad.
In multiple ways struggling. Yeah, it felt great. I didn't expect a sweep of Cleveland. Cleveland's a pretty good team. And 2 really good young pitchers pitched Saturday and Sunday. And even on Friday, right, you had your struggles there in scoring runs until obviously you get to the 7th inning, and then, you know, a total explosion by the Texas Rangers. I thought even in the 6th inning, I thought it was huge that Josh Young had a big 9-pitch at bat to keep that inning alive. So at least you got 1 run there in the 6th inning to make it 4-3.
This might sound odd. I hope you'll follow me here. You know who else I thought was huge? Innings 3 through 5. For Martin Perez.
Right.
I thought I'm not saying he pitched well, like for the whole game. I was so concerned after those first 2 innings that he was just going to get freaking rocked.
Same. Because some of his outs were even loud outs where you look up at the board and you're like, line drive to left fielder, 111 miles an hour. Like that if there's any type of elevation on that ball, that's an easy home run. But luckily, it was just a line drive right at your left fielder. I mean, if it's not somewhat right at your outfielders at that mile an hour off the bat, it's going to get into a gap. It's going to be an extra base hit. But he was able to battle and give you 5 innings and to keep it at 3. And for Perez, that just might be his season this year, that he's just going to have to battle and give you 5 or 6 innings. He's going to give up some runs. What I don't get or understand is he's completely total eliminated his breaking ball. He throws 70% of his pitches at the same speed. So
that feels terrible
for a major league pitcher. Now, if you're throwing 70% of your pitches at 100 miles an hour, all right, fine, good. I actually think that's a smart idea to keep throwing it at 100 miles an hour.
Sure.
But when you're throwing 70% of your pitches at 89 to 91, and there's no difference between 91 and 89 to a major league hitter. It really needs to, if you're throwing right around 90 miles an hour, if you jump it up to 94, that'll give you a little bit of a hitter having to cheat a hair to get to that pitch, but he's he gets these quiet takes. And what I mean by that is when the hitter's taking the ball, I'm watching this yesterday during the game, and when Martin Perez gets a take from a guy, it doesn't seem like they were off balance at all. It's like they saw the ball well. And it made me, I was looking at Leslie McCaslin, who I was doing the pre and post with yesterday, and I said, it almost would make me think he might be tipping pitches. Now, I don't think he is. But the way that the Houston Astros were taking pitches, the way that the Tampa Bay Rays were taking pitches, it's almost like they know it's coming. There was a changeup he threw 3-4 inches off of the plate away. Now, it wasn't down enough, but the hitter just went out there and reached out and smoked a line drive to center field for a hit. And I'm like, God, it's almost like they knew a changeup was coming there. So I don't know if it's pitch sequencing. I don't know what it is, but, and I know location is one. Location is number one. But then when he does throw pitches that are close, they take them.
Yeah.
And you're just kind of like, wow, like
That's
something
really bad for
something's up. So even though yesterday 5 innings, 3 runs, and he did have, I went back and looked, he had 4 quality starts in June. Now he got roughed up tremendously against Tampa. There's a reason that Heaney and Perez pitched in that series. Bochy is like, look, Tampa crushes lefties. They are the best lineup by far. It's not even close against left-handed pitchers. So he's like, I'm going to save my righties for the Tampa Bay matchup, because if you pitch a lefty against Tampa Bay, there's a great percentage. I'd say an 80% chance you're going to lose that game because they are going to hit lefties and hit them hard. So he made sure he's going to have Dunning, Eovaldi, and John Gray in this series here against Tampa to make sure he has 3 righties and not starting a left-hander here.
We're so lucky to have Boch. Like thinking that way, that far ahead, and having the the experience to think that way too.
Yeah, because I was a little bit like, wow, you're not going to pitch Eovaldi, and he's not even pitching tonight. He's going to pitch tomorrow night, which is pretty cool because I'm going to the game tomorrow night with the family. But I mean, Dunning can be a pretty good matchup too, and you're not afraid of pitching Dunning and Eovaldi back to back. Let's just say as this second half goes, you don't mix up the rotation at all. You just keep Dunning and Eovaldi. They're 2 totally different pitchers with the speed that they throw, with the way that they pitch. A guy. I wonder this a little bit into this second half. Is there a possibility of Bradford coming in and pitching a game in between Eovaldi and Gray to possibly get them separated from each other? Not that they're completely similar, but they can be a little bit more similar in their speed with fastball. The other thing, too, is he gave up the home run there in the 8th inning. I'm just wondering if Bradford's going to be possibly inserted into and he probably will. There's going to be an injury. You're probably not going to go the last 2.5 months without a guy getting hurt.
I really want to watch tonight, Mike. I'm intrigued by, I realize it will depend on how the rest of the start goes, the 6th inning for Dane Dunning.
Right.
Because we've had this conversation about, like, I've asked sometimes, is he a 5-inning pitcher? I know he can pitch more than 5 innings, but you look at the Washington start, it seemed like every month he has a falter in the 6th inning where you're like, we thought we could get through another inning. It just didn't work.
He's a guy that when he pitches,
and he's been awesome.
Talking to another team, they were just like, you get to the 6th inning, you're like, how the hell do we not have any runs or 1 run on the board? So teams aren't uncomfortable against Dunning when he's pitching. It's just that he is effective. He's not going to strike you out. He's not going to get a lot of swing and misses.
He plays in the corner,
right? And now he has had some games where he does, but for the most part, hitters are coming back going, hey, I saw him pretty well. I think I'm going to get him next time. He got me out this time, but I'm going to get him next time. And then the next time you get up, you fly out to left field, or you hit a ground ball to the third baseman, and you're just like, son of a gun, I'm 0 for 2 against this guy. And he's one of those guys where it's not like when John Gray's on, guys are coming back to the dugout going, man, I don't know if we have a chance tonight. If he's going to keep pitching like this, if he's going to throw 97 with that location and that breaking ball and mixing in a changeup here and there, we're in trouble. But you get back against Dunning, and then the next thing you know, he has pitched 6 innings. He has only give up 1 run, and you're just like, God, how do we only have 1 run in this situation? Now, I think real quick, and this isn't really to this series. Obviously, tonight is McClanahan. I'll just mention this real quick. He's coming off of the injured list. I don't know how many pitches he's going to throw tonight. So he might not be a 7-inning guy tonight. McClanahan might be a 5-inning guy. And then Taj Bradley's pitching the next night. He's their young and upcoming guy that they really like, but inconsistent because he's a young guy. Spores is hurt. He's on the injured list. So you're missing him until late June or the start of July. He has tendonitis. probably took a cortisone shot, give him a couple days off, then get back on that kind of rehab thing. And he'll be ready to go probably once that 15 days is up, retroactive to the 12th of July. So you're looking at the 27th, 28th, somewhere around there where he'll come back. At the same time, I wonder, pressure's probably the wrong word, but does Chris Young call up a couple more teams today, tomorrow to be like, hey, let's get something done now. I understand you guys want to keep waiting and see how many teams you can get involved. We're offering you a good package. Let's get it done now. That he might want a right-handed late inning reliever in the next couple days on the market instead of waiting till June 30th when you'd had to go this whole 2-week period without Spores and without possibly the righty bullpen guy you're going to trade for.
And I realize you might be at a little bit of a disadvantage if you do that, but do you kind of even the playing field if you're like, hey, this is our offer. If you don't like it, we're going to move to the next team because there's lots of relievers available.
I think that's not a bad style. I'm not a former general manager who knows. Like, honestly, maybe calling up Tag. I might try to get Tom Grieve on this week. Because he's been in the situation as a player and as a front office guy and then following baseball forever is how much pressure can you put on the other team going, if you don't want to trade us to Kendall Graveman and Joe Kelly today or one or the other, we're going to make a trade in the next 48 hours for a right-handed reliever. So
do you want our stuff or not?
Do you want our guys or do you not? Because here's what's on the table. We're going to make a trade in the next 3 days for a right-handed reliever. I'm just letting you know there's enough teams out there that have right-handed relievers available.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst the last few days? 877-881-1053. If you want to send in your votes for Sean, RJ, and Bobby, feel free. We will do that next right here on The Fan.
Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst the last few days? Now, if you include today, Corey, I believe you want to include Sean and RJ on that list.
Mike, do you want to get them back in Oxnard? Do you want to?
No, because
we won.
They didn't. I don't. Well, because if I say
you want to say they failed, right?
Right, but then they're going to try something else. So they did a great job, man. We are totally destroyed right now.
Do you do that with your family? Whenever like you can see the it going one way, you're like immediately like, you know what? Never mind. Do you do that with your family sometimes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's good. He's pretty good at it. I've noticed it a couple times.
Yeah, that bit that you told about your kids with the shower and stuff, and you're like, yeah, we'll see about that. So I believe Mike will be in on a prank if need be.
And you know what? I don't. Other than I had some stress last night, Kevin, and last week, and so there was a little bit of stress. I think. The wild thing is Reggie was stressed too, and I've never seen Reggie stressed. I don't think in my entire life, aside from like there's some other things that stress him out, but nothing like that.
I really like Barry Bonds.
Yeah, I know, and you know there's all these things. So you know what? Let's leave them off the list unless the Tolos want to insert them into this conversation.
Some of the Tolos were pretty mad, so
because they wanted Barry.
Yeah, I mean, me too.
Barry too.
I just want to say for the record, I didn't know for sure that this was a hoax.
You guys,
I wanted to talk to Barry Bonds too.
Yeah, you guys had a lot of concern about this, and the fact that we kept pushing on trying to have Barry Bonds on is specifically because we would love to hear from Barry Bonds.
And I'd love to hear Mike Bassick talk with him about that moment.
Yeah, even if it's 10 minutes of, I know we had Bochy questions and other, but if we just had 10 minutes to talk about how he was feeling at the plate that day, because he had a single and a double before he hit the homer.
I looked it up just to make sure,
he was locked in on me, and I was not fooling him at all. And then 3-2, I threw a breaking ball. We were pretty much specifically told in our game plan, don't repeat the same pitch if it's in the strike zone, because he probably saw it pretty well, and because he wasn't hitting as many homers at that time, but he was still getting on base at a 480 clip. So just think about how good Corey Seager is, or how good Luis Ariz is at their batting average. You look at Ohtani, you look at Acuna. I don't think they're getting on 48% of the time. And that was Barry Bonds' last year of his career in 2007. So
41% right now or actually 42% on base percentage for Corey Seager,
which is
now.
Incredible, but still a good bit
behind.
Yeah. So if you look at that, I just wanted to know kind of like how locked in he was, and was he expecting a fastball? I mean, I'm not going to. I can't throw fastballs by guys. In fact, yesterday, it takes too long on a post-game show, but I want to show at times how effective a fastball up can be when it's by a guy throwing 91, which is obviously a average fastball at best. In today's game, from a lefty, about 91 is probably average, maybe a hair below average, but you have to set that up. Mm-hmm. So whether it's Cody Bradford, whether it's Martin Perez, they can throw the ball a little bit above the belt, kind of letters to a little bit above belt high, and get a guy out. But if they don't set it up, if you throw belt high, that's what Nate Lowe got yesterday. Nate Lowe struggles with that pitch, but he's not going to struggle with it if you throw 3 in a row there. Like, eventually your eyes and your hand-eye coordination is going to get used to that pitch there, and that is a pitch that guys like swinging at and like hitting. Now, if you throw 100, it's a different story.
Yeah.
Sure.
But if you're an average fastball guy, you can get a guy up, but it better be set up well, because if it's not set up well, you're getting crushed.
Kevin, the biggest thing though is and this Mike's been part of this show for a long time now. Our first guest ever was Roger Staubach. By the way, I found the tape from our first interview ever on air, so I'm trying to get that converted so we can play it here. But Carter has been keeping track of our bucket list, our interviews since he's been on, and we got a ton of names on there. And it would have been awesome in this career, because people are always like, it's a cool job y'all have, right?
For sure.
It would have been awesome to put that, that notch in the belt too. That's where I am on that.
Now, I know one of you has really strong opinions about Miles Sanders.
Mommy, they don't respect me enough, Mommy. I'm Miles Sanders. I'm so good, and I don't get the respect I deserve.
Well, here's a new thing to throw on that pile. Miles Sanders, who of course is now with the Carolina Panthers, he was talking about their quarterbacks. This is about Bryce Young and Andy Dalton. Feel free to stop me when you hear, something objectionable. I have a good feeling about these guys. These guys, that's the main thing I've noticed in OTAs. We got a very, very good young quarterback that's being mentored by a very, very, very good quarterback, a future Hall of Famer, Andy Dalton, who I have a lot of respect for. In what universe is Andy Dalton going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
Well, Kevin, over the weekend I saw a TikTok, and it said, getting pitching advice from Hall of Famer Bronson Arroyo. And I was like, Bronson Arroyo's in the Hall of Fame?
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
And so I was like, I don't think he's in the Hall of Fame. And it said Cincinnati Reds Hall of Famer. And I was like, okay. So if he's suggesting that he's going to go into the Bengals Hall of Fame,
absolutely,
then I still think that's possible, but I'm not sure about that. Come on, Miles, what are you doing? You can't hype up a dude that's already at the point where he's falling off.
Yeah, I thought that was really bad. Now, somebody brought up Novak Djokovic, not because of the smash racket, but specifically from the 940. Wanker of the weekend is Novak Djokovic for losing. I had a $10 9-prop parlay that paid 360 to 1. He was my only loser. So had he won $3,600 coming your way, I could see how that would be really frustrating to you.
Kevin,
that was a heck of a match.
I know at some point we do have tennis slated on the show, so I don't want to dive in too much. But is this the future of tennis we're seeing right now?
For sure.
Like who was it? That
Even
said,
Mike knew that was the future.
I was on the Peloton yesterday, and I rode on the Peloton, and I got tired on the Peloton outside to get ready to go to the Ranger game. And they were still trying to figure out who was going to get the 3-1 point.
Yeah.
Like it took, I think you just said, it took 27 minutes for them to get 1 point. That was freaking amazing. Are we talking tennis for a second?
We'll do it next. In just a minute.
I just wanted to, we'll head that way.
I got a question.
Okay, we will get to that in just a second. I want to play a bit of audio, though. This is cut number 1. Is it the Mavs, or is it actually the Summer League refs who are the wanker of the weekend for this?
Oh, they're going the wrong way. Wrong direction. That's going to be
backboard violation is the whistle in front of us, and Jared Dudley saying, well, hold on.
All right.
I didn't see it live, but I saw it on Twitter, and I'm very confused because the Mavs inbound the ball. They go across that way, which then would be the backcourt violation, but the refs don't call it. So you're like, well, we're going. And then they pass it to one of the Mavs, who I don't know who that was, and then he just sprints down and dunks it. I'm like, at some point there has to be a backcourt violation. Which way are we going?
So my understanding is the refs set the play up on the wrong side of the court, and that they did. Marcus Bingham did go to the right basket. It was just set up incorrectly, and you can see a couple of Pacers players, like before the ball even gets inbounded, they're like pointing as if they're on the wrong side of the court. And so when the play takes place, they just kind of stand there and they're still pointing because the refs set the inbound up on the wrong side of the floor.
So these are G League. I think these are G League refs getting more time to see, if they are going to be good enough to possibly be replacement NBA refs when guys need vacation or a guy gets hurt. Well, these three guys or girls probably didn't get the best of marks that they forgot which way the teams were supposed to be going.
Yeah, and I realized at that point it was a 26-point game and there was 3 minutes left or 3 and change left, but still, feels like you should be able to.
Yeah,
we're on the wrong side of the court.
This is the second time. Why does this keep happening to the Mavericks?
Yeah, well, in the Summer League broadcast, that is immediately what they said. And one of the guys was like, well, I can give you context. Mavericks.
Yeah.
Like, that's not what he said, but like that was what we got at.
I watched a little Mavs yesterday, not a lot, against the Hawks. And I was listening to The Fan during the weekend. I was listening to Will Chambers and Chris Arnold, and they had on Bobby Carella. And there's one thing that when I'm watching Omax prosper, Carella was talking about how Omax is attacking the ball off the rim and ripping it down. And I've seen him do it a few times. I have, and it's good. But then yesterday, once again, and I saw this on his college film when I've watched him, he boxes out way too long. He boxes out, the ball's come off the rim, it's going down, it's now below the rim, and he's still not attacking the ball.
Yeah.
So I'm confused on when Bobby Carella said he's attacking the ball off the rim, because I'm like, hey, are you not watching his college film and then watching at times where he's like been taught to box out so much, he's boxing out way too long. It's like you've boxed him out, but now the ball has come off the rim. As it's coming off the rim, you got to read it and attack it. And he has sometimes, but there's other times where he's not attacking the ball off the rim at all.
Now, we had a lot
I do like Omax, by the way. I'm not knocking him. I like him, but that's something that he has to get better at. Not a positive when you're watching.
Now, we talked a lot of sports so far, but Wanker of the Weekend is open for any number of avenues like this from the 817. It's my apartment complex for not having our trash picked up since the week before 4th of July.
No. That place has to be infested with flies.
That's when you have to go find a dumpster that they say no putting trash in our dumpster, and you just do it.
Say, hey, look, man, this is my
You don't
apartment
just
complex.
throw it on the pile.
Or just throw it over the wall of the complex. And then it's out there in the open, and everybody can see it. And then the city comes by and is like, "Hey, what the heck's going on here?"
Oh, did you do this?
It's very specific.
So one night we were
okay.
We were walking up the stairs, Adrian and I, to my dad's apartment, and there was a neighbor, and he was sitting outside smoking a long cigarette. And he's sitting there, and I was like, "Hey, man, what's going on?" And he was like, "Just watching." And I was like, "What do you mean, just watching?" And we turned around and looked on the other side of the wall was a big pile of trash. Mm-hmm. And right next to that was 2 people having sex next to the big pile of trash.
Oh, what?
And then he handed her money and drove off. And I was like, do we report this? No. And Adrian was like, we shouldn't report that. And I was like, there is a lot of trash out there. We have to report this.
What is the moral of this story?
Not the prostitution.
The prostitution. No, that's no big deal. There was trash though, Kevin. Flies everywhere, dude. You can't have that going on.
Gross.
And now you said they have no air conditioning in 103 heat out here. This is oppressive heat, dude. You can't have this happening. People will die.
I feel like you have to notify the city. That feels like that's illegal.
It definitely does.
Did it sound like he said the F word?
Yes, it did.
It really did. You said feel like. You said feel like.
It sounded like you just
said,
dropped the
F,
bomb.
you need to call the city. I also got nervous about that for half a second. And
now Reggie's like,
I don't know what to do now.
I've been there. I
don't think you did, but it's
no, neither do I.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
Like, I've never heard you just start off a sentence that way.
Well, and you didn't.
But I was
dump
like, man,
it,
he really feels
so
strong
fine.
about this.
Yeah. By the way, if anybody doesn't know what that's in reference to, is when the movie Ted came out. When we were on the weekend, it's twofold.
Yeah, there's 2 people, yeah.
It started with Waddle, he played the Red Band trailer, and we were like, what the hell, dump that, and he goes, there was just too many curse words. And he played it anyway, and we're like, couldn't you just told us you can't play it? And then, it was Brendan, right?
It was Brendan.
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 Yeah, I got it. is when he was
your son Brandon?
No, not Brandon. Brendan he said, "Don't worry about it because we didn't drop it and we didn't dump it." As in, if you just don't dump something, it's fine. And we're like, but what if they really did say the F word? And he goes, "Don't worry about it. We didn't dump it, so you're good," which is really weird.
Yeah.
Also, are the Cowboys wankers of the weekend?
Why? What did they do to you?
Because they are constructing new things out at their practice site in Oxnard, and the neighboring residents are furious. They're complaining. They said that the project has, quote, compromised their security and privacy, obstructed a view for which they paid a premium.
I bet they did.
Blocked essential garden sunlight. And ultimately, that's true.
Do you care about that?
I don't.
Okay.
And ultimately reduce their home value. I care about maybe 3 of those
What
things.
did the Cowboys build?
Okay.
I bet they built stuff. You know where those homes are, the apartments and
Right.
stuff. I bet they built stuff that kind of is in the way.
And they want to see, I'm assuming, the mountains in the background.
Yeah, or they just think having a big structure like that next to their house is ugly, or maybe there's a premium to be had for like renting it out Airbnb wise during training camp. I'm not sure, but they have filed a complaint.
Because you definitely don't want a city view of Oxnard. Unless you are Batman and you're the vigilante and you're trying to stop crime in the middle of the night in Oxnard. I'm just like, I'm assuming they want to see, because I live obviously in like the Bishop Arts, Kessler Park area, where there's some beautiful views of downtown Dallas, and it's always funny to me how much people pay for those views in New York or LA, and I don't feel like people pay, a premium for the views of downtown Dallas, but there are people in that area who, go to the politicians and say, please do not build this new place over 5 stories tall because it would block the view of downtown Dallas and possibly ruin this neighborhood, which is a high-end neighborhood of the views of downtown Dallas.
And that might be part of it. The other thing is, I'm just looking at the pictures, so we haven't been out there yet. We'll be going next week. It looks like one of these temporary structures they built is about, 9 inches away from that property. And I do not believe I'm exaggerating. It's right on top of that house. Okay. And that feels like that is...
Some people would say that's plenty of space.
Right.
So I would say move practice to Frisco. We have the indoor facility.
There's one dude that's afraid that people will go up the stairs and enter his yard from the stairs. I guess there's all sorts of that's their concern. But when we get out there, Kevin, I think the only logical thing for us to do
Go talk to those neighbors.
Go get on this structure and just see how it handles. See if we can get into people's yards. See if we can get into people's apartment complexes and stuff.
Totally know if that is the best.
Help them take
idea.
their trash out.
It's amazing they're building those structures when they're only there for 3 weeks.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we will at least talk a little tennis plus Masterpiece Theater. What are the movies your kids have to see? 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation. Twolos, YouTubers, we want to hear from you as well. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Well, Tolos are telling me.
LB 84522E.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where I'm excited because it sounds like Mike might have a tennis question. But yesterday, were you guys in on the men's final? It was pretty awesome.
I forgot it was on, but
won.
When I woke up and started flipping channels, I was like, oh, hey, this is cool. And this is the up-and-coming superstar or potential superstar versus
it feels like it.
One of the three. And then when they put the note up there that there's not an active tennis player who's won Wimbledon besides the big three, I was like, gosh, they've dominated for 20 years. Alcaraz has never seen in his life another person win Wimbledon besides the big three.
Oh, yeah.
Leighton Hewitt had...
What year was that?
Let me go find that. Was that 01?
Well, I mean, he's only 20, though.
Yeah, he wasn't alive for that.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, Reggie.
Yeah.
Look at the years, bro.
I finally feel old. It happened.
Yeah, all the way back in 2001.
02.
Okay, well,
Even
again,
still, yeah.
before he would have been born.
Goodness gracious.
That's wild.
Kevin, when you asked that question, I don't make a habit of going out of my way to find tennis.
Sure.
So I'm sorry. I
that.
apologize. That's just not the first thing I'm looking for.
I get that.
But this is a unique and cool story.
And these were the top two seeds, and Alcaraz, I think, was the third youngest men's player to ever win. After the day before, the women's side had their first unseeded player to ever win Wimbledon. It was quite the historic weekend.
Was it first ever or first in like 60 years? Which, I mean, to be fair, what's really the difference?
You might be right. It might be first in the modern era. I thought it was the first ever, but in a really long time.
All right, so when it comes to Alcaraz, I'm saying his last name right,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Obviously, we've known about him for a couple years now. Not that I'm a huge tennis person, but if you're following sports a little bit, you'd be like, okay, so this is the guy who could finally push the big three out and become the big one. So the great thing about Nadal and Federer and Djokovic is they all had each other. Now, they weren't letting anybody else in the party. Right. It was just those three guys dominating every major tournament for a 20-year period. Is Alcaraz going to have somebody who joins him? Because Federer's done, right?
Sure.
I mean,
he
injury-wise,
actually retired.
He's done.
Yeah.
Djokovic is close to done, even though he's still great. I'm not saying he's not, but I mean, this is like when Jimmy Connors and John McEnroe were still trying to hold on as Sampras and Agassi were coming along. It's like, it's great that they maybe play against each other, but like we know Connors and McEnroe, their prime's done. They're getting pushed out. Is there going to be a guy that plays with Alcaraz?
I mean,
there has to be, right?
Like
every person.
I don't know if it'll be to that level because like Daniil Medvedev is who jumped to mind for me. I think he was in the semifinals, I want to say, of Wimbledon. And yes, you brought up Andy Murray worked his way into the big three winners of Wimbledon along the way as well. But other than that,
okay,
yeah. So for people. But so Medvedev, but the thing is like they're not particularly close in age. So I guess I don't have a player that's 20 that's going to give him a run. So I'm not entirely sure, but you're right.
Do they have to be close in age, though? Because I feel like, sometimes we have a little bit of a stagger, but oftentimes it's relatively close.
That's fair. And I guess the other issue with Medvedev is, despite being, a good bit older than Alcaraz, I think he's only won one major, I'm going to say. And so it feels like Alcaraz has already surpassed him, so maybe it will be somebody else. But I think Djokovic is still going to hang around there for another year, and he might have to, put him into retirement and assert his dominance for that to happen.
Oh, wow. Hey, come sit down in this wheelchair and let me roll you into the retirement home kind of situation.
No.
I do have a question. How many, what's the most great tennis players that you can remember that you've seen at one time?
Is it modern? I feel like it's modern.
I do too, because my perception as a kid was that era, but that's probably not correct, because I'm thinking you had, and for this instance, I'm just focusing on the men's side.
Even a hair before that.
Yeah, before that, because even before, but Agassi and Sampras were coming up on the scene, but you had Lendl, Becker,
Connors,
McEnroe, Stefan Edberg, Mats Wilander even, I feel had a little something. But I might be romanticizing that, and I might look it up and be well, that guy won 2 Grand Slams, which is super cool.
Yes.
But that doesn't put you in all-time great category. It's hard to say. I know it was.
Well, if there were 5 or 6 guys, it would be more difficult, obviously.
Yeah,
so,
but it's hard for me to say we didn't just see the end of the best run of tennis ever, because you could make an argument.
We've never seen 3 guys dominate a sport like that ever, because it'd be like Tiger Woods didn't have somebody with him. He did have Mickelson a little bit, but it was just Tiger Woods. But you had 3 guys that just dominated the sport for 2 straight decades.
Yeah, and they might be the 3 best ever. If you disagree with that and you're hey, we got to be mixing in Bjorn Borg, Arthur Ashe, I'm not saying that has to be the case, but the fact that you might have had the 3 best of all time right there, that says a lot. Somebody on the fan text, they brought up a great name, and I can't believe I blanked on this one. This is a really good suggestion. Stefanos Tsitsipas. He might be the guy. Now, I don't think he's won a Grand Slam yet, but he's been on the cusp, and he's highly ranked, and you frequently see him in the semifinals of these Grand Slams, so maybe that's a guy. But I'm not sure who's going to be able to run with Alcaraz, because I'm sure, to Mike's point, it'll be somebody, but I don't know who that's going to be.
I guess that's kind of for you guys viewing pleasures. Is it I want to watch one dude dominate the entire field all the time, or is it I want to watch about 6 people competing for this thing and they're all at the same level and it's very difficult to figure out which one's the best?
It's really tough.
Or do you just like the Agassi Sampras? These 2 are the best, or whatever, and they're the marquees, and that's what everybody's paying attention to.
I think it might be that, because if Lendl was going to play, let's say Boris Becker is another person to throw in there. You're oh, neat. But if it was a Grand Slam final between Nadal and Federer, or any combination of the big 3, for me it just felt like I have to stop and watch this. So I think I might prefer that dominance, and I feel like golf hit its apex because there was the dude. You're right, I know you said Phil and other people were there and they were good, but there was no question it was Tiger.
He was always the favorite.
It was everybody else. So I guess I maybe do kind of tend towards those. Am I potentially seeing something all-time great? Because as much as I love my kid era, I didn't think Ivan Lendl was my guy. But I never thought he's going to go down as the best player of all time versus this big 3 era. Or if you want to say Serena, or this can go any direction you want. You might be am I seeing the best ever?
I do think sports are always at their peak when you have 2 rivals, two greatness at the same time. And now tennis had 3 greatness at the same time. And so I do think tennis could struggle if they only have Alcaraz as a guy who seems to be doing it. But if he does it at such a high level, like Tiger Woods, Then you start going now, it would be at least 5 years from now, minimum, that you start saying, is he the greatest of all time in his prime?
And you know what will
right?
really...
Because then you start having to go to, like, he's going to still have to keep doing it, but does he get into the conversation?
And what would really help him out, I think, too, is if he put down Djokovic to win a couple more Grand Slams. Like, nobody's going to question where Djokovic fits in the all-time hierarchy of tennis. He's pretty freaking awesome. But, like, that's a name everybody knows.
Like an official changing of the guard moment.
Yes, exactly. And so even if he's older, if you put down a big name, that feels like that helps you.
But you want to realize, in the conversation, and one thing I realize is, like, we always look at these moments that we've had, and then we're looking forward, like, how are we going to replace that? And you've kind of laid out the last 30, 40 years of tennis where there's always been a level of competition at the top.
Yeah.
So for me, I think more than anything, as long as we get 4 or 5 really good players, whether it's one player dominating the actual winning of it or a few of them, as long as you have that elite class and they're all playing good tennis where, you know, even if you don't check in on Wimbledon until the quarters, once you get to the quarters, you know it's great tennis. I think tennis will be fine because someone on the text line who clearly a tennis fan, shout out to you, mentioned Rublev, mentioned Sinner, right? Like there's some guys out there.
Sinner's a good one.
Even Rune, one of those Scandinavian countries. Like you've got some guys that are maybe not as prominent right now, but I think as they get more time to be on those higher stages, we'll come to know their names, and then maybe in 10 years we'll be talking about having this conversation again about those guys.
And I'm a super casual tennis fan. I think it's a great sport when I have time to watch. And yesterday I watched for about 30 minutes. I wouldn't have stopped on Wimbledon if I didn't know the 2 players. If I'd have just known one, if Djokovic was playing one of those guys that Reggie just named, I wouldn't have watched. If Alcaraz was playing one of those guys that Reggie just named, I wouldn't have stopped. I would have gone to another channel and watched something else. But because I knew this was the up-and-coming superstar and he had a number 1 next to his name, and Djokovic, one of the legends of the last 2 decades, I'm like, I'm stopping and I'm watching this. Because, like, I'm nothing against the 2 women who played. I don't know who they were. I didn't really stop down. I don't even know. Like, I might have missed something great.
Yeah.
But because it wasn't Serena Williams in there, and I'm like, I've moved on. Somebody has to establish themselves a lot more for me to care about who's playing in the women's finals.
And then in terms of, you know, hitting around in the United States is certainly it would help if you had a consistent American presence at the top. Like,
so we love rooting for Americans.
Because you immediately went to, and somebody did bring up Michael Chang, and I didn't mean to leave out anybody because Michael Chang was awesome. But you brought up,
was he?
Sampras. To me, I thought he was really good.
Because he was so little. It's like, hey, look, here's Spud Webb competing against these guys.
You're right. I probably would have voted for Spud Webb to win the dunk contest.
Spud Webb wasn't that good of a... He was a solid basketball player, but what made him unique was he is 5'7", playing against all these guys. And I think Michael Chang wasn't...
I will argue Michael Chang was better at tennis than Spud Webb was at basketball. That will be the only argument I will give you. But like Sampras and Agassi, Americans, if you're bringing up Serena and Venus, Americans, like that's when the scene popped, obviously, in the United States because everyone was like, oh, our tennis players are really good? I'll check it out.
Who's going to do the heel turn, though? That's what we really got to see, Kevin. Somebody turn bad guy.
I mean,
Djokovic
tried that to some people, right?
Well, I mean, did you hear the pop that Alcaraz winning got? I don't know if you had the same feeling watching that match. It felt like the crowd was rooting for Alcaraz.
Oh, yeah. I could see
And against Djokovic, then?
A little bit. Right. I mean, and when you smash a racket like that, especially to
I
that
saw somebody say that was a
fancy-
childish way to do it, but I was like, we all do stuff when we're mad. We all break things.
Yeah, I do. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, obviously.
I knew I could get Kevin to agree.
Coming up next, facts. It's time for Gridiron Gravy, a contract raise, a pay cut, and a pregnant belly. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the
Flushed out, rolling left in trouble, slips a tackle, got to launch it. He does. Left side, into the end zone, jump ball, and it is. Is it caught? Oh my goodness, it's caught! DeAndre Hopkins caught it! He caught it for a touchdown with 1 second left! I can't believe it!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we're going to have a busy edition of going around the entire NFL and dipping into some gridiron gravy. You're just not going to say anything? Not even biscuits? Just nothing?
Don't feel like it.
Okay.
I haven't. Nothing's in my soul right now to say.
You've changed, Mike.
Oh my God.
We all change.
Mm-hmm.
If ice can change, yous can change. We all can change.
I'm so happy right now.
Everybody can change.
I probably butchered that by Rocky IV.
But we all got the idea. Let's talk about that specific individual that we just played the clip of. DeAndre Hopkins agrees to sign with the Titans, which, I mean, cool. Like, if they gave you the most money, two-year deal, $26 million with a total, with another $6 million in incentives available. Are you glad he got the money? Or are you like, hey, but why? That team's still not going to do anything.
No, I'm glad he got the money, dude. Yeah, okay. Everybody needs to get paid. Everybody should get paid, Kevin.
What about, like, some people, though?
Name a person.
Kevin
deserves to be paid.
People in New York doing the replay system.
Carter.
Carter
That's tough.
needs to get paid.
Carter, actually, dude, I don't know if that video of the
McMahon thing,
at least 25,000 views on Twitter, and Carter, that is phenomenal work. It's hilarious, dude.
Carter splicing in the pictures of the people makes me laugh so much. That should have 250,000 views. Has nothing to do with, I mean, like, I think we're delightful in that, but it's him just bam hitting each picture.
Tim McMahon, Brian McCann.
Awesome.
It was great, and to the point where I showed my whole family, and they laughed, and they were like, how did y'all do that on the spot like that? Was that planned? And I was like, not even in the no.
I'm so sad to tell you it wasn't planned. We just had that information. That's why I can't learn foreign languages better, because I could be like, oh yeah, Brian McCann. But I have trouble with changing verbs and everything like that.
Good job,
Conjugation is hard.
Yes, it really is. Thank you for coming up with that word as well. All right. Would you, Mike, at the height of your popularity, would you sign a pregnant woman's belly?
So it'd be right now.
That's right. We were at the Dallas Card Show. Somebody at the Dallas Card Show was like, will you sign my belly? And it's a pregnant woman.
I guess I would.
That's nice.
But that's weird. Once again, the skin grafting that has to happen to keep that autograph. I don't know why people want somebody to sign a body part, because you can't keep the autograph unless you're willing to take the skin off.
Or tattoo it on.
Yeah. So that's what happened.
And you got to find the right X and Y axis to do that on to get the graft done.
You shouldn't be. Should you be doing a tattoo on your belly while you are pregnant? That doesn't sound right, because your skin is going to eventually settle down. It is getting stretched out as the baby is stretching your skin. After you have the baby, it takes some time, but then the skin starts getting compressed.
Yeah.
Then that tattoo's not going to look right.
But then, all right, let's say you get a 57 Bell Air.
I'm sorry, was he done? Was he done telling us how the human body works?
And then you get pregnant. Does that 57 Bell Air then turn into a slug bug? Because it's or does it? Yeah.
Yeah, you get.
That sounds right to me.
I guess you would tattoo a limousine on your 9-month pregnant belly, so you just get a 4-door sedan when you're normal.
So this actual scenario, not all the stuff that Mike and Corey said, the scenario about the autograph happened with Aaron Rodgers at the Celebrity Golf Tournament, at which Joe Pavelski finished third. He was asked to sign, there's a pregnant lady on the sand in a bikini, and she's like, hey, will you sign my belly? And he's like, oh, okay.
Why is she wearing a bikini when she's pregnant?
It's hot.
Cover that up.
Oh my gosh. you.
Why did you sound disgusted?
Are going to get contacted.
Pregnant women should take care of covering up.
They're usually wearing looser clothing during pregnancy.
So
They
you don't
are.
you don't think a pregnant lady can wear a two-piece?
I mean, he can.
Anybody
You
can
don't
wear a
think she
two-piece.
should?
I can wear a two-piece. It doesn't mean I should.
But will you?
Yeah.
No, I don't. I mean, if you're talking
Worth
about a
asking.
two-piece
Like,
as in
all
shorts
about
and a
one piece.
t-shirt, or like a swim shirt and a. But if you're talking about just covering up my boobs and just covering up my private parts down low, no, I'm not going to do that.
Good talk.
It's really disappointing. I thought we had a gold video ready to go for Oxnard.
Nope.
That is,
I'm not getting in the Pacific Ocean. It's like 42 degrees in there.
Dude, it'll be good for your body, though.
I just don't know how people buy those homes on the Pacific Ocean. Go, look, I'm on the Pacific Ocean, which I do not want to get into that water without like a wetsuit on because it is freezing.
I saw Kirk Cousins get into a 50-degree pool recently.
It's because he's in Minnesota. That's like summertime.
And the living's probably easy. I hear you. Is Hard Knocks will debut.
Did you just reference Sublime?
Hey, maybe.
Okay.
Is Hard Knocks will debut on August 8th. We talked about how the Jets are going to be on there. So if you care, it will debut August 8th. All right, let's go from that to Tyreek Hill. He has vowed to break 2,000 yards receiving this season. He said, I will break 2,000 yards next year, bro.
Or what? This is the thing he didn't do. Or what, bro? Or you quit?
Yeah, and who's throwing you the football?
Yeah,
And even
like
then-
what happens if you don't?
Even then, DeAndre Hopkins said he'll retire when he doesn't get to 1,000 yards. The last 2 years, he didn't get to 1,000 yards.
Like, I don't know. What if Aaron Judge says, I'm going to hit 70 home runs next year? Or what? Or you don't? All right, fine. All right, Tyreek Hill. Go do it, buddy. And if you don't, nobody cares. Like, there's no repercussions. It's not like you get cut salary or something. Put something on the line here.
I dare him.
Man, that would be interesting if you could have contract
Like,
elevators.
I guarantee
and
2,000
de-escalators.
yards. If I don't, I'm giving the Dolphins back $10 million.
Yeah.
All right. And if I do, they owe me a $10 million bonus. I don't know how
And
that
it
all
could
works
be something
salary
easy
cap-wise.
too. If I don't, I'll buy every fan a bunch of hot dogs. You know, like
Right.
that's super easy.
Yeah.
Super easy to say, here's what I'm going to have to pay off.
I'm going to run down the Hall of Fame class for you. You tell me who you think should be the main event. Who should get to talk last? DeMarcus Ware, Joe Klecko,
Don't even know who he is.
Chuck Howley, Darrell Revis.
I know who Klesko is.
It's not Ryan Klesko. Don Coryell, Ken Riley, Rondé Barber, Joe Thomas, and Zach Thomas.
Is Coryell even still alive? I heard of Eric Coryell in the 70s.
I guess I should say, or their family or representative.
Wait, is that Joe Thomas, the first ever offensive lineman?
Yes.
It is.
That was an actual graphic they put up at an NFL game. It was supposed to say first offensive lineman to play. Was it 10,000 snaps or 10,000 consecutive snaps? And it just said first ever NFL offensive lineman.
I say Joe Thomas, the first ever offensive lineman,
Okay.
should be the last one to go. I think Ware should be first.
DeMarcus Ware.
I think Ware should be first.
Well,
To really not set it off, but I think Thomas is a really good speaker.
I never watched this, so they can go in whatever order they want.
And I think DeMarcus Ware is a fantastic speaker too, but you lead with DeMarcus Ware.
Thomas and Thomas was the decision. Zach Thomas will start. Joe Thomas will be 9th.
Okay.
DeMarcus Ware is 3rd. The Chuck Howley contingent is 5th. So there's some Hall of Fame information for you. A couple of other things is Deshaun Jackson hinted that he was going to be retiring. When is the last time you were keyed in on Deshaun Jackson?
I don't know, when his friends broke into his house and took like thousands of dollars worth of jewelry.
Oh, man.
And he was like, oh, yeah, man, it all got stolen. How did it get stolen? Well, I just let them live there, and then they took it and left. You might want to lock your doors and not let them live with you. That's when I remembered Deshaun Jackson.
Was it last year?
He will not be up for the Smartest Man Alive award.
That's true.
Yeah.
Last year he played with Baltimore.
Was that last year? I thought that was 2 years ago.
Says 2022. He
Holy
played
crap.
7 games.
Yes, my thoughts exactly.
Started 1 had 9 receptions for 17 whole ass yards.
What?
Yeah. And then that's what
Lamar
happened.
just can't take advantage of Deshaun Jackson, it sounds like to me.
That's what you took from that?
Yeah.
You know, we'll get a chance
He
to
had
figure
that
out
kind
in
of
just a
speed and
second.
couldn't get him
What's
the ball.
wrong with Lamar Jackson, man?
We'll figure that out in a minute.
So yeah, Kevin, that's the last time I heard of Deshaun Jackson.
All right, and Joe Mixon is sticking around with the Cincinnati Bengals. They announced that he is going to restructure his contract, and he's going to be taking about $9 to $11 million worth of a pay cut over the next couple of years. So he can stay in Cincinnati.
He just saw the running back market this offseason and said, I would like to try to stay in this league making somewhere close to $10 million, because that does not look like it's happening for a running back.
Yes, you're right about that. And then remember, today is the franchise tag deadline for a long-term deal. We've already walked through the multiple sources, including Jeremy Fowler, saying that do not look for anything resembling a long-term deal for Tony Pollard, but that he will play under the franchise tag, with the focus then turning to Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley, both of whom might not be willing to play on that franchise tag. So we'll see if they get anything done in the next few hours. Coming up next, the execs, coaches, and scouts have voted. Where does Dak sit in the NFL QB rankings? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, if you're struggling.
The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know this is a fool's errand, but I'm hoping this will solve it. ESPN interviewed executives, coaches, scouts about the best at each position. It's time to go through the quarterbacks. That's a whole lot of people in the NFL.
Yeah.
Can we get to where Dak is and just accept that more or less that's where it is? Do you think we as a society can agree to that?
Yeah, as long as it's top 1 or 2, and then I think we could all agree.
Not majority, even if it was that, right? I am to the point where at best he's the 6th best quarterback in the NFL and will never be better than that. On a 1 week, yeah, could he be the best quarterback and get player of the week? For sure. He can do that for a couple weeks in a row. Can he, in a 17-game schedule, be one of the 3 or 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL? Probably not. It would be a miracle if it was. But is he going to be the 16th to the 32nd best starting quarterback in the NFL over a 17-game season? No, he's not. He's going to fit somewhere between like 6 and 15, give or take, obviously.
Okay.
So
I think you make a good argument. We'll get to that in just 1 second. But also over the weekend, Corey, since you demand excellence.
Thank you.
Did you see their interior offensive lineman rankings?
Oh, I didn't see this. So that would be your center and 2 guards?
Yep.
All right.
Number 1 in all of the land, Zach Martin.
All right. Yeah. Still, huh?
Still.
It's interesting.
Last year he was 2nd behind Quentin Nelson. Quentin Nelson fell to 3rd.
You gotta be
horrible.
When you listen to Bobby talk about Zach Martin, there are multiple things regarding that. A, he's concerned that at any point after a season's done, Zach Martin will go, okay, I'm ready to hang him up. And that consistency over time, it will just be gone, and we'll be like, crap, how do we replace that? And then he is saying, to the Zach Martin standards, he is not there like what he was a few years ago, where he was that elite. But it makes it sound like he's saying Zach Martin's fallen off a plateau or fallen off a mountain. And that's not necessarily the case. Or Kevin is the national publication here, kind of just in this mindset of, well, I mean, it's Zach Martin, right?
Yeah, because they had some stuff
we need to watch him with a keen eye this year.
But like one NFL exec said, he might have declined a little bit physically, but he's so smart and instinctive that he makes up for any physical shortcomings. 96% pass block win rate, that could have gone worse, is the 8th best in the league, and 74% run block win rate is also good.
Okay.
So they're using some numbers aside from just going, hey, it's Zach Martin, what can you do?
Kevin, here's what I'm going to assign you a homework project.
Okay.
This year, so this is actually a semester-long project.
So I can blow it off for a minute?
Yeah,
Okay.
just wait till the last second. I want you to watch every Zach Martin snap.
Okay.
And critique I want you to live tweet each snap for Zach Martin.
Oh my gosh.
For this year.
I can't wait till all 22 and circle back around with you. And
No,
be like,
live.
Okay.
You have to live tweet it.
Hey, I know there's a touchdown pass, but you know what happened there? The run-of-the-mill block from Zach Martin.
No, but I really do want to get your honest perception of. We can say everybody feels this way about Zach Martin.
Okay.
But I want you this year for Kevin's honest, like, hey, I've been watching this guy specifically.
Okay. Yeah,
Here's
yeah.
what I think.
All right, now here's what I want from you and Mike.
All right.
We're going to go down this top 10 quarterback list. I want to see if y'all can get it correct, but also if you can go as close to an order as possible. Would you like to work as a team or work against each other?
I like working with Mike.
All right.
Unless you disagree.
I feel the same way.
This number 1 should be easy.
All right. Are you volunteering to go first?
I'll let Mike
It's
go
Lamar
first.
Jackson.
He
rushes for 1,000. It's a
good thing you took the first pick. I'm concerned
I'm going to
about...
go with Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes is correct. I'm concerned about your fortunes for pick number 2.
I'm a big Joe Burrow guy.
Okay.
I think that he established himself last year as the clear-cut number 2 to Patrick Mahomes. But I do know that there are people that still are Aaron Rodgers or Josh Allen guys. I think those guys will come up here pretty soon.
I'm a huge Joe Burrow fan too. I did want to ask Reggie real quick because he started quarterback, Kevin.
What?
We started watching it. Your thoughts on Patrick Mahomes aside from his voice?
He is definitely his daddy's son.
All right.
I didn't realize he talked that much talk.
Yeah.
Okay. So you say Joe Burrow?
Yes, Mike says Joe Burrow.
Yes.
That is correct. So remember,
I think that was the easiest part.
Coaches, scouts, I agree with you there. Number 3.
Hold on. Why do you think that was the easiest part?
Because I think this is where it all gets jumbled. I think that Burrow last year in 2022 separated himself a little bit from your Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers type guys, or a Justin Herbert if you still had him up there. But now I don't know. I'm going to push to you, Josh Allen.
I'm going to take Josh Allen and run with it because I think Rodgers is in this mix, but I think a new team kind of creates a. This is a dude that's won 2 MVPs in the last 3 years.
Hey, it's not my list. What I think is irrelevant.
But this is a good list because it's the NFL people making the list.
Yes. So you're saying Josh Allen?
I'll go with Josh Allen.
Correct. That is 3 for 3. Mike?
All right, so
You're up at number 4.
I'm going to have to look real quick because Aaron Rodgers does come to mind right now. That how much can you push a guy who won MVP? Patrick Mahomes won MVP last year. How much are you going to push him out of it, out of the top 5? Because last year was not a good year. It wasn't.
Aaron Rodgers was number 1 last year ahead of Mahomes.
So then, you would take him down a few spots on this. How much did Herbert change his opinion from other people? Did Trevor Lawrence rise that much?
Don't think yet for T-Law. I mean, you fought the law and the law won last year.
Yes, I know, Mike.
Herbert. I'm still going to go.
I'll push Rodgers to you.
I'm going to still go Aaron Rodgers. Jalen Hurts, is he going to go this quick? I forgot about Jalen Hurts, so I'm looking at a list here.
I'm just not ready to put Jalen Hurts that high.
All right, let's go Aaron Rodgers and pray.
This is the very first part of the list I definitely disagree with. Aaron Rodgers is correct at number 4.
I'm just now looking at stats. Mike White did average the second most yards per game last year.
So Aaron Rodgers should be fine.
Pushing Mike White?
Jameis Winston was 3rd. So I don't know where old Jay Wynn is going to fall here.
He's not going to fall.
All right, so we have Hurts. We have Herbert.
Yeah. Dak.
I don't think Dak's a top 5 guy. I just don't think he's in the conversation.
You think Lamar is?
Lamar is in the conversation, but I don't think they'll put him. This is executives, and I do think there are some that still are not very high on Lamar Jackson as a top 5 quarterback.
Does the rest of the country have any respect for Kirk Cousins?
No.
Okay.
Ooh,
I don't think.
Maybe now after the quarterback show.
Maybe so. I will go because this is on me now.
Herbert.
I'll go Herbert.
All right, good. I'll just say good for you.
High five, because that is correct. You guys are 5 for 5. And where does Dak fit on this list? If you want to get involved, 877-881-1053.
I think he's entering the conversation now, but still isn't going to win.
All right, so Mahomes, Burrow, Allen,
It's tough now.
Rodgers, Herbert. Those are your top 5.
I'll go with Hurts finishing 2nd in MVP last year. It's going to be just outside of this.
That is correct. I did not think y'all would get this far down the list and still be perfect.
Quarterback expert.
So we have the guys we have left to choose between is Dak. I'm not saying right now, but he's in this conversation now. We have Herbert. We have Trevor Lawrence. We have Lamar Jackson.
Herbert was
5th. Okay, so we have Lamar Jackson. We have Dak Prescott. We have Trevor Lawrence. Am I forgetting a guy right now that you'd consider naming? Lawrence?
Sean Watson, but he's got stuff to prove.
Yeah,
he had such a bad season last year.
At this point, I would lean towards Lamar Jackson, but I do know that he doesn't get a lot of love from certain people. So it's like he could get love as a top 5 guy, but then he gets hate as not a top 10 guy. And we're at number 6?
7.
I'll go with Lamar Jackson and be okay if I'm wrong.
I'll take Mike's guess.
Lamar Jackson is correct. 7 for 7. Ooh, this is intriguing. Dak will be 9 because he is number 9.
He was number 4.
He's number 4.
No. then they
I know
miss.
we have fat numbers and they're tough to tell.
They miss.
Like 4, 9, 8. They all look the same. A 5 all looks the same on the Cowboys.
8
jersey.
does not look like a 9 or
It
a
does.
4.
Yes, it does.
No.
Mike's correct in this.
That's
well, the
Their
9,
numbers are
not
so
the 4.
fat.
8 has a bottom.
Yeah, but
The other two don't have a bottom.
9
It's a
has a
line.
bottom on
then
these.
5, 6, 9, and 8 all look like the same number on the Cowboys jersey.
You agree, Kevin, with that?
I kind of see his point a little bit. I'm sorry, Corey.
All right.
All right, you guys are up to number 8, which could be a number of.
All right, who won, T-Law or Dak? Who, when they faced each other in their one moment in time, who was the guy that threw the interception to Trevor Lawrence to win that game? And who intercepted it? T-Law intercepted
Dak throw the
it.
interception to
Dak
Trevor
clearly,
Lawrence.
You weren't here that day.
I don't know,
Dak
Trevor Lawrence
clearly
was playing both
threw
ways.
the interception to Trevor Lawrence.
I saw Mr. Sunshine with those blonde flowing locks.
That you wanted him to cut when you were mad at him.
Hey, by the way, did you see the quote from Dak Prescott where he said, "I will not throw 10 interceptions this year"?
Oh God, him and Tyreek Hill. Or
You know what he
whatever,
didn't?
Tyron Hill,
He didn't
whatever.
follow up with a or.
Could be more. Won't be exactly 10. All right, so your guess is Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah.
That is
Man.
correct.
Wow.
You guys are 8 for 8. You still haven't named Dak Prescott, so you're
This
haters.
is
We
kind of
haven't
that
named
range.
Dak and we haven't named Davis Mills or Justin Fields.
Davis Mills.
That is technically correct, Kevin.
Mac Jones.
Where's Daniel Jones?
Oh.
Zach Wilson hasn't been
Daniel
named
Jones
yet.
paid more than Dak,
All right,
right?
let's see if you have the guts to pick Daniel Jones next.
I would
Hand it
pick
back.
Dave
To a
first.
T, I can't name him. He's too concussion prone.
You know
Russell
who you
Wilson
haven't
was
named?
horrible. Brock
Eugene.
Purdy.
Geno Smith?
Stop it.
Who won last year, Brock Purdy or Dak Prescott when they met up in the playoffs? Who won?
Brock
What are
Purdy.
you doing right now?
Just naming people that beat Dak.
It's not your guess.
No, it's not going to be Brock, but I wonder about Brock. This is going to be an interesting year if he's healthy. We have Dak, and who else do we have to choose from?
Like Goff.
Goff did have a really good
He
season.
was really good last
Derek
year.
Carr,
Derek Carr's not even
Matthew
close to
Stafford,
that.
who was Super Bowl
Actually, there
winner.
are things
That was the year before, though.
Yeah.
All right, I say we go with we go Dak.
Number 9, Dak Prescott.
Anywhere we always say anywhere from 7 to 11 or 13.
Yeah,
right?
I think 6 to 15 is where you start talking about Dak Prescott.
From the 4-6-9, Dak is 6. I say 7th or 8th. 9th, he'll be 9th. He'll be 4th. Oh my gosh. He'll be 10th. Dak Prescott is number 9. Now, I wanted to stop on this for just 1 second. I know
Very
you guys
fair.
are 9 for 9. But here's what I wanted to point out.
Steve DeBerg.
No. Is some people will be like, y'all are haters. Dak is one of the top 5 in the league.
We didn't make this list.
or-
The
yeah.
NFL did. The real NFL.
Yes, or Dak sucks. He's the bottom half of the blah, 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 blah. Last year, execs, coaches, scouts said Dak was the 10th ranked quarterback in the league. This year, Dak is the 9th rated quarterback in the league.
That's who he is.
So whenever
He
you
went up.
hear 6 for 15.
Because Tom Brady retired.
No, whenever you
True.
say between 6 and 15, or if you want to say he's between quarterback 8 and 12, or 7 and 30, whatever, it feels like we have a consensus at this moment in time.
He's like a 9 or 10.
Here's
Yes.
the deal.
Yes.
Corey, you know the Cowboys.
I do.
I think they believe this is the right ranking. The Dallas Cowboys. I think if you put the truth serum in Jerry and Steven and Will McClay and McCarthy, if you said, hey, where is he? And they gave them this list, I think they would say this is a fair list. They'd probably say, hey, there's maybe a couple guys that we think he's better than. There might be a couple guys behind him that they're worried could be better than him in 2023. So this is what the Cowboys feel about the guy. I think they know they don't have a top 5 quarterback, but they also believe they have a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah, I guess, Kevin, the biggest failure is that if they do know that, then and they were like, we know we have to, they have this mindset of we have to build a good team around him. You can't pay the dude that much money and build the good team at the same time.
Now,
it seems.
Yes, I'm with you on that. But perhaps most importantly, you guys have gone 9 for 9. And it's down to Mike Bassick,
Steve DeBerg,
to see if you can get all top 10 correct in the correct order.
I'm going with the bubble down the street. Highland Park.
You're going Matthew Stafford?
He didn't even play last year.
Yes, he did.
How many games did he play last year?
Enough.
How many games did he? You're really risking our perfect game.
You gonna go Brock Purdy?
No.
Play like half the season.
I feel like, see, this is tough. And I don't know. I have a little more respect for Kirk Cousins than I ever have before.
Do you want to put Kirk Cousins in the top 10?
Kyler Murray.
Well,
are you okay?
Video games.
Kyler Murray. I'm very interested in Kyler Murray's season, Kevin. Like, the quarterback you've watched his entire career.
Yeah.
Jared Goff
has not played the same
Goff
way.
threw 29 touchdowns and 7 interceptions.
Yeah, he had a really good season.
I think he was
face,
at his
Dak
best.
Prescott.
Great O-line, great offensive coordinator, and a really good season from
Matt
Jared
Stafford
Goff.
played 9 games last year. He had 8 interceptions in 9 games last year.
Mike, the time is here. Is that your official choice, or would you like to switch?
To a T, too many concussions. Brock Purdy, 9 games played. Yeah, they're going to go with a little bit of an older guy who just won the Super Bowl.
Matthew Stafford at number 10 is correct.
Oh, good, because I was
I'm
thinking,
upset.
I totally forgot about Zappy.
Oh.
That's a good point.
Good job, Mike. I'm very proud of you.
The honorable
Your face, Kevin.
Daniel
mentions
Jones.
went to Deshaun, Kirk Cousins, Jared Goff, Derek Carr, and Tua T to round out the top 15. Geno Smith, unfortunately, Reggie was 19th.
Haters.
What a drop for Russell Wilson, right? I don't know where
Russell
he was
Wilson
last
is
year.
not in the top 19.
Is that a rise for Geno Smith?
For sure.
I mean, because that's impressive.
Still hateration.
Mr. Unlimited.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. We got some Mike Likes It. But who will be the second half All-Stars for the Texas Rangers? 877-881-1053. You want to jump in? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready?
average back to 278, and he drills this one deep to left. Haas going back, turning to look, and it's gone. Line drive home run to left for Marcus Semien. It's his 11th home run of the season, and the Rangers lead 1-0.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. So I know they don't do second half all-stars. Like, they're not going to say, here's your all-star team for the second half of the season. But the Rangers did have 6 all-stars in the first half of the season. So let's say such a list did exist. Who are you looking at? Who do you think will be the all-stars for the Rangers in the second half of the season? And now one of the reasons we came back with that clip is Marcus Semien was a huge catalyst for the Rangers. I mean, not that he is in any way, but the solo home run, and then in both the third and the eighth inning, where they scored their other runs, he had 1-out walks.
Right.
So I just view him as somebody that, you know, we talked last week or the week before about all these people overperforming. Dare I say, I still think Marcus Semien can play a little better. Not to say he's had a disappointing first half, but I think he can bump his numbers up.
He's the best second baseman in the American League by far.
Yeah.
Nobody even competes with him. One reason being Jose Altuve hasn't played a lot this year. He would be the main competitor probably there. And I probably need to start remembering his name, but the Japanese guy who's playing for the Boston Red Sox, who's a rookie, he's having a really good year too. But yeah, I think he's batting .317 for the year. I was watching MLB Network this morning. I'm sorry.
Yu Chang?
I believe so. I'm just drawing a blank if you look up his numbers. But yeah, he needs to be the best second baseman in the American League again in the second half of the season. Corey Seager, there's a lot of competition at shortstop. If I'm eliminating the competition at second base, where Whit Merrifield was the backup second baseman, which I couldn't believe. That's just how weak that position is in the American League. Shortstop is a tough position. Obviously, tonight, the next 3 nights, Wander Franco is unbelievable. Just a great young shortstop, and he made the All-Star team as a replacement. And then you have Bo Bichette, who's an awesome shortstop for Toronto. And you have some other really young guys in the American League. That's great, but Corey Seager needs to be the best shortstop in the American League the second half of the season. I didn't know this until doing Rangers pre and post. Last year, Nate Lowe batted .328 in the second half. So the reason he won the Silver Slugger was his unbelievable second half. He goes 4 for 4 to start off the second half. I don't know if he can bat
he's been on a run.
Yeah.
And the back half, I know we didn't focus on it a lot because the team was not playing well. He's been on a nice little run leading into the All-Star break as well.
You called him out during the All-Star break, and you were like, he needs to play. He needs to be better.
Because he was like the one guy when you looked at his OPS and you looked at some of his kind of numbers from last year. Not that he was underperforming by a lot, but he was underperforming by a little bit what his numbers were last year. But then I didn't know how good of a second half he had. So you'd love to see him bat over 300 in the second half. 328 would be unbelievable. But if he can be an over 300 hitter in the second half, that would be great. I think.
Do y'all think he can? Before we go to the
Nate
next
Lowe?
one? Yeah.
I think 300, yes.
In the back half or for the rest by the end? Yeah, I think he can. By the way, Masataka Yoshida is the name that you were looking for.
Yeah.
I think that Nate Lowe, like, he looks like he found, something in this series at least. Everything could change in the next couple series because we got a tough stretch here. But Mike, you said something again in the pregame show that I caught on to that I was like, this is good. When he's pulling the ball, that's when Nate Lowe's at his best.
He's the opposite. Usually it's guys using all the field because usually guys will get pull happy and they'll hook the ball, get around the ball, which will cause a lot of ground balls to your pull side, which causes a lot of outs. But he's the opposite. He's a guy that can get beat by the fastball. And when he is catching up to the fastball, that's when he's good. And when he's not catching up to the fastball, guys just keep elevating on him. Yesterday, they tried to elevate on him in the 8th inning. Now, he didn't pull it yesterday, but he was able to get the bat head out to put the ball in play and hit a line drive and keep the rally going and get an RBI there in the 8th inning. I'm going to go the opposite direction.
Okay.
Guys, this is tough to say shouldn't, okay? But it's probably asking too much. Ezekiel Duran. he's off to a rough start in the second half. What he did in the first, nobody expected that, right? He wasn't part of your everyday lineup going into the season. It was like, all right, him and Josh Smith and Brad Miller and Robbie Grossman, they're all going to kind of share left field and a little bit of DH.
I thought Josh Smith was going to be a bigger deal.
Right,
Yeah.
and so I think that, look, Zeke's going through a tough start. He sat out one of the games, but they pinch hit for him yesterday in a one-run situation, just going, look, he's just not seeing the ball well. His first half was tremendous. Can I expect him to have the same second half that he did first half? Probably not.
Yeah.
So I think that this is where you look at Seager and Simeon and Lowe and go, hey, you got to carry us here in the second half. I look at Zeke, and I even, in a weird way, Josh Young had an unbelievable hit yesterday, wins the game with the base hit on a slider, hooks the ball into left field. But I just wonder his stamina.
I think I do believe in Josh Young. Like,
Okay.
I totally understand what you're saying, but when I was reading that article from the Dallas Morning News last week talking about all of the mental and physical preparation that's gone into not just being in Major League Baseball, but making it through a season, there were some fascinating tools in there. I think I am buying into his ability to roll it out for the rest of the season.
I just think we're in unknown territory.
For sure.
And that's what I don't know the unknown.
I know at the plate is kind of where that focus is, but Josh Young's defense has been kind of, we know about his work ethic.
Right.
Mike, he made the play across Corey Seager's face, the spin move and the throw. And it was a great scoop by Nate Lowe. Luckily, Nate Lowe's gotten better defensively. Is that in baseball terms, do you want him, hey, if you're going to throw it like that, do you want him throwing it in the ground and give it in not high? Because that's what Will Clark said, right?
You'd rather throw it low than high. Okay. I can't, if it's too high, I can't catch it, right? Let's just say if it gets to 10 feet, I can't catch it. There's nothing I can do to catch it. If you throw the ball in the dirt, I still have a chance.
Yeah, if it's wide, we have problems.
What they say is they want long hops. They don't want, your in-between hop. A short hop is fine. An in-between hop is very tough. Only the best
trying to figure out which way to put your glove
are really how that ball's going to hop when you're trying to read it in a little bit of an unknown. The long hop, you have a long enough time to read how the hop is going to go. So I look at Josh Young as just an unknown, but I look at Adolis.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
Great.
I was going to ask, and you might be like, that's a stupid question. Are we going to look at this Adolis season as something that was truly special? And hear me out for just 1 second. Here's what I mean by that is when we saw the MVP rankings last week from MLB.com, it was Ohtani and Acuna, and they were unanimous. But you go down the list in the American League, and the top contender for the Rangers was Adolis Garcia. I feel like we kind of, not that he's not having a really good season, we kind of scoffed at that. But as of right now, he has 80 RBIs. He has more RBIs than any player in Major League Baseball. He's on pace to finish the season with 41 home runs, 138 RBIs, and an OPS of 860.
And his career home runs in a single season is 31, and his career RBIs is 101. So that would blow his own numbers out of the water.
I'm going to ask a Jake Bassett question that he asked me yesterday at the game. And I said, I think he'll finish a little bit short. So I answered it first. You answer it second. Will Adolis Garcia at 24 home runs right now get to 40 home runs for the season?
Yeah, I think 37 or 38. So I guess I will also say a little short.
I'll just do it. Can I ask AI and let them answer for me? Can I do that? Okay.
Sean and RJ and Bobby.
But if you look at last year for Adolis, he improved his batting average from 243 to 250. Right now he's batting 267. His OPS is over 100 points higher than last year.
Yeah.
Now, this is one of these things. I've seen Seager and Simeon have MVP-like numbers. They've had a bigger history in Major League Baseball. Adolis, this is his third year really in Major League Baseball. He had a second with the Cardinals and had 3 games in 2020 with the Rangers. Can he be 100 points higher this year in OPS? Can he hold that? So I'm not asking him to go to 1.0. I'm saying, can he hold at 850, 860 if last year was 756? And we know last year 27 homers, unless he gets hurt, he's going to get into the 30s.
I think he can.
Okay.
And here's my reason for thinking it is this is a the best the roster's been around him. He was hitting
That's a
31
good
home
point.
runs, 27 home runs, and now he's got protection on both sides.
Yeah, you have to pitch to him because Young and Heim are right behind him.
Yeah, so like it's tough to pitch to this guy because he can hit really hard, really far, especially in a game-winning time or a situation like that double that he hit off the wall yesterday.
One thing I think is super encouraging is he's on pace to have a way better July than he's ever had. Now, I realize we just broke it up with the break and everything like that, but in 2021, we know very well it was documented how much he really fell off in the second half. And so that was the concern last year, right? Is he going to fall off again? He didn't. He wasn't great in the second half, and I will certainly concede that. I'm excited that it looks like this month is going to be different than the previous Julys of his career, which at least sets you up to be optimistic for August and September. Not to say it'll happen, but I think I am optimistic about it.
And he's a guy who he can overswing. When he gets into, I'm trying to hit the ball 500 feet instead of just hit the ball a line drive hard, that's how he can kind of get out of his rhythm. And then he chases the breaking ball down and away, chases the fastball elevated out of the zone. When he is being patient, when he's just trying to hit the ball hard and not hit the ball out, and he still hits the ball out. It's just when he's trying to get pull happy is where the pitcher takes advantage of his approach. And I know he's not trying to. It's just it's very tough to not want to get into that I'm going to crush this ball type of situation. So I think he can be right around an 850 OPS, which I'm saying, gosh, that's going to be 100 points higher than last year. But to y'all's point, he does have the protection behind him. And the other thing too is I pointed this out Friday, which is very important to do in a series. It's going to be very tough to do tonight because McClanahan is great. Okay, I mean, I don't know how many pitches he's going to have tonight. It might be 80 pitches. It might be, hey, after 5 innings, we're taking him out no matter what because we are bringing him off the injured list. We don't want to push him too much in this game. Is when you score 12 runs to start a series off, I know, did it attribute to the next night, the Rangers having an awesome offensive night? No, they won 2-0. And then the next day, it looked like they were going to only have 2 runs until they got to the 8th inning and scored 4. But it does put into the back of the mind of that staff and the pitching coach, oh, crap, they are good offensively.
Yeah.
And so that first game of a series, when you go out and you just destroy the other team, no matter who they put in, no matter who's pitching, it puts into the back of that team's mind, we better make good pitches because we're not going to get away with anything with this team. So we haven't talked about Jonah Heim. Last year, he had a pretty good first half, had a pretty rough second half. What do you guys think about Jonah Heim's second half and how important or valuable he will be to the hopeful Rangers run?
See, and I do think it's hugely important, but then I started to drift back over to the pitching side in some of my thinking, but I think you're onto something there is if I know this
he's an all-star.
Yeah, I know. And this is a lot of ifs. If he holds up as well, and we just talked about Adolis, like holy smokes.
Mike, I thought he sent that one to the moon yesterday when it got caught in left field out there. I was like, oh my God, it's gone. But I think
how did that call go?
Oh my God. So that's why they have Jared doing that instead of me. I think I go back to what Kevin's saying too. I love him at the plate. Like the dude's a switch hitter yesterday. They're like, hey, dude, was it Santos? You're getting hit or whoever, and they bring in the lefty, and it's like Jonah just moved to the other side.
Right.
Everything's fine.
Right.
And so that's a great luxury to have. But my buddy, he and I were watching the game, and he was like, dude, how many times does Jonah Heim pull a strike into the zone? Like he pulls a ball into the strike zone. And I'm like, man, he's really good at it. And I think he calls a pretty good game. I don't know how much of that is Boch. I have no clue what that is.
It's really Maddox. Boch isn't really doing much there. It's Maddox who's putting together game plans. He's the one that's really looking over the other team's lineup and then giving a game plan or discussing the game plan with the catcher and then with the starting pitcher.
Okay. All right. And so I feel like one of my real hopes, and I saw Jamie Newberg had posted this too, one of my big hopes, Kevin, was that all the all-star pitchers loved pitching to him so much. They were like, I have to go pitch to that guy because I love him. So like that's where I am. The defensive side for me is I just need him to be that dude. He's such a calming presence. But when he's at the plate, I think something special can happen at any moment. And I'm really feeling him right now. Man.
I know you want to talk about the pitching, but I'm happy we started offense first because I'll reiterate this. if this is going to work, if the Rangers are going to hold on to this division and make noise in the playoffs, it's because the offense is the best. It's going to be carried by the offense. It doesn't mean the pitchers aren't going to have a valuable role on this team, and the bullpen's going to have to hold some really tight games. But the best thing on this team is its offense, and that's what is going to be the carrying point of this. If the offense gets cold, the Rangers will probably get cold.
I can definitely understand that. I wanted to expand our list of all-stars and throw in a new person. I'm going to Aroldis Chapman. Is if you're looking at somebody who will be a second-half all-star, it's early. It's really early, but he fits the needs he fits one of the gigantic needs this team has. Yeah. And at least early, you feel pretty good about it.
He punched out, was it the 7th inning with 102?
Yeah.
I was just like
102.5.
Just having that available is awesome.
That was the hardest pitch thrown by a Rangers pitcher in the StatCast era.
I heard
the other guy was at the game too, who threw the second hardest for the Rangers in the StatCast era.
It was not Mike Bassick.
He was in uniform, ready to pitch if you needed him.
Who?
Emmanuel Clase.
Oh, okay, yeah, but they didn't get
in 2019. He threw 101 point something for the Rangers.
Yeah, not in our uniform.
When I am hearing this discussion a lot more, and I know that they have two lefties, and it's not typical that that's the situation whenever you're dealing with the bullpen. But do you think at some point that Smith and Chapman switch spots, or do you think, man, just whatever the circumstance calls for, we're good?
I do think when you get to the playoffs, you want to have, let's just say, I'm just going to put them in the wild card, even though I still think the division is very doable to win it, but let's just put them in a 3-game series. I think you do want somewhat of an established role, and maybe Bochy looks at it like this, like he did 2 days ago. Will Smith can pitch the 7th and 8th inning if I need it. Chapman can't. Chapman is not a guy that you want to pitch, let's say 10 to 15 pitches in the 7th inning and then throw another 15 to 20 pitches in the 8th.
You want 10 to 15
He will definitely be down the next day, and you start putting into jeopardy how well is he going to do in the next 2 days. So I don't know if their rules are going to change based off of he believes he can throw Will Smith an inning and a third, an inning and 2/3, and then possibly still be available the next day like he was Saturday, Sunday. Chapman, you have to watch how much he pitches back-to-back, and you definitely want him to be a 1-inning guy.
Yeah.
And so that might be a little bit of the switch, but I would like, by the time we get to September 15th, I would like, if Chapman has moved to the closer's role, that it's somewhat established as long as we're healthy and those guys are able to pitch. And like for tonight, Chapman's able to pitch. He threw back-to-back days. He had yesterday off. He didn't pitch. He wasn't even in the bullpen yesterday. Like, he wasn't going to pitch no matter what. That game could have gone 20 innings. He ain't pitching. He's available tonight, but if he pitches tonight, he won't be available the next night because that would be 3 out of 4 days.
Yeah.
So you don't want him to throw 4 out of 5 days. So he'd have the next day off. So I think with Chapman, he could push and be the closer, and Will Smith, who loves Bruce Bochy, who trusts Bruce Bochy, could become the other guy. And I do think this is important. Both of those guys are in their 30s. Both of those guys have been paid. If those are guys in their 5th or 6th year in the major leagues, they're furious if they get taken out of the closer's role. That's millions upon millions of dollars you're screwing me over. Because 40 holds versus 40 saves, there's a big difference there. We've seen throughout a decade time on how tough the 9th inning is versus the 8th. How many guys have pitched great in the 8th inning for the Rangers, and then they push them to the closer's role, and they're not able to handle it over, let's say, a 2-month period of time. And that is established in Major League Baseball. I pay a lot more for closers than I do setup guys. Even though setup guys get paid well, I'm paying $8 to $10 million for a good setup guy. I'm paying $15 to $20 million for a good closer.
You think Young and Bochy thought about that? I mean, that's a great point, Mike. I wouldn't have thought of anything about that, but it's two guys that they don't have they don't have any reason to be upset if they're moved around from time to time and doesn't distract the clubhouse. And Chris Young, that's if he thought ahead that far,
I bet they did. I really do. K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. How about we fire up a little Mike Likes It?
Okay, since we just talked baseball, I'm going to move to non-sports. So there might be that one person who gets really upset with me. But so Kevin, Brandon graduated high school, going to UTA in the fall. He's pretty much living with you guys, or is he living
No,
off?
he's going to live on campus.
On campus.
But for now, does
he have a job?
He does have a job. Man,
he's going to have suspended money too?
He's a waiter. You should hear him lament about things that I feel like trickle down through the not a waiter. I'm sorry. He works at a restaurant. He's a host.
Okay, gotcha.
He has lots of fiery opinions about the way people schedule their dining plans and everything.
Okay, so he won't be living with you, but he'll be 20 to 30 minutes down the road.
Yeah, like 45, but yeah.
How are you feeling right now that you're approximately a month away from that happening?
You know, and I was just talking about this with my wife. I still think I'm okay just because there's been a lot of stuff to do. You know, because you're like, hey, we're going to start packing. And, we had to fill out housing stuff. And there's just been so much to do that we haven't really sat back and started playing cats in the cradle or anything like that. I definitely did that when he graduated. But I think we've been too busy for me to focus on it. But my wife is sure it's going to hit me hard. The good thing I think I keep leaning back on is the week after he starts school is Noah's first birthday party. And so...
Where your wife's making you wear clothes.
Yes. Of dinosaur clothes is where I know he's gonna be there. So I
for
think
the whole week.
Everybody has on their birthday suit.
Hold on, he's wearing clothes for the whole week, or he's gonna be there for the whole week?
Yes.
Okay. Are you wearing clothes that whole week?
Yes, I will wear clothes that whole week. I will probably
Excellent.
only wear dinosaur themed clothes that day, though I can't rule out I'll get roped into another day.
How often do you not wear clothes?
Never.
In the
Just
shower.
the shower?
shower.
Just the shower? That's it?
Bathtub when you
That's
take
it.
a bath.
I can't remember the last time I took a
You
bath.
should do it, dude. It's
Take one tonight.
Relaxing.
See how it feels.
Okay,
Yeah,
just
put some lavender scent
be
in
like,
there.
and I come in tomorrow super chill, and I'm
Yeah.
like, hey guys,
Get you some Epsom salt.
just whatever.
Bath.
Do you think one bath is going to make
I
you
don't know.
a hippie?
So,
No.
All right. So
Okay, that's hurtful.
That was a good
but fair, but fair.
where I'm going with this.
Are you super upset then?
I'm sad. I
Yeah.
really am. I'm sad right now. Sue and I had a date Saturday after the Rangers game, and we had a great time, like going out to dinner and catching up on each other's lives. As I think if you're married with kids and both people are working, it can be tough to actually figure out what's going on besides what's the schedule, who's going where, do I need to take them, do you need to take them, hey, we have an ant problem going on right here around the pool, like who's calling up the exterminator to take care of that. It's just everything's always happening, right? So there's plenty of things going on in life, but we just sat there and we talked about how sad we are. And we're really excited for our daughter who's going to UT. It's super exciting for her. We're excited for her that she's reaching one of her dreams. And I was just telling her last night, I was saying, hey, I just want to let you know I am really sad. And she's like, I've been sad for a while now. And I'm really sad because I've always wanted to be a dad. Like as a kid, I was like, oh man, it's going to be cool when I'm a dad. I love my dad. He's my hero. He's one of my best friends. And so I'm like, you dream of this and then you meet the person who you're going to have a family with and be married to. And then you have this dream of, hey, one day we're going to have a family. It's not just going to be me and you. We're going to have kids and we're going to raise these kids. And man, is it tough. And there's these great moments and there's these not great moments, but you're in it together. And then, yes, we still have two boys that are going into 8th and 9th grade in the upcoming year. But it's sad that you dream of this and then it kind of ends. Not that we're not Mary Grace's mom and dad anymore, but I think even Mary Grace said this the other day, which made me even more sad. She's like, I'm only going to be like in your life like 3% of the time now. I don't know where she got that percentage, but I guess there is a percentage of when you go off to college and you're not living at home anymore.
Yeah.
The rest of her life, we're only like 3% of her life now.
That's the part that's got me. Is I know circumstances change and you might come back home, but there's a good shot that Brandon never lives with me again. And that's the part to your point that hits you kind of like a ton of bricks is it's never going to be the same. And even thinking about it right now kind of bums me out.
So I'm really sad, like eternal. Depressed is a tough word. And I know that a lot of people deal with depression and it's a real thing. Sometimes I struggle to want to use that word because I just know I'm sad. Am I depressed? Well, I'm really happy for her.
For sure.
But I also know how sad my wife is right now. And I know how sad I am right now over this. And I know that, look, we're about to go to Oxnard, and I get it. That's a dream for so many people to go to Cowboys training camp and get to cover them and meet the Cowboys. I don't want to go to Oxnard at all right now. Like there's not an ounce of me that wants to go.
That time.
Yeah, because there's a limited amount of time. On August 18th, she's leaving. So like as soon as this day's over, I got to remember, I'm just going to put in for that whole week. I'm just not coming to work that whole week of August, whatever, 14th through the 18th. I'm just not going to come to work because this will be the last week of my life that she's not in college or an adult doing her thing wherever it is in this world. And then when she, I assume, eventually gets married and has a family of her own, now we're on that path with one of our kids. And I also know yesterday was a great day. My 15-year-old wanted to go to the Ranger game with me. So we went to the Ranger game. We watched the Ranger game. We're high-fiving each other on the comeback. And then during that game, he's kind of gotten into golf. And he's like, you want to go golfing? As soon as the game ended, we ran home, picked up our golf clubs, got to Oak Cliff. I call it Oak Cliff Country Club still. It's Golf Club of Dallas now. And we played 14 holes of golf until the sun went down. And it was like, what a great day I got to spend with one of my kids the whole time, because I just have this feeling of my kids are almost out of our lives. We are 5 years away from being empty nesters. And that is depressing because I love being a dad. I love being I like being with my family. Maybe I'm not a guy's guy. I don't like when they're like, hey, let's go out to dinner in Oxnard and do this. I don't care about that. It doesn't excite me at all. I'm like, it doesn't mean I don't like the guys up here. I'm just not like a guy's guy who wants to go hang out. Hey, we're going to Vegas for the Super Bowl. I don't care. That's not something I care about. I care about being a dad. I care about being a husband. So it's really tough right now to feel like I'm losing part of something that I cherish so much.
Yeah, last night, I'm not close. I'm a little further away than you guys. I got 3 years left before
That's why we had another kid.
Yeah.
So I could just redo the process.
But last night I did see a moment where Avery was like, Carter, come here. Carter went and sat down. They played Minecraft together for like 4 hours. And I was like, I didn't want to interrupt it. I didn't want to break it because I don't know how many more of those moments those two are going to have.
Okay.
They lived in the same room for years.
I'm so glad that you brought up moments like that you see from afar, you're interacting. I'm so sad I missed this. I was at Dallas Card Show this weekend. Right. You were out there. And so I missed an exchange between Brandon and Jess. He went out to the thrift stores and he didn't buy anything. And he goes, I was just really looking to be inspired. And I was like, what? And he said he was looking for something to go to an orchestra concert, I think, or just a concert. And he goes, yeah, I was really hoping I would find something that inspired me to buy it. And I was talking to Jess and she thought in her head, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But also,
did you say gross when you heard that, by the way?
For sure. I was like, that's so dumb. I appreciate that you don't get some of those conversations as much, especially as they get older. And so I go, did you make fun of him? And she goes, no. I didn't want to say anything that would make him retreat or, pull it back, because sometimes those moments are harder to come by the later that you get as a teen.
I'll end it by this. I just peek over into the prep room and I see Broadus. Broadus has one child
who just started
college at UT. And I'm like, dude, have you gotten over this sadness? Were you sad? Are you still sad? I just don't want this. I want it to happen for her, but I don't want it to happen for us, mom and dad. And then even our two boys are starting to get the feel of oh man, Mary Grace is leaving our house.
Yeah. So. And that's the biggest disconnect or difference between us is no one knows exactly who Brandon is and vice versa. But Noah doesn't do a whole lot of stuff. He won't be sad when Brandon leaves. He's excited when he sees him. And so we're just kind of restarting the process. So I am very sad that Brandon is leaving, though, because that was a whole different time in my life. And there was a time when, sorry, I know we got to go. There was a time when he was my guy and, it was just me and him. And I remember when Jess and I were getting married, we were talking about, who would I pick my best man? And I asked, like, it was me, my mom, my sister, and Jess. And I was like, do you think it would be weird if I asked Brandon to be my best man? All three of them were like, oh, yeah, we've all been talking about this. We think it's weird that you haven't asked him yet. And they were like, that's the only person that it could be.
Did it make you feel sad that they were talking behind your back about it?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
So weird.
But then Mike told me that's what women
I wish
do.
you would add a
They
wedding
pass
cake.
it down through the
They go to
generations.
brunch and yeah.
Yeah.
I love wedding cake.
We're the Can't See, we didn't have it.
Donut.
Masterpiece right here on 105.3
On a
The
wall.
Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
How to kick your kids out of the house when they've overstayed their welcome.
What?
No, I'm just joking. We'll talk about other stuff next in The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A whole bunch of super positive feedback for Mike Likes It. Thank you very much for all the kind messages. And a lot of people feeling the same way as you, Mike.
Every parent goes through it.
Yeah, sure.
It's just tough.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, to pick up our spirits, or perhaps crush them even further, it is the C Block starring Corey Majors.
When I graduated high school, my dad had a heart attack, and then my mom left.
Oh, my gosh.
Left your dad.
Yeah.
Not left you.
Well.
Left you?
It's kind of a weird situation. But everything's good since then. Everything's worked out. We're doing
life, I guess.
Everything's going well now, though. You know what? I learned a lot from that moment.
Remember, the Jonas Brothers will be at Globe Life Field on August 30th.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's watch some Jonas Brothers. By the way, Kevin, officially official. Evan Ingram has now signed his long-term deal with Jacksonville, which we predicted last week would be the case.
My Jags just screwed up.
Did we get all of them right then? Jacobs didn't get
You still got 2 hours,
okay.
but yes. But 3 for 41.25 with $24 million fully guaranteed. Did you see the other NFL note that I thought
so
was
they'll be
super
paying them about $4 million per game?
Yes, pretty much.
I don't know, Kevin, but let me get to this first. You can get your NFL note in another segment. You have an entire show. By the way, I did want to point this out. I saw Eric Chiafalo in the hallway, and he tried to give me a hug.
No.
And I tried to push him out the window. I was like, no, never. Not after the crap you pulled where you knew what was going on with this Barry Bonds interview, and you said nothing. We had trust. We had a brotherly love between all the shows, and you just broke it, Eric Chiafalo.
I've always been a Wolchuk guy.
Yeah, we've always said
been
that.
a Sorensen guy.
We've always said that. Wolchuk's our guy.
Yeah,
I'm a Zach Sorensen guy.
You're a Zach Sorensen guy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I did see. Have you seen, Kevin? I know you've been releasing all these lists from ESPN.com.
Sure.
Madden has released their ratings.
Yes, that was it. I'm so excited.
That's why I said what I said. The top 10 wide receivers. Justin Jefferson, number 1, 99.
Makes sense.
Makes the 99
He's
club.
now in the 99 club.
Because of his eyes, Mike.
Can you be 100?
Nope.
Okay.
At least it's never
Do
happened.
you play Madden?
No. But I care about
Did
this.
they give Vic 100 speed once? Is that what it was?
That's a great question. Let me go look it up.
Did you know that the highest rated Vikings receiver before that was Randy Moss at a 98?
Disrespect.
Tyreek Hill at number 2 with a 98.
Oh, okay.
Devontae Adams, number 3, 97. Diggs, 4, 96, as well as Kupp at number 5 with a 96.
He's forgotten about because of the
that
injury,
feels
huh?
harsh.
Yeah. And you know, that's kind of another thing on that team, like Matt Stafford, like Kupp was gone, that too. Jamar Chase at 94 at number 6.
Can I ask a quick question? Is Cooper Kupp 100% to start the year?
I'm sure they'll tell us he is.
So.
At some point, but not right now. I haven't heard that right now. DeAndre Hopkins at 93, number 7.
Oh, God, what a decision that was. Just take vet minimum and go to Kansas City, man. I got some rookie cards of yours that are totally screwed.
Yeah.
They are going down by the second, signing with the Tennessee Titans. Is that official?
Yes.
Great.
Him and Traylon Burks are going to tear it up this year with
He
Ryan
will be
Tannehill.
one of them. I don't think he's going to make the Hall of Fame now, honestly.
Oh,
he can
wow.
have all the numbers. Nobody's going to remember Arizona, Houston, and Tennessee. God
Man,
almighty.
he does have a type, doesn't he?
What a
He's like, let me
horrible
stick with
career,
these.
like where you were at.
Very
Like,
bland teams.
10 years from now, people aren't even going to know who DeAndre Hopkins was, except some dude in the food court in San Francisco during the Super Bowl.
I will say most
Thanks
of
a
the
lot, Hop.
most of the places he's picked have been nice places to live. Like, I'm told that Houston is a pretty decent place to live.
I guess we weren't alive for a lot of this, but you at least play for one team your whole career, like Steve Largent. Who cares? You're in Seattle when they were horrible at football. But at least you're like a legend in Seattle because you were there your whole career, and then I guess you obviously became a politician and stuff like that. But
was he a good politician?
Could you have a more unknown career than Houston, Arizona, and Tennessee?
To be that talented. I see. Yeah, to be that talented.
He could have been in Jacksonville before. Now I feel like maybe at Jacksonville he'll turn out okay.
Number 8, Terry McLaurin with a 92
guy.
score.
Better than CD Lamb. There's no way.
I have lots of Terry McLaurin cards, thanks to Kevin. Number 9, A.J. Brown with a 91.
He's pretty damn good.
And number 10, Amari Cooper with a 91 as well. Mike, are you disappointed that CeeDee Lamb doesn't have a higher Madden rating?
I'm not mad about it, but I'm surprised that this ranking has him outside the top 10.
They have him at 11. They had the last two dudes,
90, I assume?
The last two guys with a 90 plus are him and Mike Evans at 11 and 12 with a 90. They tied there. So, listen, we were having the conversation because CeeDee Lamb was a top 6 wide receiver at the end of last year with those numbers, and people were ticked off about it.
Yeah.
They were like, he's not a top, he's Cooper Kupp. And I was like, Cooper Kupp didn't play. That's why CeeDee Lamb's been named, given this status.
Is it his hands? What needs to improve the most for CeeDee Lamb to be considered? I know this is Madden, but what needs to happen for CeeDee Lamb in 2023 to be like, not only is he top 10, but come on, guys, let's start putting him there with, let's say, Diggs, Cooper Kupp.
Hands does make sense.
Hands.
Justin Jefferson caught 70% of his passes thrown to him last year. And I believe CeeDee Lamb is kind of in that, like, he's still in the, 65%.
I feel like CeeDee Lamb, some of that is based off of quarterback.
That's true.
But I feel like CeeDee Lamb might have, if we're talking about those top 11 receivers, do you think he probably led those 11 receivers in drops? Or am I crazy about that? Am I remembering?
Yeah, I don't have a drops number. He's at 68.6, so that's still significant. But, I mean, look at Justin Jefferson. He's number 1, 1,800 yards. CeeDee Lamb, he was 500 yards behind him. Touchdowns for Justin Jefferson, he had 8 last year. CeeDee Lamb had 9 last year.
Sure.
I think that there's just this idea that if I need to go to a receiver, Justin Jefferson's got me. But the idea is CeeDee Lamb, he's really good, but not quite that. I trust that dude with everything on the line.
CeeDee Lamb had 0 fumbles. That's all I'm finding right now.
Jamar
Chase had 2 fumbles. A.J. Brown had 2 fumbles, but that doesn't go into.
And don't forget the miserable play call against the Packers where they were just like, hey, I don't know, here's what we're going to do. It was a stupid play. Like, I'm expecting a lot more from CeeDee Lamb this year. He's got a lot. He's very good, but he's got more to show.
I'm taking A.J. Brown over Hopkins right now.
I am too.
I know that's not the way the list
fact
played
that he's
out.
played.
Yeah,
I am too.
So that's put Hopkins on 470th at this point for signing with Tennessee.
You're really that.
I am mad about it.
The cards.
Yeah, but I guess I became a Hopkins fan getting to meet him. It's amazing if you meet somebody you're not expected to meet and they're very nice to you, like DeAndre Hopkins. This was when the Super Bowl was in San Francisco. So if that's 2019, 2000, I can't remember the year. Maybe it's 2017.
San Fran? I thought it was Minnesota in the food court.
No, it wasn't. No, where I met him was when the Super Bowl was in San Francisco.
Okay, gotcha.
I know that's where I met him. I just don't know what year the Super Bowl was in San Francisco.
This note came up too, and I heard it this morning on the Sean and RJ and Bobby attempted to be deceivers show.
Oh my gosh.
Bobby was going through and below the belt the storylines, the players that you have to pay attention to this year. And Aaron Donald's name came up. And when his name came up, it wasn't for keep an eye on Aaron Donald for what he does and accomplishes. It was keep an eye for trade deadline. And last year, didn't it feel like the trade deadline was more active than we've seen it in a while? And I don't know if that's going to be the case here in the future.
All right.
But would y'all say, hey, I want to throw something to Los Angeles if they're down and try and pick up Aaron Donald?
Yeah.
I know that it gets into the cap situation and how that all fits, and trades are so tough to do in the NFL because of how much dead money is that team taking to trade that guy? How much money are you taking in on your cap? Like, that's what makes trading so difficult in the NFL, is all the hits that you have to take from a standpoint of you're not just trading the salary left or the salary owed. You have to take dead cap hits and stuff like that. But yeah, I would definitely want to call, because I was even thinking, I know I'm stuck on DeAndre Hopkins. In Major League Baseball, when you're a bad team and you sign a pretty good veteran guy, you're signing them to be like, hey, they're going to help my young guys understand the league, understand how to be a professional, but I'm also going to move that guy if he's playing well at the All-Star break or at the end of July because I'm going to get value for him. So I'm signing this guy to actually get more prospects later. And I was just like, is Tennessee signing this guy to try to trade him in week 6 or 7? What's the point of DeAndre Hopkins?
Yeah, he is stuck on Hopkins.
I just want that as a drop in case we ever have him on.
Yeah,
it's for money. It's the reason he's signing.
Right.
I'm still fascinated by what the Cowboys do in the first part of the season with Mozzie, with Osa, with Hankins, how that group is better. I know some people have said, hey, the Cowboys safeties got destroyed last year running the ball. Hey, if they're better up front, will the safeties even have to worry about it? If they're getting to the safeties, you have a problem in the first place.
Yeah.
All right, like that's where if Darren Woodson's having to make a bunch of tackles, hey, that's great that Darren Woodson can tackle, but he shouldn't have to. You guys up front should be stopping that so that he doesn't have to. So that's kind of my big concern there. But then I saw this, Kevin, from random dude on the internet. His name's Kevin, as a matter of fact.
Oh, great.
Kevlar23 on Twitter. He emailed Mr. Montfort, the Rockies owner. Now, Kevin, I know you want to discuss Ohtani a little more extensively tomorrow.
Yep.
He said, good morning, Mr. Montfort. I wanted to reach out to you about a player on the trade market that I think we would be a tremendous fit in purple pinstripes. Rumor has it they are listening to offers if you can, and then that's where it cuts off. Dick Montfort then replied.
Oh.
Which, this is wild. Yeah, he's the owner. Owner/chairman and chief executive officer. He is a free agent at the end of the year, but would be fun for a couple of months. End quote.
So is he like giving him a heads up? There's no chance in hell we would sign him or be able to re-sign him, but you're right. Okay.
That's what I'm hearing.
I like it. That's a bold move.
And it also sounds like the strategy is like a lot of people are like, why? I'm going to have to give up everything and pay this guy. Or give up everything just for a chance to be in a World Series.
The Angels are saying they want 3 of your top 4 prospects, pretty much. if you're trading for Ohtani, which we'll talk about more tomorrow. I think for the Colorado thing, obviously I was listening to Sean and RJ this morning as they were attempting to prank us for a whole week. Is they were like, why, you're going to take heat, this and that. What Colorado, they're telling their fan base, look, they're in a rebuilding phase. Colorado has quite a bit of money. It's very tough for them competing with San Francisco and LA. They'll always have more money there. And somehow San Diego's come into an S-load of money, it feels like, the last 4 years.
What a great job they've done with it.
Yeah, not very good. But I just look at Colorado. It's a very wealthy place. That area is a wealthy area in the United States of America. But they don't fit Ohtani's category. Ohtani's leaving LA. Why? Because he wants to win.
Yeah.
Colorado has not established at all that they're ready to win. I think he would look at Colorado. If Colorado right now is winning the West in the National League, if they were, I don't think he's considering Arizona, Diamondbacks, but Arizona now, if they were having an Arizona Diamondback season in Colorado, I think they could put themselves on the fringe if they're willing to. And I really do believe this. I think it's going to be a $500 million contract, whether it's 10 for 500, whether it's 8 for 500, whether it's 10 for 600 million. It's going to be 500 million or more. And it doesn't make sense if you're trying to build a team yet. That's where the Rangers have put themselves into a category. We'll discuss more probably tomorrow on where now Ohtani would have to look at it and go, they fit some of my qualifications, maybe not all.
Now, Corey, this is an important decision for you. Since we went very sportsy there, what would you think about doing something fun and going to Masterpiece Theater next?
Oh, I love fun. Let's have some fun.
Okay.
No, that's different. Those are different things.
I also wanted to read this text from the 903. I know we normally do shout-outs on Friday. It feels like it fit one of the last segments. Can I get a birthday shout-out from my youngest, Carmen? She's turning 17 today. Going to be a senior in high school, my last kiddo. So y'all all just had me in tears. And my son is my best friend. If I ever were to remarry, he'd be my best man as well. Thanks for all that you guys do. That is a lovely text. Then, from the mind of Corey, what are the movies your kids have to see? 877-881-1053. We'll Masterpiece Theater it up next right here in The Fan.
Nighttime on the
This segment is also brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Kicks and fires. Swing and a little flare to first. Caught by Lowe. Ball game over. Rangers win 6-5. They sweep the Guardians out of Arlington.
You heard Matt Hicks right there, fresh off a sweep tonight. The Texas Rangers host the Tampa Bay Rays, top 2 seeds in the American League. First pitch 7:05. Pregame at 6:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan. But wanted to throw it to something else, especially since we've already gotten a whole bunch of answers. And somebody texted, I'm so glad you asked. I'm at a red light, so I have time. Edward Scissorhands, 6 Cents, Forrest Gump, Little Giants. What is the movie that your kids have to see? 877-881-1053 in Masterpiece Theater.
The reason I ask this is I was listening to the Smartless podcast, Kevin.
I love that podcast.
I do. I really enjoy it. And Chris Pratt, this is an old one from years ago, actually. But he said, so me and my kid, we go fishing, but when we're up at the cabin, I show him the 10 movies I think he has to see. And he was talking about a Spielberg movie, too. And I was like, oh, man, that's interesting from a dude who's in movies. That he's, he's a fan, just like he's a fan of movies too.
Sure.
He's probably got, his list. And I was like, I know Kevin's probably got his list of movies and everything. And that's where that came from. This became very difficult for me because I had to differentiate between my favorite movies and why I cheesily like them or whatever, and movies that I think are really well done that I think my kid should see. That was kind of different. So I had to kind of reassess some movies I've had in my top 3 or whatever, like Blue Streak. I love Blue Streak. I don't think my kid has to see Blue Streak, though.
Well, and we ruled out...
I love it.
We ruled out Jess's favorite movie because it's The Jerk.
Okay.
And I was like, look, if you're going to watch that movie, that's going to be later in the game.
But the phone books are here.
Yeah, there's a lot of inappropriate stuff in that movie. So, well, that would be down the line. So she instead subbed in Aladdin. The cartoon Aladdin.
Oh, wow.
I haven't seen the real live one yet.
It's solid. That was our first movie date that we ever went on. Is to see
wow.
the live
After missing the ice cream.
That's right. That's
ended
right.
up doing that.
So for me, it's Star Wars. I'm so excited to show Noah Star Wars. And then Star Wars jumped to mind. And then... I don't know. Do you still put like E.T. on the list, or are you like, we can come up with newer, more
E.T.'s
contemporary?
fantastic.
Yeah. It teaches you important lessons.
So those are your
befriending
3?
Aliens. No, my other one that we put on the list was for Brandon. He's moved on to higher concept animation, so he's really in on Miyazaki right now, like Spirited Away, Castle in the Sky. So we might need to show him that, or like Princess Mononoke. So
I have no clue what you're saying right now.
You don't know any of those movies?
No.
Are those all Studio Ghibli, or is that?
I don't know if they all are. I think they all are.
Talking about?
I'm just shaking my head.
These are actually all made up words.
Brandon likes cartoons, and then you said cartoons I've never heard of.
Okay, so originally the cartoon was going to be like Big Hero 6, but over the last several years,
It's a good movie.
It is a good movie. He's gotten really into the movies of Miyazaki. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say his first name properly. I apologize for that. And so he's done a whole bunch of movies that have gotten like American releases, kind of dubbed over with more famous people in America at least, but they usually come out from Japan. And he's really like, well, I want to say he's really well known, but I know Mike's gonna be like, I didn't know who he was. A lot of people know who he is. He has a lot of highly touted movies. And Brandon is super into that right now, so perhaps that.
You're going to show those to Noah.
Mike, they're anime, just so that if that helps at all.
Animated.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not real people.
Okay, so it didn't. All right, my bad.
Like the Animaniacs.
It's a little bit more serious than the Animaniacs, but I guess
like Pinky and the Brain.
Yeah, I guess the concept is
the same. Let's just say for the purposes of this.
Go ahead, Mike.
I wrote down 3.
Good.
1, The Sandlot.
Never heard of it.
Great
What
movie.
is that?
I love that movie.
I'm just kidding.
So
I love that movie.
we watch that or try to watch that every early July 4th, right around kind of your
That
July
makes
4th
sense.
holiday. Christmas Vacation.
Okay.
So
There's some more adult stuff in that one.
yeah,
too,
but we're okay with showing them. We've showed them Christmas Vacation at an early age. Obviously, Hallelujah, Holy Ass isn't the best thing there.
Tap dancing
And then
with
here's
Danny.
another one that I love that my kids have seen. They don't think it's as funny as me, but definitely you have to wait till probably 10 to 12 years old is Dumb and Dumber.
Okay.
I watched that in middle school, and I just remembered I thought it was hilarious. And then when Derek was like, "Hey, I'm in one of their movies," I was like, "Oh my gosh, it's even crazier."
I don't think I've seen the one Derek's in.
Oh, we had an event and everything for it. Yeah,
I know it's a horrible movie. That's why people don't watch it.
Well, not
It's
because of
it's
Derek.
not Derek's fault. He's in it and dresses up or
You know what?
something.
Now
it's,
my goal
Derek's
is-
not a cast member in it who said, "Hey, let's write a horrible movie trying to bring Dumb and Dumber back to
We're
life."
gonna get Derek a
He's not
role, a lead
wrong.
role in a movie one day. That's my goal. Was that your last?
Good.
You have one?
Good luck on that role. Who do you know that you can pull this off?
It's who he knows.
Yeah. I know Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know.
So those are
Okay.
probably my 3. I think I'm pretty weak on Dumb and Dumber, but The Sandlot and Christmas Vacation definitely 2 favorites of our families.
Somebody else texted in The Sandlot from the 817 as well as Heavyweights and The Goonies.
Goonies,
And
yeah.
Just watch it with Corey so he can point out that one repetitive bit of dialogue. And
It
you're
was
like,
one moment.
I got it. From the 817, Little Giants, Toy Story, The Big Green. Okay.
Big Green's great.
That's a soccer one, right?
Yeah. No, it's a lot of fun too. And team oriented things are a lot of fun. Like those sports movies are great. I didn't put a sports movie in mine. And that's a little weird for me because you would think For Love of the Game would be right there in the mix, but I scratched that off.
You love that movie more than any human.
Than any other human loves it.
Yes.
Probably. I enjoyed that movie a lot. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was just kind of the connection. Teammates were back there behind him. He trusted them to do their jobs. They get him the ultimate prize.
I never knew in that movie, part of the ending of that when Kevin Costner's facing the young kid who he was teammates with his dad. Do you know they take that from Nolan Ryan's 7th no-hitter?
Yeah.
That he
I
got
did not know
Roberto
that.
Alomar out.
I didn't know until later.
And he knew Roberto as a little kid because Sandy Alomar was his teammate on the Angels.
Yeah.
Huh.
And so late in life, here he is trying to get another no-hitter, and his last possible out is a guy up to the plate who's now an all-star, this young and upcoming all-star who he knew as this little boy running around Anaheim.
That is wild. Now, some people answer these for different reasons.
Yeah, and I see a lot of people kind of in this, like, there's a lot of kids' movies that, I want my kid to see this movie.
Yeah.
Mine is at a point, too, where I'm like, Avery's about 15, and I want to make sure we watch these movies together
For
before he
sure.
takes off.
Well, and this person did say 15 from the 214. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. I looked for
Love it.
tiny people in the grass until I was 15.
I love that movie. We just watched it. Carter and I just watched it the other day.
Did you ever think an ant was a little person? And you were careful about just not stepping on them?
No.
Okay.
No, ants.
It's probably good.
Probably going to bite you.
From the 512, Angels in the Outfield. From the 254, Forrest Gump for sure. From the 469, Ninja Turtles, the first one. That first live-action Ninja Turtles movie is awesome.
So I crossed off For Love of the Game. I crossed off Pan's Labyrinth.
Oh my gosh. That is such an intense movie.
I crossed off the Grand Budapest Motel, Peanut Butter Falcon, and Yesterday.
You just made it a motel?
Yeah, it got downgraded. Used to
Hotel.
be a
Yeah,
hotel.
sorry.
In your face, Wes Anderson.
The doors are all on the outside of the building now. And I've crossed off The Last Crusade. Last Crusade's my favorite of the Indiana
The
Jones.
Indiana Jones. That is a really good one.
Number 3.
Never liked Indiana Jones.
Ever?
Nope. I've always thought it was, hey, I'm in the minority. That's why they keep making them.
Not after this last one. Looks like you're the majority.
That's what you said
again.
after the last one. You
Wow.
said they would never make another one.
because the last one was stupid, and
Yeah,
that's
they'll
why
get-
they waited.
Look.
And this one is bombed at the box office, unfortunately.
Well, then they'll make a new Indiana Jones.
I
They'll
can
call
see
him
that.
like Indiana Ren after Kylo Ren, his son.
It's not. No, those are two different things.
I love that idea.
But the logic
though.
tracks, though.
Yeah, I really
I
do
hate
like
that it tracks in my brain
What, Kevin,
immediately.
Hold on. Have I sent you the thing on what if Indiana Jones is actually Han Solo and they're just they're just characters that crossed over?
See, okay, the one I saw was like those are all the dreams Han Solo's having when he's frozen in carbonite.
Oh, that he's Indiana
yeah,
Jones.
that's not bad.
Number 3 is Shaun of the Dead.
Rules.
What? Did you say?
No, I'm excited about where you're going here.
I think that's one of those movies that has lots of really cool structure to it, and it's an absolute blast to watch every time. I always find something new that I'm like, oh crap, I didn't see that. How did I not see that?
Then do you ever think about what if you live literally across the walkway from a convenience store?
Yes.
That'd be wild.
Number 2 is Back to the Future. I think Back to the Future is an absolute blast too.
Incredibly well written.
Yes. And it's a Spielberg flick, which I know Kevin's not a huge Spielberg fan.
He produced it. He did not direct.
I feel like E.T. is one too.
Okay, is your hope in movies like that they love it so much that you're like, hey, there's a second and a third
Yes,
one?
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That was a blockbuster too, right? Like back in the day,
yeah. Oh,
that was one
yeah.
of those. I think Jaws was the original blockbuster.
That's true.
But that was one of those that
I knew.
hit big in the box office. It also succeeded well in my VCR back in the day because I just remember watching it a lot. And then my number 1 that I have to get the kids to watch is Big Fish. Now,
you love that movie a lot too.
I am very attached to this movie in multiple different ways, but the connection of a father and son, even if it's strained along the way, or you never believe any of the grand stories that your dad told,
right?
And then you kind of go through the process of it, and you find out that he was a pretty special guy. That's kind of every time I've watched that movie, it's pulled tears out. It's gotten me to kind of like respect the relationship I have with Pops a little bit more. My Pops, not me Pops. And then my hope, I guess, is that my kids will see it and it'll kind of connect with them in some way too. But I thought Ewan McGregor did a great job. The colors were vibrant and it was just a lot of fun. So yeah, I think that list is pretty fun. I love seeing all these other ones that are coming in. Somebody said Blair Witch Project though, and I don't know if they're joking. They did say LOL after.
But Blair Witch Project.
You want to show those to your 10-year-old kids?
But like Blair Witch Project, I feel like is very educational about what times used to be like, because they'll be like, this is dumb. Nothing is happening. And you're like, you got to understand, when the movie came out, it really did think that this was like a found footage thing and those people might be dead and you wanted to know what would happen. But if you just watch it now, I could see how you're like, okay.
But the thing with Big Fish too, Kevin, is when I go to the movies, I don't necessarily need to see a true story. But if you can entertain me and give me something that's like, wow, that was an adventure, I'm in. I love adventure-y type stuff.
Sure. Like when they just came out with when they were coming out with a slew of movies that had to do with COVID. I'm not talking about documentaries.
Yeah.
But just movies. I was like, that just happened.
I
I
lived
know
this.
what happened.
Yeah.
Show me some nonsensical bull crap.
Give me something that can take me away for a little bit.
I guess probably not. If it came out with the real truth behind COVID, not gonna lie, I might watch a
What
minute
if it
or
was
two of that.
the real
Well,
truth behind COVID, Shaun of the Dead?
Okay, but if it was just the first part, you know that Derek sent that clip to us, right? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat. He would laugh at that. With those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. He would. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
If new Heineken Silver was at the invasion of Troy.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the potentially traitorous G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, I'm not going to ask how you are today.
Good, because I'm not doing great right now.
Because what I want to know, Chiafalo, is why did you pick a side and why did you pick the wrong side?
I would say I picked the side the same way I picked the side when I knew the crosstalk prank was going down. You know, like I wasn't going to phone a friend on that one. I wasn't going to let him in on the bit. I was going to let you guys
we did tell you
get the jokes off. Yeah, of course. We were in the know here, you know? So I felt the obligation to, once I checked the boxes that I didn't feel like it was a crossing the line bit, and it was so extensive that if they pulled it off, I think there'd be some level of respect involved of like, man, you guys went through a lot of lengths here, and you made it happen. Respect on the good bit, but it actually got flipped upside down because you guys are too smart for that. And who would have thought?
So what are your thoughts now that they have failed and you've picked
No, they
the wrong
succeeded.
side?
That way they don't try to. I'm totally destroyed. I'm going home today going, gosh, my whole life depended on Barry Bonds being on our show today, and he wasn't, and I don't even know how I'm going to go on.
I will say you guys can take some comfort in knowing that yesterday at Bobby's little daughter's birthday, Sean was there, and with his son, I was there with my girls, and he was genuinely scared and nervous about it. Like he was nervous that if this thing gets pulled off, like it is going to be heartbreaking to some extent. And I didn't know. I was like, I don't know if the listeners are going to just find it super funny or if they're going to be a little bit upset because obviously
there was definitely some people who were bummed we didn't have Barry Bonds on.
Sure,
I thought we were
because the dynamic of the show. I mean, it was appointment radio, you know. So I was wondering how the text actually responded in real time, so I didn't get a chance to see it. But I was listening and I heard your tease out of the first segment, and I was like, oh, he is definitely onto this. Did someone spill the beans? I was like, did Sean just get like cold feet on this thing?
Nope.
It was just the genius that is the KNC Masterpiece.
Kevin, I will also say I got the email on vacation. All right. So I usually very rarely check my emails.
Which was a heady play by then. They're like, we're going to catch him off guard.
Yeah.
He's going to be 9 beers deep.
I woke up. I did remember waking up and seeing it and being like, wow. And I texted you and I wanted to surprise Mike, but then you told me you told him. So I texted Eric and Zach and Sean, and I was like, hey, guys, just a heads up. We got this coming down the pike. I want to make sure, like, if you guys get any emails about it, we're already in front of it. It makes sense for our show. And the reply back from Eric was, oh, yeah, that totally makes sense for y'all's show, as he knew what was going on the whole time.
Now, would I be a worse person for spilling the beans on a good prank?
No,
I think
like,
I'd be a worse person if I spilled the beans.
You tried to help out. I would hope that you'd help us out if we were trying to do something like that. So I'm not mad at anybody for it.
The only thing I wish is that the delivery when you guys went to him, that you could have heard.
If Bobby would have just executed
if Bobby
it
would have
better.
been able to, or somebody would have been able to like carry it on, like, yeah, great to be on with you guys today.
Yeah.
You know, because you didn't hear it, and I'm like, now the bit's ruined. You know, now it's over with.
Especially since we were already had our guards up.
You were already pretty sure this was
in the pre-show meeting this morning. I was emailing last night trying to get some last-second information. In the pre-show meeting, we're telling Reggie, we're like, hey, vet this guy when he gets on the phone. And we listened to an interview of Barry Bonds, and we're like, if he doesn't sound like this,
because
we don't want him
not a guy
on.
you can
like mimic his voice or whatever.
Can't do it.
The thing that there was like, everybody was talking about so many layers to it, but why did they only come up with like 3 questions that they could have covered? You know, if you want to make it realistic, you got to kind of dig in a little bit more than that and get your drops together and stuff like that. They kind of were just kind of like, oh, we got you, ha ha.
And I'll give Kevin and Corey credit because I never thought I mean, I wasn't involved at all on the emails and stuff. Obviously, I've dealt with Barry's people before, so I
That's
know
what you said, his number.
I know how tough it can be, right? Because he doesn't have a number that. I mean, I'm sure his closest people have his number, but He's like, yeah, here's my number, but it's a number to his person who then delivers messages to him.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I know how tough it was going to be, but you guys sniffed it out pretty quickly yesterday.
Some of the best sniffers out there.
This doesn't seem right. And then I start going, now, help me out here. Give me some information. I'm like, yeah, this doesn't seem right at all.
He goes, I am 100% convinced before we walked in here, we're not having Barry Bonds. And he had everything laid out. He was like, no, it's not happening.
Okay. Now it's worthwhile. Hagee, how many hours did you spend trying to sniff this out then? Because if you spent more than an hour or maybe even 2, now the whole thing worked great.
Yeah, no, it really wasn't, and I don't want to. I appreciate how much
because you appreciate time.
I do. I appreciate how much time they put into it,
Yeah.
but it didn't take that long because
Elementary.
when we looked into it, I was like, last night. In fact, I'll look on my call log what time it was. I decided at 10:23 p.m. I'm going to call this phone number that this fella has. What's going to happen? He's going to pick up, and I can just be like, hey, I just wanted to give you a heads up. Thanks. We really appreciate blah, 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 blah.
There you go.
But I figured I would get a voicemail. The phone just kept ringing and ringing and ringing. If you run a communications company, you don't have a voicemail set up. I thought that was very strange.
That's a red flag. That's a red flag.
So
Bob's
I guess
going to need to clean things up a little bit, man. He's sloppy.
Or not ever try that again. All right, here's the deal, Kevin. I feel like G-Bag is now a target as well. And whenever it comes to prank wars,
hey,
targets on our back.
You know we deliver because
targets on our back.
We were on a highway coming back from a baseball game.
That was the funniest thing.
And we got 2 calls through
Yeah, we did.
to Jared to the point. It's like, okay.
I remember that being there for the planning of all that. It was great.
We literally were sitting in a car, and I go, hey, what if we call into the pregame or the postgame show and talk about catcher's interference? You should have seen Wolchuk's face. Oh, let's do this.
And they sat on hold for like a good 30 minutes.
We did.
Too. Like
we were driving down the highway just
great.
on
Nothing else
hold.
to do in the car. Yeah.
Are you going to prank Broadus again in Oxnard by picking out the Renovan that you guys are going to get instead of letting him pick?
No.
He already called dibs on.
Yeah,
he says, "I'm making damn sure I'm choosing the car this time."
That is not
So I was
gonna,
like, all right,
that is not going to
Dad.
happen again.
The wipers didn't work. And
Oh,
didn't
one
like
of them was
one of the
gone. It
wipers-
had a big white X on it.
Yeah, we should have
Like,
known about the X.
it was ready for the Mad Max games.
Broadus was
like,
locked in. The child lock. He was.
I couldn't get out. Yeah, and then Dawson literally had to stand up to drive because it was raining. Remember, we all went to dinner.
Yes, I do. And y'all looked frazzled coming out of that car.
Some serious monsoon rain, and Dawson is standing up, leaning to his right.
He's having to look out the shotgun, the passenger side portion of the windshield because his
Driving on the
windshield
highway.
wiper on
Oh
his
my
side didn't work.
gosh.
Not running that back.
all the stories we're collecting as we go do all these things together.
Did you guys by chance see any of the boxing exploits of Daniela Hemsley over the weekend?
Yeah, she showed him, huh?
Yeah.
There was a flash. I also heard there was a boxing kiss situation.
Okay, so the Sun, of course, in the UK, they're all over this.
That's a newspaper, right?
Yes.
Okay,
she's
thank
also
you.
an OnlyFans model who had previously posed for Playboy and stuff like that. So,
this is her wheelhouse.
Yeah, she says she got permission beforehand if she won to go ahead and flash because there were some people that were very mad. You watch the camera go wider and wider, but one of the camera guys in the ring is like staying right on it.
Yeah, dude. One of those guys.
That's
is
her
ready.
promotion team.
Yeah, but the hard camera, whatever, they're like, nope, back it up, back it up. So,
She did it quite a long time. She like went around like like
good
when,
hang time.
like when
Good
you're in the
hang time.
Olympics and you kind of salute
Yeah.
every corner of the arena. She did that for you.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed,
It's
she
impressive.
It's a little awkward when your wife walks behind you and she's like, "What are you looking at?" And you're like, "This is research from I
Show
clicked
prep.
a link.
This is boxing,
It
honey.
sent me
Show
to her
prep. This is combat.
Instagram. I was just checking out to see that she does this often."
See, that's the issue that you run into. It's the story, and then you're like 3 months deep on her Instagram. And you're like,
I haven't double tapped any of them. I promise.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Hagee, thank you so much for asking. We will have Chris Young, Rangers general manager, at 4:20.
Or do you?
And
Maybe it's a prank.
Yeah,
that's
If not him, Todd Archer at 5.
Yeah,
Okay.
Todd Archer at 5 p.m. We feel
I
good
think you
about.
can rely on that one. Yeah.
And who's in the worst situation? Dawson, who's out for being old. He's on the injury report, like late scratch,
Back injury,
or Wolchuk, who's fighting through flight delays at airports.
Just passing.
Who's got it worse? Oh,
I'll say Wolchuk because at least Dawson has like an article up on Barrett Sports Media about
I
it.
did an interview while he was hurt.
Talking about you guys. So he's putting content out there. And what's Wolchuk doing?
He stays grinding. Oh, Wolchuk, God only knows.
He's just evaluating how many hammers
he
has on.
grinding. You said it. That's
He's supposed to take a week off, but he's taking 8 days off.
The extra day, dude. Good for him.
You know?
all right.
Maybe a little too many carbs.
Couple of
for the
Mai
man,
Tais.
Yeah.
Roll home with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
We have your latest Dallas Stars offseason news. From our fan studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go on a Monday. Who's got it worse right now? The General Gavin Dawson out for being old, the back injury that we will get the details of in about 15 minutes when he calls and joins the program to explain himself. Late scratch, sort of like Jordan Lewis style. Or was that J-Ron Curse, bro?
J-Ron Curse with the knee.
Yeah, right before the game.
Right before the game. All of a sudden, you're seeing him walk off the field or kind of being helped off the field with Britt Brown. I'm like, uh-oh. There goes your hybrid nickel linebacker, safety, play caller, whatever else you want to put on him. He was gone.
Cowboys had McQuamu, and McQuamu stepped up that day.
He did.
McQuamu had himself a hell of a Sunday.
Yeah.
And we're going to need to have ourselves a hell of a Monday. Chris Young joining us in the 4 o'clock hour. Todd Archer in the 5 o'clock hour. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup, rocking and rolling on a Monday. Carter Freeman's coordinating the video. And Wolchuk is airport stranded. I mean, I guess that's the best way to describe it, dude. He did his booze cruise. He had his
I'd say he's irresponsible right now, to be honest with you.
He has been a little irresponsible. I mean,
when you're supposed to be back on a Monday working, you gotta
put that buffer day in between the vacay and the
back
comeback
on a Saturday.
The old Saturday arrival.
Yeah, I mean, you can't chance with the way things are going in the world with flying. You can't chance that with the weather and all that. Him getting canceled 4 times. It's not the airline's fault. That's his fault.
Yeah.
For poor planning.
Don't point any fingers.
Nah, don't point any fingers at the airline.
Especially not those hairy sausage fingers.
Yeah.
Wolchuk.
Just because you want to lay around a little longer and soak up some more grease or alcohol, that kind of thing. So,
what is the bigger nightmare? Having a back injury that is so bad that you can't show up to work at a job where you sit, or being stuck at the airport? Lucius, any thoughts?
100% the back injury.
Yeah.
I remember I had called into Tim one time because I was laying face down in my closet, couldn't get up. Now, you can be stuck in the airport, miss your flights, because as long as you get those airport seats that have the armrest that you can lift up in the middle.
Must.
Not on the airplane, but the airport seats.
Yeah.
You can get you a good 2-hour nap right there. Boom, next flight.
Nice little cot.
Yeah, but the back injury? Nah, bro. That puts you down, bro.
Really is bad.
Yeah, you can't even sit on the toilet properly without be like,
And then you still got to stand up after that.
Yeah.
It's miserable.
Can't even lean over to watch. It's a lot of stuff going on, bro.
That's true.
Dawson was talking about the fact that he'd been doing yoga. Like he's swearing by yoga. Hey, it's helping me.
Oh, I see what you're doing. You know what? You being messy.
I'm not being messy. I'm not being messy.
You know what you're doing, bro.
I'm not being messy at all.
You know what you're doing.
Let me get these messy broadest.
Thought you were doing all that stretching and everything. How's your back not together?
Yeah. No. And then Lucius, he goes, "No, I've just kind of given it up. I've given it up. I don't work."
He hit the pause button on the yoga?
Yeah, like the thing was helping him. Like he was the guy. Remember when he came in here and he was pushing the shopping cart and went down in like Target or something like that?
Yeah, he said he got stuck in a Target. His hip did
and he
that
couldn't
flare
move.
Up and
he couldn't move. And
frozen.
he's like, so he's doing the yoga, and he's like, it's like every day I'm doing a little yoga, man. Feeling my back feels great. Doing this, that, and he said I quit doing it. And it caught on him.
Yeah.
It caught.
You got to keep them hamstrings nice and loose.
He said
you won't have many back problems if you get them hamstrings right there, back there, nice and loose.
Yeah, man, that's where it starts.
That's where it starts, bro.
There's no question.
He was talking about laying in the driveway.
Oh, I believe it, dude.
Like,
yeah.
Can you imagine being like?
Doesn't matter where you are. That's the thing.
Like
I mean,
100 degrees.
Lucius wanted to be face down in his closet that day.
Yeah.
He didn't have any choices. And so that's the frustrating thing. Hopefully we'll get some level of a face down laying on the concrete. Dawson calling in here in about 15 minutes, and we'll check the status of him. But Lucius, back to the sleeping in the airport. What's your comfort level just sleeping, knowing that human beings and randos are just around you at all times?
Well, I've already wiped down the spot that I'm going to lay in because you know me.
Oh, there's
That's how
no
I get
question.
down.
No
but
question.
as long as that little armrest can come up on those little blue seats that they have there, you can get you a good 2.5 hour nap, just low key.
Yeah.
As long as you got you something downloaded or something you can listen to, boom, you out of there, bro.
That's the key.
Those are fire little seats. And it saves you from like spending a whole lot of money on like a $25 burger Applebee's burger from the airport. You know what I mean?
The airport upcharge, man.
Come on, bro.
I mean, a flight delay can cost you $100.
Yeah.
Just
All
window shopping.
Get you 2 shots and some Dramamine or whatever it's called, and just lay down, bro.
That's a great idea.
Okay, I see what Lucius is doing because my man will go order tequila. Yes. He will order some tequila drinks.
Yeah.
So sleeping in the airport for him is natural. But for the rest of us, though, it's not. I mean, I'm not a big drinker.
You call me a lush? You say I'm a lush and I fall asleep in public places. What you doing?
I just felt like that.
What are you doing?
I saw 2 of the prettiest tequila drinks this weekend on social. And I'm thinking, now it makes sense why Lucius is able to sleep.
Yeah.
Because
he's got the anecdote.
He doesn't want to spend the $25 on a burger. He would rather spend $75 on 2 tequila drinks that he loves.
And I don't blame him at all.
Exactly.
Put you right down. Acts like a melatonin, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All right, 877-881-1053. Welcome into the G-Bag Nation.
Lose it there?
I almost short-circuited for a quick second. We got a lot of good Rangers things happening, and that is wonderful. And Broadus, you are a guy who's been outspoken about the fact that, I mean, you're talking about missing on, like, you can count on one hand how many Rangers games you've missed this year.
Caught them all this weekend.
You were locked in as the Rangers get the sweep, and I know that's exactly what you needed. You said, I can't be dealing with, you can't be winning 2 games here. It's the Guardians. Freaking figure it out, and by God, they did.
Yeah, they sure did. And, they had to come behind a couple of different times. It looked pretty bad, Friday night, they're down 4-0 there, and then all of a sudden, the 7th and 8th, they bat around twice, and and that's exactly what you needed right there. You get the relief at the end. That was kind of a blowout game, but great job, on Saturday in a lot closer, tighter game. Both teams did a great job with their pitching. There wasn't many hits, there weren't many opportunities, but and we saw what happens with the Rangers and the versatility that they do have in their bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
With they're able to move their closers around to Smith going almost 2 innings then on Saturday and then coming back yesterday and getting the job done with that situation. So yeah, I mean it looks like to me some of the bullpen stuff and Bradford. The question I now have about Bradford is, should he be looking at Martin Perez's spot in the rotation now?
Mm-hmm.
That's where I would like to. And Bruce Bochy will never mince words. There's a couple of guys that are slumping a little bit at the plate, and then also though with Duran and he got pitch hit for and not put in the lineup and
rookie slump.
Yeah, so that's the great thing I think about Bruce Bochy is he is not going to sit there and let things just we'll be okay. We'll let it just keep work its way out. No, if we have to make moves or do something different, then he will find a way to get that done. And I appreciate that about him as a manager.
Yeah, he's not really concerned. Obviously, Ezekiel Duran probably dealing with some level of confidence issues at the plate now.
He's expanding his zone to where he can't even touch the ball.
Yeah, and Bochy's like, man, I don't have time for this. I got to sit you down. I got to get somebody else in here.
Yeah,
we're winning tonight. We got to win tonight.
Yeah,
and Chapman, I mean that showed up in a huge way. How fun was that, dude?
Well, that's the great thing about Chapman is when you watch him pitch, you generally have an idea what's about to happen, and it's almost like when the Guardians came to the plate, they had that look like, you're not going to touch this 100-mile-an-hour fastball. You're not going to touch this 90-mile-an-hour slider. You're not going to touch this 102, heater to end the game. Mm-hmm. So that's, give the front office a lot of credit. I was talking to a couple of teams in the league, and I said this last week, and I'll say it again if you're new to the program. They got Chapman. There were a couple of teams that were very interested in getting Chapman done and taken care of. And CY went out there and said, nah, we're not going to wait. We're not going to sit there and have to compete against 2 or 3 other teams for his services. He went out there, got on the phone with Kansas City, got the deal done.
I love that, dude.
Started, what Boch and them have done, the coaching staff had done, started him out in those situations in the 8th.
Mm-hmm.
As the setup to get to Smith. And then the other day, what happened? They flipped roles. Smith came in and was the setup for Chapman, and that just showed you right there a little bit of the versatility you have. But like I said, it was nice to see some timely hitting. It was a little rough yesterday too. It was a little rough.
Took everything they had. That bottom of the eighth was outstanding.
It was, but what did it start with? It started with you get your nine hole hitter gets an out, but then the next thing you know, you get walks from Simeon, and Seager, and now you're off and running. Those guys have done this really all year. They find ways to get on base and get the rally going.
Simeon's the tone setter, man. Like, this team sort of goes as he goes.
Well, you look at the 3 games that they played in the series, everything was started by him. Rallies were started by him, whether him walking or getting some type of a base hit to get the rally going. And that's important. And those guys just find ways, and you're getting some super clutch hitting. Josh Young, that hit he got yesterday.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe
one of the biggest moments of his season.
Well,
as
you
crazy
could
as it
tell.
is.
You could tell when he got to when he got on base how just excited and almost relieved. That is.
He had been batting 186 in those spots.
That was tough. I mean, it is tough because he's another one of those guys that tends to expand the zone a little bit, and he might go up there and instead of looking at looking at a bunch of pitches, he looks at 3 pitches.
Mm-hmm.
But I tell you what, when he is on, he could do a great job for you.
Yeah, that bottom of the 8th, you had the 1 through 5 hitters. They go walk, single, double, walk.
Yeah.
Good for 4 runs and rally into the lead. I mean, it was just really, really special. And of course, you had Josh Young with one of those moments, the 1-out single, scores low, it scores Garcia, and it gives them that first lead of the game. And then that place was going nuts. Dude.
I thought Garcia had one too. When his getting on base, that double that he had. Man, I'll tell you what, I think, oh gosh, he got that one. But hey, good for the Rangers. That's it. Coming into the series, the Guardians had one of the best bullpens in baseball.
I know,
statistically,
not no mo,
and not no mo. And so good job by the Rangers. And it doesn't get any easier. It just doesn't get any easier. With the Rays coming in for 3 starting tonight.
That's right, Dunning versus McClanahan. That's going to be a doozy.
Yeah.
That's going to be fantastic. Evaldi starting tomorrow. I know Baskey and the fam are going out there. That's going to be amazing. I couldn't believe when I saw it was the first time all season that the Rangers had won a game when trailing after 7 innings, 1-27.
Yeah.
When trailing after 7 innings now. But that means they've been leading after 7 innings in 58 of their games, which is very, very special. 877-881-1053, 469. Friday's game was a ton of fun. Showed us different ways to win games. And 903 also chiming in about Friday, the John Gray hot trash start in those opening innings. And 903 as well agreeing with you on Bradford needing to replace Perez.
It's something if you watch enough of them, that the one thing that Bradford has come in and done is that, up until the home run that he allowed, he had not allowed a run as a reliever. And so, that was unfortunate that they got the home run, but the fact that he was able to come in and stabilize the game, I think says a lot about him. They've used him in a lot of different roles. Spot starter, we've seen him against some of the best, against the Orioles, against the Braves. He's had some success, and he just looks like he's just unbothered out there on the mound.
Mm-hmm.
And so, maybe this is something more with Martin. Maybe this is something they tried to skip a start with him before, try to get him kind of back on track, and it wasn't one of his best outings, and they'll figure those things out. I have faith that they will.
Likewise, no doubt, man. This is going to be a fun month of Rangers baseball, and I wonder if CY's trying to get ahead of it as well. I mean, he already made the early splash with Chapman with how tough this month is in terms of the opponents.
Well,
can they quickly dial up another arm?
Yeah.
Maybe another right-hander after the Spurs situation, too.
Yeah, they're in a situation right now where they've got everybody else in the league on notice. They're the first team out of the blocks that said, okay, let's go get a big-time pitcher, and that's what they did. They with Chapman, and the situation with Kansas City, they didn't have to give up a whole lot to get him, and he has proven to his value just very, very early. Every time he's gone out,
he's been nasty.
It's been nasty, and I think that he, that stare that he had at the end, yesterday to get that save, or the day before, you know, you kind of felt like
He was dialed.
He was totally dialed into what was going on. And, you know, playoff baseball, I'm digging that, seeing that from him.
It's great to have you in the nation on a Monday, 877-881-1053. We'll get you that G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30 with Lucius. But let's get an injury update with the general himself, Gavin Dawson, next right here in the nation.
DFW's number one.
The General Gavin Dawson on the injury report listed as old and out. He was a late scratch for today's edition. Hopefully we get him back tomorrow. He had a weekend back injury, man, and I don't know the details of it. Neither does Broadus. We're about to get those, though, right here in the G-Bag Nation. G-Bag of the Day coming up in 8 minutes. The Wooly Bully should be back tomorrow as well. He's dealing with airport issues. So we're hanging on by a thread here, but my gosh, it's great to have you in. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333. And now we welcome in the General himself, Dawson. Gavi, how you feeling?
Gentlemen, how are we doing?
Better than you, I presume.
You're floating on a pool raft right now, aren't you?
Yeah, that sounds wonderful. I don't know if I could get off that raft. Maybe I could roll off. But yeah, started Saturday morning. I was out doing yard work, dominating as usual, about an hour and a half in. And,
Beast.
I kind of felt my back tighten up a little bit just a couple of minutes earlier when I was trimming some rose bushes. And, then I was back on the other side of the yard, and I was looking to pick up like some PVC piping from an old project and move that into the garage because we're about to have a party next weekend. And coming up from that was the moment that the world changed. And the sound I make, I'm not sure what it was, but it terrified Abby. She came running, and I had to lay down there in the driveway for about an hour or so, and that's where this journey began.
Well, is
an hour on the concrete?
Yeah,
it's just baking in the Saturday sun.
Yeah, did we like a piece of bacon out there, just kind of sizzling away on the concrete?
Basically, yeah. And I was dehydrated, but it did not matter compared to how immobile I was with, the back at that time. And, I've done my back before where I've, pulled it while loading or unloading a car seat, from the back. And I was laid out in front of a Holiday Inn in San Antonio about 18 months ago, right there in the entryway. But I got up after like 2 minutes. And I'd be like, wow, that really hurt. But this time I could not get up, and it took a while. And so it was a little bit different. I can't tell you like everything that's gone through my mind over the last 48 hours plus now. It's like an experience. And I know, Chief, you've been through it. I know Lucius has been through it, CA, Mike Bassick, and maybe some other people at the station, but I at least know those 4 people. And when you get that severe back pain, man, there's nothing like it. It's like a life event that you need a feat of strength to get through.
Yeah. When it locks up on you, it's game over. It's game over. And I think this is, this speaks to, it's similar to like our great athletes in sports. That's why you got to have trainers on the sideline to tell them, because they just want to keep fighting. And maybe if you would have pulled up in that first quarter after the initial, nagging injury, but you decided to play through it. You decided to play through it. Then you ended up doubling down, and then the fourth quarter game on the line, boom, we got a blowout situation.
Yes, we had things to accomplish, that everybody's got to sacrifice for the team. So I was like, oh, that's as worse as it's going to get. And, little did I know what lurked before me, a Paul George type of injury. I think that's the scale when you look at it for your weekend warrior lawn man. But, well, I was in for it. I couldn't get out of bed. I'm not sure how I got from the driveway to bed.
Probably crawling.
So once I was in, I couldn't get out. Luckily, I was dehydrated, so I didn't have to go use the restroom. I took that as a blessing, and I was just like barely sipping water. So that happened at like 11 o'clock Saturday morning. I don't think I used the restroom until the next day, until Sunday, because I was just like, I tried it once because I thought I was going to go into my office to get something I needed. Nope. I was like having to like stand on my tiptoes. So then yesterday I managed to go see my buddy, Dr. Hooten, who runs like a wellness clinic, and he did some chiropractic type of stuff that kind of got me heading that way. And today I went back to see if I could get a little bit of progress going. And this is actually kind of embarrassing, guys, but I was compromised. And he started showing me these x-rays. and I started getting a little bit queasy, when they're talking about, Brian, you're like this, aren't you? Were you a little bit queasy?
No, I'm the guy that enjoys the, I want to go see surgery.
Oh, you like it.
I like surgery.
You like it.
Yeah, remember that? I remember I had they did the heart procedure. I was watching the guy do it.
Yeah, okay, so that kind of stuff really grosses me out.
Yeah.
But usually I can handle it somewhat reasonably. Once before I'd had this happen, but just like Mike Bassick was talking about a couple of months ago, I freaking pass out in my buddy's chiropractic clinic. This was like 2 hours ago.
Geez.
It's just been such an emotionally draining event combined with the grotesqueness of what he was describing. The good news is I got the lowdown on what's bothering me. Turns out had a fracture of my tailbone a number of years ago. I've narrowed it down. I think it was a skateboarding incident on a launch ramp in my buddy's driveway in about 1987. But that's touched off a chain of events throughout my spine that's now coming to see its day, and it's not fun.
I'm feeling for you.
Did you? I thought I was hearing some whispers that that yoga was helping you, and you shut it down.
Yeah.
You shut it down, that kind of thing.
Yes, yoga's been helping me a lot. Now, over the years, I could go to yoga for like 4 days, and I'd be fixed for like 3 months, 6 months, right? It was just like, oh, got to stretch, and then boom, I'll be good again. And over the years, I've had to pick up the frequency of it. And since like February, I've been doing it every day until 2 weeks ago when I went on vacation. And then last week, I only did it twice. And it just it unraveled over those couple of weeks as far as, how flexible I got to be to avoid this nuclear level of back pain I'm now experiencing. So I was, I reached the limit of what yoga could do for me. I got to bring in, some more high power stuff, I guess.
No question. Well, I hope you got all the medicinals and all the ice packs. And
I'm going drug free.
Really?
Going drug free. Yep.
Okay.
That feats a strength thing. What are you trying to do?
I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think narcotics is a good idea, man.
Yeah.
I
agree to disagree, but yeah.
Even indicas, bro. Come on, man, indicas.
Well, I mean, is that? I guess that is technically a narcotic by definition.
Medicinals,
but,
man.
I don't put those in the same category as over-the-counter heroin that hydrocodone is.
I'll co-sign all of that. Yeah. Dawson, we love you. We're feeling for you. We have the injury report posted up online, and it just has Dawson out old age. So I thought you would appreciate that.
That's accurate. That is definitely accurate. I'm going to get this spine worked out, though. We're coming back. Big year for my vertebrae.
Big year. Comeback season, baby. Thank you, Dawson. We'll see you later.
Thanks, guys. Thank you for being awesome.
Absolutely. There he goes. The General Gavin Dawson. Hopefully back tomorrow. We shall see. The Wooly Bully out dealing with, of course, airport flight delays, that kind of deal after his cruise.
A travel rookie.
Still hungover. Yeah, travel rookie. We'll go ahead and have our bone to pick with him at some point in the program. Todd Archer at 5 o'clock. CY at 4:20. But right now we head into the Pimp Cup with Lucius Alexander for a little G-Bag of the day.
Hey, all you cool cats and kittens. Hey. So our winner of G-Bag of the day so far is a couple that their cat slipped over to the neighbor's house and likes to chill out over there. Well, the couple accused this neighbor of harboring a cat. First time I've ever heard of that. Now, the cat can hang out at my house, guys. You know what I mean? But
sure.
The cat's poo and the cat's pee are just a different fragrance.
Yeah.
So, cat's going to have to do the business over there, or I'm going to kick the cat out. Yeah. No cat is good enough for that.
I just don't think the cat would ever make an appearance at my place.
You got dogs or something?
No, I'm just not a cat person.
You just tell by the looks of you?
I'm kind of like,
But are you a cat pervert?
I'm not a cat pervert, but I'm just not a cat person. Okay. I agree with Lucius. The smell and all that.
They're different.
It's way different.
It's very different.
Way different.
I just can't imagine that stuff sitting inside, in the house. Like, they have their little...
That kitty litter situation?
Can't do it.
Yeah. Ooh. I'd have fit out with some people over that kitty litter thing.
Yeah.
That's a long story, though. All right, here we go. Couple upset that their cat likes the neighbors
This is Mercury, right?
And they like to hang out. Mercury the cat likes to hang out over there. They're harboring a cat. Oh my God.
You're unreasonable people. You're holding our cat.
How? I'm not even in there. I want you to explain how.
If you would go in your yard and say, Mercury, go home. Don't come in our yard anymore.
She will not listen. She's a cat. She doesn't speak English.
Oh, really? This doesn't mean go home?
No.
Huh?
Hand signals don't mean anything. It's a cat, dude.
Really? Okay. So the cat doesn't eat and drink anything over there, right?
No.
Oh, no, never. Right? No, never.
No.
No, never.
Never. Yeah, never.
Yeah, you cat pervert.
I've done nothing to bring the cat.
He gave up.
I've done nothing to bring the cat.
He gave up, bro.
This dude's lost. This dude, he's lost it. He's lost it. Oh no.
Hey, you know the game? Your cat chose me.
Yeah, exactly.
You know the game?
I showed this to one of my cat owning friends over the weekend, and I believe he was siding with the cat owners.
Yeah,
I was like, y'all are a trip. man.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they did. Have you guys been keeping up with the actors and writers strike going on in Hollywood a little bit?
A little bit, yeah.
Who's our guy that was on Sons of Anarchy?
Ron Perlman.
Ron Perlman. Okay, here we go.
Brothers be on these internets. Don't get it twisted. Yeah. Brothers be on the internets because I got that right here, cocked, ready to load it to pop. Ron Perlman, Hellboy, right? Hellboy. So one of the execs, I think it was a Disney exec, allegedly, saying something like, we're going to ride y'all guys out. Matter of fact, we want you to lose your houses and apartments so you come back begging. Come back begging.
Yeah.
Ron Perlman said, you said what?
The one thing before I get off this, the mother.
By the way, it's a nice day outside of Ron Perlman's world. Did you hear all the birds and stuff? I think I hear a peacock in this audio too, by the way.
Yeah.
As he's cussing and fussing.
Who said we're going to keep this thing going until people start losing their houses and their apartments? Listen to me, mother. There's a lot of ways to lose your house. Some of it is financial, some of it is karma, and some of it is just figuring out who the said that, and we know who said that, and where he lives. There's a lot of ways to lose your house. You wish that on people. You wish that families starve while you're making $27 million a year for creating nothing. Be careful, mother. Be really careful. Because that's the kind of that stirs up. Peace out.
I like how you said peace out at the very end.
Yeah.
I will come and I'll find you and I will kill you.
Yeah.
Peace out. Peace out.
I have a feeling Ron knows. I have a feeling Ron knows who said this.
Yeah, he knows who says that.
He knows who said
He knows.
this. Yeah.
That'd be chilling.
Figure out who the F said that.
I would get on my G5 and get the hell out.
Get up out of here, bro. I don't want that guy coming looking for me.
I'm not letting Ron hang out. I'm not letting him show up on my front porch.
He's not Ron anymore at this point. He becomes Hellboy.
He's Hellboy now.
Yeah.
Better watch out for Hellboy.
He's Hellboy. Yesterday was a church day. I got my Reverend Ike in. I sure did. My prosperity. I'm feeling good. I'm about to do something in this world, bro. You have no idea. I play a lot of church audio. Some just funny about weird things that happen in church. But how about this one? A real life blessing. Pastor gives a whole Ford Explorer away to a family that was having car troubles.
When it was reported to me that your transmission went out, my first mind.
I don't know why they sound like that too. Hello,
Is this the Mafia Church?
Yeah, I don't know why they get to sounding like that, bro.
He gave us so much.
I don't know.
Was, well, maybe we can contribute, a few dollars to help get it fixed. Then when I heard how much it was going to cost to get it fixed, might as well just get a new car.
Hey.
Yeah.
And so Holy Spirit said, just go ahead and buy them. And that's the car right there.
Right there. That's the car
it's
right
parked
there.
in my parking space. And so the man is here with the title to the car. He just needs your signature. It's paid in full.
Hey!
You ain't got no payments.
Let's go.
We can send that other car to the dump.
Let's go.
Let's look at somebody, tell them it's paid in full.
It's paid in full.
Yeah.
3 greatest words of all time, potentially.
Jeez.
Where's that for?
Shout out to Friendship West and Dr. Frederick D. Haynes. Best pastor out of here, man. I say that respectfully. All right, one more. How about the Yankees broadcast?
Again?
Broadcaster's curse?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. He thought he was going to do it. Nah, they hit one out on this one.
Trejo, 120 at-bats, does not have a home run this year. Until now. A game-winning walk-off home run from Alan Trejo. And the Rockies win this one 8-7.
Ouch.
Yeah.
You tried it, bro. You tried it.
The fact that it's the Yankees.
Yes.
It's like 11 innings deep into this game.
Oh yeah, they lost the lead. They had a 2-run lead, and then they lost the lead again with the 2-run lead. I think it's the first time in the history of Yankee baseball that's ever happened.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Gosh, the timing of that was
What a hell of an L.
Yeah.
Absolutely
A
epic.
historic L when you take an L.
Thank you, Lucius. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Let's go with the vote, boys and girls. Is it the champion, the cat pervert? We got Ron Perlman on the writer's strike, getting after you Hellboy style. Church car giveaway or the Yankees jinx? I think I'm going to go with the cat pervert. Let's run it back with the champ.
Ron Perlman.
1-1, Broadus.
Ron Perlman.
All right, there it is. Congratulations,
Whoa.
Hellboy.
That's like running uncontested as like mayor or something like that. Just, I got one.
Got 3.
Got one.
Congratulations, Ron Perlman and Hellboy, the new G-Bag of the Day champion. Coming up next, Krusty's Corner.
How about this one, Chief? I'm going to ask you, which is likely to happen? It's the Cowboy edition. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, people. The best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
All right, we are 14 minutes away from the NFL deadline of franchise tag players agreeing to a contract, a long-term contract with their team. Don't expect Tony Pollard to get anything done, but Saquon Barkley is the name to watch. Jordan Schultz, who is one of the more premier NFL insiders now, is saying that they're still not close. Saquon and the Giants still not close on a long-term deal. So we'll see over the next 15 minutes if any deals get done. We'll hit you NFL News of the Day, top of the hour. But right now, Brian Broaddus, Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate that. Hey, how much would you guys spend on prescription glasses?
It's a good question because I've botched the old insurance thing.
Yeah.
Health and otherwise.
Yeah.
So I think I got to come fully out of pocket. I'm living in a world now thanks to one of my daughters. I don't even remember which one, but she ripped off one of the grips to the piece that goes behind the ear. So one of mine's gripless, and you'll know, and it's been that way for at least 6 months now, and I have not gotten a new pair. So I'm probably every 2-3 years or so, unless it's broken in a way that I have to replace it. And I would say, I don't know. I mean, how special are they? Are they sunglasses that are also prescription?
Yeah.
I mean, $200 seems like a fair standard, I would say.
500?
I would go 500 since I pay like $250 for some regular old shades that have no prescription in them.
Yeah.
If they're medicine,
okay, yeah.
I should be able to go ahead and fork up some money.
All right.
Lucius, I spent exactly what you just said.
Ouch! I wouldn't want to do it. That's my last resort. This is what I'm telling you.
I spent $495.
Ouch.
On frames, lenses, transition lenses, all this stuff.
So are these sunglasses or are these eyeglasses that can become sunglasses when they hit the sun?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Nice, dude.
Well, they're
Did
actually.
the girl sell it to you? Oh, you look great in these.
No,
This is amazing.
No. It was one of those.
So glad you came here.
You know what? I knew going that Warby Parker.
Oh yeah, fire.
Okay, Warby Parker. They're pretty proud about, and they do a great job of helping you. But you look down, and it's almost like I felt like I got my oil change today.
Ooh.
You know, not that way.
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
But there's always something like when you get your oil changed, the transmission fluid looks a little clear.
Oh yeah.
A little something.
A couple of those filters.
That filter looks a little, little used.
Yeah.
And that maybe that $50 oil change turns into about a $280.
They're always surprised that you made it. Oh my God, I can't believe you made it. You look at this diagnosis I just pulled out on your car.
Yeah.
Dude, you need to get this done now.
It looks like my heart graph. Just
not promising.
And not promising at all. Well, I did. $495. You know what?
That hurts, man.
It's one of those things where you're like, I've got to have them. You got to have the glasses, and they gave me better prescriptions so I could see. And it's just, but $495. I just kind of here, take the card, do it.
Ouch.
Yeah, that burns, man. That burns. But when it comes to the seeing properly and looking as fly as possible while still seeing properly, I think that's how can you put a price on it?
Yeah, exactly. I've told you guys I'm ready. Lucius needs to get those LASIK people to call. Say, hey, Lucius, you want to sponsor LASIK? You want to be our LASIK sponsor?
Yeah.
So we can all get LASIK, right, Lucius?
Yeah, I'm with you, bro.
Yeah. Pay Lucius to talk about the product, which he'll do great. And the rest of us can maybe piggyback in that.
Yeah.
It's the name of the game. It's the name of the game.
Name of the
little
game.
BOGO situation.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Chief, what's likely to happen? This is the Dallas Cowboys edition of this. I'm going to throw something out. I'm going to throw a statement out there for you. And you tell me if it's likely to happen. Okay?
Okay.
CeeDee Lamb, 12 receiving touchdowns. His high is 9 in 2022. CeeDee Lamb, 12 receiving touchdowns. High, 9 in 2022.
I think he's more than capable of it. We saw him and Dak. Dak trusts him, I think, quite a bit. And, the addition of Brandon Cooks what does that do to CeeDee Lamb's numbers? I think it can help inflate them. 12 touchdowns is no joke, though. I mean, a 12-touchdown season is a dang good season.
Yeah.
And you see a lot of wide receiver seasons that are great seasons that don't end in 12 touchdowns or maybe even double-digit touchdowns.
Yeah.
So I would say, is it likely? Probably. It's not super likely, but it's not far-fetched. I mean, we're not talking about 15, 16 touchdowns. 12 touchdown receptions for CeeDee Lamb is very much a possibility.
Yeah.
But I think with Brandon Cooks, I think with Michael Gallup, maybe there's enough to go around where it spreads out a little bit. Yeah, and then all those tight ends as well that they're going to want to utilize. But without, maybe without Zeke stealing some of these touchdowns closer to the end zone, maybe that affords CeeDee Lamb a couple more, goal-to-go opportunities as you get closer. So definitely possible, but I probably wouldn't bet on it.
I'm going to say I'd say it's going to happen.
All right.
I'm going to say it's going to happen.
Are you expecting a CeeDee Lamb eruption sort of season?
I do. I really do. I think him and Dak, I think they're going to get this thing going. I really do. We'll see about everybody else, but I feel like those two.
The yards, the touchdowns, it's all going to be there.
I feel like those two are going to figure it out. How about this one? Dak Prescott, 8 yards per attempt. His best is 8.4 in 2019. Dak Prescott, 8 yards per attempt.
I think that's very, very doable. Not knowing this offense super, super well with the Schottenheimer stuff and what they're changing, it leaves a little question in my mind, but I think it's very, very possible. I do wonder, though, if Dak, in an effort to not be intercepted, and we have some Dak quotes we'll get to at some point here, he's talking about keeping his interceptions down. So does that mean he's less likely to want to push the ball down the field? I don't know, but I think your tight ends are more field stretchers than Dalton Schultz was.
Right.
So I think it's very possible. I'll bank on him doing it, but I do wonder, is the offense going to be, are they trying to mitigate pushing the ball down the field? And now with the way defenses are playing, where they're trying to give you the underneath stuff and they're not really allowing you to push the ball down the field, I don't know, I might have just talked myself out of it. I'll actually just say no, I don't think he will eclipse that. I think it'll be sub 8 yards per attempt.
I think he'll be sub 8. But I think it'll be close. I think it'll be close there.
Do you feel what I'm saying, though,
in
regards to Dak?
I understand that.
His mindset being scared of interceptions. And I don't want that. I don't want him to play scared of the interceptions.
Right. I just want them to come out of the gate just all guns blazing. Don't try and limit him and then all of a sudden figure out, okay, we need to now try and, get more out of it. Try it off the jump, see what you got. How about this one? Sam Williams, 15 tackles for loss. He had 10 in 2022. Just to give you an idea, DeMarcus Lawrence's best season was 15 in 2018.
Yeah, 15 tackles for loss is a dang good season. And the fact that Sam Williams in his limited snaps last season had 10.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so excited for him. I'm not putting any caps or ceilings on what Sam Williams is capable of. I think he's one of the most impressive physical specimens in all of football, especially on the defensive side of the ball. And the Cowboys have 2 of those with him and Micah. So I'm hitting all these Sam Williams overs until proven otherwise.
I think the fact that, like you said, the limited number of snaps that he played and was able to get 10, I think 15 is absolutely obtainable.
Very doable.
Yeah.
He's just so, his explosiveness, his get off, his strength.
Yeah.
He's exciting, dude.
Give me a last one for you here. Trayvon Diggs, 24 passes defensed. His best was 21 in 2021. 24 passes defensed. Best is 21 in 2021.
I mean, he's going to get more looks thrown his way now that Stephon Gilmore's there.
Yeah.
And teams can't just look at the other side and say, oh, we can avoid Diggs a little bit. They're going to have to throw Diggs' way because Gilmore's a beast. And obviously, Deron Blanchard, he was a beast as well. So I'll take that. I think Trayvon Diggs could do that.
I think you're going to see a really aggressive player.
Contract year.
Yeah.
He's trying to make all the plays.
Yeah, I mean, he'll gamble but I think he'll make more plays than he gives up.
Might even see him try and make a couple of tackles.
Yeah,
Are you saying that? Don't get too bold on me.
I hope so. But yeah, 24. I'm gonna go that or the over on that.
All right, I like that idea.
Yep.
NFL news of the day: we have the franchise tag deadline to get contract extensions done. Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, Tony Pollard. They got 4 minutes. We'll break that news for you and much more around the NFL next year in the nation.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
All right, it is official. Saquon Barkley, Tony Pollard, and Josh Jacobs, the 3 tagged running backs, will all be playing without a long-term deal getting done, as the franchise tag deadline to get a long-term deal done has officially came and went right here at the top of the hour. And Saquon Barkley just tweeted, "It is what it is." So now we shall see, what does Saquon Barkley do, as reports leading up to today were that he was hell-bent on getting a deal done and he could potentially be sitting out week 1, Cowboys-Giants. Will Barkley be there? My guess is absolutely he will be there. But I wonder how much holding out he's going to do. That's the only one that seems that it might get maybe ugly. Josh Jacobs, perhaps. But Tony Pollard's sitting there pretty. He's like, dude, $10.9 million one year.
He signed that very quickly.
Yeah, he's feeling great about that. Those game checks are going to look a lot different for Tony Pollard after being whatever he was. 4th-round pick on that contract to now. He's going to be getting those Tuesdays. That direct deposit's going to feel pretty nice for Tony.
Yeah, it will feel nice. And the thing that the thing with Saquon Barkley, if you're a Cowboy fan and you're hopeful that he won't show up, I don't think he'll miss game checks. I think what he'll do is figure out, like, when can I report, and then just not make me active. Say he shows up.
Oh, but something's a little tight today, Coach. Can't really get out there on the field. Sorry about that.
Well, he holds out, and then, at some point in time, I got to understand the fine system, by the way, and I don't know if you haven't signed your tag, is that different than a holdout where you're already under contract, because he hasn't officially signed the tag.
Oh, okay. So
there
mean
might be,
he doesn't get
I don't want to
fined?
say something that, because there was a time where if you used to hold out, it was pretty extensive and pretty expensive to do, to do what you had to do. But if I'm Saquon Barkley, I'm kind of thinking, like, if I just show up on Monday or Tuesday of game week, of week 1, get my first, signed, get my game check, from and not play, that could be the possible. I don't see him missing game checks.
No, I don't either. And I just saw a video of Le'Veon Bell, actually, who is
said he should have never left.
Yeah, he's the running back who decided to say, all right, he held out with Pittsburgh. He waited, sat out an entire year. He ends up going to the Jets. His career really fizzled very quickly after that, and he left a lot of money on the table, and he regrets it. And over the weekend, he had a video where he was just talking into his phone, sending out a video to the Steelers fan base, basically apologizing and kind of just saying he regrets the way he handled that whole situation. So I don't think any of these running backs are going to want to necessarily go that route. But the tag number's gone down for running backs too.
It was at one point in time, I think it was up to like 10.6, and then all of a sudden now I believe it's at 10.1.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the one franchise tag that has gone down in value.
It's disgusting.
The last several years. Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And I just saw you have from Adam Schefter talking about, like, the last time there was a legitimate deal done for a running back. It was Nick Chubb, and it was like 716 days ago. So with no long-term deals for Saquon Barkley, Jacobs, or Pollard, the last time a running back signed a long-term contract worth $10 million or more per year was Nick Chubb in 2021. And so now it just seems like, whereas all these other positions are, they're on the incline in terms of how much money the average top 5 players are making at each position, it's going up, but running back continues to go down. And today is another example where teams they're comfortable giving you a hefty chunk of change in a 1-year sample. These guys are all getting almost $11 million this year, but long term, they've discovered that it is just not the play. And then you have Dalvin Cook, 27 years old. He's on the open market. And I just saw the odds. They have skyrocketed towards the Patriots. And your guy, Michael Lombardi, has been saying the Patriots, Dalvin Cook, he's obviously super plugged in with the Patriots, is Michael Lombardi. And he's been saying the Patriots are the team that end up getting Dalvin Cook. And now the sports books are sort of reflecting that with the odds for Dalvin Cook. And it's the same thing that happened last week with the Titans. All of a sudden, looked like the sports books got caught wind about DeAndre Hopkins and where he was going to go, and obviously that ends up being the Titans. We get that news yesterday, and last week the Titans' odds changed dramatically in their favor for landing DeAndre Hopkins, and so we'll see if the same happens with the Patriots and Dalvin Cook. But DeAndre Hopkins, 2 years, $26 million, worth up to $32 million with incentives. So we'll get a base of $12 million in year one with a chance to get 15. But the Titans end up getting a receiver after trading away A.J. Brown, drafting Treylon Burks, who wasn't outstanding in his first year for sure. But everybody's been calling out the Titans. Man, why didn't you just pay A.J. Brown? Why did you trade A.J. Brown if you're going to need a receiver? And, I mean, there's a huge difference here. Hopkins is going to be making the 23rd most amount of money at the receiver position. A.J. Brown was 4 years, $100 million or whatever. So he got a much bigger deal. But I didn't realize the Titans wide receiver graveyard situation that we need to address here, where some careers have gone sort of to die at the wide receiver position in Tennessee. I'm going to give you these names, but first I want to play you some sound where it looks like the McAfee show. I think this is some sound. Head coach Mike Vrabel of the Titans. Yeah. He was playing golf at the American Century in Tahoe, where Steph Curry was just dominating.
Yeah, Steph won it. Yeah,
and we need to get into that. This Tahoe golf tournament, this celebrity golf tournament, feels like it needs to be on every sports fan's sports bucket list. I don't know how you get out there. I don't know if you need invites. I don't know what it costs, but to go be a spectator at that event for a weekend would be amazing.
Curry got 2 holes in one, bro.
Dude.
It's amazing throughout the whole week.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Yeah, they were laughing.
The man that changed the 3-point shot is also changing the golf shot. I can't take this anymore.
I can't either,
I'm jealous. I'm hating.
It's so funny.
Well, I was watching with jealousy too. I'm like, how can this dude be that impressive at multiple things? And hitting a hole in one, and then it was like a walk-off eagle putt on 18 to win it all. Like, my gosh, Steph Curry was in his bag.
After somebody yelled in Marty Fish's backswing on the 18, you see that?
Oh no, Marty Fish is a dang good golfer himself.
Marty Fish was trying to win that thing, and he pulled it back, and as he's coming through, someone yelled right in the
foul play.
Pushed the ball out there to the side, but. Yeah, Charles Barkley did something that he was pretty funny. He he got back-to-back birdies, and they said in the interview,
first time in history.
Yeah, they asked him, and he goes, "Man, I've never birdied back-to-back holes in my life, much less in a golf tournament."
Chuck's looking svelte.
Yeah,
saw a couple of interviews.
Yeah,
he's got to be down 50+ pounds.
Oh yeah,
he looks outstanding.
He had a 5th grader hanging around his neck.
Well, here's Mike Vrabel, Titans head coach. I guess he was out there as one of the celebrities getting some golf in. The McAfee show was out there, so they caught up with him shortly after news broke that the Titans were signing DeAndre Hopkins. Here is Vrabel basically on the putting green during the tournament doing an interview.
Coach, I don't know if you've heard the news.
No, I did know the news. I'm the head coach. I knew the news.
Okay, so you are
I actually knew the news yesterday.
Wow!
Believe it or not.
So he was sandbagging us all day.
The whole 9. I didn't want to give it to you.
The whole front 9, we were asking, hey, D-Hop going to Tennessee?
We'll see.
Stop asking, yeah.
We'll see.
And congratulations.
Looks like it happened. Thanks, buddy.
That's awesome.
Good news. We got to play some golf.
Yeah, you got to play the Colts, too, 2 times this year. Welcome back to the AFC South, D-Hop.
That's right. Welcome back to the AFC South. And now, so I didn't even realize this. Did you guys realize, did you guys remember that Randy Moss was a Titan at one point?
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What about Julio Jones? Slightly more recent, but he was also
Julio
a Titan.
Jones was a Titan, yes. Yes.
Now, this is the most shocking. This doesn't even seem right. Andre Johnson was a Tennessee Titan.
That I didn't know.
The Houston Texans own.
Yeah.
Now they're calling it the wide receiver graveyard, the Tennessee Titans, because at the end of their careers, you've seen some really impressive wide receivers go there and put up stinkers. Will DeAndre Hopkins be the same? You be the judge. Randy Moss was there not very long. It was like in the middle of a season he got traded. At that point, I believe Randy Moss in the year of 2020 or 2010 played for 3 teams that year. He was on the Vikings, he was on New England, and he was on the Titans. I don't know how this is possible. He was on 3 teams, and for those Titans, he appeared in 8 games. He had 6 catches for 80 yards and no touchdowns.
So I thought he went, did he go Minnesota to Oakland?
New England. I'm seeing New England here on Pro Football Reference.
I thought at one time he played in Oakland.
Oh, he did. Yeah, that was in 05, 06, before he went to New England for the dominant run of 2007.
Minnesota, Oakland, then New England. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
And so for the Titans, Randy Moss was not good. Granted, he was 33 years old at that point.
Yeah.
Julio Jones played for the Titans for 1 year, and he played in 10 games. He had 31 catches for 431 yards and 1 touchdown at 32 years old. And then Andre Johnson at 35 years old played in 8 games. He had 9 catches for 85 yards. He did have 2 touchdowns, though. So that is the history on the wide receiver position, and older veteran, big-time names at the position going to Tennessee and not having any production whatsoever. Will it be the same for DeAndre Hopkins? I will say no. I think it'll be DeAndre Hopkins is still very capable. Unless his body just can't hold up anymore and he's just injured all the time, then okay. But otherwise, if he's on the field, I expect DeAndre Hopkins to be an impressive player for them.
Yeah.
And Ryan Tannehill, they get the play action game going.
No trust in the Kentucky quarterback getting in there and getting anything done.
Oh, Will Levis. I'm sure he'll get some. I'm sure he'll get some run at some point. But I don't anticipate being overly impressed by what Will Levis has to offer. I know you do. I know you're rocking Will Levis. I'm an Anthony Richardson guy. That's my rookie quarterback. I'm excited to see him run on everybody.
That's what you're going to do. It's like power football. Just run every play.
Hey, congratulations to Justin Jefferson. Joined the 99 Club.
How about that?
On Madden 24. And being in the 99 Club is awesome. All right? I mean, that's one of the cooler things when you're a player. There's very few guys that reach those heights.
Yeah.
Being 99 overall is something special. And he's the only 99 overall wide receiver in the game. So Madden's telling you it's Justin Jefferson and then everybody else at the spot.
I think this Ellie De La Cruz should be a 99. Watch this kid play baseball.
99 throw power. That's for sure. He broke StatCast with one of his infield assists over the weekend.
Like 100 mile an hour put out.
Yeah. Yeah, he was reaching big time levels there.
Yeah. Big time looking player, man.
Yeah, he's been great. He's been great. I do. Maybe we'll have to get an MLB The Show update on what his rating is. I'm sure it's rapidly rising.
Yeah, it has to.
But yeah, congratulations, Justin Jefferson. You had CeeDee Lamb with a 90 overall in Madden. So he's like the 11th highest rated receiver according to Madden. And Cowboys fans were a little bit upset about that.
Let me ask you guys that played this game. Does it make a huge difference? Does the rating, does it make a huge difference?
Yeah, it sure does.
Does it really? You could legitimately say, okay, like put my 90 player up against the 75 player and it makes the
like Mike Vick a 99?
Yeah.
He was unstoppable, bro. It was like Bo Jackson and Tecmo Bowl. They're unstoppable players.
I've never played.
It's not even like playing fair at that point.
Yeah. Once the game crowns a player the 99, I remember Devin Hester getting a 100 in his speed. He had a 100. Everything's supposed to stop at 99. Devin Hester got the 100, and you could tell.
And you could tell, like in the game, like if you got him the ball, is he going to score every time?
Not every time, but you can tell a difference between a 99 wide receiver and like an 89 wide receiver. There's definitely a difference.
It's a lot easier to play. It's like playing with a creative player.
Yes.
It's a lot easier to play with.
And that's exactly what Justin Jefferson actually tweeted. At JJettas2, he says, y'all have no idea what it means to be a 99 in Madden. Since I was 7 years old, I've been creating my own player, making him a 99, and now I don't have to.
How do you get away with that? So you get to create, can you make all your players a 99?
You can. You can go in and adjust anything you want.
And in the game, it's just no fun then, right? Because you're just mauling everybody?
For some people, it's more fun that way. Some people hate the thought of losing so much to the computer that they will change the settings in the game so that they have every advantage, and they're perfectly happy doing that. And that's the beauty of video games.
I watched Bennett play FIFA one night. And he was playing.
Was it FIFA shots like Walchuk plays with his buddies? Was he getting hammered?
No, he wasn't getting. But he was playing the game, and like he was playing against somebody from another country, I guess, or maybe here. I don't know. He was playing against an opponent, and the guy quit. Like he was getting beat, and he just quit. Like is that what you do? Just shut it down when you're getting beat?
Well, if you're
reset, tag out.
If you're in like a franchise mode or something, and you're playing against the computer or something, and you got a season.
Well, no, he was playing against some other guy.
Oh, he was playing. Okay, so he's playing against somebody.
He's playing against somebody, and that guy just quit.
Oh, the other guy did?
Yeah, you just like all of a sudden the game stops.
Yeah, that's not kosher.
It's definitely not cool. It's definitely
that's what I was wondering.
Breaking some codes there. I don't know if that changes. Like if you quit the game, maybe it doesn't count for your wins and losses. So
That's like a forfeit, though, right?
Yeah, but the game might acknowledge it as just like never having been played at all.
Wow.
And so you get to keep your record or whatever it is. Maybe that's the case there.
Yeah, he was playing and he was beating this guy. I think it was like 3-0, and the guy just quit.
Yeah.
That ain't G code. Yeah, just stopped.
I love a good angry video game quit, though. I mean, I think anybody who's played video games somewhat extensively has done some anger quits before.
Makes for fantastic viral videos too, by the way.
For sure. Gosh, if we had some cameras rolling whenever I was in middle school and high school with a couple of my bros, oh my gosh, it would have been legendary. The amount of controllers that were getting slammed.
Well, back in the day, like we'd play board games, you just push the board off the table. That's how you.
That's how it's over.
Yeah, it's over. I mean,
Done.
if you're just getting
That's a good move.
If you're getting mauled, you just push the board off the table and walk away.
Yeah, that's a fun angry move.
Yeah.
I did also see in regards to DeAndre Hopkins, from a fantasy standpoint, he by himself last year had more PPR points than the entire Titans receiving core did for the entire season. So DeAndre Hopkins, not only was it the Titans, but the Ravens and the Bears as well. Just speaks to how bad their passing games were, I guess, especially when it comes to their wide receivers in particular. I know the Ravens, like Mark Andrews, their tight end, was really, really good. But the fantasy points for DeAndre Hopkins by himself last year was 152 points. And for the Titans, it was 148 amongst all their wide receivers. So this is definitely an upgrade. Congratulations to DeAndre Hopkins. And now we're really just on Dalvin Cook watch in terms of big name that needs to find a team. And the odds say that it'll be the Patriots that end up landing Dalvin Cook. Plenty more football to be discussed. We got our countdown to camp. We leave for Oxnard a week from tomorrow.
We do.
A week from tomorrow, we got Todd Archer of ESPN joining us at 5 o'clock. Of course, Chris Young, Rangers general manager, at 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. But coming up next, we have the 2023 college football all-team name. Yes, General Booty is QB1, obviously, but who are his teammates? That's next right here in the Nation.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live with Lucius. Every day at 5:40 right here on G-Bag Nation on The Fan.
Join me and thousands of DFW men and Tolos who are trusting the team at Men's T Clinic to quickly, safety, and effectively optimize.
know what she would do.
Don't feel guilty because you said anger quit and it's rage quit, dog. Come on, bro. What are you talking about? Don't get too technical. It's killing the entertainment.
Yeah, you're right.
Come
you're right.
on, bro.
But they have confirmed to us though that if you quit, if you rage quit, not anger quit, then you will take that L in the game as well.
I mean, yeah, you do like a B, online.
Right.
Your little man doesn't move anymore. Your probably green thing went away. It's like, all right.
I guess this is it.
Old Casper 99 disappeared on me, bro.
He couldn't take the full L. He had to quit in the middle of it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like Bennett got pretty good at it. Like I'm watching him pass it, tic tac around, they score a goal, and literally like it's the kickoff and then it's done. Like the guy's like, nah, I'm not doing this anymore.
Yeah.
So rage quit. That's what it's.
That's what it is.
Okay.
That's the correct terminology. Shout out to the gamers right here. We got love and respect for you. Got love and respect for Rangers general manager Chris Young. We will be in the middle of a conversation with him 1 hour from right now. We'll get you best of the weekend here in just a second. Segment's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333. Now, we'll get you the 2023 college football all-name team here in just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the names are they're amazing. This might be the best roster of all-name teams in the history of college football, at least from what I can remember. I don't want to be knee-jerk about it. We'll have a final ruling coming up in a few minutes when I lay out the rosters for you. But we all are familiar with the Tennessee Volunteer Football Program and the issues with illegal recruiting and all the trouble that they've been in. And I saw a note from the Knox News about one of their former football assistants who's caught in the middle of all these illegal recruiting violations and stuff like that. He's obviously no longer on staff there. It was when Jeremy Pruitt was the head coach. But there's a guy named Brian Niedermeyer. And he apparently paid recruits and players from large ATM cash withdrawals and money stash in his desk drawer.
Yeah.
So the investigation has uncovered some things, and it's pretty comical. So he was one of the main recruiters on staff, and he would make large withdrawals surrounding the dates of impermissible recruiting visits. So a former Tennessee player told investigators that Niedermeyer gave him permission to take cash from the desk in his office at one point. The player didn't know the source of the money. But the coach, he's 31 years old, and he says he used that money to live the, quote, high life of a single coach while avoiding the disapproval of his father because despite earning $355,000 per year as a college football assistant coach, he was still on his parents' banking account. So there's a 31-year-old coach for Tennessee, and he's one of their main recruiters. So he's heavily involved in these weekend visits and all this stuff when recruiters come in. He's making almost $500,000 a year, but he still shares a bank account with his parents for whatever failure to launch reason. And so he routinely would make large withdrawals from ATMs right before and during recruiting visits. So they have all these different weekends where he's pulling out $1,700 here, $1,400 there, $4,000 there, $3,000 there, $800 here, and it's all in these little windows of when illegal recruiting visits were taking place.
Sure.
And so
this might be the guy that was using the McDonald's bags.
Yeah, this is the whole McDonald's bag.
Yeah,
He was probably one of these guys doing that. And so during another recruiting weekend, it was in October of 2020, he withdrew $4,000. He told investigators that he gave the money. Like they've now discovered what the money was for. But on the front end, when they're going through this, he was lying and telling investigators that he was pulling out the money and giving it to his girlfriend for shopping and winery visits during a trip to Georgia for Tennessee's game against the Bulldogs. And his quotes are great. This is him lying his balls off.
Yeah.
He says, my girlfriend spends a lot of money. My parents don't really like her. It's an issue. She has expensive tastes and different things. I try and keep that off my bank records. I mean, I always carry a lot of cash and deal with that stuff in terms of going to the bars and other places that, I'd rather not talk about that serve alcohol. I think he was dancing around the strip club stuff there.
Yeah.
Didn't want to put that on record.
Sure.
But he just throws the girlfriend under the bus in an amazing way, dude. That $4,000 was for my girlfriend. She has
got
expensive
cooked,
taste.
man. Did she know she was gonna be cooked? Like, okay, I know I'm gonna be a pawn in this.
You know, I
she got cooked on the quotes.
I'm guessing she's reading this today for the first time, and she's discovering it the same way we are. This poor guy Niedermeyer's dealing with the nightmare of his life with what might be, I would imagine, his ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, I am thinking she's probably not in the picture still. I think she probably saw what was happening.
Yeah, she probably got out of there.
Yeah, she got out of there real fast.
Niedermeyer's not making that $355K no more.
No,
you know,
no.
He's just lying and trying to figure out a way to.
These
get
gals,
back on his
they
football
interview
feet.
some of these gals in the street. If you don't make $500K, they're like they're not interested in you.
Yeah, you're a broke boy.
You are.
You're a broke boy.
My favorite video is the one with broke boy and like the girl, like they're trying to get the guy's trying to get the girl's number, but he's next to the car.
Yeah.
And they're like, she's like, those chains look fake and all that. He goes, okay. And then he gets into like that Porsche and all of a sudden she's like, whoa, wait a minute now. Where are we going here? What are we doing here?
Yep.
Kind of thing. Yeah.
Now, right in front of me, boys.
There you go. My bad.
No,
that's for your story, bro. That's what happens to them.
Yeah.
When they see the car.
When they see the car. Exactly.
College football's 2023 all-name team. Now, I've run this by our college football aficionado, Carter Freeman. He's an Oklahoma Sooner, and he obviously loves his QB1 for the first team offense, all-name team 2023 college football style, General Booty. Now, when you go through the list here, I think we're going to come away pretty impressed, and this might be the best season. I don't know what happened over the last 18 to 20 years with moms and dads looking at their children as infants and seeing a football future and pairing them with a name that will, take them to great NIL heights, like we've seen DeColdis Crawford landing air conditioning deals in the greater Omaha area. And we've seen General Booty take off because of his name, man. Yeah. He's like got his own website.
He comes from a long line of great booties, so
yeah.
That's a good point.
Fantastic booties.
He knows how to capitalize on the booty better than most.
Louisiana booty.
Yep.
Now, here is the first team offense. Let me know if you guys have any qualms. So, of course, QB1 is General Booty out of Oklahoma. Running back's going to be Kavosi Smoke. That's going to be for the Colorado Buffs.
That's weed.
We have at wide receiver.
Kavosi?
Yeah, Kavosi.
Kavosi Smoke.
Yeah. Wide receiver DeColdis Crawford, as we mentioned, he is now no longer a Cornhusker. He's at Louisiana Tech. So I hope
he's a Bulldog.
Yeah, I hope he's still got some NIL deals cooking. Wide receiver DeRealist Clark. So we have DeColdis Crawford, wide receiver 1. Wide receiver 2 is DeRealist Clark. He plays for Defiance College. So I don't know that he's much of a superstar, but he plays. You know?
Did he transfer? This guy,
DeRealist?
Yeah.
Or DeColdis?
DeRealist.
I think this is the first time I'm hearing of DeRealist, and they say he plays for Defiance College. I
was wondering.
I have no idea what that means.
That guy sounds like he might have been like a Division I player.
I think you might be confusing DeColdist and DeRealist.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Wide receiver for Tulane, we have with a PH, Fat Watts.
Fat Watts. Fat Lieber. As a basketball player.
Fat Watts sounds like a fire producer. Fat Watts on the beats.
Yeah, it does, dude. He's out of Tulane.
Or the plug. Yeah. Either one of them, a producer or the plug.
He might have a couple of income streams,
Yeah.
Why can't I be Fat Watts?
Come on, right?
That's what I want to be.
It's like a black exploitation name.
Yeah.
Fat Watts. I'm just saying.
At tight end for FIU, we have, of course, Rowdy Beers.
Rowdy Beers.
His parents are, I want to meet his parents.
How's Beers spelled?
Beers.
Okay.
We have on the offensive line, from left tackle to right tackle, we go Parker Titsworth. He's dominating out of Ohio.
Wow.
We have offensive line, Jaden Muskrat, Auburn.
Muskrat love.
At center, we got Dodge Saucer, Iowa State. Or Saucer. Maybe it's Saucer.
Yeah.
I'd like to think it's Saucer. We have at right guard Tiger Shanks out of UNLV. And at right tackle, we have Panda Askew out of Charlotte.
We have a tiger and a panda next to each other, right?
Yes, we do. we have a muskrat. We have a a saucer, we have a tiger, and a panda on our offensive line. And they're being flanked by Rowdy Beers at tight end. Now, first team defense, all-name team, college football 2023. On the D-line, we got Octavius Oxendine.
They're still making Octavius out here.
Still making them.
Still making Octavius.
Hanging on, man. The staying power for Octavius has been pretty
Octavius is
impressive.
almost like a name like Clarence, though. It's about to catch his L and be on out of here.
You can feel it,
Yeah,
huh?
Clarence is on the cusp. Like, it's already been gone in the 70s.
Yeah.
Clarence is on the cusp. I'm seeing it comes Clarence's every once in a while. Octavius will be on that name right there.
All right. We're going to circle back on Octavius and see how he's holding up.
Give it like 5 years.
All right. We also have next to Octavius, we have Fish McWilliams.
Fish. Yeah.
Fish McWilliams.
That's a fire name.
It is fire.
Yeah. Like Rowdy. I like Rowdy, too, by the way, that other guy's name.
Yeah, Rowdy Beers.
Yeah, I like Rowdy.
I'm actually looking forward to that matchup. You know, Rowdy Beers versus Fish McWilliams in one-on-one situations.
I wish there was a guy named Fish Grease.
That's a good one, dude. We got to get somebody make a fish grease, please.
Yeah.
There's a grease family sitting around with a great opportunity.
There's got to be a Grease family around somewhere.
Wait till you get to one of these DBs. You're not even going to fathom. You're not even going to
Are you going to even
fathom.
pronounce the name right?
Now, this next one, I don't want to pronounce it right because it'll get me dumped. I don't even know if I can say
It's his name.
Okay, here we go.
Hold on.
Boston College's own on the defensive line, we have Shita Salah. That's with 2 T's and an A. So, I'm
My man, he hated the first day of school. You hear me? When the substitutes came through, he's like, oh, my God.
Yeah, the substitute days were miserable for him.
Yeah, here.
Can you imagine that substitute?
He raised his hands. Here.
Yep, that's me.
Yeah.
When he hears the
How do
teacher
you
going,
wanna
shh,
repeat?
shh, shh, he
Okay.
just stops him.
Okay, here we go, guys. Who is and the class corrects the teacher?
Yeah, the
so
class.
In unison.
Yeah.
They've all gone to school
say the
with
S
him.
word together. At linebacker for Duke, we have memorable factor.
See,
and that's not even the most
our
ridiculous
man should
one.
be playing at Duke.
He he should be playing at Duke. Next to him, great backers, great tandem, Chief Borders for Nebraska.
Yeah, Chief Borders.
That's impressive. I like that. That's strong.
Very, very Indian.
That sounds like a quarterback.
Yeah, like Yellowstone guy.
Now this next guy, I
Go see
believe,
Chief
Borders. Yeah. Go see Chief Borders.
Yeah,
you're right, dude.
Yeah,
that's a good character. Now at DB, he's in the transfer portal, so we're still hoping to see him touch the field. But right
He's going
now,
to Defiance.
we have. Yeah, that's probably his destination. He'll be covering Darius Clark.
Hey, shout out to you if you got into Defiance. You know what I'm saying? That's where you got in. You still have a future, bro.
Yeah, you do.
Don't listen to us.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought it was Definance. I thought.
Please
but
don't
it's,
listen to me.
I thought there was a future at this school. At defensive back, we have first name Mo, last name
Curly.
Ability.
Mobility.
We have Mobility.
That is very creative.
And he's a defensive back. Shout out to mom and dad.
There you go, mom and dad.
Now, at Alabama, we're going to get familiar with this name. A lot of people already know it. He might be a top draft pick. That's Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Kool-Aid, yes.
Kool-Aid. And then they have Pig Cage at UTSA. Shout out to
Pig Cage.
I know a girl named Pig. She's beautiful, bro.
Sure you do.
Yeah. I
Oh,
know
is
a
it
girl
one of
named
those
Pig.
big guy named Tiny kind of deals?
Yeah, she's beautiful. Her name is Pig, though. Everybody call her Pig.
How did she get the nickname?
I don't know.
Really?
I don't know.
We need to get to
I
the
thought
bottom
because
of
she was
that.
kind of thick and everything, but it's not. I was wrong. I thought she was thick and light skinned. I was like, okay, she a Pig. I was wrong.
You were connecting dots, man.
I was so wrong.
You saw her suit. You went, oh, damn, I'm wrong.
Louisville has a Storm Duck at defensive back.
Storm Duck.
Your LSU Tigers have a Major Burns.
That's a safety. Yeah.
That is a safety.
Oh,
Major Burns. That's, yeah.
okay, don't get burned.
Yeah.
Be careful.
I mean,
Be careful.
I thought he would have been at Texas Tech, to be honest with you. And then rounding it out, defensive back,
Wait,
Central
what?
Arkansas
What are we
zone.
doing? What are we doing there?
Dude Person.
Dude Person?
Dude Person is a first and last name.
D-U-D-E?
D-U-D-E. Person, spelled like person. That is your all first-team defense in college football. And we can get to some honorable mentions later. There's some other really good names, but that's your first-team offense, first-team defense. And I appreciate the good folks
Can't get over
at
Pig right now.
JimWeber.com for giving us that answer. All right, let's take a look. Best of the weekend. We got Rocky Road ice cream, we got roller rinks, and we got dominant Texas Rangers baseball next right here in the nation.
100,000 watts of crystal clear. First place Rangers baseball right here on 105.
Rangers baseball. Rangers announcers. Streaming live on the free Odyssey app. AUDACY. Get in the game and download it today.
The first-place Texas Rangers welcome the first-place Tampa Bay Rays to town for a 3-game series tonight at Globe Life Field. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game begins at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, people! The best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
All right, we got best of the weekend coming up here. We'll hit a rim sesh top of the hour. Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman's running the video. The General Gavin Dawson. Hopefully back tomorrow. Wooly Bully, same thing. And Chris Young, Rangers general manager, at 4:20 off the sweeping of the Guardians. It was a great baseball weekend here at Globe Life Field, and now the Rays are in town. Dunning versus McClanahan. My dear God, it is going to be great, great baseball over the next few days. Evaldi starting tomorrow. So that is all good stuff. I do want to get some house cleaning going on here with the franchise tag and the NFL deadline to get long-term deals done. Looks like Barkley and Josh Jacobs are both going to end up doing some level of holding out. And I confirmed your question that you had earlier from Schefter. They can skip, since they haven't signed their franchise tag tender, Barkley and Jacobs, they can skip all of training camp without getting fined.
There you go.
Because they're not actually under contract at this point. So they would only lose games or lose money if they miss games, and then they'll lose the game checks.
There you go. That's that. Okay, now this is why Barkley and those guys will show up like the Monday before.
Yeah, right before the game.
Yeah, and then they'll get their sign their tag and then get their game check that week, and then they'll be inactive. So if you're a Cowboy fan hoping to have Saquon Barkley inactive, that would be the route that you probably would hope for.
Gotcha.
If you want him to be.
Now,
hey, did I hear something earlier, by the way?
Yeah, what's up?
Did you have to convince your wife that you didn't go to Cousin's barbecue?
Yes, I did. She was
concerned that you didn't bring her any barbecue?
I posted a picture, and she thought I was at Cousin's barbecue, and I was just showing all the love to Cousin's barbecue because
they're really good.
Because they're incredible.
Yeah.
And the steak that they have there that they smoke and sear completely changed maybe my life forever. Certainly my perspective on life.
But she was concerned that you went.
She thought I was there, and she was like, wait, how did I not? Like, she called me because I saw that she commented on my picture, and then I immediately got the phone call, and I was like, oh, she's thinking that I'm just consuming red meat right now, and I maybe played hooky from work or something. I'm like, honey, you're out of your mind.
No, honey, I'm just doing my job.
I wouldn't post it.
I'm just doing my job.
Yeah, dude, come on.
Okay.
She's showing the love to the people
I appreciate
that
the fact that she was trying to call you out. Like
she was, yeah.
You didn't bring any home for me?
No, my girl's carnivorous, man. If she sees me grubbing on some steak or something, she's going to want to bite.
Good for her.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, what was the best part of your weekend? The best part of my weekend was last night, even though I waited in the drive-through line for, I bleep you not, 40 minutes. That's right, 40 minutes. That Rocky Road ice cream, double scoop in the waffle cone from Brahms.
Oh, geez.
And it was gone.
It's the best ice cream on the planet.
It's the best. It's the best ice cream on the planet.
Yeah.
It's the best ice cream on the bleeping planet. I waited 40 minutes, and I was obviously upset. But I knew what I was getting into. That line was long. Okay, so it was on me. But as soon as I got that ice cream and they handed it to me, it was gone before I got home. I was in the car. We were supposed to go with the girls earlier in the day, and then the day got away from us, and then it was too late. And I was like telling my wife, well, I'm still getting Brahms one way or another. And so it ended up being at like 9:30.
I see why she called you about the barbecue place now.
Because she knows I'm not messing around.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that was probably, I mean, obviously the family stuff and the time we had together was amazing. But that Rocky Road ice cream was, and I hadn't had it in a while. It was just a game changer. And then I see this report from.
It's the nuts, bro. It's the nuts in it.
But
and that little chocolate chunk every once in a while. Yeah, that marshmallow. All of that's got to be on there, bro.
It is so amazing. Because I was thinking maybe doing one scoop of the Rocky Road and then one scoop of like the cookies and cream or something. I was like, no, I'm so glad I just double Rocky Roaded that thing.
Double it up.
But then I was disappointed in my country because I saw this report as CNN writes, America's age-old love affair with ice cream appears to be winding down. Now, that was a headline grabber. I was like, what are you talking about? No. And this is like 12 hours after consuming the best ice cream I feel like I've ever had. And It says consumption of regular dairy ice cream, which does not include frozen yogurt, sherbet, or non- and low-fat ice creams, has been apparently falling for years, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. In 96, the average American apparently was eating 18 pounds of regular ice cream per year. The most recent data shows that we're down a third, and now Americans, on a per-person basis, are consuming now only 12 pounds. I say only, but that still seems insane. 12 pounds of ice cream per year per person. So our ice cream consumption rate appears to be on the decline. Are you guys feeling this?
Yeah. Go ahead, Bros. You can get ready to say
go
something.
ahead.
I see right there on the tip of your tongue.
No, man.
I know my ice cream rate has gone down. I used to eat the pint of Rocky Road ice cream during the shows at night.
Wow.
Yeah, at least one a night. I haven't done that in years. Yeah, one a night.
You're bringing our country's numbers up, bro.
And a tall boy of beer. I don't know that it's a hell of a mix.
And now it's just oatmeal and hard-boiled eggs. I see you carrying on.
Mine went down, man.
You know,
wow, dude.
I'll tell you what, though. Okay, are they picking it up some other way, like gelato or?
See, that's what I'm thinking.
Because
I'm thinking maybe our frozen yogurt and that kind of stuff has risen.
I walk past or push my basket past the ice cream area.
Yeah.
And it seems like it goes from end to end with the ice cream, the refrigeration areas.
Yeah.
And to the point where you stand and you're like, now you're looking at maybe 10, 12 different flavors.
There's a lot going on.
There's
a lot going on. A lot of decisions to be made over there.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Tough calls, man.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's going down when I see it go from aisle to aisle, on with that refrigeration unit with those ice creams in there.
Well, a lot of people are texting in right now that just the cost of ice cream, you're talking about almost $10 for a half a gallon these days, and that is ridiculous. I put back I think it was a Ben & Jerry's half-baked. And it was because as I grabbed it and I'm pulling it out, and then I see it was like, those small little like cup-size deals.
Yeah.
It was like $7.50.
No, sir.
I'm like, you know what? No. On principle, as much as I want you, Ben & Jerry's half-baked. Yeah. That's how I felt. It was not good. So I guess I understand that, but I was surprised to see, allegedly, the American ice cream consumption is down, and this is on the heels of me having the best ice cream cone I feel like I've ever had.
I just kind of feel like if it's the case where I reach into that thing and I'm worried about the price on it, I'll go put two other things back.
Those are
I'm
the
like,
decisions.
I really don't need that.
Yeah.
Because I'll impulse buy. Like, oh yeah, I always wanted to try this.
Yeah,
for
sure.
And it sits in my cabinet for weeks. I'm like, okay, why did I buy that? So I'm gonna buy the ice cream, and I'll put something else back.
Me and Sean
make up for it.
Me and Sean Sharif were the lame dads at the Bobby Belt daughter birthday.
See, that's
roller
what I thought
skate
this was
party.
all about. I thought the Rocky Road was at the birthday party.
No, the Rocky Road was just a late night personal choice for me. I'm glad I made it. But we did the roller skating yesterday as a family. Sharif did not roller skate, but Bobby Belt did. He was skating his balls off. I mean, even when they were calling everybody over to start eating and do cake and stuff, it's his daughter's birthday, and he's just still out there putting that work in.
He's got blades on.
He was graceful. Yeah, he was blading. Yeah, he wasn't skating.
No, he's got blades. He didn't have the normal, like, four-wheel skates.
See, I don't consider those to be the normal. I consider the blades to be the normal. Lucius, correct me if I'm wrong, but we were always blading at the roller rink, right? Or were you actually skating with the two wheels in the front, two wheels in the back?
So I graduated at the skates 2-wheel to 4 situations, not in line. That's where I graduated. Now there was a whole lot of people. My brother did the inline situations and whatnot, but no, I graduated at the 4.
Yeah.
And if I ever DJ a skating party, there's always like the 4 out there. They're like jam skating.
Yeah.
They're like, born in the 60s, played in the 70s, still skating in the thousands.
My favorite guy had to have been 55-60 yesterday, and he was going backwards the whole way. And he was shaking his hips.
Yeah.
And he had his hands
The
right.
girls love it, bro.
He was loving it,
they
dude.
love it. I can't do it at all.
Very impressive.
I used the wall to stop, so I can't even talk about skating.
I was too scared. I was like, dude, I haven't skated in forever. With these knees, this back, I'm like, honey, I'm not doing this thing.
No, you can't. It's not worth it, bro.
Not worth it. I end
So
up like Dawson.
your kids were pinned on the wall because you didn't go out there.
No,
and help?
I was on feet, holding hands, and doing that thing.
Your kids are too small to skate, right?
They were. Yeah, it didn't really work out for them, but they gave it their best effort, and they were not very good. Not very good.
But can Bobby really skate?
He can skate, man.
Where'd you guys go skating at?
He's got hips. It was at the Louisville Interstate.
Let's go!
Yeah. Place was sweet.
There's not
too.
so many around here, so when you go, got to shout it out.
And they revamped it on the inside. I mean, it was looking good, man. We had ourselves a time. Bobby was getting after it on the ring.
Did you guys sneak liquor in, flash situations?
No, just
You tell me Bobby was dry?
Yeah,
I don't believe that.
Bobby did have a drink in his hand the whole time.
Oh.
But I don't know. It was that Yeti style.
He brought his own flavor.
He
Ain't no
was
way,
probably-
bro.
yeah.
Ain't no way Bobby was dry.
Yeah, he was going vodka on that thing. I had the Pluma, and so we were having ourselves a good time. And shout out to Aaron Rodgers. He was the best football player golfer at the American Century Championship over the weekend. The best football playing golfer was Aaron Rodgers. He was better than Romo.
Points was he plus
He
what?
was better than Elway.
Did we have a total on him?
Let's see. Where was he at? I think he finished like 1 under or something.
Well, it's a Stapleford system. So you get points for birdies and eagles and stuff like that.
Okay, he had 56 points.
So the higher numbers are the better. Yeah.
Romo had 51 points,
Yeah.
and Rodgers had 56 points.
Romo was defending champ of that thing.
He was, yeah. He was. He couldn't go back-to-back on him. All right, there it is. Best of the
Imagine
weekend
that.
for you. We do have a great football quote we need to get to, one of the most incredible sports takes I've ever heard. We'll get you that in the NFL. But coming up next, a good old-fashioned rim sesh. Let's take a look at these Mavericks, Omax, and how impressive he was over the weekend. And we have some great NBA sounds for you next right here in the Nation.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk. But fear not. You can go back and listen to our bad shows, and it's easier than ever on the Odyssey app. From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
About to open up a rim sesh here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in on a Monday, 877-881-1053. He's Brian Broaddus. I'm Eric Giafalo. We got Lucius Alexander and Carter Freeman hanging out today. The General Gavin Dawson listed as out. A late scratch right before kickoff today here in the G-Bag Nation. And he's
thought he could give it a go.
Out as just for being old.
Yeah.
The old back problem.
Just thought he could give it a go.
Thought he could mow his own lawn.
Yeah.
But it turns out he's too old for that. And Wolchuk is, I guess, probably still recovering. I would imagine he's dealing with a hangover. And he is going from airport to airport, trying to get on an airplane back home to safety, so that he can get back in the G-Bag Nation off of his cruise.
He's got a Baby Dolls appearance, too. He's got Wednesday.
See, that's the thing about Wolchuk. I know that, that is my personal deadline for being guaranteed. I know he will be back in the great state of Texas by whatever time he needs to be at Baby Dolls on Wednesdays. I can't promise anything about him arriving today. I can't be certain about tomorrow's Wolchuk status. I can guarantee you he will be here for Thursday's edition of the G-Bag Nation, because by God, he ain't missing a Baby Dolls Wednesday.
No, not at all.
That is not in his blood. GM Chris Young for the Texas Rangers will be joining us coming up in about 15-20 minutes off of their weekend sweep of the Guardians. Just coming out of that All-Star break on fire. There were some scary moments, Broaddus. There were some scary moments, but the Rangers got it done. They got it done in a big way. They had a nice comeback victory yesterday. The offense exploded on Friday night. Aroldis Chapman, 102.5 to end a game on a strikeout. It was an electric weekend that we as Rangers fans absolutely needed and wanted after the way they came into that All-Star break, but they are rejuvenized. They're rocking. They're rolling. Will Smith, Chapman, co-closers. A lot to like about what we just saw this weekend. We get Dane Dunning versus McClanahan coming up later on, 6:30 pregame, right here on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan. Very much so looking forward to our conversation with Chris Young here in a few minutes. It's deadline season. And we didn't talk to him last week because of the draft.
Yeah.
It was draft day this time last week, so we didn't get our usual conversation with him. So lots to chop it up about in regards to these Texas Rangers with the general manager, Chris Young, here in a few minutes. But right now, we cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed. G-Bag Nation going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when an NBA player wins the Great American Century Golf Championship. Many celebrities, many sports figures. None were better.
A lot of good golfers.
A lot of good golfers, man.
A lot of good golfers.
None were better than Golden State's Steph Curry. Are you kidding me? He played out of his mind the entire tournament. But the highlights, of course, he sinks a hole-in-one, and he hits a walk-off eagle to win the whole thing. It was a very, very special weekend for Steph Curry, and I imagine the entire Curry family. Seth was out there.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a golfer.
They all play together. Matter of fact, the brothers play together, and the dad.
Yeah, Dell
played with him the first round. Good. They were all together. Yeah.
So that was noteworthy from sort of the NBA this weekend, but that's definitely a sports bucket list situation. Going to Tahoe, seeing all these celebrities, and they just look like they're in such a fun environment. There's obviously competition there. The top of the top level guys, Romo, he's going to be dialed and stuff like that. But I think for the most part, these guys are goofing around, having some fun, and they're doing it in is Tahoe. I've never been to Tahoe. But do we know Tahoe as being like the one seed for just USA environment, like vacation place, the weather,
it's a beautiful place to ski in the wintertime. And in the summertime, as you saw, the sun is always shining there. It's got, like I say, the beautiful golf courses. It's got resorts. It's got gambling. It's got a lot of things going on. It's kind of a lot of people like to go to Vegas, but when you start to talk about just the scenery, Tahoe gets my vote. We went to the coaches convention one time, the National Coaches Convention, College Coaches Convention, and it was in San Francisco. And I was a young coach at the time, and the coaches at Texas A&M said, okay, you're not drinking, and they made me drive. So I had to drive from San Francisco to Tahoe with these guys. Oh. And I was a designated driver for the trip.
Nice.
And then we came back afterwards. So
It's a beautiful place. It really it's the scenery there, the where you could stay, the weather, everything about it is just ideal.
Well, kudos to your friends for seeing that in you, that DD skill set, because you've shown that quite a bit throughout our trips, spring training.
I'm getting ready
camp.
for Jerry's party.
Getting ready for another DD situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
We appreciate you very much, Broadus.
Yeah.
Speaking of DD stuff, I saw a photo as well of Steph Curry after winning. He's what I imagine is a private airplane, and he's drinking out of the American Century Championship trophy.
He got a
which
belt
is just
too.
A giant glass, gorgeous glass.
Yeah.
And he's drinking. Could be sweet tea. Could be straight whiskey. But he's enjoying his victory on the airplane.
The fun one was Charles Woodson is involved with a tequila company. He's wine or tequila, I think, but he was handing out drinks to everybody. He was pouring drinks for everybody
There you go.
on the right on the ropes.
That's smart.
So yeah, he was.
Emmett Smith was out there. He should have been pouring his tequila.
Should have been
folks.
pouring. Yeah, everybody should have been pouring. Absolutely.
Mark Stein says the Mavs are still hoping for Clint Capella. So that is still out there. I think a lot of folks are still hoping for Clint Capella for sure. I know I am. That would put a really nice bow on what I already believe to be a pretty dang respectable offseason for the Mavericks. Not sure they're going to be right back to a guaranteed playoff team yet with the way things are currently constructed, but I think they laid some groundwork for the future a little bit. And part of that is with Omax Prosper.
Right.
And he was kind of the talk of the weekend in Maverick circles, just what he's been able to do in the summer league and some of the ways that he's impressed. And my gosh, his length, you can really see it, man. Like that was one of the big things for the Mavericks is they wanted to get bigger and longer. You saw a team like the Nuggets where they were just running out just long wing defenders left and right, giving guys like Jimmy Butler some problems. And the Mavericks desperately needed that. Prosper is showing that with a great wingspan. He's playing the defense. His hustle plays. Like this is a guy, I mean, we'll see, I guess, lively. There's potential he could play in the G League, excuse me. But I think you're giggling. It used to be the D League.
I know.
It used to be the D League.
I know.
That would have been funny if it wasn't.
Exactly.
But Prosper, I think, there's enough there, certainly defensively, with his length and just his willingness to understand his role, be the high energy guy, making plays on both ends of the floor. And he brings some of that toughness and that try-hard hustle that you want to see. High motor dude. But offensively, I've been impressed with the way he's been able to get to the rim, and really drive and attack offensively. That wasn't something I was necessarily anticipating, but I think there's an element to his offensive game where he'll be able to help you. And you see it where he's drawing fouls in the paint. He's averaging almost 6 free throw attempts per game. So there's a lot to like about Omax.
Yeah, I think the thing with Omax and then Lively, and you try not to read into too much, but it's really kind of what you can go on just right now. And you mentioned it, the physical skill set, with Omax and how he looks with the length and all. Mm-hmm. And the one thing you look at with Lively is, he needs to get stronger. He needs to get bigger. He's, the skill is there, but he's 19 years old.
Right.
And that's the issue that you're going to probably have to, weather the storm, with him for a couple of years until he physically, gets himself right. But I like I say that every game that I was able to watch, they got better. That's the one thing. If anything, you say, hey, where improvement,
right?
You didn't. It wasn't like it was. Oh, they scored 35 points one night, and then the next night they're 0 for 14 or something like that. But it appeared that they got better each time that they went out on the court, and I think that's a positive thing.
Well, from one rookie to another, we obviously got Victor Wembanyama. He will be the talk of the town come NBA season, but he is certainly, size-wise, he's going to be working for a few years to get that body big and strong. Yeah. Glenn Big Baby Davis, former Boston Celtics big man, and just noted funny guy.
He is.
Noted funny guy. He was quoted talking about Victor Wembanyama, and Wembanyama has come out since the summer league and kind of said he thought it would be more physical and stuff like that. And I think some players are taking that like, okay, you think it's like, don't judge the physicality of the NBA based on some summer league stuff, bro. And some of these veteran guys, are going to want to take it to Wemby. But Big Baby Davis no longer in the league. He describes Wembanyama and he says the length I probably would have struggled with, but the body, calls it a tomato chest. Soft. He said that boy looked like a little baby Bambi out there the other night. A little baby giraffe. I don't think he could handle all this pain. So that's Big Baby Davis's thoughts on guarding Wemby in the hypothetical situation.
Big Baby. You love the nicknames, right?
Yeah.
Big Baby, Large Infant, Uno, and Funk. Those are his nicknames.
Those are all of his nicknames?
Glenn Davis, yeah. But I
thought Baby Shaq was in there at one point too, because he's an LSU Tiger. Yeah, they used to call him Baby Shaq.
Yeah, Big Baby, Large Infant, Uno, and Funk.
Nice.
But he's 289 pounds. This was. I mean, there's a big. He's not wrong. But that's when you start to talk about all these players, these young guys, especially the guys with length. The guys with the height and stuff like that, they're going to have to get stronger. It is night in, night out, though. But I will say this, though. When you think about the way the game has changed, man, how athletic ability is huge.
For sure.
So if, maybe, hey, if you're, it's not all about strength. It's all about the ability to be nimble around the basket.
Yes.
Create some shots, get to some rebounds. Yeah, you're going to get pushed around a little bit, but if you're more athletic than these Glenn Davises and people like that,
yeah, you'll have success.
You'll have some success.
Found out over the weekend LeBron James is going to be changing his number from 6 to 23. So he goes back to 23.
He's using the Bill Russell excuse, huh?
Yeah, his agent Rich Paul says it's LeBron's decision.
Excuse. I hear you, brothers. What is that excuse? What do you mean by that?
I mean that excuse that he's like he wants to change his number and he wants number 23, and he's like, "Listen, I want to honor Bill Russell." Does he? Does he really want to honor Bill Russell?
Rich Paul is saying that. He says it's LeBron's decision. He chose to out of respect for Bill Russell. And I didn't realize this, but apparently the entire NBA retired number 6 league-wide last August, and James wore it a final season to honor Russell, I guess is what it was. So LeBron James still wore his number 6 last season, but after Bill Russell passed away, I guess the league decided to just go ahead and retire the number 6 league-wide. They let LeBron rock it one more time, but they're saying it's LeBron's decision. So
Mariano Rivera wore 42, while Jackie Robinson's number was retired. You can still wear that number.
Oh, no, for sure. Yeah. But nonetheless, he'll be back at 23, and we'll see how he performs in it. I'm sure it'll be fantastic. Good for jersey sales and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Joel Embiid talking about wanting to win over the weekend and talking about it in a way that probably doesn't have Philadelphia 76ers fans feeling overly comfortable. He says, I just want to win a championship, whatever it takes, whether it's in Philly or anywhere else.
Yeah.
I just want to have a chance. And that quote there went super viral over NBA Twitter and stuff like that over the weekend, obviously so, but Joel Embiid is now, he's on the short list of guys that you could see as superstars getting closer to that point where they decide to say, all right, get me out of here because I'm not doing enough winning here. You guys aren't helping me enough. Joel Embiid, I could see that if the Sixers have a poor season this time next year, we could be, Joel Embiid could be the big superstar name who's asking to go somewhere else. We've obviously already had Bradley Beal. We'll get Damian Lillard. We'll get James Harden at some point. But this time next year, it might be Joel Embiid.
Just kind of appears that all the superstars are all saying that. They're talking about winning and how they want to win and all that, but they're just setting things up to probably get to their next spot. I guarantee you we're probably going to have Luka's probably going to say the same thing. Luka's going to talk about, I want to win. I want to win a championship, whether here or somewhere else. We're all going to freak out. But I think that's just something common that we're going to hear now from most basketball players.
Yeah.
Most star basketball players. They're going to talk about frustration. They're going to say, I want to win. And then when you watch them play in these playoffs and they're not playing worth a damn, or they're, then all of a sudden you're like, really, how bad do you want to win?
Mm-hmm.
I know he's played through some injuries and stuff like that, but I just think it's something we're going to hear now all superstars say. They're all gonna go, yeah, I want to win. I want to win a championship, whether it's here in Dallas or somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And we're all going to overreact to that.
Congratulations to Bol. He's officially a part of the Phoenix Suns. He signed over the weekend, and I saw this from Brick Muse. It's a good follow on Twitter. Bol shot 8% from the three-point line last year, 4 of 50.
And the guy's name is Brick,
in the last
reporting this?
35 games of the season.
Brick
Muse is the Twitter account.
Okay, I thought maybe that was his account.
No, they're
Bol.
Yeah, that's basically it. Might be his new nickname moving forward. But big old Bol. I wasn't expecting him to have 50 3-point attempts at all. He made 4 of them.
I think
8%.
I think I read something or saw something where it might have been Sean and RJ and Bobby were talking about this morning that they have like 11 or 12 veteran minimum players on the Suns.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Built around 4.
It's 4 max contracts and then a bunch of vet mins.
Vet mins.
And guys like Eric Gordon were willing to take less. That's a destination spot right there. So congratulations to Bol. 8%.
Play golf.
8% from 3. All right, Todd Archer, top of the hour, talking Cowboys, but right here on your home of the Rangers, off of a great 3-0 sweep over the Guardians and getting you set for the Rays. We have Rangers general manager Chris Young next here in the Nation.
just not worth it. A message from TxDOT.
Rangers General Manager Chris Young set to join us here in the G-Bag Nation momentarily, brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Cars for Kids. And the segment's also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333. And now we welcome in Texas Rangers General Manager Chris Young on the heels of a great draft, and we look ahead to an MLB deadline. But in the meantime, we're getting sweeps. Chris, how awesome was that weekend? Congrats on the first sweep post All-Star break.
Hey guys, thank you. Yeah, it was a fun weekend. It was a great way to start the second half of the season here. The guys coming out of the break were ready to go. It was a good Cleveland team, and obviously to come back and win the game yesterday was great for the for the confidence going into a tough series here with Tampa.
Hey Chris, we didn't get to get with you last week because of the draft, but I have to ask you about Wyatt Langford, and the reason I'm asking about it is, like, my buddies around the league in Major League Baseball, they feel like you got the best player there at the top. They love the LSU kids, but they felt like that you were sitting in a really good spot and maybe got the best player out of the top of that group. Was it one of those things where you guys were just holding tight and hoping for the best?
Yeah, I mean, we said this was all along a good year to be drafting at the top of the draft, that we really liked the top of the class. And it started with the 3 college players and then really 2 high school players that were in that grouping at the top. And how it was going to shake out, we didn't quite know. We didn't know what the teams ahead of us were going to do and how they ranked the players. So we were a little bit at the mercy of the teams in front of us. That said, the information that we had, our scouting reports, and then the information we had on Wyatt specifically, we knew he was a primary target for us, and we were hoping that he would slide and get to us. And if he did, we'd be thrilled to draft him. And it's really how it played out, and we couldn't be happier with the way it went.
He's absolutely dominant at the plate. What's the scouting report say about his glove in left field?
He's an above-average athlete. He's a solid left fielder. We think that there's an outside chance he could play center field, but I think that we probably view him long-term as a left fielder. But he runs very well. He works his tail off. I mean, this is an elite worker. He's made himself into a great player. And that's what we see defensively. When guys put in the time, the effort, they're locked in mentally, they make huge strides defensively. And not that he needs to make huge strides, but we know he's going to put in whatever time is required to be a very good defender. So given the athleticism and the work ethic, the intangibles, we think it sets up to be a very good defender in left field.
Chris, when coming off the break and you had all those all-stars that really had to go and participate in that and did a great job with handling all that. But what was with you and Boch, the thoughts coming into the second half? Is there any discussions you had, or did everybody just kind of catch their breath a little bit and we'll reconvene when we get back? Is there any kind of thoughts you had? You said, hey, we absolutely have to do this for the second half?
No absolutes. I mean, I think the main focus has been just trying to get back to playing our style and brand of baseball. We have a very talented team. We know what we do well in terms of our offensive production, the way we need to win games and grind down starting pitchers and score early, and just getting back to our brand of baseball and playing from ahead. And that was the main focus. Every team goes through a lull during the course of the season, and we hit ours before the break. It's great to see the guys respond coming out of the break, but just reminding ourselves that we have a very, very good team. We did a midseason review upstairs in the front office, and really a lot of positives came from it. I think that there's a lot of things that we can continue to improve upon, but really the core of the team is very, very good, and we're happy with where we are, and now we just need to go out and do it again in the second half.
And, it's funny, I was talking to my guys during the break, some of my Major League friends, and they were cursing you because you went out and made that Chapman trade. One of my guys wanted to try and beat you there, and you were very aggressive to make that move. So you were getting cursed by one of my friends' teams. But to talk about that, and was there a point in time that you just said, "I've got to go now. I can't wait around here and try and wish this thing to happen. I need to do this right now"?
Well, it speaks to the group of the guys and the way they played to start the season. I mean, they made us buyers very early, which a lot of teams don't have that luxury, that they're waiting for clarity even now, 2 weeks before the deadline. There are a lot of teams that are sort of in that middle ground that don't know how the next 2 weeks are going to go. And really the credit goes to our group for coming out and playing so well that they made it very clear for us. And so I think from that standpoint, the decision was obvious that we need to try to improve our pen. And Chapman was somebody who was out there. Kansas City was motivated to sell. And we were in a position where we could be aggressive early in the market, and which allowed us to make a play for him.
Rangers general manager Chris Young with us here in the G-Bag Nation. And so now are we looking at a little bit of a co-closer situation with Will Smith and Chapman?
Yeah, I think Coach and I have talked about it, and really we're looking at just matchups, the pockets in the lineup matchups, which hitters handle velocity, which hitters handle spin, and then try to put the players in the best positions to be successful. And really that's true of all of our bullpen, is just trying to put them in situations where they're going to come in and their strengths really play against the other team's weakness, or that pocket of hitters to allow our guys to succeed. And so it's no different with the closer's role. We have great confidence in Will. He's done a great job for us this year. And likewise, Chapman has been there and done it as well. So we feel like we have two very good options at the end.
See why Cody Bradford, you've brought him up and spot, start, relief. It doesn't matter. It doesn't look too big for him at all. Is that one of those things you kind of look and say, wow, didn't expect that to happen that way, but kind of glad it is going the way it is for him?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, first of all, in terms of the expectation, I would say that we've had a strong conviction in Cody as a person, and knew that when he was healthy in his amateur career and then into his professional career, he's pitched very, very well. He's just an elite makeup guy. Extreme intangibles. He's so prepared. He knows himself. He knows his strengths. He knows what he needs to do to be successful, and he doesn't deviate from it, which are great qualities and normally very strong qualities in successful major league players. So in terms of that and understanding the person, we know that he's going to max out his potential. And then seeing him up here and the way he's handled the environment, the way he's gone about it, the success he's had, his first start was a rough one. It was a tough situation facing a very good Atlanta lineup. And then since then, he's pitched great. And so, the credit goes to Cody. He's earned the right to be here. He's earned the right to stay here. And he's pitching his way into he's been a very valuable member of our team, and we're thrilled for him.
Josh Spores goes on the 15-day IL. Does that make it maybe more of a need to try and get a right-handed reliever, late-inning reliever?
Well, we expect to get Josh back at some point. We hope this is just a 15-day stint. We used him a lot going into the break. He had a heavy workload. We knew it likely at some point he would need a blow, and this kind of works out well to put that blow around the All-Star break where we didn't have some games there. We could backdate this a few days. But nonetheless, we're always on the lookout to improve our team, and the group we've had has done a very good job, but we probably won't be the last injury that we have this second half. And so the deeper we are, the better position we'll be in to continue to play good baseball. So I think it's incumbent upon me and the front office to keep our eyes open and see what's out there.
Rangers general manager Chris Young with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Obviously, we look ahead to that trade deadline. This is going to be a fun month. And I imagine, from a fun standpoint and an adrenaline on the job standpoint, is making trades would you consider that the funnest part of your gig?
The part I enjoy the most of the job is watching our guys go out and play and excel and realize their dreams. I mean, that to me, I got to live it as a player, and to watch these guys go out and come together as a group and support each other and cheer for each other and go out and have success. That's the best and most enjoyable part of my job, hands down. There's nothing that even compares to that. But, the trades are fun. The free agents are fun. I mean, those when you're making deals, but it's hard, though. That's the other part of it. It's really, really hard to get these deals to come together. There's a lot of back and forth. It doesn't just happen in a short period of time. It took weeks on the Chapman trade. So it's time consuming and points of frustration that, you get a little discouraged, but, in the end, it's worth it to get a player like Aroldis who's going to help our team win.
Speaking of points of frustration, how frustrated, and gosh, I hope I don't get you fined by asking this question. I know you'll probably not be able to answer like you want to, but that
I'm okay at deflecting here.
Okay, yeah, I knew you were, but man, I'll tell you what, a lot of Ranger fans frustrated on that, what we thought was the final out of the game. I wanted to ask you, does the league give you a reason why the call would stand or why it was overturned? Do they give you an explanation? Because every replay to us looked like that it was out, and I did, that's where it's frustrating. Again, I hope I don't get you in trouble talking about something about the league or something with umpires.
No, I know how to be politically correct in answering this question.
Okay, good.
We do get a little summary of the call itself. We don't necessarily get the relevant angles that they had to show why they concluded the decision they made. So, yesterday I didn't get to see a full replay at the end. I didn't really spend much time on it because we ended up winning the game.
Right.
But, had we not won the game, I probably would have scrutinized it a little bit more. But that said, I do know it's tough and it needs to be clear and convincing. I did not see an angle at which you could see the ball in the glove and the foot clearly not on the bag. But I also, like I said, didn't look at it too hard. So, I guess beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And, I thought it was an out, but nonetheless, replay probably had better angles, and I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on this one.
When it comes to making trades within the division, Chris, do you find that there's a bit of like a divisional tax? You gotta ante up a little bit more if you're going to make a deal within the division, or is that overstated?
Well, I think it depends on where the club is. I mean, you could argue the opposite, that if a team, does make a deal with us within the division, they're taking prospects away from us, which helps their chances. So, I don't know which way to look at it. I just know that we're going to do our best to make good baseball decisions, and I think every team is going to operate in a similar fashion.
Chris, once this start of the second half, it's just not getting easier. Yeah, you get the sweep of, a team with the Guardians who were battling for division lead there. You got Tampa coming in, and then the Dodgers. Is it just you have to focus on game after game after game, or do you find yourself like, okay, if we can get through this next 6 games with this type of record, it will be a success? How do you guys manage that? Is it that game by game situation?
I really look less at the opponent and more about the way our team's playing, and I think that's as evidenced by the way we went into the break. I mean, we went on the road and. The Nationals took 2 or 3 from us, and I think it just really sometimes it doesn't matter who you're playing; it's how you play. And so I focus on what we need to do to be successful. If we go out and play our style of baseball and do the things that we do well, I'll take our chances with anybody in the league. And so I think we've shown that at times that we can beat anybody. I think we've also shown that if we don't play our style of baseball, our best baseball, that other teams can beat us. So I think it's all in how we play. I focus on that first, and then. Really don't worry about the schedule too much.
Chris, thanks so much for the time as always, man. Go beat those Rays.
Guys, great talking to you. Thanks so much.
Yes, sir. There he goes, Rangers General Manager Chris Young right here in the G-Bag Nation. Todd Archer of ESPN talking Cowboys at the top of the hour, but let's get you that Willy Bully top 10 list of the day. We have a choose your own destiny situation. We could go the worst dessert takes in all of America right now, power ranked on National Peach Ice Cream Day, or we can do the top 10 ways to pass time in an airport, which is what Walchuk's having to do right now. 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Rangers-Rays Game 1. Let's recap. Barry Bonds on with a KMC masterpiece. And another Jake Paul, Nate Diaz giveaway during the Expressway. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
At Diamonds Direct, it's an incredible buying opportunity for you, and one that you're not going to want to miss, especially if you're fixing to get engaged, or maybe you have a big anniversary coming up. Get into Diamonds Direct and take advantage of their main summer event that's going on right now. An extra 20% savings and expanded selection, in-store designer appearances, and special financing going on as well. Imagine 20% off Diamonds Direct's already value prices. It's available for you. Started this morning. Rings, earrings, bracelets, bands, everything. Gemstone jewelry. It's the primo event of the year, and you can meet the top jewelry designers who've flown in with all their new collections for the summer, and it's all on sale, especially, the most exciting event all year with huge store-wide savings and exceptional value in every showcase. And you can ask about the low interest rates and the financing that they have. Spread your payments out as long as 60 months. months. Don't miss it. Once a year jewelry event. People are driving for hours to take advantage of it already. They took today off work to come in and be the first in line. There's a Diamonds Direct and DiamondsDirect.com at East.
I'm Aaron Hawksworth here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Hoping to win 3 in a row, the BetQL model is looking for the Cardinals for tonight's play. Cardinals starter Miles Michaelis hasn't allowed a run in his last 2 starts, and he's visiting the Marlins, who are already on a 3-game losing streak. BetQL's model has the Cardinals' money line as a 5-star best bet. I'm Aaron Hawksworth. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger.
Lineup on the Fan is unhittable. GM Chris Young, Mondays at 4:20. A double dose of manager Bruce Bochy, Tuesdays at 12:20 and before each game. A top Rangers player joins G-Bag Nation Tuesday afternoons at 3:20. Our Straight Up Texas podcast featuring first baseman Nathaniel Lowe with Jared Sandler on the Odyssey app and everywhere podcasts are found. Pull back the curtain opinions with former Rangers pitchers Mike Bassick and Derek Holland on the KNC Masterpiece. And of course, we are your proud home of the Rangers with post-game shows after every game. Let's enjoy this Rangers ride together right here on The Fan.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once a year 4th of July savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
The G-Bag Nation taking you up until Rangers baseball at 6:30. We'll get you set for pregame as quickly as possible. Thank you to Rangers general manager Chris Young for joining us. Todd Archer, ESPN, talking Cowboys with us in 12 minutes. Then we hit the Expressway, LA Live, 35 minutes uninterrupted sports content. Brian Broaddus, myself, Eric Chiafalo. We got Lucius Alexander and Carter Freeman hanging out. Wooly Bully and the General Gavin Dawson hopefully back tomorrow. In the meantime, I will handle one more Wooly Bully top 10 list. And it's usually at 4:20.
I thought that guy was out. I'd ask the question. I'd ask that question at the end. That game yesterday, the guy's out.
Oh, dude, yeah. Oh, for sure. I'm sure he was using. I know
they won the game,
language.
but the tying run came to the plate.
Yeah, it was.
That's where I was about to. That's where I was about to lose.
If that thing would have gone a different way, we'd have been hammering that thing.
Yeah.
Now today is National Peach Ice Cream Day. And I believe most people want to hear about the dessert stuff. So what I have found...
Is that what you... Desserts, really?
So what it is... I mean, Peach Ice Cream Day gives me the opportunity to find a list that reads, Americans reveal their most controversial dessert opinion. If you have a controversial dessert opinion, text it in at 877-881-1053. I'll start. I think most pies suck. And I don't really need pie. There's my dessert opinion.
Damn. I don't know if I can agree with that, bro.
It's controversial.
Pecan pie, sweet potato pie,
Yeah.
even a pumpkin pie sometimes is fire. I don't know what's going on with you, bro.
Cherry,
I don't know what's going on with me either.
Cheesecake, which is basically a pie.
Okay, well, damn, but it's got cake in the name.
It's got cake in the name.
I'm taking that on my cake side. I'm a cake guy. I'm cake over pie guy. So there's my controversial opinion.
Do you have something against like jelly?
No, I'm a big jelly guy. You know.
Well, then why do you hate?
I just there's these pies. These pies don't really do it for me. Not that there's not any good pies. Like a pecan pie done right,
amazing.
You know, can be strong.
Yeah.
When I have an apple pie, it's got to be warm, and there better be a scoop of homemade vanilla Bluebell. Otherwise, why have the pie? Like the ice cream is actually the headliner for me, not the pie. So not that I hate all pies, but like an ice cream pie is great. But now we're tweaking things. This is more than just a pie at that point. It's an ice cream pie. So that's my controversial dessert opinion. And if you have some, please let me know. I got the 10 most controversial dessert opinions right in front of me.
Mine is that I shouldn't have to pay $12 at a restaurant for a brownie and a scoop of ice cream.
Okay, so desserts are overpriced at restaurants these days. That's your opinion. I don't think that's very controversial.
I think if you pay for a quality meal, they ought to throw in the dessert as, hey, thanks for coming in today.
Oh, okay, like the extra donut holes. The extra donut holes at the donut shop. Throw those in complimentary style. I can get on board with that.
If you want to, like I said, if you want to throw in a piece of cheesecake or pecan pie or whatever, but not charge me like I've just bought an appetizer, that would do me some good.
I think the move there is, as the business, you mark up everything else on the menu by like $1 or $2. But then your whole bit is you guys get free desserts. So you kind of still make up your margins a little bit.
I just kind of like, if you go to a steak place and I'm like, I spent $75 on steak and sides, and I don't drink usually. So so my meal is going to be right at, right
75, 80
bucks.
Throwing a little creme brulee and let's talk about it.
Yeah. You ought to throw in like, hey, here's something for the table. kind of a deal.
Yeah, complimentary. I'm in on that. Lucius, anything that sticks out to you?
I don't have any controversial opinions. I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe as this segment unfolds, I might have some, but I don't have any. But I'm curious to see who has some.
Cool. All right, well, let's jump in here then. Outside looking in, we have the 12th most controversial dessert opinion. We have strawberry shortcake is the best dessert. That came in quite a bit, apparently, according to Americans. Carrot cake is not cake.
Strawberry cake is fire, though.
No, strawberry cake.
God, strawberry cake is really good.
I like the strawberry shortcake popsicles on a stick out of the vending machine.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, okay.
Strawberry shortcake is a great summertime dessert.
It is. Yeah. Like a key lime pie or something.
Yeah.
Well, there I am talking about pie.
Something a little chilled.
See?
Yeah.
See? Look at you.
No, key lime pie is a damn good pie. I got to have respect for that.
Do you like pie?
I guess I'm more of a pie guy
That's
than
my favorite.
This man eats pie.
Look at me. Did you hear that?
Take a number.
Let's see here. Outside looking in as well. Fruit is not a dessert. Number 11. I would agree with that. I would say fruit is not a dessert in and of itself, but when it's accompanied by certain things, it's a nice dessert topping or whatever. It pairs well.
Yeah, especially if it's baked.
Yeah, absolutely.
How about the fruit on top of the cheesecake?
Okay, so that's actually going to be on here. I'm glad you mentioned that. We're going to get to that here in just a second.
All right.
Cheesecake. You said cheesecake. We got the apple pie thing.
Oh.
We'll get to that, though, here in a second. Number 10, controversial American dessert opinion. Chocolate ice cream is trash. That's a terrible opinion.
Nah, that's an awful opinion.
It's a terrible opinion.
Yeah, that's an awful opinion. Seize him!
Man.
Bring him to me!
Don't hit me with a man. Don't hit me with a man right now.
I like chocolate ice cream, but I just don't. Vanilla is more versatile.
Okay.
On a dessert.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, maybe chocolate's more of a one-trick pony, but his trick is an impressive trick.
Very much so.
Don't mind seeing that trick more than once.
But that trick by itself, okay, I want to, you're going to put you're going to go chocolate ice cream on top of.
I don't need anything. I can just go chocolate ice cream. It's phenomenal. Number 9, controversial dessert to take according to America. Mint ice cream tastes like toothpaste.
That's false.
Yeah, I think it's false as well. I think mint ice
love
cream is
mint
delicious.
ice cream, yes. Mint chocolate chip is excellent.
Yeah. Number 8, apple pie tastes good with cheddar cheese. And I heard that over the last couple of years. I guess people in northern states kind of do that. I've never seen that done, and I would never think to do that.
Kind of a Wisconsin
They're
thing.
just trying to put cheese on everything up there.
Yeah,
they got so much of it.
You take a piece of sharp cheddar, a little bite to it. It's not a bad call.
All right, I'll take your word for it. I won't try it though. Number 7, coffee flavored desserts are not good.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm with that.
That's true. That is
so funny, man.
That's the first one you've said that I actually really agree on.
Well, you don't like coffee at all. I grew up not drinking or liking coffee, but my favorite ice cream from Brahms was their cappuccino chunky chocolate ice cream.
Yeah, well,
what age were you eating cappuccino ice cream?
I was going, I would say elementary, middle school is one of those weird things where I found it to be delicious. Now I'm a coffee guy, Lucius. You know this. And I don't like the ice cream. I like the coffee ice cream taste doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, I don't like sugar with coffee.
Yeah.
I like my coffee just black and strong like myself. Hello.
Amen, dude. Co-sign that. Number 6, controversial opinion. This is off-putting, even though I think it's delicious, but they're wrong. Brownies need walnuts.
Yes!
They need it?
Oh, my God, yes!
I agree.
I don't want no chocolate chunky brownie.
I agree.
Dough. Give me some of that good stuff on the inside of it. Pause. Gotta have nuts. With the ice cream on the side, bro.
It is bomb. Don't get me wrong. It takes the brownie up a notch.
Yeah.
But I think the regular notch that a general brownie sits at is
it's too
very
chunky.
good.
Yeah. I'm chewing on it forever. Yeah. There's nothing there's no satisfying oh, I'm going to get a nut pretty soon. Oh, I got one.
Pause. The saltiness of the peanut in the chocolate.
No, it's a good mix. It's
a really good mix. Yeah.
Number 5. See, this is I'm against this. Pie is better than cake. That's a controversial dessert opinion. It's the 5th most controversial.
I'll take pie over cake.
Okay. Agree to disagree there.
Yeah.
Lucius, you could be the tie here.
He's gonna choose pie.
Cake or pie for the rest of your life. You get one.
Watch him.
Well, I mean, because the pecan pie.
Yeah.
Why the pecan pie is going to put it over the
We're
top.
locked in. Yeah, me and pecan pie, we're locked in. It's part of the family at this point.
Nice job, pie. You win. You win today. Number 4, controversial dessert take on National Peach Ice Cream Day. Dairy Queen ice cream cakes taste terrible. I've never had their ice cream cake. I'm just a Blizzard guy. I'm kind of a one-trick plenty when I go there.
Baskin Robbins ice cream cake is really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love an ice cream cake.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say. I think you say Dairy Queen's ice cream is terrible.
No, it's their ice cream cake specifically.
Okay, I've never.
I thought you were
one.
going to say it's better than Brahms ice cream.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's a real battle.
Yeah, my Arthur fist was all balling up in his joint.
I'm not meaning to be offensive here with any of these. Number 3, white cake over chocolate cake.
Okay, that's sheet cake, I believe is what you're talking about.
They're calling it a white cake,
Yeah.
but I'm a chocolate guy. So the ice cream, the cake, I want it to be chocolate. Number 2, controversial dessert opinion: icing is gross.
What?
There are some.
Yeah.
There's some cakes where I want to scoop some of that icing off.
Yeah, you're right.
Just hit that
And then
bread.
there's some that just go perfect with the icing.
When it's
So,
got
yeah, I
that
feel you, man.
sparkles in it, I'm kind of a
Yeah.
scrape off guy.
Some of them are a little over the top with it, but I can't just generally say icing is gross because some icings are incredible. Number 1, though, most controversial dessert opinion: chocolate does not go well with fruit. I dated a girl who didn't like chocolate strawberries, like chocolate covered strawberries. I'm like, you're an insane person. Should have known this.
Saved you from having to spend all that money.
Yeah, but
Those
then you got to
things
make
aren't
up
cheap.
for it in other. Yeah, I know, but
Not cheap.
I think chocolate does go well with dessert or with fruit. Do we all agree with that? Like, or are we?
Yeah, you ever had a caramel apple?
Love it. I think it's great.
Yeah.
Is that chocolate?
But that's not chocolate. That's caramel.
What are you doing, brother?
Well, no, but I'm just saying,
That's
like
fruit with a sugary substance.
Yeah, that's
but-
what I'm trying to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I think chocolate on any of these berries and stuff is fantastic.
Yeah, it's cool.
Wow, did you hear that?
I didn't know it was going to be a controversial take.
There it
Yeah,
is.
it's cool. Sorry.
It's the most. We started this with Lucius not thinking he had a controversial dessert opinion, and apparently he's got the number 1 most controversial dessert opinion going.
It's hella overrated in my house because when I do make that purchase, I come back and it's just cobwebs and, what used to be a strawberry and chocolate in a little bowl.
The staying power is not very much there. You got to get it fresh off.
Penicillin is growing. Yeah.
All right, countdown to camp, Cowboys style. Let's chat with Todd Archer, ESPN Next here in the Nation.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
A week from tomorrow, we hop on a bird, Oxnard bound, and the Cowboys season is underway. Here to break down all things Cowboys with us right now on your home of the Cowboys and your home of the Texas Rangers, who will have Matt Hicks, play-by-play voice of the Rangers, joining us here in about 20 minutes live from the ballpark. Let's go ahead and welcome in ESPN's Todd Archer. Ladies and gentlemen, Todd, thanks for the time, my friend. About a week out from camp, how's the body feeling? Best shape of your life season?
Absolutely, yeah, always.
Been putting that work in.
Long, hard time last week in the Outer Banks working out, getting ready.
I'll tell you what, well, it's good to have you back and excited about the upcoming season. Todd, I know you and I were talking about some things earlier. There's some questions about you have what Dak Prescott actually said about. I know that it's kind of running rampant right now about this interception number. What do you know about? Did he say what he said, or did he say something completely different? Correct us all, please.
I saw the quote where it said, "I won't throw 10 interceptions this year," and I was like, "Whoa, wow!" I was there when he said this, so I went back and listened. And from my recorder, it says, "We won't have the tipped interceptions this year," based on the impact that he believes McCarthy will have on the offense. And McCarthy talks about like timing the quarterback's footwork to the routes and all that kind of stuff that was kind of an issue last year on some of Dak's interceptions. Now that quote is like, oh, Kellen, or he's throwing shade on Kellen Moore. No, he's not doing that either. He's just explaining the difference in how the schemes operated between. This is why social media is the worst, because you can't get enough context into the character. So we should all just avoid social media at all costs.
I'll co-sign that. Yeah, almost got lost in the sauce and butt cracked on that particular quote earlier as well. So I appreciate you clarifying that for us. Is the offense and the way it looks with the new play caller and stuff like that, is that the most interesting thing to you coming into camp, or is there something else?
I mean, it kind of has to be, right? Just because of the nature of the positions of both involved. The head coach, Mike McCarthy, taking over the job that he didn't want to do, and wanted to continue with Kellen Moore, and now calling plays for the first time since 2018, and bringing in if not new offense, at least a altered offense. And now how Dak Prescott reacts to an altered offense for the first time in his career, because this has been the same scheme that he's run since 2016. So that, to me, that has to be the story of the Cowboys training camp, and how those two meld together and how they play calling quarterback. We've heard Dak thousands of times compliment Kellen and how important he was to his development and what he meant to him. Now it's Mike McCarthy getting the chance, in some cases, I guess, in a way maybe that Jason Garrett didn't get at the end of his tenure, to call plays and do what he did best in Green Bay. How those guys come together will go a long way in determining the Cowboys' success this season. I still think the Cowboys are a really good team, but there might be some times where they got to figure each other out. And that's why I wonder if I asked Dak this at the same deal at his camp. Hey, man, are you going to play in this preseason? So you and Mike kind of get a in-game feeling with it. He wasn't sure, but maybe that's something they consider where they've really not played him very much in the preseason the last few years.
Todd, you can correct me if I'm wrong. When Brian Schottenheimer, when he was interviewed, he was talking about that 70% of the offense would remain the same. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, they've used those terms. I mean, yeah.
Okay, can I ask
sure
you
that's
then?
just like elementary, right?
Okay,
like,
yeah. Can I ask you then? Okay, if they're gonna, if
like me,
yeah, if the 70% say remains the same, elementary as you'd say, what do you think the 30% is they're working on? What do you think? Is it a screen package stuff? Is it the deceptives that they might use? What do you have an idea what how to run the football better in the second half?
I think some of it we'll find out more once we get to Oxnard a little bit. But I'll go on something that Jerry Jones has talked to us in the handful of times we got in this offseason, and it's their protection.
Okay.
You know, they think they'll run the ball fine. They ran the ball fine last year. They can probably do a little bit better, but their protection needs to improve and be more shored up. And how they do that, I think, will be different. And again, football for dummies like me, maybe I'm not going to see that in Oxnard, but you know, you'll see the running backs maybe involved a little bit differently, or how they call things, or how Dak. Again, West Coast and Broadus, tell me if I'm wrong in this. West Coast offenses, you're reading it from low to high.
Right.
The Cowboys offense, you're reading it. The old offense was high to low.
Right.
So that changes things a little bit. That alters your protection and helps you get the ball out quicker, things like that. I think that's kind of what they were getting at, is what will be different. But, and I know you hate this, Broadus, Schottenheimer also said it's not like the offense was broken, and I know you're going to say, well, why'd they change all the coaches?
Yeah.
But they were. You can't say the Cowboys were a bad offense.
No, you can't.
Now
you can't.
Situationally, they were at, you know, in their biggest games, they didn't perform. That's every team that doesn't win the Super Bowl. They're going to have games where they don't perform. So I think there is a good deal to keep in place here for Dak, who has excelled, but you bring in some changes with the protection schemes of Mike Solari and some of the things that McCarthy wants to do and how he'll call plays. I think you'll see. Well, I guess that's 30% difference.
Okay, yeah, that's good. That's a good answer there. But I'll say this about the coaching staff. And Todd, you've covered this league a long time, and Cincinnati, the Dolphins, the Cowboys. Now, have you ever seen a staff that's had this much? Other than like, okay, I know when they fire coaches or let coaches go, the head coach, it's a whole new staff. But have you ever seen a staff, basically the whole offensive staff, turn over like they have?
Yeah. Now you got me thinking.
There's some of those days you were dealing with when they're 1-15 at the Dolphins or some crazy thing like that.
No, they were never that bad in Miami when I was there, but they did go from
Cam Cameron. You weren't a Cam Cameron guy,
no,
were you?
No,
okay.
I was Dave Wanstead. I was after Jimmy when Dave won.
Gotcha.
So they did go from like Chan Gailey to Norv Turner. So that I'm sure there was some change over there. I couldn't give you the specifics. When I was covering the Bengals, there really, was Bruce Coslett mostly, and Ken Anderson, those guys, and Paul Alexander, that offense, Jim Anderson, that offense stayed the same staff. So that I would probably say the Dolphins one changed a little bit, but maybe it hasn't been where a scenario, and again, trying to think like, sometime in Garrett's era when Colombo became the offensive line coach, and they changed out Ray Sherman, they changed out Skip Heat, they changed that. I don't know the years of all those, but maybe all in 1 year in one fell swoop, or it's all different. It's 3-4 different guys. That's a little different, but
is that something we should worry about though? If you're a Cowboy fan, should you?
Okay, Broadus. Now you're giving my theory on coaches. What matters most on the coaching staff is your offensive line coach, your whole line coach.
Yeah, there you
go.
The
other ones, you could coach them and they'd be fine. I don't mean to denigrate coaches, but I think some of it is.
Oh, don't worry about it.
These guys are really good at what
they're fine.
Yeah. They're really good at what they do, and the players are really good at what they do. I think those are the three most important coaches on your staff are your OC, DC, and O-line coach. And we'll see what kind of difference Mike Solari can make.
Talking Cowboys with ESPN's Todd Archer here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Tony Pollard does not get the contract extension done, so he will be playing on the tag as we expected. He's signed it, so he will be at camp and rocking and rolling. Do you expect this, Todd, to go the same way it did with Dalton Schultz? This will be the last year of Pollard in a Cowboy uniform?
Yeah, and it's funny. I'm writing something up just about that. And And it's funny, I forgot about Dalton. I'll have to throw his name in the story now.
There you go.
But I do, because not so much of what Tony Pollard will do or will not do, but so much of what the Cowboys have to do for their cap, right? If they don't sign Diggs or Steele, say, this summer or during the season, well, they're going to need to tag for one of those guys. And would you rather tag a starting cornerback, your starting right tackle, and yes, I'm calling Steele the right tackle, or would you rather tag a running back? I think you'd tag the other two positions before you put the second tag on a runner. If he has a huge season and they're able to get those guys, then maybe things change a little bit. But you have to figure out all the economics of not just 2024, but 25, 26. You got Micah coming up. You got Dak Prescott's contract coming up where you're going to have to do some things. So there's a lot of planning that have to go forward. And, now we can talk about the devaluing of the running back position. I do think the runner matters, but I do think you can get a lot of runners that can make up the production at a different cost than what you'd have to pay to keep a guy, which is why you didn't see Josh Jacobs get a deal. You didn't see Saquon Barkley get a deal. And you didn't see Pollard get an extension after he signed the tag. Like, I don't know what were the deals that Miles Sanders and drawing the blank on the other running back this year that signed a semi-good deal. You saw Joe Mixon take a pay cut.
Joe Mixon, yeah.
I mean, you're seeing – I wish I had the numbers in front of me, but the next year's tag for a running back might be lower than $10.1 million the way this is going. So it's a product of the position that they play, not the productivity that they pull out. And I think that's one thing that Pollard will run into next year. The Cowboys need to find a way to keep Diggs, Steele, effectively CeeDee Lamb as well, though they got the 2024 option, and then all the guys, Tyler Biotish, all this stuff that the position that he plays might make the Cowboys look on somewhere else, similar to what they did when they let DeMarco Murray go after he led the league in rushing. They never really made a huge play to keep him, much to Garrett's chagrin.
Yeah.
And obviously but then they laid out huge cash on Zeke. And let's not forget, Zeke's going to cost like $5.8 against this year's cap and $6 million against next year's cap. So while he's not around, there's still that money that's going to be in the running back room when you factor it in against the cap.
Todd, can you give us an idea of who you think the 5 starters on the offensive line are going to be for that game against the Giants opening day?
Okay, well now, is everybody healthy? So basically, you're asking me.
I'm just just go ahead and give me your best 5 that you think are going to line up and play.
Tyron Smith's going to be healthy. He's the left tackle. Tyler Smith is the left guard. Biotish is at center. Zach Martin and Terrence Steele. That's their best 5. I mean, I don't know how else. Now, look, Tyron might not make it out of training camp. Tyron might get hurt in week 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever.
Yeah.
Then I'm moving Tyler Smith to left tackle again. This doesn't seem that hard to me, but it seems like they want to, square peg, round hole, square peg, whatever that thing is.
Yeah.
This whole deal. Don't make it so hard. Just play your best 5 guys. You saw Tyler Smith do a good job at left guard. He can switch out to left tackle. Throw Chuma Doga or whoever you want in it at left guard.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. At some point you don't need 5 first-round picks to win in this league. Other teams are showing that. And look, you hired Mike Solari. He's a new line coach. Hey, dude, figure it out. This is what you guys get paid to do. But I think their best 5 to me is pretty obvious. I don't know why they would look at it any differently.
Todd, is this the Cowboys' best chance to get to the Super Bowl with the way that the quarterback situation is in the NFC conference?
I mean, you have to say yes, right? I mean, if you want to say Jalen Hurts is the best in the conference, fine. He's taken a team to a Super Bowl. Gotcha. Okay. How's Dak not number 2?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we don't know if Brock Purdy is going to be healthy to play this season. You don't know what Trey Lance is. Aaron Rodgers is gone. I think we'd all agree Dak is better than Kirk Cousins, although I do like what Cousins is doing on this Netflix series on the quarterback thing. It's been pretty interesting when I've watched.
That guy in Detroit, huh? The guy in Detroit, they'll be better, right?
Yeah. I mean, but Dak isn't Dak better than him too?
Sure,
I mean,
sure.
and when has a team gone from not making the playoffs to going to making this huge jump in a franchise like Detroit, that, by the way, has been in a longer NFC title drought than the Cowboys. Same thing with Washington. This is their best chance. And part of me wonders, is that what the Cowboys are waiting to see before they get fully invested into a Dak extension? Maybe that's something that they wait a little bit before they get going, because look, he's going to count $59 million against the cap next year in the last year of his deal. You can kind of make the numbers work there if you just wait. You don't if the number's going to go from $40 million a year to $50 million a year, is it that big of a deal against the cap nowadays? I don't know what is. Although I do want to say one thing, Jalen Hurts had a great season last year, took his team to a Super Bowl, MVP conversation, all that kind of stuff. If Dak Prescott had a fumble in the Super Bowl that was returned for a touchdown and their team and the Cowboys lost by 3 points, would anybody have forgotten that fumble the entire offseason?
They wouldn't have. No.
That's one thing when Dak, again, when we talked to him a couple weeks ago, it's like, look, we're a talking point. He knows why everybody's talking about his interceptions last year. He's he's not throwing a pass in 200 some odd days, but we're still acting like every pass he threw last year was a pick.
Todd, you're a beast. Thanks as always. We greatly appreciate it, and we look forward to seeing you next week.
Yep, sounds good. See you, fellas.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Todd Archer, ESPN, talking Cowboys right here on your home of the Cowboys. Also, your home of the Rangers and your home of the Expressway. 35 minutes uninterrupted sports content coming up next. We'll close down the hour with LA Live, but let's go out to the ballpark and hang out with Matt Hicks for a few minutes. Talk some Rangers next right here in the Nation.